Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 85. Indeed, it's not okay if you don't get this account back. Hirako sneered. His words also resonated with everyone. For a time, he shared his hatred with the enemy and was gearing up for it. Seeing this scene, Urahara heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly inwardly. He really doesn't have the ability to speak in this area. He can't inspire people with words like Miss Yuruaki and Mr. Guan Yue. I don't want to pour cold water on everyone, but now the enemy is hiding very deep. The most important thing is that Tessai and I can't stay in the Soul Society and have to go to the world, so everyone come with us too? The gate of crossing the world has been built. I want to stay in Soul Society. The silver bell of Kokaki uttered suddenly. I have lived in Soul Society all my life, and I don't want to deviate from my native land in my old age. I plan to go to Rukonga with 410 Kengchun and take my subordinates to live in seclusion. When the name was mentioned, the gentleman with a face that looked like Byakuya and the team members didn't say a word, obviously tacitly acquiescing to the old man's decision. Captain Kokaki. I'm no longer the captain, just call me by my name. Mr. Silver Bell, I really want to respect your wishes, but with all due respect, let's not say how you should leave the current Siritii. Even if you are lurking in Rukonga, the enemy will find you sooner or later and attack you. Don't forget the earliest ghost disappearance case happened in Rukonga. Urahara said solemnly. Everyone's identities can't be exposed now. It's unrealistic to expect someone to come to the rescue. It's too risky to do so. Mr. Yinling doesn't want to see his subordinates being murdered by the other party again, right? I know, then let Kengchun and others go to the world, and I will stay behind. No matter what, I am the head of the Kokaki family, and I will die on this land to fight the enemy to the end. Captain? 35. Father. 35. The faces of the 6th Division team member and Kokaki's Kengchun changed greatly, never expecting that Kokaki Yinling would be so fierce. Don't let young people worry about you at such an old age, okay? Suddenly, a voice fell softly. In an instant, the sound of swords unsheathed came together. Everyone was on alert. No wonder they were so sensitive. The lesson was so unforgettable that it was inevitable to overreact if there was a little trouble in a short period of time. But when everyone followed the sound and saw a figure sitting on a rock more than 10 meters high, the chilling atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Guan Yue. Hirako Shinji called out the person's name in surprise. Yeah, seeing you guys in such a good spirit makes me feel more at ease, hiss. 55. Guan Yue waved his hand casually. Halfway through, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Everyone looked at him strangely. No, mainly looking at the young girl in black beside Guan Yue. Needless to say, nature is a materialized absolute fog. The latter is holding an ice towel to lightly apply the former's red and swollen forehead to relieve pain. Mr. Guan Yue, when did you come here? Don't be so frightening, you thought it was a chasing soldier. Urahara raised his head and shouted. One step ahead of you. 35. Guan Yue's answer surprised everyone. Then, he took out the portable messenger machine from his arms and gestured. I knew as soon as the verdict was issued, and I also knew that Urahara and Yuruaki would never let the patients who they managed to save their lives be dealt with. I guess you will bring everyone here and secretly build a gate through the world. To escape to the present world together. So I just came over and waited. 35. Mr. Guan Yue, wouldn't you be kind enough to see him off? Urahara looked serious. Of course not. Guan Yue said without thinking. In other words, you are the executioner sent by the 46th room to secretly execute us? 55. Hiri couldn't help but jumped out and stared at him. As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously clenched the handle of the knife. You say that without a conscience. 99. Guan Yue was speechless. In order to save you, Captain Uzawa and I took the risk of dereliction of duty to allow the suspect Urahara to take action. I also went to intercept the captain and held him for more than 10 hours. I think I have done my best. Look at me. The injury on the forehead was knocked out by the commander-in-chief with a cane, and I was not allowed to use kid to treat it. Urahara, you feel your conscience and say, when have I ever suffered this kind of grievance? You all owe me your life, don't say I'm not here to kill you, or I'm really here to kill you. If you still have some reason, you should honestly slaughter it. 6699. This painful criticism was made bloody by the people, and the expression on the face was extremely wonderful. The atmosphere was extremely embarrassing. No way, who told Guan Yue to tell the truth? At least on the surface. Yes, I just told Mr. Hirako that Mr. Guan Yue is everyone's great benefactor. Urahara Kisuk nodded in agreement. Everyone couldn't help but cast a look of contempt. Wasn't it just the subject of your BD? Now it's posing again. Okay, that's it for the insignificant greetings. Before Hiri couldn't help but beat Urahara Kisuk, Guan Yue spoke up again and brought back the topic of running away. Urahara is right, I'm not here to see you off, strictly speaking. I'm here to deliver a letter. Letter. This is it. Guan Yue held a letter between his fingertips and threw it towards Kokaki Silver Bell. The latter raised his hand to catch it, looked over, and found that there was no signature, so he could not help but cast an inquiring look at Guan Yue. This is for you and for Captain Hirako and others, except 0.3 Urahara and Tessai. Urahara Kisuk pinched his chin thoughtfully, as if to guess who wrote the letter. After getting the confirmed answer, Kokaki Yinling no longer hesitated, and opened the envelope and spread it out. Not much content. Just a few lines. It can be seen that the writer did not have the extra mood to spend pen and ink. Maybe it was forgotten because of this. There is also no signature at the end of the letter. But, the handwriting of Kokaki Silver Bell is all too familiar. Almost impossible to admit wrong. Even if it is written in a hurry, the vigorous and powerful font is still very recognizable. Your Excellency Yuan Liuzai. Kokaki Silver Bell pupil earthquake. Soon, I read all the content carefully. His expression became more and more complicated, and he was silent for a long time. Chapter 86. Hirako Shinji on the side waited anxiously, and couldn't help but ask, Master Kokaki, what is written on this? Could you please pass it on, or just show us the letter? No, this letter cannot be seen by people after me. Kokaki Yinling not only refused, but also burned the letter in his hand to ashes with Kid's fire. Everyone was a little dissatisfied, and felt that he was too selfish. But his neat approach made everyone seem to realize something. Secret letter. No, secret order. Luo Wu whispered softly. The only ones who can issue secret orders to us, or who are qualified to order us, are the guys in room 46. The more Guangzai said, the quieter his voice became, and finally it was inaudible. Father, could this letter be? Kokaki Kingchun was interrupted by Kokaki's Silver Bell raising his hand halfway through the question. The latter did not reply, and looked directly at Urahara Kisuk. It's time to go, Your Excellency Urahara, please open the gate of crossing the world. Urahara Kisuk was stunned for a moment, then agreed with a smile. The attitude change of Kokaki Silver Bell has fully explained the problem 28. Although I don't know what is written on it. But there's no doubt, it's a good thing for these lonely ghosts who seem to have lost hope and are left full of vengeance. Even, it may not be a lonely ghost anymore. After Guan Yue sent the letter out, he sat on the stone quietly and watched everyone gather in an orderly manner, like a regular army preparing to go out, and his mental outlook took on a new look. Urahara Kisuk chanted mantras and opened the portal to the world. Led by the more familiar Tessai Tsukabishi, Hirako Shinji and other captains lead the way. More than 50 team members followed. Finally, after the death of Kukaki Yinling and his son. Before stepping into the gate, the silver-haired old man looked into the distance with emotion. A black shadow stands on the top of the rocky mountain. It doesn't look very real. However, Kukaki Yinling put down the last trace of regret and stepped into the piercing gate without hesitation. It's time for me to go too. 35. Yura Harakisuk raised his head and looked at this false sky. Even if he was extremely optimistic in the eyes of Hirako Shinji and others, he would inevitably show a bit of loneliness at this moment. Although it's more convenient for me to mess around in a more relaxed environment, and I don't have to worry about being called by the guards all day long to seal up the institute, but I still feel a little bit reluctant. Mr. Guan Yue, you must be very reluctant to let me go, right? 35. What are you talking about? When you were in the Soul Society, I rarely met with you. If I really need you, I'd better use the special messenger machine to contact you, otherwise I can going to the present world to find you. To me, whether you live in the present world or live in the Soul Society, there is basically no difference. Using through the gate can also go directly to your door, maybe it's more convenient than visiting Soul Society. Guan Yue looked at him like an idiot. 6699. Hearing this, Yura Harakisuk froze. I know what you are going to say, don't worry, even without you, I can handle the black hand lurking in the dark. If it doesn't help, isn't there Captain Yuruaki? Although she has been dismissed, she probably won't. Just stay in Shihaoran's old house and be a lady. It's better to say that in her current status, she is completely unrestricted by her position, and can run around freely. It is really reassuring to have such a free person. The most important thing is that the captain loses his temper. Didn't hack me, and the other captains aren't idiots with a long memory. 99. Suffice it to say that the situation is not as bad as you might think, that this Siriti isn't going to have some clowns to call the shots. Guan Yue goes straight to the point. Yura Harakisuk laughed at himself. Yet, it's ridiculous that a loser like me is worried about the people who survive. Having Mr. Guan Yue and Ms. Yuruaki in Soul Society is also a kind of restraint, so that I can settle down and devote all my energy to the goal of how to remove Hollow 35. Remember to hide Hagyaku. Guan Yue admonished, intentionally or not. I'm an expert at hide and seek. Yura Harakisuk waved his hand confidently, and then strode into the gate. I don't know what he left behind. After he entered, the stone base of the temporarily built world-piercing gate shattered with a bang. People are gone. Guan Yue has no reason to stay in this empty underground training ground. Maybe the next time someone comes here, it will be 100 years later. A few days later, the storm gradually subsided. The team members who were immersed in grief also returned to their posts and resumed their jobs. The restoration of the buildings in the palace is also progressing gradually. The latter is okay, the former soon realizes that the workload has greatly increased. It's not because there's more to do. It's because, it's complicated. Obviously, the impact of the departure of Hirako Shinji and others on Godi 13 continues. A division with a vice-captain is fine, with experience in handling team affairs, it is not a problem to carry the burden, but the 6th, 9th, and 12th divisions don't even have a vice-captain. The pressure suddenly came to the shoulders of the third seat. Even Kukaki Xianghe, a master of the captain series, was too busy for a while, and even the funeral held by the Kukaki family couldn't even find time to attend. Seeing that Godi 13 had major problems in the operation, Yamamoto Yuanyujai would not sit idly by and called 410 to hold several captain meetings in order to select suitable talents as soon as possible. The 10th team was missing before, and I still have to wait patiently to give some young people more opportunities to sharpen themselves and strive to become stronger. But now, in Godi 13, only 1, 4, 8, 11, 13, and 5 captains are still alive. Counting the 10th division, 8 captain positions were vacated at once. It is simply burning eyebrows, and it is impossible to take it slow. As mentioned above, the current situation is urgent. Godi 13 needs a new captain to step up and take on the responsibility of maintaining the Soul Society. The first team captain's office. As always, the captains took their place. But what was different from usual was that there were only 4 teams left in the 2 rows, 2 on each side, and the chief captain stood in the middle. The symmetry was symmetrical, but it looked a bit shabby. Not worthy of the name Godi 13. Even if you say that, Mr. Shan. Kurako Shunsui took off his straw hat and scratched his head in distress. Where are you going to find so many candidates at this time? This is not 1 or 2, but a full 8 captains' vacancies. Bankai's study is not that simple. Even the 4 major nobles only have 1 in several generations, not to mention that the captains have been changed too diligently in the past few decades. Which means that talent is also consumed quickly. Bureau G. Chapter 87. Jingle is right, this gap is too big and cannot be filled in a short time. Jushiro's face turned pale. It can be seen that he is not in good condition today, but he still insists on attending while sick. After all, the current situation does not allow him to recuperate at ease. My suggestion is to first distribute the team of captains to the senior officers, and then select the best ones based on their abilities and performance, and transfer them to the vacant vice-captain position. Of course, if the right talents can be selected from the grassroots, they can be promoted directly to the position of vice-captain. In short, first ensure the normal operation of each division. Captain Yusohana, what do you think? Yamamoto Yuanyujai looked at the oldest captain besides himself. I basically agree with Captain Jushiro's suggestion, but it's better to fill the captain's position as soon as possible, otherwise, even if it can be dragged on, it may not be a good thing in the end. Anohanaretsu's overtones, including Guan Yue, can be heard. Decentralization is easy, but it is not easy to withdraw. Especially when the new captain took office, it was troublesome to run in at first, and now he has to face another layer of resistance. If multiple captains encounter this situation at the same time, it will inevitably lead to internal discord and class conflicts, which is not conducive to the overall operation of Godi 13. After all, it is still necessary to fill the gap as soon as possible, rather than making people accustomed to the existence of this gap. Guan Yue speaks very bluntly. Then let's do it simultaneously, and let the senior officers in the squad without the captain and vice-captain form a team to work together to handle team affairs temporarily. Besides, the 4 of you, go to find a suitable captain for this old man. Yamamoto Yuanyujai made the final decision. Hey? 39. Kurako Shunsui was dumbfounded. No, old man Shan, you asked us to find. Idiot. Yamamoto Motoyanagi opened his eyes and was angry. If you want to go, go quickly. The captain's meaning is actually. If you can't find it, just pick a few good seedlings and train them, help them learn Bankai first, and then sit in the captain's position logically. If there is any inadequacy, it will take a few more years to make up for it. Guan Yue yawned and said casually. I see. Kurako Shunsui rolled his eyes. In an instant, I thought of more than a dozen plans to play with my sister paper in an open and honest way, under the pretext of cultivating talents. Captain, in fact, there is someone on my side that I would like to recommend. Guan Yue's words changed. Guan Yue's recommendation? It's really rare. Jushiro was a little surprised. Yamamoto Yuanyujai glanced at Guan Yue and asked, who? Aizen-suk, vice-captain of Division 5. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Guan Yue's mouth. You should have already experienced his strength. Suk-kun? My impression of him has always been that he is a good guy who treats people like Jushiro. Does it mean that he also has good skills like Jushiro? Kurako Shunsui touched his chin and said. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. More than good. A few days ago, Captain Guan Yue and this man confronted the old man with swords. If not for the intervention of Deputy Captain Aizen, the old man would have taken Urahara Kisuk and others. 66.99. 66, 99. Kirikou, Jushiro, Unoha and Aretsu looked delicate. They knew exactly what happened that night. I also know why the old man's face is so stinky now. And Guan Yu smiled so brightly. Although the truth is revealed now, Urahara Kisuk can be considered to have cleared some of his suspicions. Guan Yu's assistance cannot be defined as betrayal. Who cannot be bored with this? But then again, it is not something that ordinary people can do to make the Godai 13 captain collapse. Guan Yu, a Kenpeikai who has been in the team for a few years, is still a junior with shallow qualifications, not to mention Aizen, who joined the team much earlier than Guan Yu, but he is only a vice-captain after all. Just because these two people fought hard to win the chief captain, this is a very incredible thing for the old captains like Kurako Shunsui who know the horror of the old man. Aside from these irrelevant festivals, Aizen's deputy captain is recognized as a strong old man, and his character is just like what Haru Shui said, very similar to Shiro, if I really want to say. Guan Yu is also very similar to Haru Shui. The battle with the two of them even made the old man feel like he was fighting between two disciples. Yamamoto Yuanyujai said. This rating is really low. How am I similar to the leader of the Jing band? Guan Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, is he that lustful? Well, don't say that, old man Shan said that, maybe we get along unexpectedly. Kurako Shunsui stood there and winked, as if to say don't say anything and take you out to play later. Guan Yu pouted. Play? It doesn't matter, there is nothing to do for the time being anyway. What's more, there should be a good relationship between colleagues. The old man on the side of the deputy captain of Aizen further confirmed his qualifications. If there is no problem, the three of you, except Jushiro, should accompany the old man to serve as the chief judge of the captain's examination. After passing the examination, he will be appointed as the captain of the 5th division. 35. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu and Kurako Shunsui felt a little uncomfortable. What's so fun about the captain's exam? It's basically a cutscene and a complete waste of time. Guan Yu is also too lazy to watch Aizen perform Oscar-level acting skills. Wouldn't it be better to learn from old captains like Jingle and learn from the experience of being a captain? After the meeting, Jingle originally wanted to take Guan Yu to the pub to open his eyes, but unexpectedly, he met an acquaintance as soon as he left the gate of the first team. Sister. Guan Yu looked at the broken bees who were about to slip away by the roadside in amazement. Well? The broken bee turned stiffly, the horses, too far, pretending to be natural, but it was very unnatural to say hello. Oh, it's Guan Yu, what a coincidence, didn't expect to meet you here, just finished the captain's meeting. What are you waiting here for me for? Guan Yu and Jingle looked at each other, the latter patted him on the shoulder very interestingly, gave him an encouraging look and left first. When he left, no outsiders were present. Broken Bee also relaxed a lot, but he was still stubborn. I'm not waiting for you, I'm at Yuryuaki-sama. 66.99. Guan Yu didn't say anything, just looked at her with a strange look. Seeing her face slowly turn red, her whole body trembled slightly. Yes. The girl remembered. Yuryuaki has long since been dismissed and is ineligible for the captain's meeting. Of course, it's no surprise that free feral cats are everywhere. The problem is, Yuryuaki just sent her out. Chapter 88. Back in time a little bit. Snapped. Two hands fell heavily on the girl's shoulders. It can be seen from the strength that the owner of these hands must have made some kind of crucial decision. In fact, it is. Broken Bee, you are the captain of the 2nd division, and you will also be the commander-in-chief of Secret Mobility. The sudden and important task made the Broken Bee panic. After reacting, his little head shook like a rattle, and he waved his hands one after another. No, 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 No. How can someone like me grab Yuaki-sama's position? What are you talking about? That's not my job anymore. The position of the captain of the 2nd Division has been removed, but hasn't the title of Commander-in-Chief of Secret Mobility been retained? Yeah, but I don't want to. Yuaki responded quite readily. No, don't you want to do it? Bumblebee was dumbfounded. Shinigami didn't say that he resigned. The group of people in the Threshold team is the best example. Did Room 46 secretly put pressure on you? That's not true, it's just that I simply feel that I'm getting older, and I should give the younger generation a chance to show it. That's it. Don't you want 410 to take this opportunity to completely recover his freedom so that he can do whatever he wants? Please tell me that you don't think so. Brobe, it's too verbose but it won't appeal to men. I'll admit that there are some reasons, but it's more inappropriate. Yuaki scratched his cheek and explained patiently. Look, because of my own opinion, secret mobility, which was originally independent of the 13th team, and the 2nd team are almost tied together, and the relationship is too close. After the new captain takes office, if there is someone else in charge secret maneuver, this does not mean that the rights are divided in half, which is not a good thing. That's why I thought, let the newcomer take over with secret mobility, so that everyone can save money. 99. And then picked me. Broken Bee reluctantly accepted this explanation. The Bee family has always been a retainer of the Shaoran family, and she will take over as the Commander-in-Chief of Secret Mobility. Although she may be suspected of being overpowered, if Yuaki voluntarily surrenders and shows her attitude, it will not attract any rumors. Rather, this is a better result. After all, as Yuaki said, instead of ushering in an unrelated outsider to be the captain and causing the division of power, it is better to simply package all the benefits and send them to their own hands. In this way, not only will the trouble be gone, but the lost captaincy will be returned to the Shaoran family in another form. As far as stop-loss is concerned, this is already the limit operation. Can't demand anything more. Since you agree, that's the decision. Captain and Commander-in-Chief are up to you. No. There is absolutely no need for this. Since you are planning to recommend me as the new captain, it is no big deal for Yuaki-sama to continue to be in charge of secret mobility. At least I think that with Yuaki-sama around, my work enthusiasm and efficiency will only be limited. Higher and higher. Watching Broken Bee's eyes light up, Yuaki lied without changing his face. Actually, the old people in the family want me to go home and get married and take care of the housework, so it's a pity that I really don't have time to take care of both sides. Brobe, are you my subordinate? Worry about your boss. The only one I can ask for now is you. It's just you. Only you. The Broken Bee, who was still a little hesitant at first, was directly sunk by Yuaki's last sentence. I see. Lord Yuaki has said so, I will definitely carry the banner of the 2nd Division and secret mobility. I will never live up to your expectations of me. Well, my subordinates are to have this kind of momentum. 35. Yuaki was very satisfied, and seemed to be worried that the Broken Bee would go back on it, and immediately asked. I remember that you started practicing Bankai 10 years ago. You should have learned it by now, right? This. The Broken Bee, who had just made a lofty rhetoric, looked erratic, and his hands and feet could not move naturally. Chid, Yuaki's eyelids jumped when he saw this. With his hands, he fixed the head of the bee again with a smack, staring at her eyes like a torch. Tell me the truth, is your Bankai done? Not yet. Bumblebee looked frustrated. How long will it take? 3 or 4 years? 66, 99. Yuaki's face darkened. In other words, she still has to do 3 or 4 years of work. And the most important thing is that although the position of captain has been dismissed, as the Commander-in-Chief of Secret Mobility, she is still the highest commander of the 2nd Division. This has become. I handle the daily team affairs for myself, and there is no way to force the vice-captain Omida Nozomi into as the captain. She didn't know how the other squads were, she only knew that she was in more pain than before. I can borrow Kisuk's god-turning body for your use. I don't use that man's stuff. In the end, I blame that guy for his dirty hands and feet, which caused Yoryuki-sama to be dismissed. 35. Broken Bee has always stood firmly against Urahara Kisuke, and it is useless to persuade anyone. One more point. My communication with Zanpakutō has reached the final stage, and there is basically no resistance, just because Ryotsuo is insufficient so. In her current situation, the gate in front of her was opened, the guard gave way, and she stepped over the threshold with one foot, but at this moment she was exhausted and needed a rest to recover some strength before taking another step. 1 foot. The situation is quite embarrassing. It is estimated that the guards next to her are anxious for her. It's no wonder that the thin-skinned Broken Bee is embarrassed to say it. Not enough Ryotsu. Yoryuki racked his brains and thought hard. Finally, she came up with a solution. Go find Guan Yue. Unlike Kisuke, who only tinkers with techniques, Master Guan Yue has too many abilities, and in recent years, the Shinigami of the 11th team has been significantly strengthened, and he definitely has a way to help you improve Ryotsu. Are you looking for Guan Yue for help? Broken Bee is a little embarrassed. Or rather, a little bit of a face. This is an excellent opportunity to connect with each other. I heard that he has a good relationship with the leader of the Jing band. He often goes out drinking and chatting with a group of female team members. I wonder if he will get married before me. Yoryuki continued to lie, and out of the corner of his eye he secretly observed Broken Bee. The latter's expression was changing, just as wonderful as opening a dyeing workshop. After a while, she coughed lightly and said solemnly. Although we don't work together anymore, as a senior, I still need to be concerned about the future of the younger generation. I don't mean anything special to him, but I just want to persuade me not to waste my great talent and waste my time on irrelevant things. In this way, the practice was delayed. It just so happened that I set an example to let him realize the importance of cultivation in the process of helping me to cultivate, and to inspire him to move forward. Broken Bee, you've also become a lot smoother. Chapter 89. That's how it is. The camera turns back to the outside of the first team's quarters. Guan Yue nodded in understanding after listening to Bro Bee's account of the cause and effect. Look for me to help you cultivate, it's easy to say, the affairs of senior sister are mine. Thanks. Broken Bee shifted his gaze in a guilty conscience. In fact, in the process of speaking just now, a lot of deletions have been made, at least some of Yoryuki's words, and the final reason, are not told to Guan Yue. After all, what you say does not mean that you have been concerned about certain things, which is likely to cause more misunderstandings. But then again, Yoryuki-sama really isn't talking about it. Recalling the Jing band leader who had just appeared beside Guan Yue, Bro Bee froze in his heart. From the fancy women's coat, you can see what kind of character this captain has for more than a century. Mixing with such people, Guan Yue will definitely become a playboy in the future. When Xiao Bi, who didn't pay much attention to Yoryuki's warning, thought of this possibility, she felt a sense of urgency for no reason. Maybe this is the so-called responsibility? She herself is not very sure. But anyway, something must be done, or the sense of urgency won't dissipate. When is Senpai going to start? 99. Of course, supervise to the end. Am I being targeted by the threshold team? Hey? No, I was just thinking of other work. 55. Bumblebee's pretty face flushed, and she quickly explained. I have time for that, so I will try to get it done in one go, or take over the second team quickly. 35. That's right, the Commander-in-Chief is also rushing, asking the remaining captains to find suitable candidates and potential stocks, and conduct surprise training for the latter. Senior sister came at the right time, and now private affairs have become public affairs. I have no reason to refuse. Guan Yu didn't pay much attention to the abnormality of Broken Bee. From what he knew about the girl, he knew very well that she had a sullen temperament and would always think about something. It was impossible to ask, and there was no need to ask, anyway. Unimportant things are quickly forgotten. And the important thing is, Bro B can't hide his thoughts at all. If he keeps entangled, he will accidentally expose himself sooner or later. Afterwards, the two returned to the 11th team together. On the road, Bro asked seemingly inadvertently, Guan Yu, I just saw you and the leader of the Jing band come out together. It seems that you have a good relationship after you became the leader. It's all right, after becoming the captain, there are too many things, but in this respect it is not as good as before. With most of the captains, the leader of the Jing band is a rare leader who can talk to the younger generation. I think most Shinigami it is necessary to learn more from him, so that the working atmosphere of Siridii is not so serious. Guan Yu said with emotion. Learn more? Broken Bee twitches in the corners of her eyes. It really got spoiled. Also dislike the work atmosphere is too serious. Is it possible to be like a tavern full of beautiful women, everyone drinking and chatting together? Yes, that's right, it is indeed much easier than now, and everyone's work pressure is not so great, but this will bring more serious hidden dangers, such as workplace, chaos or something. Just thinking about it made her face feel hot. No, absolutely not. The situation is more serious than expected. Guan Yu's idea has been misguided. It is not known that Guan Yu, who has infinitely misinterpreted his intentions at Broken Bee, continues to express his thoughts. There are some things that can only be told to you, senior. Tell me if the current 13th team is too depressing, a city of this size is dead, and the laws are obviously not so strict, but everyone has passed. You have to be careful, the nerves are too tense. Like my 11th team, the guy from Ghost Rock City brought out a group of robbers. Although their combat power is not too bad, they are too hostile and not like a regular army at all. I spent several years training them, with great results. Micro, the next step I decided to follow the 7th generation Kenpeki, increase the proportion of female players in the team, in order to reconcile the overall atmosphere. 66-99. Broken Bee opened his mouth and hesitated. Since Guan Yu became the captain of the 11th division, she also conducted an in-depth investigation of this famous division. To say that the most famous Kenpeki in recent generations is the 7th generation Kenpeki Kayashiki. And the 11th team he led has another alias, which impressed Broken Bee deeply, called the Flower Warrior Group. According to the gossip in the bridal town, Kenpeki Kuriyashiki has a very good personal relationship with Kurako Shunsui. Even if he goes to the Rukonga border to fight, he will occasionally catch up and run to the scene to have a celebration drink. When Guan Yu said that he wanted to follow the example of Kenpeki Kuriyashiki, the image of Guan Yu sitting on the battlefield full of corpses, surrounded by a group of beautiful soldiers singing and dancing, could not help but emerge in the mind of the bees. Too unbearable. Guan Yu just chatted with Broken Bee word by word, and the two came to the team house in Bound Town. Because of excessive brain supplementation, Broken Bee, who was in a very heavy heart, didn't even care to watch the complex of buildings that looked like an imperial city. 0. However, when she was about to step into the city gate, she still noticed one not far away. Should it be a ring, or a simple dirt slope? In short, it was a field similar to a sumo match. Nearby residents gathered around to watch the excitement, and a group of elite warriors who knew that they were going to fight at first glance put their hands there, ready to take the stage and participate in the war at any time. What are those people doing? Tournament. Remember the rules I set in Maggot's Nest? Pretty much the same. The one who meets the conditions to go out and let loose? But what are these people rushing for? The enrollment quota for the 11th team. Guan Yu gave an unexpected answer. You also know that Godi 13 not only recruits graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy, but also recruits Rukanga talents, among which the 11th team is the most thorough in this regard, and more than half of the existing members are from Rukanga. Although the force is excellent, the foundation is too poor to meet my requirements for elites, so I raised the admission threshold. All new recruits must start with apprentices, study the courses I have formulated, and then recruit the old team members. With training, the time is 1 year. If you pass the final assessment, you will come down. If you fail, you will leave. But even if it is an apprentice, the number of places is very precious. After all, if you can't pass, you can learn a skill. If you don't get it, you can try other teams, or leave Siritii and continue to work in Rukanga. San. Chapter 90. So these people are fighting for apprenticeships. Broken Bee was stunned. Guan Yu shook his head and denied, no, they are fighting for the qualification to interview for apprentices. In other words, it's not certain whether you can become an apprentice, but if you don't fight, you will definitely not be able to enter this gate. After hearing this, Broken Bee subconsciously looked up at the tall city gate standing in front of her eyes. This magnificent team house like an imperial city can be regarded as a spectacle in Siritii. People from Rukanga will probably have a great interest or yearning for the 11th division that lives in the city and is known as the Battle Squad while being visually shocked. Hope to be one of these people too. In fact, it is. Not only outsiders, but also many young people in the bridal town plan to temporarily give up inheriting the family business for 10, and secretly work hard with the goal of joining the 11th team. It can only be said that Guan Yu's seemingly extravagant team-building renovations have taken the mentality of these simple people who have not been baptized by the modern information explosion to a dead end. In particular, the threshold for entering the team was deliberately raised, the outflow of the quota was strictly limited, and the gold content of the quota was further increased, and even the identity of the former 11th team player was even higher. This made many players not very adaptable at first, but after the baptism of the ranking battle launched by Guan Yu, they all knew that the so-called incompatibility came from the lack of strength. Only powerful people can enjoy better treatment with peace of mind. The strong go up to the weak and the weak go down. This is the style of the 11th team. The captain still knows the 11th team very well. With the continuous injection of potential new blood, the old blood also began to revive, and those who could not keep up were ruthlessly eliminated to make way for the newcomers. After this operation, the whole situation was instantly revitalized. The sense of belonging, honor, and identification with him as the captain was all at once. There is one outside each of the 4 gates of the arena like this. They are not managed by the 11th team. They are completely organized by these competitors. Can become an apprentice for a year of training. Guan Yu speaks out. This process reminds me of Spiritual Arts Academy. The Broken Bee looks strange. Interview, training, assessment, join the squad. This is clearly the system of the Spiritual Arts Institute. Learn more about other people's strengths, I don't think it's a problem. Guan Yu is righteous. Broken Bee didn't feel anything. In fact, Hidden Mobility also has a similar talent training channel. People from Spiritual Arts Academy or Rukanga have to undergo a round of rigorous training to cultivate their business ability. The selection of Xingjun is more extreme. Many of them start special training from childhood, and directly perform tasks when they grow up, and their names will not appear in Godi 13's field of vision. In comparison, Guan Yu has made it too exciting. If we continue to develop for another 100 years like this, I wouldn't be surprised if there is one more academy affiliated to the 11th division. You mean technical school? It's a good proposal, and I'll consider it. The casual sentence of Broken Bee caught Guan Yu's attention. Focusing on the military, production, and medical care inadvertently ignores the most important education system, which is a big omission. The more long-term effective large projects are, the sooner the foundation should be laid. Otherwise, wait until the stamina is insufficient and then shift the focus and start from scratch, it would be a waste of the good situation at that time. Broken Bee was at a loss, and Guan Yue didn't waste time explaining his big ambitions. Under the admiration and fiery gazes of the competitors and the residents of the bridal town, the city gates slammed open, and Guan Yue led the Broken Bees back to his kingdom. Guan Yue's private property, the building with the alias of a house without windows and doors, is the studio of the self-cultivation furnace. Broken Bee looked around curiously. But he quickly looked back. Because the environment is no different from the previous environment when I was in the second team. At this time, Guan Yue came over with a machine that looked like a flat-panel telegraph. The Captain Yuri on his body also changed into a white coat, and Zanpakutō, who was hanging around his waist, also turned into a physical petite girl, and followed step by step. The two figures, black and white, one tall and one short, looked exceptionally harmonious, and there was no sense of disobedience at all. I'm going to do a physical examination for you, senior sister, to understand the specific situation before deciding on the treatment plan. Treatment? I'm not sick again. Upon hearing this word, and then looking at Guan Yue's eyes that seemed to be looking at some kind of experimental object, Broken Bee felt a chill for no reason, forced a smile and said, "And I'm here to find you to help me practice. Shouldn't you take me to a martial arts field or something? What age is it, and the world is undergoing industrialization? As the guardians and balancers of the world, what should we do if we are protected?" Guan Yue said helplessly. "Don't worry, senpai, I won't dissect you. The reason why I do this is just because I value you. If it were someone else, I might just leave it to the special martial arts field. I know. What should I do with this?" Broken Bee felt a little guilty and decided to cooperate honestly. "Put your hand on it, and let out your Ryatsuo as much as possible." Guan Yue handed the tablet machine in front of her. Broken Bee raised her eyebrows. "It's that simple. Immediately put aside the last trace of timidity and do it truthfully. It's easy to say, but not easy to do. Releasing Ryatsuo as much as possible can be tiring." Until Guan Yue called to stop, it lasted less than 10 seconds in total, and a lot of sweat oozes out of Shu Feng's forehead, which made the bangs that had been carefully groomed before going out. Caressing the uncurved chest, adjusting the heart rate and breathing. "Well." Guan Yue frowned at the data displayed on the tablet. Seeing this, Broken Bee instantly raised a 0.3 heart to his throat. She was obviously not sick, but now she suddenly felt extremely uneasy that she seemed to be seriously ill, or that she was found to be seriously ill. Guan Yue, tell me honestly, am I nearing the end of my lifespan? Thinking about it, I do practice too much and the possibility of leaving a dark wound is almost as high as 90%. I also have a certain psychology about this. Prepare, but please buy me more time if you can. At least I want to satisfy your Yuaki-sama's wishes first." And many more. Guan Yue had a black line on his face and forcibly interrupted. Looking at the girl in front of her with a numb expression and chattering about her last words, she felt extremely absurd. This is Broken Bee originally this character? Who taught it? Oh, it seems that the one I got along with the most before was myself. That's fine. Chapter 91. The arrogant queen, Lolita, as promised, actually has a tendency to develop into a sand sculpture beauty girl. Guan Yue shook his head secretly. Ming explained quietly, this inspection is just data collection. You currently do not have any diseases or hidden dangers in your body, but from the data point of view, you are not particularly optimistic. You can look at this comparison table for yourself. 99. Saying that, he turned the tablet upside down and showed her. This is. Broken Bee saw that there were two humanoid models on the screen. From the outline, it could be seen that it was herself. Next to the modeling, there was a lot of data analysis, which seemed to be a series of data such as height, measurements, wrist strength, ryutsu, and so on. It was so perfect that it both shocked and embarrassed her. There is a feeling of being seen all over the body. All the secrets are exposed under Guan Yu's nose. The one on the left is your current data, and the one on the right is the derivation based on your current simulation. Not surprisingly, you will be in these 28 states in 10 years. Guan Yu didn't know it, and was still explaining it very seriously. However, his words did attract the attention of Broken Bee. Even if you don't understand research, just from the data gap, you should be able to realize what's wrong, right? The increase in data is too small. Broken Bee murmured. Guan Yu neither admitted nor denied, swiping the screen with his finger. It's 20 years later. 99. It's 30 years later. It's 40 years later. 39. It's 100 years later. 55. The simulated growth results of the next 100 years are displayed in front of Broken Bee in one breath. The girl's expression also changed from thoughtful at the beginning to serious, and finally only bitterness remained. When a person knows nothing about the future, he will be full of ambition and feel that he can do anything, but after letting a person know what he will become in the future, even if he will eventually be a winner in life, the surprise will gradually faded, only numbness remained. What's more, what she saw was not a surprise. It doesn't matter if there is no change in the physical data 99. Actually there is a so-called. Guan Yu thought that Broken Bee would still have a flat lowly figure of just 1.5 meters in the next 100 years. Even if he knew it would be like this, he couldn't help feeling pity. What you should pay attention to is your spiritual power. Although most Shinigami have spiritual power, their aptitude is quite low, and they just meet the basic conditions of being a Shinigami, and you, senpai. With all due respect, although you are much stronger than them, compared to other captains, your body is still half as tall. Staying in the category of mediocrity, there is more than enough. In a rather delicate class, like your current Bankai practice progress. So far, all your achievements have been rewarded by high intensity and hard training. It seems that you are progressing rapidly, and you are about to learn Bankai at this age, but, this is probably your end. Even if you become a captain, you are a relatively mediocre type. I think the reason why your Bankai practice is stuck at this stage is because of lack of stamina. Generally speaking, senpai, you can definitely become Bankai and become the captain. There is no doubt about it, and it won't take long to do so, so you don't need to be too frustrated. How could I not be depressed? Broken Bee rolled his eyes, and Guan Yu almost laughed angrily. Knowing that I have only this level in the future gives me the confidence to shoulder the heavy responsibility that your Yuaki entrusted to me. In the data of the captains of the past generations I collected, I ranked all the captains in 4 grades according to ryutsu and ability. The highest is the 4th. You can already rank the 2nd. Guan Yu comforted. Broken Bee said suspiciously, 2nd? What does this evaluation show? It means that you can become a qualified captain. You must know that there are many captains who are not good at fighting. It's just because the master became Bankai, and his character are all right, so he became the captain. But there are not many. They are basically in the 1st grade. And your limit has surpassed them in my opinion, and you have stepped into the 2nd grade, which is already a great thing in itself. Countless Shinigami have been vice-captains for a lifetime, and in the end, even Bankai's side they haven't even touched them yet, and you are 2 levels higher than them, and with your spiritual aptitude, you can't do it. But you can rely on high-intensity cultivation, refining combat skills, in exchange for the improvement of actual combat capabilities, to some extent make up for Ryutsu's mediocre shortcomings. Guan Yu talked eloquently, gradually forgetting that his original intention was to comfort others. How to say it, it can be considered to achieve the purpose of comfort in disguise. Stop talking about mediocrity. I know I'm a sucker, so you won't bother you wasting time on me. Senpai? Don't rush to leave, I also said the solution. 35. Seeing that Broken Bee gave up on herself, smashed the jar, or maybe she was so embarrassed that she decided to throw her hand away, Guan Yu quickly grabbed her wrist. Solution. The Broken Bee, who was struggling to get rid of it, immediately perked up when he heard the word. Can you solve my spiritual aptitude problem? I'm not someone who just picks up faults and exposes faults and doesn't do anything. Guan Yu said quietly. I said at the beginning, I-410 will first check your specific situation, and then prescribe the right medicine. Instead of just solving the problem at hand, I will solve all the problems that can be found in you, all solved. Broken Bee stared blankly at Guan Yu's eyes. It is so fiery red, but it is as clear as a lake, which can reflect its own figure, and the color that looks incompatible with flowing water is also extraordinarily warm. If you think about it, Guan Yu is indeed such a person. It seems very calm and rational, doing things steadily and surprisingly, will always deviate from the normal results, but in the end you will find that it is not bad, it is like a flame, creating vitality in drastic changes. It is better to say that it is the morning glow that appears every day, inclusive of everything, and the beginning of each day will give everything enough vitality in the dull. For those who are used to it, it is an indispensable part of life. For those who need it, it's hope. The next moment, Hope showed his usual smile, fiddled with the tablet machine for a while and then handed it to Broken Bee. Please take a look, this is what I tailor-made for you, Senpai. Human body modification. No, the treatment plan. 6699. Broken Bee looked at him numbly. Sure enough, he could not escape the fate of being manipulated as a material. Chapter 92. After an hour, Guan Yu was drinking a luxury product that has been born for more than 10 years, imported from the present world, and processed by more than 10 processes such as spiritual transformation, etc., which can only be enjoyed by the soul fat house happy water, while sitting on a swivel chair with Erlang's legs crossed. On the tablet, write and draw on the tablet machine, and conceive the design of a certain tactical suit. As for Broken Bee, he was undergoing spiritual transformation in the body cultivating furnace at this time. Although it is said to be treatment, it is more similar in nature to corrective surgery and medical cosmetic. Tianbei embroidery has a certain say in this. Because he was the first to eat crabs. Is it over? Guan Yu noticed the pop-up prompt box on the side of the screen. The roar of the engine on the side of the self-cultivation furnace also changed from high to low, which means that the renovation has been completed. He immediately got up and walked down the central podium to the hanging stairs leading to the furnace mouth. The studio environment has changed a bit compared to the past. For example, around the self-cultivation stove is no longer a floor covered with dense cables like vines, but a semicircular ditch is opened, and the cables are placed inside, so that the surface will not look cluttered. Not only that, the inside of the ditch is also filled with some kind of spiritual liquid used to maintain the equipment, and a large number of cables are soaked in the spiritual liquid like seaweed, which can prevent leakage accidents during the transportation process, and can also be used for repairing, cooling, and other series. The role of maintenance and debugging integration. Kuratsuka Mayuri of the Technology Development Bureau proposed to buy this technology more than once, but Guan Yu refused. Finally, after friendly negotiation, he agreed to share the basic damage of the follow-up research results of the technology and exchanged other technologies. Consistent. The crystal outer wall of the self-cultivation furnace automatically splits, opens, and closes, revealing a hatch for one person to walk through. A large number of spirits spewed out in the form of water vapor. Broken Bee held the hatch and walked out staggeringly. Like a drunken alcoholic. Guan Yu gave Zhuo a wink. I don't know how the young girl wearing the metal blindfold received it, and she used to bring the Broken Bee to the front. I feel that my current state is very wrong. Broken Bee patted his forehead, as if he wanted to imitate the slapping repair method of some mechanic repair experts to restore himself to normal. But doing so is useless. Guan Yue had a serious face and kept looking at her up and down. Human beings in this world are not perfect by birth, and all functions are only just right, but due to various factors, this balance is easily destroyed. Cause more and more humans are actually congenitally deficient. 35. Although we are a soul-spirit body, we also have this problem, because the influence of these defects inevitably lowers our spiritual qualifications. If there are no defects, the soul will definitely become healthier, the spiritual power will become more pure, and there will be more room for growth. The key to the bloodline that the nobles pay attention to is here. So the psychic correction surgery I developed is essentially a kind of pedigree optimization, which is useless for the mediocre, useless for the transcendent genius, and only useful for those who have obvious talents but can only stop at a certain height. 35. The reason is very simple, they are flawed geniuses, not mere mortals. As long as such people can fill in the missing parts, they can become true geniuses. Sister, you are feeling unwell right now, just because I helped you find what you lost, just like a patient who is recovering from a serious illness and needs a period of rehabilitation to regain his lost body functions. If you want to adapt as soon as possible, what you need to do most is not to force yourself to accept it, but to change your thinking. You have to treat it as something you already have. You were abnormal before, but now you are the most normal. Don't try to control it, keep it natural and trust your instinct. After Guan Yue's perseverance, Broken Bee gradually found the feeling. There is no need for help from the fog. You can stand on your own. With the unique breathing method and mental adjustment skills of secret mobility, the mental state can be clearly restored to normal with the naked eye. Yes, this is the original self. Broken Bee opened his eyes again, only to feel that everything in the world in his eyes now became vivid, as if he was a highly myopic person without glasses in the past. Breathing has also become extremely smooth, air flows into the lungs, and there is a feeling of transparency throughout the body. Even though he is underground, he feels like he is in the clouds. Too easy. Without a trace of pressure or restraint, it seems that as long as he lifts his feet, he can fly, and swing his fists to shatter everything. Ryotsu's boundless confidence and exuberant vitality make Ryotsu unconsciously spill out of his body, but it does not cause any damage, just like wearing a blue robe made of colored flames. 35. It was at this time that Broken Bee noticed what she was wearing at the moment, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. In order to facilitate the treatment, I specially changed into an abnormally thin clothes before entering the body cultivating furnace. How thin is it? Not much more than a swimsuit. It may be due to the abnormal body temperature caused by the spiritual body correction surgery, which has greatly increased the amount of sweating, and this clothes are not as easy to use as swimwear, so don't look at me. Clothes? Where are my clothes? There. Guan Yue pointed to the center console, and Bumblebee's death pack was folded and placed on the nearest table. Call. It's not like, the speed of the sudden burst of Broken Bees easily caused a gust of wind. The blow made Guan Yue's temples and hair fly up. Soon, Broken Bee changed into his clothes, but he was still a little twisted. Well, it's nice and fits well. Guan Yue nodded again and again. Fit? What are you talking about? I just came here in this dress. Broken Bee subconsciously checked his clothes, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. This side height is a bit unfamiliar. I've grown taller. It should be said that it has become bigger. Guan Yue corrected. It did get bigger. Hearing what he said, Broken Bee again subconsciously put his hand on his chest and muttered. I didn't mean that. Turn around. Broken Bee glared at him in embarrassment. Guan Yue had no choice but to do so. Soon, he heard the girl's slightly surprised whisper. I said, senior sister, in fact, you don't need to care so much. With this level of change, people who are not familiar with it may not be able to see it. If you are willing, I can make targeted adjustments for you. Chapter 93. Crab. Broken Bee's pretty face blushed and snorted softly. What is this level of change? She is 6 centimeters taller. From 1.5 meters to 1.56 meters, is there a big change? There is also an overall undulating curve. Kankan has raised a dimension. Although you can still easily see your toes when you lower your head, at least in the eyes of others, you can already see obvious female characteristics. As for the targeted adjustment that Guan Yue said, I have to admit that I am a little moved. But she also has a certain self-esteem. Right now, this kind of change is clearly a secondary development that can be accepted with peace of mind, but if you really make targeted adjustments, that is, as a woman, only after admitting defeat will you think about saving it. 1. Wait, did you change this dress for me? Only then did the Broken Bee react. Your original clothes were too tight and definitely couldn't fit, so I changed it a little for you. Don't worry, I don't know your current physical data, after all, you are senior Broken Bee, and you won't change it again. How exaggerated it becomes, it's not difficult to roughly lock down a category. Guan Yue responded disapprovingly. 66:35. Broken Bee stared at the back of Guan Yue's head, gritted his teeth secretly, and wanted to punch him. Co-authoring in the eyes of this guy, that's what his upper limit is, right? She wished that the relationship between the two parties could be strangers, so that at least Guan Yue would say something nice out of the world. By the way, Senpai, your current Ryutsu has grown significantly compared to before. Bankai is no longer a problem for you. Do you want me to take you to the martial arts field to try? Guan Yue felt the need to help her find her original aspiration. I think it's feasible, let's go. Broken Bee coughed lightly and agreed as if nothing was wrong. Afterwards, Guan Yue took her to the special martial arts field of the 11th team. Walking through the corridor of the observation deck, Guan Yue greeted the surrounding team members who kept bowing and saying hello, and took the time to take the initiative to introduce, this is a special type of martial arts venue that I created. It is different from the normal practice venues. The worst combat environment. There are currently 3 martial arts fields like this, and each has a theme. The martial arts field in front of you is called the Steel Earth. The internal gravity is 3 times that of the outside world. There are only minerals and metal substances, and the hardness and density are far greater than that of the outside world. The normal state is convenient for the practice of more destructive tactics, chid. Triple gravity. Broken Bee looked at the barren land inside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At this time, many people were fighting inside. Although the venue is very large, each pick an area for a one-on-one duel, and it is not a problem to accommodate 20 or 30 groups, but these people are clearly fighting indiscriminately. In other words, they are all enemies except themselves. This mode of actual combat training itself is extremely risky, not to mention that it is carried out in an environment of triple gravity. The difficulty is so high that even her cultivator madman can see her eyelids jumping, speechless. But at the same time, also very hot. This place is very suitable for me to hone Shunpo. You do not say. The ubiquitous and powerful gravity is much better than pure weight training. No need to do it deliberately, just keep looking for people to fight. Over time, with the growth of actual combat skills and physical ability, Shunpo's attainments will also usher in a qualitative transformation due to the rising tide. Broken Bee unknowingly lay on the glass, his eyes glowing. Like a bear who saw honey. Guan Yue, can I come here to practice in the future? Even if you say you can't, don't you really not come? Guan Yue murmured in his heart. I plan to build 11 special-shaped martial arts fields. If Sister Broken Bee is willing, you can come and help me test the performance of the facilities. Having a captain-level Shinigami to help me should save a lot of time. Yeah. I'll definitely make time. You've already helped me a lot. It's not a big deal at all. Damn it, why is the second team built so far away? The first half is still normal, it is better to say that it is in the arms of Broken Bee. However, because it suits her too much, she feels strongly dissatisfied with the distance between the two teams. Just when Broken Bee was thinking about whether or not to follow the example of the 11th Division to rebuild the team building, and then move a little in the name, the melee training in the martial arts field also ended. A group of sweaty, bruised, brutish men who couldn't stand up were carried out by the medical team stationed in the 11th Division. How to deal with it, how to deal with it, the technique was very smooth, and the other team members who were watching the battle were not surprised. When it was first built in the early years, there were even some soldiers who were seriously injured and dying. If Guan Yue had not performed a wonderful rejuvenation with double hands, the grass on the graves would now be as tall as the bees. Compared to these examples, physical exhaustion is no big deal. But some of these people also stood up. "Hello, Captain." Tianbei Zaihuzu took the towel handed by his companion and was wiping his sweat when he saw Guan Yue hurriedly stand up straight. "Tianbei, you are leading the team for training today." Guan Yue nodded at him. "Yes, it's a surprise training for the team members who were relatively low in the last ranking match." Is this the captain's guest?" Tianbei replied immediately, and immediately noticed the Broken Bee standing beside Guan Yue with a puzzled expression. The second division has 3 seats, and is currently the sub-captain of the Threshold management team. Without waiting for Guan Yue's introduction, Broken Bee crisply reported on its own. "The second team? The Threshold team?" Tianbei's eyes changed slightly, and his tone became a little more solemn. "I am Tianbei's embroidery assistant, the third seat of the 11th team, please give me more advice. I've heard your name, and I watched the training process just now, but Guan Yue gave you a good shot and brought you to the 11th team. Broken Bee is also one of the insiders of the Xiaotalo incident. Tianbei does not know her, but she knows it well, especially since Guan Yue took office, many changes in the 11th team have been followed. The captain has done me a great favor, and I will smash myself to pieces in return." Tianbei Zaihuzu could hear her overtones and responded calmly. "There is no need to be so polite in the same 3 seats. Senior Sister Broken Bee is my old boss. In the future, Senior Sister Broken Bee will probably come over often. If I am not available for the time being, Tianbei, you will be in charge of the reception." Guan Yue spoke to ease the atmosphere. "Follow your orders. Then, Captain, I'll go and see how the other team members are doing." "Go." After Tianbei left, Broken Bee rolled his eyes and said, "What reception? You want to take the opportunity to let me guide your subordinates, right? There's no way, the only one I can ask is you, Senior, the other captains won't be so kind." Guan Yue shrugged. "The Broken Bee, which has undergone spiritual correction, will definitely reach a higher level in the future, and it is especially the Grandmaster killing technology. Having such a strong person serving as a mentor to the 11th Division team members will definitely make this group of fighters make great progress." Hearing this, Broken Bee said it was extremely useful. Finally regained some confidence. That's what she wanted to hear. Chapter 94. After a while, in the martial arts arena. "I temporarily turned off the gravity generator, you can start now, Senpai." Guan Yue deliberately kept a distance from Broken Bee so as not to interfere with her performance. "Call." Broken Bee sighed. His expression was full of determination. The results of 10 years of practice will be seen at this moment. There were also a large number of members of the 11th Division in the sightseeing corridor of the martial arts field, and they chatted very vigorously. "No way, this is the first female guest brought into the team house by the captain who is more terrifying than the devil, and she is also a former colleague, boss, subordinate and multiple relationships. Isn't the relationship quite deep? Moreover, after this change of Broken Bee, secondary development, the appearance value has also increased a lot. The foundation is good, but now the figure is a little better, and it is no longer a hindrance. This overall level is all of a sudden go up. Together with the young and the young, coupled with the deep friendship and intimacy, it is difficult for these reckless men not to be crooked. Of course. Either in front of Guan Yu or gossip behind his back. No one has the guts to do that. Right now, let's talk about it, but when you step out of the gate of the martial arts field, everyone will pretend to be deaf and dumb, as if nothing happened. Tianbei also turned a blind eye to this. Because he knew that Guan Yu knew very well that if he reported it, he would definitely be scolded. Just when everyone was chatting, they suddenly felt a powerful Ryotsu eruption. In an instant, there was silence. One by one, they stared at a spiritual beam of light rising into the sky in the martial arts field. After a while, a louder noise broke out. Is that Bankai? Captain level Ryotsu, you can't go wrong. It's no wonder that Captain Guan Yu personally received it. It seems to be helping an acquaintance to practice Bankai. I heard that the captain used to be the third seat of the 2nd division, and earlier was the captain of the 12th division, Urahara Kisuke, who had caused a lot of trouble, and now this is Miss Broken B. I know what you want to say, the 3 seats in the 2nd division are monsters. Your news is too late, this position has long been nicknamed Captain Candidate. Amazing, I don't know if I can become Bankai in my life. Right now, 7 or 8 captain positions are empty, and if you work hard, there is still hope. Forget it, I have hope that it will be hundreds of years later, but I think Tianbei Sangzi can give it a try. Not to mention, the strength of Tianbei's 3rd seat has improved too quickly. It is estimated that he has received a lot of guidance from the captain. Perhaps our 11th team will really have a captain. 35. While talking, everyone's eyes drifted to a certain person unconsciously. This topic ends here. Tianbeiziu helped calmly. Captain Guan Yu has given each of us the opportunity to change, and I am no exception, so I swore to my soul that I will fight to the death under the command of Captain Guan Yu, even if I train Bankai in the future, I will leave the 11th team. If you put this in other squads, some people would probably scoff at it, but if you put it in the 11th squad, it would be too much for the appetite of these rough guys. Some of the team members who were not convinced that he was in the 3rd seat could not help but respect him. Okay. I will also work hard to cultivate, try to train Bankai, and then continue to stay in the 11th division, so that other divisions can see the pride of my 11th division. Some clenched their fists and made up their minds. Oh, it sounds exciting, add me. Add me too. Although it is whimsical, but when you think of going on an expedition in the future, all the officers will use Bankai at the same time, the scene must be spectacular, right? It's better to say that this is the attitude of a combat squad. At the side, Tianbei Ziyasuk opened his mouth and stared at the dog. In the past, Captain Guan Yu said that these team members were all one-strands and could do everything with passion. Now he realizes that some of these people can't even do Shikai, and they are all ready to sprint towards Bankai. What kind of trouble is this? How can the word Bankai be so easy to talk about? After what they said, the dignified Zanpakutō tactics finally seemed to have become a goal that could be achieved as long as they were willing to work hard. Not good this. It's a good thing to work hard, but you can't be too ambitious. Just when Tianbei Ziyasuk was racking his brains on how to correct their wrong thoughts without pouring cold water on them, the light beam of the spiritual light in the martial arts field gradually dissipated. The figure of the broken bee appeared again. At this moment, her body still exuded the surging Ryotsu worthy of Bankai, causing the gravel on the surrounding ground to vibrate slightly. There are no changes in dress. Because the changes are all focused on Zanpakutō. The Zanpakutō Suzumibaki Shikai of Broken Bee has golden spikes in the finger sleeve style, while Bankai's cover suddenly expands dozens of times, occupying half of the body. Gold bottom and black border, the 2-meter-high heavy metal gun mount is fitted with the right arm, giving a visual impact that the arm itself has turned into a metal gun mount, and a cannonball is naturally loaded on the gun mount. However, in Guan Yue's view, this length and shape are more like missiles. Suzumibaki, Leikong Whip. 35. Broken Bee looked at the metal gun mount on her arm, her voice getting quieter and her expression getting stiffer. 0. Especially when she felt the untouched weight of the metal gun mount. Even more wanted to kill him. As soon as Guan Yu came over, she lowered her head and muttered to herself, I don't know why she always quizzes when she asks about Suzumibaki Bankai's abilities, so it's like this. Are you all right? Senpai. No, can I ask you to kill me with this thing? Senior sister, this is the end, you can only find a way to accept the reality. How do you want me to accept it? You can't hit the target with this thing in the future? What kind of assassination is this? And it's heavy, and neither the Shunpo and white hits that I'm proud of can use. I can't call it stealth maneuver anymore. 35. Broken Bee raised his head suddenly, tears flashing in his eyes, he was so excited that his voice was shaking, and his body was shaking. It makes people feel pity and also has the urge to laugh. Guan Yu pursed his lips tightly. I was afraid that I would accidentally laugh out loud and give the girl another blow to her already fragile soul. Don't be so pessimistic, Zanpakutō and Shinigami are in a symbiotic relationship, and its ability must be meaningful to the user, think about it, you really lack this kind of large-scale destruction ability. Guan Yu couldn't help raising his hand to touch the metal cannon on her arm as he spoke, his eyes filled with joy. Sister, let's discuss something, can you, Bankai, let me modify it for you. San. Chapter 95. Refit. Broken Bee was stunned, and the topic turned too abrupt. Aren't you dissatisfied with your Bankai? I can help you modify it to increase its firepower. The firepower is good, can you help me change this shape? Even if you take it off and put it on the ground. What do you mean by whatever? I have to tell you about that. Guan Yu's eyes widened, his expression extremely serious, and his aura suddenly rose. What does stealth maneuver do the most? It's an assassination. What is an assassination? It's a surprise attack to kill the target without their knowledge. Then you look at your Bankai. Hey wait, Broken Bee was stunned and watched Guan Yu unload the missile from the metal turret and fiddled with it back and forth in his hand, as if he was detecting something. After a while, 410 heard him say excitedly. The range is at least 4 kilometers, the flight speed should be 1/4 of the speed of sound, and the explosion radius should be more than 500 meters. Do you know what this means, Senpai? You stand 4 kilometers away and shoot at the target, isn't Riot's restrained attack before the explosion, without murderous intent, exactly what the assassination was after? 9. When the opponent reacts and wants to run, it will be difficult to escape the coverage of the explosion, and it will not be able to stop it. Is there a more perfect one-hit kill? No, no. The enemy's guards can't even find them. When it comes to you, you can even stay put and eat a dry meal before considering whether to retreat. Of course, the above benefits can only be said to be the basics of the basics. In my opinion, the biggest advantage of this Bankai is its shape. Mechanical, metal materials, turrets, missiles, this combat mode has the transformation potential that most Zanpakutō do not have, and the function and firepower can be improved, especially the firepower. The so-called caliber is justice, and firepower is the truth. In the past, all enemies can be vanished, so what's the entanglement? Assassin is trying to kill the enemy by any means, sticking too much to the traditional assassination mode and ignoring the more efficient way of fighting. Maybe this is a bit too much, but Sister Broken Bee, your perception is the biggest insult to the assassin. 66.99. Broken Bee looked suspicious of life. Could it be that he has grown arrogant from nowhere, so he has developed a prejudice against fighting methods that are different from traditional assassination methods? And this Bankai really has Guan Yu said so well? Senior sister, think about it, you will be the captain soon. Guan Yu gave the decisive blow with sincerity. The captain is going to the front line to fight the enemy head-on. Do you still expect to assassinate those powerful enemies that your subordinates can't solve? The most important thing in front-end combat is firepower. Impressed by you? Broken Bee woke up suddenly. That's right, I can't live up to your Yuaki-sama's expectations. The most accustomed way of fighting can be carried out by Shikai, and the value of Bankai lies in solving those hard bones that cannot be solved by normal means, and the two sets of fighting methods complement each other to maximize my strength. In this way, the firepower of Jakarake-ben, who can kill with one hit, becomes extremely critical. You finally figured it out. Guan Yu expressed great relief. Kid or mechanical? It's all superficial. He pursues firepower supremacy, performance efficiency is everything. That's all for the others. Broken Bee has such good plasticity, it's a pity not to join the fire god cult. But Guan Yu, can you help me dismantle it? I'm worried about ejecting myself when it's fired. Broken Bee made a request with an embarrassed face. No problem. Guan Yu readily agreed. What is this, a trivial matter? The next few days. This special type of martial arts field has basically become a special shooting range for Broken Bees. Many of the team members who were dissatisfied with Broken Bee's occupation of the martial arts field came here to see the rising mushroom cloud, and their complaints and opinions were quickly dispelled by the strong vibration and roar that followed. 90%. On a certain 10-meter-high giant rock block, Broken Bee raised his hand to block the oncoming storm, squinted at the mushroom cloud rising several kilometers away, and gave a calm evaluation for a while. Behind her stood a 3-meter-high golden gun mount. It is Jakarake-ben. Guan Yu initially remodeled its structure. First, it is separated from the Broken Bee, and then the volume is expanded, so that it has the ability to carry and launch larger yield shells. Just plug the Zanpakutō into the ground and proceed to Bankai. The turret will automatically build up and rise like a base vehicle in a certain Red War game, firmly anchored to the ground, and even create a foothold in the air like Shinigami if needed. However, Guan Yu has not been able to add this function yet. His current focus is mainly on enhancing the overall performance of the missile. Destruction is only one aspect. For ranged attacks, accuracy is very important. Therefore, the flight speed of the missile after launch should also be increased, and it cannot be easily detonated due to external interference, otherwise it is easy to accidentally injure itself and friendly forces. How about the effect of the new missile? Guan Yu suddenly appeared beside Broken Bee. Compared with the missile you gave me yesterday, the power has decreased, but the speed has increased significantly. This should not be the same missile, right? Broken Bee wondered. You actually see it? 39. Guan Yu smiled in surprise. That's right, it's not the same kind. Weapons, how can you simply increase the size, just like Zanpakutō, it's not the bigger the better. I think I originally designed a multifunctional missile that can switch modes according to needs, such as the fastest flight, or a concentrated penetrating type, as well as large area burning effects, and toxin pollution. However, it is too difficult for 0.3 to have multiple functions at the same time, so I produced missiles with different functions independently, and made a magazine, which will be installed on your turret, and then prepare a platform for you. You can stand on it and choose to reload missiles as appropriate. Does this mean my Bankai has to keep getting bigger? Broken Bee has a weird expression. Considering that there are plans to automatically assemble and increase the barrel in the future, I think it should be at least as big as the rock under our feet, right? It doesn't matter, anyway, as long as I know how to operate it. What about today's test item? There are test items, but senpai. Guan Yu said suspiciously. That's for your captain's exam today, shouldn't you forget? 66, 99. Broken Bee's expression froze. Chapter 96. This time the captain's exam was placed on the roof of the research tower of the 12th Division. In the process of riding the elevator, Broken Bee touched his chest and muttered uncomfortably, "Isn't this really cheating?" 99. Even after my modification, you can prepare the bullets in advance, so that you will not temporarily consume a lot of Ryotsu to generate, and because of the dismantling and separation, the launching process will not consume a lot of physical energy. 99. Guan Yue, who switched from researcher mode to Shinigami mode, reluctantly said. But senpai, you use Bankai a lot these days. For you who are new to Bankai, the burden is still very big. Based on your previous state, I don't trust you to use the test items I prepared for your exam today. And you don't have to have a psychological burden. The spiritual embryo implanted in your locks and sleep can only help you quickly recover Ryotsu and get back to the best state, and you don't need to think about anything else. 95. This thing must be very precious, right? Remember to remove 28 for me when the exam is over. Broken Bee hesitated for a while. It's very precious. I'm going to use it to reward the elites of the 11th team. It's a part of the team's exclusive benefits. You don't have to feel bad about it, senpai. The spiritual child will absorb the growth of host's Ryotsu, and wait for it to grow completely. Cheng, even if you don't say anything, senpai, I will discuss it with you and take it back. Guan Yu speaks very bluntly. Hearing this, Broken Bee rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, "Sure enough, I know that you are not a good person. This is nothing to do with lending money to someone else to make a fortune, and finally recovering the principal with some of the other party's assets after making a fortune. The difference? Why doesn't it make a difference? According to you, senior, I am an angel investor. Without me lending them money, it would be difficult for them to make a fortune, not to mention that they are still rich when they take part of the proceeds in the end." Guan Yu feels very innocent. Although the old Nonggong spiritual embryo that he has worked so hard to study is an imitation of Yhwach's sanctification, but in the end, what he takes back is only the grown spiritual embryo, not the other party's full ability. Borrow chickens to lay eggs. Yhwach is the real capitalist. Everything you earn with the money I give you is my income, so when I need it, I can get it all back. I don't give you half a cent. If you have the ability, you can hide some private money by yourself, and if you don't have the ability, you will starve to death. As expected of an old antique that has lived for thousands of years, the smell of this landlord's old wealth is not too strong. In contrast, Guan Yu, as a new generation capitalist, will still leave roots for leaks to some extent. Of course, it can't be said that the friend Habich doesn't understand the truth of sustainable development. After all, he has to do a big job and spend his money on everything. There are countless similar examples in the world. After a few minutes, the two came to the rooftop. As soon as the door opened, the unique cold air from the sky roared, trying to wash away the temperature of everyone. After all, it is a tower-shaped building, and the roof is not large, about 1,000 square meters. Perhaps in order to facilitate the captain's examination, he specially ordered someone to clean it up. It looked very empty, with only a few figures and 2 white stone pillars in sight. You can count it. Although the scenery here is good, it is cold enough. Speaking of which, it is almost the snow season, everyone remember to add clothes. 99. Kurako Shunsui couldn't help joking when he saw today's protagonist appear. Regent Jaka won't let this old man freeze. Your bones are too weak, especially Shiro. It is rare to get better. You should stay in the team building and take care of the piled-up official duties. Yamamoto Yuanyujai stood on the edge of the roof, and the cold wind blew his robes wildly, but he stood here like a sacred mountain that was bigger than the research tower under his feet. Behind the vigorous and powerful words is a burning aura that cannot be extinguished. Drive away the few coldness from everyone. Well, being the chief judge of the captain's exam is also part of the team's affairs. I think so. There are not many captains who can come forward now, so I can't always trouble others. Jaishur Yukatake is always a good man, and his integrity is too strong to refute. Besides, Suk. No, Captain Eisen took over the 5th Division yesterday. It was the busiest time, so it's better not to burden him. Even I don't really want to participate in this kind of activity, I just came here after hearing that there are some interesting tricks. Kurako Shunsui muttered softly. Then came the sharp gaze of the commander-in-chief, and hurriedly shut up and pretended to look at the scenery. Okay, stop talking. Yamamoto Yuanyujai went straight to the point. Today's captain's exam is held here for some special reasons, and Nii Sangzi has also prepared the things mentioned in the previous report. If there are no other requirements, let's start. Let me see what Captain Guan Yue recommended. Talent, whether its ability is worthy of the captain's position. 99. Yes. 35. Broken Bee looked solemn, strode forward and stood still. On the other side, Guan Yue also came to the 2 awkward white stone pillars and activated the kid spell to activate them. Bang Kai! The golden Ryotsu rose into the sky, dispelling the heavy clouds in the sky. The unsightly Uzumaki air wave was defeated by the wave of the broken bee. The posture behind Bankai is clearly presented in front of everyone. 410. The eyes of Yamamoto Yuanyujai, Kirikou, and Jushiro immediately fell on the cool golden cannon behind her. Ah, this! 9. Kurako Shunsui had a weird expression. Although Zanpakutō has a variety of strange shapes after its liberation, in the final analysis, it will not break away from the category of cold weapons, but the 3-meter-high gun mount and the 1-person-high missile mounted on the semi-open barrel are all firearms. Spotting the subtle meaning in everyone's eyes, Shibi's face didn't change. She was used to being surrounded by a group of people from the 11th Division these days. She also knows that many people look at their Bankai with strange eyes, but after watching the entire launch, those eyes will eventually turn into horror. This makes the broken bee more and more convinced that Guan Yue's theory is correct. The world is ignorant and the idea lacks flexibility, so we need something shocking to break the inherent thinking and discover more possibilities. Only in this way can we go further. Future. It's done. At this time, Guan Yue gave a thumbs up to the broken bee. I saw a gate leading to the broken realm built between the 2 stone pillars, and another bizarre world scene could be clearly seen from the outside. Seeing this, Broken Bee understood, and snapped her fingers very hacky. The next moment, the huge cannon behind him roared. Chapter 97. Boom! The terrifying flames erupted from the missile swept over most of the rooftops. Fortunately, everyone was not standing behind, otherwise they would inevitably be burned with a black face. The powerful reaction force makes the base of the cannon sink deep into the floor tiles. Fixed 2 dead. The impact spread even further, and the entire research tower was shaking slightly. For the members of the 12th Division inside, it was like an earthquake. The missile flies out, and the propulsion is doubled or tripled based on every 0.1 second. The flames at the rear suddenly increased greatly, and the orange fire became white and dazzling, and even the thick black smoke of gunpowder was covered by the light. This moment, rather than the shaking of Ryotsu itself, Shinigami in the surrounding districts was more attracted by the dazzling sun-like thing rising from the top of the research tower. But soon the light disappeared. Because the missile flew into the portal to the broken realm. The so-called boundary is a space where several layers of cut-off space overlap and are surrounded by the torrent of time. The inner world is weird, with mountains that look like they've been cooked and poured with mud that's also cooked, and ground that looks like creme brulee and turns out to be hard when you step on it. Looking up, you may see a sky as colorful as a canvas of children's doodles, or a dark torrent. Although there is no celestial body such as the sun emitting light, everyone can clearly see everything that happens in the boundary from the outside of the door. Even the other end of the portal is not on the ground, but at least a few hundred meters in the sky, so it provides a very wide field of vision, and you can see the effect of the missile after it hits the ground. Of course, it wasn't all about Bro B's test scores, and Guan Yue himself was curious about the performance of the test items. It didn't take long for the distant missile to fall to the ground like a meteor. At first there was a flash of light, and then it swelled wildly. The brightness also continued to rise, and everyone couldn't help but narrow their eyes, which was really too dazzling. It's really like a sun rising from the surface. Although the distance is more than tens of kilometers at least, and the transmission of sound and impact still takes some time to arrive, as Shinigami, they are most concerned about destructive power. The Ryotsu fluctuations generated during this short explosion can be described as terrifying, and the bipolar spear, which is said to have the attack power of millions of Zanpakutō, must be at least dozens of times more comparable to it. Just as everyone was shocked, that round of the sun actually began to shrink, the smaller it became, and then it fell deeply into the ground and disappeared. No, not gone. Through that pit, everyone could vaguely see the situation of another world. Bad. Guan Yu's mouth twitched slightly. What's the matter? 35. Broken Bee, who was waiting to watch the fireworks, wondered. Others looked over in confusion. Guan Yue touched his chin and said, "This missile is my special gravity bomb. It can condense all the power of the explosion into one point, forming a twisted uzumaki similar to a black hole, rolling up everything around it and smashing it." 99. I thought it might affect the space-time stability of the Soul Society, so I applied to the Commander-in-Chief to use the boundary, but now it seems that because the space-time of the boundary itself is not stable, the extremely constricted gravitational bomb penetrated the space, invaded from Hueco Mundo into the world like a virtual. What? Broken Bee's pretty face was as pale as paper. You must know that even Shinigami, who is above the vice-captain, had to seal 4/5 of Ryotsu when he entered the world, so as not to bring unnecessary influence to the people of this world, but this was a good thing. In Bankai's stance, he released a huge destructive power. As soon as it hits the world, I don't know how many people will be involved. Captain Guan Yue. This is no joke. Kurako Shunsui couldn't sit still. Jushiro's face was blue, and he looked like he was in urgent need of quick-acting heart pills. Guan Yue. Yamamoto Yuanyujai frowned, and the eyes that had been squinting widened. Don't worry. Guan Yue waved his hand and hurriedly fed them a reassurance pill. At the beginning of the design, I have considered the possibility of accidentally injuring myself or allies with too much power, so I added a safety mechanism to each missile. When the launch fails, it will be transferred in space and landed in a place where no one is present. Go. 35. In order to prove his words, he took out the tablet machine and operated it, and then projected a pair of spiritual light curtains. Everyone didn't know what trick he used, but the light curtain could show the world scene that can usually only be observed in the auditorium, and the angle of view was constantly zooming from the distant sky, as if there was an eye outside the planet's atmosphere that was quietly peeping at the Earth. As the zoom continued, the missing missile was quickly found. To be precise, the traces it left behind were found. In a piece of land called Siberia, there is a meteorite impact crater with a span of about 50 meters. The surrounding 30 kilometers are covered with scorched earth after the fire, and beyond that, thousands of square kilometers of forests lie down in all directions. Everyone was speechless for a while looking at this tragic scene. On the one hand, he was shocked by the terrifying effect of the combination of Bankai and Guan Yue's technological prowess, and on the other hand, he was glad that the blow did not fall in a densely populated city. Was the balance of the gravitational field broken when the penetrated the space? Instead of continuous restraint, the force was released in a more extreme way, so only such a small pit was left, but the affected area was relatively larger some. It seems that the design of the incendiary bomb needs to be reconsidered. The lethality efficiency of a simple radioactive attack is relatively low, but the high heat still needs to be enhanced. Why are you looking at me like this? Guan Yue is also taking a hard look at the experimental results and conducting a coherent analysis. Suddenly, something was not right, and when he turned his head to look, he found that Shuobi, Jingle, and Jushiro were looking at him with horror, while Old Man Shan had a black face, and his body was constantly exuding low air pressure. Idiot! Even if it didn't cause casualties, it still has a great impact on the world. You are forbidden to study such dangerous things in the future. There are also 3 seats for broken bees. Yes. The broken bee wants to cry but has no tears. Playing big now. You passed the captain's exam, but you are not allowed to use Bankai in Soul Society in the future. The old man's decision made the broken bees half happy and half worried. Mods. She tried to explain in a low voice, that Commander-in-Chief, the shells studied by Guan Yue are not all so dangerous. Shut up. I don't want to see you destroy the Soul Society with your enemies in order to protect the Soul Society. Destroy Soul Society? This is too exaggerated. No, you are wrong, Broken Bee, as long as the equivalent is up, I can easily destroy Soul Society in a more efficient way than this. Is this the mouth? Is this the mouth that preaches the theory of danger in front of me, the captain of the sanctuary team? Guan Yue. Stop and don't run. Watching the bees chasing Guan Yue, Kurako Shunsui took off his straw hat and said worriedly, if this goes on, one day when I take a nap, I might just open my eyes and find myself being blown away. If you have time to worry about these, don't hurry back and deal with the team. Yamamoto Yuanyujai got angry and stabbed him in the waist with a cane. Really, none of them could make the old man feel at ease. Chapter 98. The fact that Broken Bee became the captain seems to have become a clarion call for the outbreak of the power of the new generation. A few months later, Aizen recommended Tosen Kaname, the former senior officer of the 9th Division, as the captain of the 9th Division. Guan Yue did not attend, but Tosen showed a sense of justice and basic combat power with Bankai. With the approval of the 4 reviewers, he successfully took the position of captain. Of the 8 captain positions that were originally vacant, only 5 were left at once. Half a year later, a new winter is coming. Yamamoto Yuanyujai, an old man with a fiery temperament, also personally took action, recruiting a talent with captain-level strength to fill the vacancy of the 7th team, that is Komamura Seijin. In the same month, Kuroashi Mayuri went to the captain and recommended himself. Although his temperament was very different, for the sake of being a few scientific talents and master Bankai, the old man pinched his nose to find a few captains and barely let him pass the test. However, on the day that Kuratsuka Mayuri took office, Guan Yue went to the headquarters of the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th Division with his sincere wishes, and then left in high spirits with a cart of unknown goods. But according to the 410 gossip from a passing team member at the time, Kuratsuka Mayuri turned around and scolded someone. Scientists are the best at doing business, and businessmen are the best at doing research. Due to the later disappearance of the team member, the curious couldn't find anyone and finally let it go. Broken Bee, Aizen, Tosen, Kashiwamura, Kuroashi Mayuri. The top 5 filled most of the gaps in Godi I-13 at once. Only 3, 6, and 10 squads remained. It's a bit ridiculous to say that the 10th Division team has not changed since the departure of Hiroko Shinji's group of captains, and they will not fall into the predicament that other divisions are overwhelmed, and they have always been orderly. Because they are used to the days without a captain. Originally, Yamamoto Yuanyujai wanted to hand over the 10th Division to Guan Yue. After all, the 10th Division was a patrol and garrison. It belonged to the kind that would go to the top immediately when a war broke out, and report it later. A commander like Guan Yue, who has an overall view, is stable yet decisive, and has strong adaptability. In the end, Guan Yue took the initiative to knock out the Ghost Rock City, and his butt was on the head of the 11th team. At this point, Yamamoto Yuanyujai is not in a hurry. Since the 10th team can take care of itself, let's continue to wait. Let's fill in the gaps between the 3rd and 6th teams first. So. On the terrace of the Tianj Pavilion on Xiaodalu, Guan Yu was lying on a chair, with a canopy over his head covering the falling snow, and a maid waiting by his hand, presenting him the food and drink he wanted from time to time. And he himself either narrowed his eyes and took a nap, or admired the snow scene outside the red fence, and he really didn't have a very comfortable life. But in this world, there are always guys who don't understand the style, jumping out and destroying others when they are comfortable. Guan Yu-kun, there was a Shinigami who said he was looking for you. I asked him to come in, but he insisted on waiting for you outside. A young woman with a thick and elegant robe and a hair of G-style walked over slowly, her slightly whitewashed face full of strange colors. When the next person came to report, he came to visit himself as the head of the Xiaodalu family, but he didn't expect to come to Guan Yu as a guest. And it doesn't seem to have come with any kind of friendly intentions. Outside. Guan Yu glanced at the large buildings wrapped in silver outside in surprise. Just himself. It is like Arrancar's constitution is not afraid of cold and high temperature, so in this weather, you can enjoy the snow scenery leisurely, and the cold wind blowing is pure as a facial massage for yourself. But who is a normal Shinigami who would go out to visit friends in this weather? What's more, just find someone, even if they don't want to enter. What are you trying to do? This Ryotsu. Let go of perception and search carefully for a while. Guan Yu raised his brows involuntarily, quickly sorted out the whole story, sighed involuntarily, and got up from the reclining chair reluctantly. The commander-in-chief is too. I was asked to do things for them at the beginning, and now I want to clean up their mess after that, but forget it, after all, it was a promise I made myself. Guan Yu-kun, are you going out now? Qiandianqing Palace on Xia Road asked hesitantly. In fact, what she wanted to ask was, will you come back later? Because he couldn't put the battlefield in your home, he probably didn't want to involve other nobles, so he insisted on waiting at the door. I could wait until the snow stopped before going out, but that would be an insult to Kukaki's name. Guan Yu tidied up his collar, then took the Captain Yuri, who was respectfully handed over by the maid next to him, and threw it on his shoulders, with a seemingly casual tone, but a serious expression. What's more, I asked him to come to me at the beginning, but now they have come to me with enough awareness, and it's not good if they don't respond well. Slap, step on the red bar with one foot. Guan Yu seemed to remember something and turned to the woman and said, I've finished the tea you gave me before, can you get me some more? Of course. There's a lot more in the warehouse. Qiandianqing Palace nodded stunned. Okay, I'll come back and get it after I've dealt with it later. 35. As soon as the voice fell, Guan Yu disappeared without a trace. Master Lord, it's cold outside, please go back to the house. The maid whispered. However, it was rejected by Qiandianqing Palace. Why can't he sit here for so long as a concubine? 55. Superscript 16, 99. The maid shut up, she wanted to say it was Shinigami, well, it's weird for Shinigami to do that, anyway, you're the head of the house and you're right. The maid was silent, and Qiandianqing Palace seemed to realize that she was talking nonsense, or that the other party absolutely did not understand her own thoughts, so she turned around and returned to her own warm environment with a lonely look. On the other side, in front of the mountain gate of Xiaodalu's house, Guan Yu stood at the highest point, looking at the unusually abrupt black figure below the long and steep stairs. 7 or 8 years. With your character, you can endure not coming to me for so long. You must have contributed a lot to your Excellency Yinling and your wife. Now that your Excellency Yinling has only been gone for a year, can't you wait? Kukaki ringing the river. The Shinigami found at this time is Kukaki Kyukawa, who is currently the 3rd seat of the 6th division. As early as a few years ago, when Guan Yu was still serving as the sub-team leader of the 2nd division team, he faced each other with swords. However, Due to the poor compatibility, Kukaki Xianghe, who was obviously stronger than ordinary captains, did not fight back. Force, by Guan Yue at Kukaki's house, took Bankai in front of the elders. Although in the eyes of Kukaki Yinling and Yamamoto Yuanyuzhai, this is to allow Kukaki Xianghe to grow up and not be targeted by the 46 rooms, but Kukaki Xianghe has a straight and irritable temperament, and he himself will definitely not put Guan Yue regarded it as his benefactor. Chapter 99. Over the past few years, the two sides have not even seen each other. Even if Guan Yue visited Kukaki's house occasionally, he never saw Kukaki Xianghe. I don't know if I moved out or what, but I didn't care too much anyway. Because Guan Yue knows that this man will be found sooner or later. When you left Kukaki's house, I asked you how you would return Muramasa dash. Kukaki Xianghe raised his head, and although he looked up, he uncharacteristically showed a strong vigor, his eyes were piercing, and he looked directly at Guan Yu's fiery red eyes that were exceptionally bright under the snow. And your answer is, as long as I can hurt you with kid. Now that you are no longer the sub-captain of the Gilai team, is your promise still valid? Or, is my Bankai still in your hands? 5. Of course, I always have a beginning and an end in what I do. Guan Yue didn't hesitate. Well. Kukaki Xianghe pulled out Zanpakutō, pointed at Guan Yue at the top of the stairs, and said firmly. Today I will take back my Bankai with dignity. Are you sure you want today? In my opinion, you are still far away. Maybe, but you're wrong about one thing, can't wait, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do as a member of the Kukaki family. Become the captain of the 6th division. Guan Yue asked rhetorically. Kukaki Xianghe closed his eyes and said slowly. Maybe in the eyes of you or even more people, without Lord Yinling and Mr. King Chun, I can take advantage of the power of Byakuya's young master Kukaki's family, and then take the seat of the captain of the 6th division, and become a famous person. Big shot. Actually, it's not wrong for me to do these things. I've thought a lot over the past few years, some things I can't figure out, and some things I've already figured out. I probably really can't become what Your Excellency Yinling expects, but I will never watch the Kukaki family. Decay 9. The 6th division is a noble division, and only members of the Kukaki family, the first of the 4 noble families, can serve as captains. If it is left vacant, the Kukaki family's position in the aristocracy will be shaken, but now only I can stand up and protect this reputation is no longer in the dust. 99. This is both my duty and my mission, even if I die in your hands, I must come and try to retake Bankai from you, sit on the seat of the 6th division captain, and become Kukaki after Lord Yinling. The new pillar of the home. Until Byakuya grows up, then I will hand this seat back to him. In these words, there was not a trace of pride or publicity that could take advantage of the opportunity, nor was there a hint of impassioned, very calm. It is so calm that it is chilling, like a pilgrim, as long as you can achieve the belief you hold in your heart, it is enough to pay any price. I see. Guan Yue felt his unyielding awareness. You have indeed changed a lot in the past few years. Although you are still so stubborn, you finally understand the good intentions of Your Excellency Yinling. Accepting it or not is one thing, and being able to understand this is a great improvement. The silver bell of Kukaki is still there, and he is probably willing to use the position of captain to further hone you. But it's not that easy to get Bankai back from me. The more you talk, the stronger your belief, the more serious I will deal with it, so before you start, you still have a chance to go back. If I go back now, it will really destroy my body and mind. In contrast, I am more willing to face you, because you may not be able to do it. 35. Had S78th, Zanhua Wheel. Kukaki Xianghe opened his eyes, and his voice suddenly changed from calm to excited, waving Zanpakutō in his hand, and slashing out a kid slash that was about 6 meters long and resembled the pressure of a sword. Purple-red knife light came oncoming. Guan Yu had no expression on his face, grabbed the Captain Yuri on his shoulders, and threw it out like a weapon. With a whipping action like a long whip, this powerful high-level head was forcibly scattered. Seeing this scene, Kukaki Xianghe also frowned secretly. Before I came, I had imagined the battle process, and I had calculated it hundreds of times in my mind, and I knew that things would not unfold as smoothly as I expected, but the opponent actually did not play their cards according to common sense. You don't have to hide it, don't worry about the gate behind me and the surrounding buildings, just use it to your heart's content. This is not a battle, this is a test for you, so I will not hide or draw a sword. Guan Yu showed a warm smile. I can't guarantee other means, I will follow Kid's words. 66. Knowing it was a provocation, but Kukaki Xianghe still ate it in his stomach, just like Guan Yu said, this is not a battle, so the things that need to be scrutinized in a normal battle don't have to be in your heart, this ensuing anger only will inspire more power. Chapter 100. A red pillar of fire, reminiscent of the apocalypse, swept across the sky, as if in the universe beyond the stars there was a giant wielding a purgatory blade against the atmosphere. Chopping wind and waves, unstoppable. The thick and gloomy snow cloud above his head instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky for several kilometers was really empty. The snow cloud first turned into a large amount of water and rose, and then was evaporated by the high temperature, and it failed to form rain and fell, leaving only a little mist like a cloud of smoke. Straws of golden light pierced through the mist, like the light Madara through the leaves falling under the shade of the trees. Although it is not like a dream, but to see such a scene in the winter when the snow is fluttering, it must be said that it is quite inspiring. But, these people don't want to include Kukaki Xianghe. Have you lost? The young man with the broken arm stared up at the sky, and the Zanpakutō in his hand fell down weakly. The one-shot cremation of 410 with all his strength did not work. The other party used an unknown method to transfer the broken arm offered as a sacrifice to an altitude of several thousand meters, so the blade of purgatory, which should have risen from the ground and cut off all the filth, was cut into the air in the true sense. Do not! Guan Yu suddenly made a noise and spread out his right hand. You passed! Kukaki Hikari's pupils shrank. Looking at the obvious burn marks on Guan Yu's palm, his face became more and more gloomy. You did that on purpose? How to say it well? Guan Yu put down his hands and smiled lightly. Head on the 96th is still too out of line. If you don't use your hands to restrain it, it will be difficult for Gongyi transportation to transfer the power that is about to explode in time. If something goes wrong, I don't care. Self-protection is not a problem, but the door behind you is difficult to say. Anyway, I'm also a guest, and it goes against the etiquette for the host to suffer losses. 9. I don't need your mercy. Kukaki Xianghe glared at Guan Yu. Alchemy? If you cut off the target for cultivation, would you say this to the target? Guan Yu sneered, his eyes became extremely cold. It seems to be able to penetrate the heart directly. With one look, the anger in Kukaki Xianghe's heart was extinguished. You still haven't figured it out, this is a trial, not a battle, and there are rules for trials. I deliberately stood on the spot and deliberately did not fight back, just to let you understand one thing, you are not fighting a powerful opponent, but showing your cultivation achievements. The reason why this rule was made at the beginning was not because I looked down on you, nor because the strength gap between us was so big that I had to let go of water to this point, but I wanted to see, in order to hurt me, such a for the little things of irony, how far are you willing to do it? 39. Is it enough to give up the arm? Not enough, just mere bravery. Is it enough to use tactics and props? However, it's just mere resourcefulness. These are all things you once had. Not what Kukaki Silver Bell wants you to have, and not what I want to see. People will always talk about the words whatever and unscrupulous, but most people often choose to sacrifice the interests of others to achieve their goals. You can see from the position where you are standing now that you are mentally prepared to be hit hard by your own tactics. You can also use the tactics just now to keep a distance, but you are so close, in order to reduce my defensiveness and improve the success rate. This shouldn't be a countermeasure that you came up with in a day or two. Even if it was impulsive at the beginning, but you have not abandoned this idea for a long time, and finally applied it to practice, then this is not an impulse, but an awareness. Guan Yu looked at the dazed Kukaki Xianghe, his eyes softened, and he looked at the beautiful scenery woven by the sun behind him, and sighed. Enlightenment is a very painful emotion that requires a strong heart to carry it. Muramasa's Zanpakutō's mental ability is exceptionally outstanding. You are too reliant on your own Zanpakutō, which has led to your lack of tempering in this area. Therefore, at the request of Kukaki Yinling and the Commander-in-Chief, I will give you a trial. Now I see in you the awareness that even life and death can be put aside, it proves that you finally have a strong heart, then I have no reason to continue to embarrass you. Captain and Your Excellency Yinling. Hearing the two elders mentioned by Guan Yu, Kukaki Xianghe showed an expression of disbelief. In an instant, everything became clear. Unfortunately, like you, I am also a person who pays attention to task efficiency. Guan Yu took out the crystal condensed by Muramasa that was sealed and threw it out. Compared to being obsessed with the superficial task process, grasping the crux of the problem and finding a way to complete it is what smart people should do, so there is no such thing as charity. You have completed the task, I will return the things to you, that's all. 35. Kukaki Xianghe subconsciously caught the crystal. Before he could take a closer look, the crystal shattered automatically. Then, a gloomy man in a white cloak appeared. The sound of the river. Muramasa was confused at first, and when he saw the master beside him, his expression changed dramatically. Your hands. Kukaki Hikari lost an arm, and with the familiar enemy standing in front of him, it was hard for the villager who just got out of trouble not to have some misunderstandings. Calm down, Muramasa. 55. Sensing the hostility of the village towards Guan Yu, Kukaki gave a low voice. I did it myself, it has nothing to do with Captain Guan Yu. 66.99. Muzheng gritted his teeth, carefully supported his master, and stared at Guan Yu coldly, regardless of what happened in the period before he got out of trouble, but in the final analysis, these things were caused by the other party. Couldn't dispel this grudge in my heart. Guan Yu was about to turn around and return to the mansion when he suddenly remembered something and said. You seem to be asking me again if I put water on purpose, right? Now I can answer you, yes. The reason I have just told you, if you still find it difficult to let go, then you might as well think about what you have been pursuing in the past. After all, walk away. Watching the door slam shut, completely blocking his back. 0.3. Kukaki Xianghe fell into contemplation. At this moment, he recalled the pain of not being understood, and the confusion caused by the reprimand. I also understood the deep meaning behind Guan Yu's remarks. What I have been pursuing in the past is nothing more than. Agree. Poof. Ranging river. Seeing the master kneeling on one knee and leaning on Zanpakutō, as if he was about to be unable to hold on because of the severe injury, Muramasa suddenly became anxious. It's okay, just a little emotional. There's too much bleeding, and it needs to be dealt with immediately, but your hand is afraid. Hand? My hand, hasn't it come back? 66.99. Hearing this, Muramasa was stunned. Kukaki Xianghe turned pale and looked at him with a sincere smile. Welcome back, Muramasa. Chapter 101. A week later, Kukaki Hikari, who recovered from his injury, officially took over as the captain of the 6th Division. Inside the 6th Division, they were both curious and worried about the situation of the veteran third seat who suddenly lost an arm, but he did not mind the hearty response, saying that it was to gain more strength and to be better able to be the captain. The necessary price to pay. And many officers and troopers who knew about Kukaki Xianghe's temperament felt from the bottom of their hearts that this man had indeed undergone an unknown transformation after coming into contact with him. Become unfamiliar. It has also become more stable and reliable. The bad effects brought by the departure of the captain and vice-captain of the 6th Division not only stopped there, but also improved to a degree that was visible to the naked eye. Leaving aside the revival of the morale of the 6th Division, the 11th Division team also welcomed a new batch of apprentices. Among them, there were 2 thorns. First, they blasted a group of competitors for the apprenticeship interview qualification outside the city. The interview process was also restless, and they almost fought with the assessor. 28. Although he is an apprentice, his reputation is not small. Regardless of the same batch of apprentices, even many veteran team members heard that there were 2 high-level thorns this year. This is amazing. Today's 11th Division is not comparable to the chaotic den of thieves in the past. Basically, it adopts militarized management, and it will not be soft-hearted when it comes to thorns. Is this the strongest squad in GODI 13? It has a lot of rules, but its strength is not that great. An open-air training ground. A bald-headed youth with phoenix eyes sat in the corner, embraced the sealed state, and looked at the apprentice not far away with disdain. We are completely isolated. Next to him, leaning against the fence, the handsome and feminine young man said with a smile. It doesn't matter, I'm looking for that man to fight again. I don't care what these guys think of me. Even if they come to please me now, I won't be happy. 35. But on the other hand, if you do this, you may be kicked out before that Zaraki appears. After all, you beat the instructor so badly that it will make some people's faces unbearable. Instructor? Madarame Ikeku pouted. I admit that he's a bit of a skill, just beat him to a bruise and didn't pass out on the spot, which has surprised me. It's okay to train the beginners who come in with us, but I'm a little bit short of training. Besides, I didn't mess around much, and the rules were well followed. That guy also saw that I didn't show respect to him like other people, so he asked me to come out and fight him, and wanted to take me. Li Wei, I'm just responding to his challenge. If someone with a higher status than that guy sees me upset, you can come and teach me a lesson, as long as you can beat me to the ground, let alone drive me away, even if I clean the toilet and then get out of the city gate. Question. But I'll still come back, because that man's name is Zaraki Kenpeki, isn't Kenpeki the boss here? He'll find him, all I have to do is wait here. Yasukawa Yumichika curled the ends of his hair with his fingers and asked with interest. Isn't it okay to wait outside? Why do you have to be Shinigami, and you shouldn't be interested in protecting the world? Oh, isn't that obvious? 35. Madarame Ikeku sneered, his eyes flashing with a strong fighting intent. Don't forget what I did before I met that man. Fighting is my daily life. I know very well that even if I meet again now, I may not be the opponent of that guy. In this case, the powerful characters in the 11th chapter of Crazy Get Together have practiced their skills. I thought I had discovered some amazing genius, but it turned out to be just an ignorant madman. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from above. 99. 99. In one corner, Gongqin's pupils shrank, and suddenly left the wall. When they followed the sound, they saw a slender figure appeared on the wall at some point. An ordinary death tyrant outfit. With blue-green shoulder-length hair, he looks very young, and has a feminine temperament similar to Gongqin, but he is taller, and it feels like being stared at by some kind of cold-blooded creature. When a corner smacked his tongue secretly, narrowed his eyes, and revealed a provocative smile. If you want to speak, come out generously, and hide and eavesdrop on the side. Only a coward would do this. Eavesdropping. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly as he sneered. I've been standing here since you slammed the rules here a lot, and you can just look up and see, but why didn't you do that? Sorry, it was my mistake. Don't expect you who haven't done the next stage of training to notice my presence, but that's even more strange. Why are you sitting here chatting without going to training? No need to answer, I'm here to tell you, because too, like I said just now, they're just ignorant madmen. 6699. The bow is okay, but I can't stand it in one corner. The bright forehead burst into blue veins, the corners of the eyes twitched wildly, and the smile became very terrifying. So that's what it is, it seems that you are here to stand up for the subordinates who were beaten up by me yesterday? Let's ask your name first, lest I don't know who I beat up again in the future. By Toby Osh, 5th seat of the 11. The man unhurriedly pulled out Zanpakutō, a coldness flashed in his eyes. It's your instructor for the next stage of training. The 5th seat? Instructor? It seems that he has finally brought out a guy with some weight. One corner gradually became excited, and the ryotsu on his body also surged with his emotions, like a roar from a beast, which suddenly alarmed all the apprentices around. If you are knocked down, will the next one be the 4th seat? If you knock down the 4th seat, will it be the 3rd seat? If you can defeat your captain before that guy comes up, the expression on that guy's face will probably change. Wonderful, right? Defeat the captain. Yu Xiao Yusu's expression was stagnant, he stared at him for a while, and his brows jumped from one corner, but he felt that his whole body was unnatural. When he was about to question, he sighed and put Zanpakutō into the scabbard. Hey, what are you doing? Stop fighting! A corner frowned and shouted. No, I'm just further aware of your ignorance. According to my judgment, there is no need to draw a knife against you, that's all. Yatoriox's tone was light, but for some reason, Yu Jiao and Gongjin felt shivering. Tisk, stop talking nonsense. Take it. Not wanting to continue wasting energy and entanglement with negative emotions, he sprinted towards Yatorioxu on the wall with a corner, and cut him off with a clean knife. Chapter 102. A few minutes later, the infirmary. Lying on the hospital bed in one corner, wrapped in bandages, he looked like a mummy. Alive? A corner. Gongqin came over with a water cup. Not only did he not worry about his friend, but instead had a gloating smile on his face. Gong kiss you actually admit defeat without even fighting. Staring at him from a corner, as if looking at a traitor, his teeth itch with anger. Don't be so excited, the wound will burst again. Gongqin sat down and immediately spread his hands and explained. If you can't even hold on for a minute, what can I do? Of course, if you are going to die, I will definitely avenge you, but aren't you dead yet? It's not as comfortable as death, that damn green-haired BD really dares to do that. Thinking of being restrained by Kid on purpose and then frantically tortured with a series of tricks such as flames and electric shocks, but the strength was just right, the pain was far greater than the injury itself, and in the end, I just fainted. In one corner, I can't wait to jump up from the hospital bed with a knife and fight the opponent for 300 rounds. Damn, does that mean that you don't need Zanpakutō to deal with me? Deliberately use Kid to humiliate and torture people. Are all the fighting freaks of the 11th Division doing this? No way, there's no rule that you can only use beheading in battle. Bowie shrugged. I've already inquired, if it was the previous 11th team, they really advocated relying on beheading to fight head-on, but unfortunately, the previous captain was easily killed by a person who was very good at Kid, so now the 11th the squad is not so repulsive to Kid anymore. The battle of the 11th team is on the battlefield. The only criterion for victory on the battlefield is to defeat the enemy and survive. One is indispensable, so it can be used for everything. This is the current philosophy of the 11th team. The 5th seat of Yupian who tortured you just now is the instructor in charge of the Enhanced Spiritual Control Training Program. You should ask before you fight. Knowing yourself and your enemy is common sense in combat. It's no use asking. A corner suddenly relaxed his body, and his tone returned to calm. I have never met an opponent who would make kid in Rukanga before, so I don't know how to deal with it at all, unless I can be strong enough to ignore the opponent's various tricks and get it all done in one go, or I can only be beaten unilaterally 5. But am I really better than that guy? His Ryutsu is much stronger than me and you. Although I haven't seen the slashing technique before, it shouldn't be much worse. It's been compared in all aspects, it's hell if you don't lose. Gongqin said curiously, but you still look very unhappy. Of course it will be unhappy, who can still laugh when they lose? A corner cursed angrily. But aren't you laughing now? 66:35. After being said this by Gongqin, Yijia realized that the corner of his mouth was actually grinning. Actually, the only thing you are upset about is that you are so weak and unable to achieve that rhetoric successfully, but you are also very happy at the same time. This 11th team is not just a bunch of rabble boasting as you think. This way you have enough whetstones. Gongqin chuckled lightly, piercing his small thoughts. Tisk, Gong kiss you, this guy is very annoying sometimes. Creak. When he was a little angry in the corner, someone pushed open the door of the infirmary and walked in, came to his bedside and opened the curtain. It seems that you are not really useless, at least this vitality is tenacious enough 5. It's you. When I saw someone coming, I subconsciously wanted to get up. But he forgot that he was tied into a mummy, the movement stabbed all over his body, and the wound almost cracked. Gongqin quickly knocked him down. This is not the place to start. 95. That's right. Yu Birdoxu looked at the corner with disgust. I personally don't want to let a guy like you continue to stay in the 11th team, but I have no right to deprive you of your apprentice status before you are banned. I am here to inform you to participate in the number 1 special style martial arts field tomorrow. In class, the premise is that you can still get up. In Rukanga, the guys who were exhausted before their opponents fell were killed. On the other hand, those who survived were first-class players. Unfortunately, I was one of them. A corner's response was not to be outdone. And if I don't go, don't you have a reason to kick me out of the house? Don't think that if you deliberately stimulate me, you can make me angry and rebellious. I tell you, I will definitely go. You please wait patiently for Madara-sama to arrive. 6695. Yatoriox's face sank when he heard it, and he turned around and seemed to be disdainful to respond. But in the end he couldn't hold back. The 11th Division does not allow people who are disrespectful to Mr. Guan Yue, so Madarame Ikeku, I will make you get out of the way when you realize your mistake. After all, he flicked his sleeves and left. This guy must have always been a good boy, as a cruel word, he really has no strength at all, how can this be scary? A corner whispered. But it's a fact that your troubles are coming. As a half-outsider, Gongqin sees it very clearly. Yu Niao Wuxi is not a sinister villain who will stumble behind his back, he has his pride, and he will definitely put pressure on you in training, in order to force you to bow your head and admit defeat. That's great. I'm just in need of pressure and hopefully his training will come in handy. On the other hand, he looked forward to it. The training of the combat squads will definitely be of great help in improving the combat effectiveness. I think you'd better not be so optimistic. There was a trace of pity in Gong's eyes, but it was more solemn. The first special type of martial arts field. According to the information he has inquired, it is not a place where ordinary people can stay. Many people call it hell in the sky. Blink to the second day. To the northeast of the 11th team building, a huge building like a modern gym towers up here. More than 30 apprentices with bitter expressions gathered at the entrance. Some people were so nervous that they almost vomited. It's no wonder that when normal people join the organization, they will try their best to get along with the seniors with seniority. Knowing that they will come to the special martial arts field tomorrow to start the next stage of training, in order to achieve good results, the apprentices all went to inquire about the news. As a result, when the old team members heard the name of the first martial arts field, their expressions changed instantly. They all comforted them to calm down, relax, don't be too stressed, eat and sleep. An apprentice who can pass the interview is a fool, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis arises. It's all here. 99. Yatori Aksu appeared in front of the apprentices with a swish. His eyes swept around, but he didn't see the unsightly figure. But he then turned his gaze to the main road further away. Sure enough, Yi Jiao and Gong Qin walked over slowly. The eyes of the two met, and there seemed to be countless sparks in the air. Chapter 103. Yet, did you wait a long time? Follow me. In the face of the provocative greeting from the corner, Niao Yusu did not respond, and after withdrawing his gaze, he said something to the many apprentices, and took the initiative to lead the way. In the winter, there is no energy in the morning, how can such an instructor make the apprentice motivated? A corner complained with little interest. Gong Qin calmly complained on the side, you have already tried your best to get up from the hospital bed, and you actually say that others are not mentally motivated. Your face is really getting thicker and thicker. Crap. Later, the two also stepped on the tail of the team and entered the martial arts field together. Passing through the circular corridor and taking the elevator to another world. It's no exaggeration to say that. Contrary to the performance field where the gravity generator is located, the popularity of the first performance field can be said to be quite sluggish. All the players of the 11th team have gone through it once. Everyone has a small gain. But there are very few who take the initiative to come a second time. There are two reasons for this. The first martial arts field is more suitable for beginners, and naturally it is not very useful for Shinigami, who is no longer a beginner. There is one more thing. And the most important point. That is. What's going on? Kneeling on the ground in one corner, with both hands on the ground, it was extremely difficult to speak. Where he is now. Strictly speaking, 427 is not ground. The internal environment of the first performance field is a lake, and there are 50 silver blue pillars above the lake. Today, each apprentice is placed on a pillar. The column is very large, with an initial height of 50 meters, and the column can easily stand on a dozen people. Note that this is the initial height. The air is not right. Gong Qin was also sweating profusely. This did not mean that he was nervous, but the natural reaction of his body. There is something wrong with the air composition here. After inhalation, it did not play a role in normal respiratory needs, but produced an effect similar to hypoxia. Breathing became extremely difficult, not to mention, even the height of the stone pillars under his feet dropped a little, as if foreshadowing something. At this time, Yu Xiaoxu, who created a foothold in the sky, spoke up, and his voice clearly entered the ears of each apprentice. You must have also discovered that the environment here is different from the outside world. The more you breathe, the more hypoxia you will feel, and your current physical state will be truthfully fed back to the pillars under your feet. When the pillar sinks completely to the bottom of the water, there is no doubt that you will also fall into the water, but rest assured, even then you will not die. Master Guan Yue said that pain is the best teacher. Chid. If you don't want to continue to suffer, just do as I say, and I will teach you how to get rid of the pain, and you'd better learn it quickly, or you will have a lifetime of nightmares after sinking underwater. Hearing this, the apprentices endured the discomfort and raised their heads to observe his every move. Even Yu Jiao and Gongjin are no exception. First of all, keep your spilled ryotsuo as much as possible in your body, keep your mind calm, and don't let fear and panic affect your ryotsu. Yu Birdo Yusu did not talk nonsense, and started teaching directly. This step is not difficult. If it is an ordinary environment, it is okay to say, but the psychological pressure caused by hypoxia is like death is slowly approaching. To achieve peace of mind in this state is equivalent to killing one's own instincts. Even though it seemed absurd, the apprentices followed suit. Soon, they discovered that the key point really lies in the mentality. Emotions affect Ryutsu, causing difficulty in restraint. Call. Gongqin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This is like a move that pushes himself further into the abyss, in exchange for the calmness that has been lost and recovered. When his heart calmed down, the restless Ryutsu also became obedient. At this time, Gongqin suddenly found that the difficulty in breathing had greatly improved. It seems that not only Ryutsu has become obedient, but the environment here no longer excludes him. Could it be that the air here just reacts strongly to the restless Ryutsu? He guessed to himself. Open your eyes and look to the corner. Sure enough, he was already lying on the pillar with a bluish complexion. Originally, his injuries were not fully healed. Now he is under the influence of the harsh environment. With both internal and external pressures, no tough man can stand it. What's more, the corner is not good at controlling Ryutsu, and his temperament is very irritable. Yatori Osh's teaching method was too unsuitable for him. But on the other hand, if it can survive, some shortcomings can be made up. One corner, you shouldn't be a man who will be defeated by your own weaknesses, right? Perhaps Yijia really heard Gongqin's heartfelt voice, raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and hit Zayaman with a ruthless punch, hitting himself with gold stars. For a moment, my mind went blank and there was no emotion at all. The restless Ryutsu also fell into a dead silence. Disguised to achieve the role of constraints. Environmental exclusion is reduced. After recovering, he could finally take 2 breaths of fresh air, which gradually stabilized his mentality, strengthened his restraint on Ryutsu, and improved his condition. A fool's act. 39. For his approach, Tobiaxis snorted disdainfully and continued to raise his voice. The more air you suck into your body, the more you will be drained of your physical strength, causing you to fall into a coma, and then the pillars will submerge directly into the water, so the second step is to imagine that your whole body is full of holes, and slowly drain your spiritual power. Release it, then withdraw the spiritual power, and repeat the process in this way, and finally close your own breath. 99. The apprentices froze in their hearts. Yet another request that sounds impossible. Shut up your breath? Just kidding, come at me if you're embarrassed, don't bring other people into it. One corner turned over with effort, propped up his hands, and glared at Yatori Oxu in the sky. Difficult? This is just the original teaching content. The latter responded calmly. Do you think you can't do it? That's right, if you can do it easily, then you are already strong, just because you are not, so in order to become strong, you need to endure more pain. The 11th team, everyone has tasted it, and I am no exception. I still clearly remember the helplessness at the time, but when I think about how I can stand here now and look at your weak posture, I think it's all worth it. Are you trying to say that you are already a strong man? I'm sorry, I should be able to clear the level faster than you. Sitting cross-legged in one corner, he sneered. Ryutsu stretched and shrank all over his body, holding his breath at the same time. However, he still couldn't find the trick, and he held himself back flushed. On the other hand, Gongqin seemed to have found a trick and looked very calm. The slowly descending column stopped. Seeing that his pillar was getting closer and closer to the surface of the water, his face was sullen in one corner, and he was sweating profusely. At this time, a pop-tom sounded not far away. Someone is worse than him, and has fallen into a coma. This, what is it? From one corner, he was stunned to see a dozen or so extremely ugly-looking, half-human, half-fish creatures with female characteristics suddenly appearing on the surface of the water, dragging the drowning person into the water, and felt a burst of panic for no reason. Chapter 104. The water was gurgling and bubbling. In a few seconds, the drowning person broke out of the water, used his hands and feet together, and climbed up the pillar like crazy. Thinking about it, I was also frightened by those strange creatures. Although it is submerged, it does not hinder standing. At best, it didn't go past the knee. The person who fell into the water looked like he was the rest of his life, but his mood swings caused Ryotsu to be unable to restrain himself, and the air he inhaled in his body began to make trouble in his body again, and after a while, his face turned blue and his eyes rolled. It took a while to relax. At this moment, he was suddenly horrified to find that dark scales had grown on his arms. And it looks exactly like those underwater creatures. Bird Oxu noticed this situation, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he said loudly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the water in this place has the function of transforming the human body, and falling into it can make your body recover quickly, but the longer you soak in the water, the greater the change, and it will eventually turn into an ugly appearance. The female merman. Unfortunately, many unlucky people have been recruited before you, although it is not permanent, but you will stay here for the next year, and you will not be able to go out to meet people for the time being. Captain Guan Yue was very sympathetic to them, so he set a rule that as long as he can improve one compatriot, he can exchange for freedom, start all over again, and be an apprentice for another year. So you'd better not fall into the water, or your seniors won't be polite to you. 99. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the apprentices turned green. Gong Qin, who had found some tricks, almost broke his work, and the pillar suddenly fell. What are you kidding? Not to mention turning into that ugly look, he couldn't stand it at first glance. The corner was silent now. He realized he had made a fool of himself. Where does it need to be embarrassed? The teaching content itself is already as difficult as the sky. The first is the environment, which is too bad. Inhalation of air can cause hypoxia. Ryotsu must be restrained and kept calm to reduce this rejection. Doing this is just lowering. The poisonous air will gradually drain one's physical strength, causing the body to decline and the pillar to sink faster. Only completely closed breathing. Release the Ryotsu, and then retract it. In the process of retracting it will inevitably be mixed with a part of the spiritual child from the outside world. This special spiritual child can replace the role of oxygen, so that people can ensure the function of the body without breathing. At this point, it can be regarded as having the power to protect itself in this abnormal world. Seeing that apprentices kept falling into the water, and after climbing up, they were desperate because they were still immersed in the water below the knees. Bird Ouyusu added another sentence just right. If you want to make the pillar rise again, you need to inject the spiritual child into it, but pay attention to one thing, the spiritual power must be kept at the same level during the injection process, neither more nor less. The apprentices who fell into the water couldn't wait to try it out, and found that the pillar did rise, but because the injected spiritual power fluctuated from high to low, the pillar just rose and fell again, back and forth several times, and finally still staying below the surface. Obviously, this is the consequence of not being able to maintain consistency during the infusion of spiritual power. No one complained, or whined. After all, in this place, even normal breathing is a kind of suicidal behavior. No one wants to become that ugly creature and stay with the so-called seniors for a year. After a day, Yatori Oxu looked at the 50 uneven pillars, but none of them were submerged under the water, and nodded secretly. The qualifications of this batch of apprentices are much better than the previous batches. Especially the two madmen, although they don't know how high the sky is, but their spiritual talents are really nothing to say, that is, the bald man fell into the water 3 times, and black scales grew on his head, and from a distance he thought it was a thin layer of hair. The column where the sissy was located never dropped to 20 meters. This kind of achievement can already be included in the category of having a good kid talent. It seems that you have mastered the tricks to survive here, then I will tell you how to get out of here. In an instant, more than 30 gazes fell on Yatori Oxu. First of all you have to understand what you are doing. The green-haired youth started to explain the essence of teaching with a blank face. Captain Guan Yue said that Shinigami's battle is Ryotsu's battle. For us with spiritual power, there is no doubt that spiritual power is a weapon. We may not be kid, but we must use spiritual power skillfully. The first step is to stabilize the restless and uncontrollable Ryutsu. This is entangling. The second step is to achieve maximum restraint Ryutsu at any time, this is absolute. For flowers 0. The third step is to put spiritual power into practical use in a more refined way, this is refinement. 0. The fourth step, through the above 3 steps, master the master's existing strength and develop more potential and depth. This is fat. If the foundation of Shinigami is to cut fists and walk away ghosts, then the foundation of spiritual power is to entangle and refine hair. This is the skill that Captain Guan Yue summed up personally. This martial arts field is also born for this purpose. Only by laying a solid foundation can you be qualified to climb higher. So, it's very simple to leave here, inject more spiritual power into the pillar, let the pillar keep rising, and the exit to the outside world is above your head. However, although the spirits in this place have special effects and can replace food and water, the higher you go, the thinner the spirits are, which means that the more spiritual power you inject, the more hungry and thirsty you will feel. Exhaustion will make your body more and more uncomfortable, seriously dragging down the efficiency of the column's ascent 5. At this time, you can choose to give up and return to the original height, or fall into the water and start from scratch, but no matter what, you will either completely become that honor, or leave the sky, or, the next year. Not eating or drinking is deadlocked here, and there is no fourth option. I have said everything that should be said, and I have also taught you what I should teach you. It is up to you whether to become a waste, be a half-a, or become a strong person to break the status quo. After all, the bird Oyusu flew to the sky. Yu Jiao waited for the apprentice to watch him disappear without a trace through the sky canopy like a water curtain. Hell in the sky, is that what it means? 95. Gongqin recalled the news he heard yesterday. The higher you go, the more difficult it is, and you have to face severe tests from both physical and mental aspects. But it's not the way to stay here without stepping over, let alone the tragic consequences after falling into the water. Saying there are 3 options, in fact, there is only one option. Tangju refining hair. To further develop one's own strength, it is really the only way to do it. The spiritual child taken in from the outside is only enough to make up for the consumption of the body. If the existing spiritual power is injected into the stone pillar, it will only make ends meet. Rise up will fall down. Since you can't use the existing spiritual power, you can only find a way to get more spiritual power, put the extra part into it, and move towards the highest point, climbing. 3. Chapter 105. 7 days later. Above the canopy of the first martial arts field, a dozen or so pillars were like seedlings emerging from the ground, and those figures added a bit of vividness to it. Witness the real sky and feel the rare sunshine after the snow. The dozen or so apprentices only felt like the next day. Some people even cried with joy. Finally got through hell. The rest are still struggling, but they have already escaped. It also filled the heart with a sense of achievement. It's hard for others to say, but the impact of these 8 days on Yu Jiao is undoubtedly huge. See the long-lost sky. The bald young man walked to the pillar and sat down, took a deep breath of real air, and his face was full of trance. His training suit was covered in dry, blackened bloodline. The injury that was originally incomplete has recurred and deteriorated several times during the hard work in the past few days. Fortunately, the special spirit in the air has a certain healing effect. Otherwise, how could the 427 survive until now? Black scales grow on arms, head, and even legs. Strange to say, the scales exposed to the outside world actually dissipated little by little. I've never felt that Soul Society's air was so refreshing and charming, it really felt like crawling out of hell, like a new life. Gongqin jumped behind him, looking intoxicated. Really? I have a different experience. 35. The corner looked at the palm of his hand. In the past, his heart was filled with anxiety, urgency, and excitement. He could only rely on fighting to vent, but now, these emotions are all gone. Although he still has the corners of his eyes and a fierce expression as always, he feels calm and rational. The body is very light, which is ridiculous, although it is not ruled out that it is an illusion caused by excessive fatigue, but I am sure that I have become a lot stronger. Yet, no wonder everyone from the 11th Division has to come here for a walk. Bowie said with emotion. Tangzhou hair refining seems to be a very simple foundation, but the basic skills developed in such a harsh environment are almost deeply rooted and integrated with instinct, and it usually takes several years or even more than 10 years to achieve level, in just a few days. And the spirits in the martial arts field can supplement the consumption of the body, and the intake exceeds the consumption level, and it can also help us further improve our overall spiritual power. For the weak, it is poison, but for the strong it is an excellent resource, otherwise it would take months if we just rely on our own efforts. 39. With such a foundation, other trainings can not only withstand greater intensity, but also the absorption efficiency will be significantly improved. Such a practice is actually provided for free to even full members who are not apprentices. Team 11. No, the current captain of Team 11 who designed all this is really an incredible figure. I can understand why the green hair is so annoyed. The corner at this time completely overturned all the previous knowledge of the 11th team. Too many rules? Rigid? The weak get together? What a joke! How can the weak survive in this place? Even breathing itself is a mistake. And this kind of strict and orderly manners are brought about by the current captain Guan Yue, who he previously regarded as the biggest whetstone. There are also all kinds of tests that are facing now, and even this hellish facility itself, all built by that man. Those who were reborn and changed their lives because of him respected him as a matter of course. Conversely, disrespecting them is like denying their existing life. It's not surprising to be angry, and even murderous. Do you want to apologize? Bowie joked. I will find him to fight again. If he is upset, he can beat me and even kill me, but it is impossible to apologize, because I will not regret it for what I say. Listen, I don't even bother to say it. A corner pouted, and his tone was very dull. Stubborn men are not beautiful at all, eh? Boom. A loud bang spread throughout most of the team building. The corner of the high place and Gongjin looked at the sound, and saw thick dust rising in the direction of the east gate, as if a meteorite fell to the ground, and the gravel debris swept away. The east gate was broken. An apprentice said with a trembling voice. A corner of his brows wrinkled, and he jumped off the pillar. A corner. Seeing this, Gongqin hurriedly followed. After the two landed, they went straight to the site of the incident. What do you want to do, corner? Isn't that clear? Someone has made it to the 11th division. I don't know how much my control over Ryutsu has increased in the past 8 days, and the same perception has also become stronger. Bowie, don't tell me you don't feel it. To this Ryutsu. How can you not feel it? Like a beast, you don't know how to hide at all, even if you don't roar, it's eye-catching enough, but in a corner, I can understand your mood, but is it okay to challenge in your current state? 55. Of course there's no problem, my state is not good enough. But your knife is in the dormitory, what should you use to fight the other party? This kind of trivial matter is fine. I don't believe that we are the only ones who will find it. There must be other people. When the time comes, weapons or something will be picked up by others. Exactly as one corner judged. The guards in charge of patrolling from the 11th Division rushed to the scene immediately and tried to arrest the uninvited guests, but the opponent was too strong. When Yi Jiao and Gongqin arrived, the 2 squads of 12 guards fell to the ground. But judging from the weak Ryutsu, he just passed out from a serious injury, and he was still a long way from the near-death level. I knew you would find it here. Picking up the sealed state of the stunned soldier in a corner, fighting spirit is high. On the ruins of the city gate, a tall, wild figure stared at him for a while, then grinned. It turned out to be you. I haven't seen you for a while, you seem to have become a lot stronger. Ah! It's Bald Kun. A pink hair came out from behind, and the tone was full of surprises. Who's bald? Hey! Damn kid! Forget it. I have suffered a lot in order to gain the power to defeat you. Hurry up then, it's just right as an appetizer. Sure enough, you are here to challenge the position of captain. I am Zaraki Kenpeki, and the strongest Shinigami here is also called Kenpeki. Since he is equal to me, he must be able to have a hearty, almost endless fight with me. I thought so, so I came here. I don't care about Captain and Shinigami, just like you didn't appear here to be Shinigami. Yes, I'm here to fight you, I don't care who you want to fight with, but for the sake of fairness, I'm going to defeat you when you're at your best. One corner gripped the hilt of the knife, and was about to rush towards Zaraki Kenpeki. The latter also raised the broken sealed state of the blade, ready to enjoy a pleasant battle. Just as he took a step forward, his body suddenly froze. The pupils shrank into needles, and the cold sweat instantly wet the entire back. Ugh! There was a huge sense of absurdity in my heart. Because perception told him, the sky fell. No. Wrong. Big mistake. It is not that heaven and earth are closed, and the world returns to chaos. It was a mass of Ryotsu that was so massive that it could be mistaken for the entire sky and fell on the head. Chapter 106. Pat, pat. Soft footsteps came from behind. Every time you step, the atmosphere around you will be shaken. The footsteps were getting closer. However, the pressure did not increase but decrease. When the white corner of his clothes came into his peripheral vision, he was shocked to find that he could no longer feel anything. Obviously right in front of him. Obviously has that overwhelming terror Ryotsu. But when the distance is so close, there is nothing in the perception. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't even find someone walking by your side. The strong wind whipped by Ryotsu made a hula sound. On the raised white feather weave, the pen walks the dragon and snake, and sows a seemingly ordinary number. Plus. Not only limited to this land, but the entire Siritii and even the Soul Society, at this moment only one person is qualified to carry this feather weave. That is Guan Yue. Is that you, the villain who broke the door of my house? 35. Guan Yue's tone didn't fluctuate at all. It was no different from the usual chat, but everyone present felt their heartstrings tensed unconsciously. The more adept at fighting and the more eager a person is to fight, the more they can feel that kind of horror that is almost abyss-like and incomprehensible hidden under this calm. I've knocked on the door before, but your doorman wouldn't let me in. He was much more stubborn than the doorman outside Siritii, but when he heard that I was coming to fight you, he happily let me go. Zaraki Kenpeki pouted and twisted into the shape of, looking not in a good mood. Then did they say anything to you? They said that you are very strong, don't seek your own death or something. They said that it made me feel more and more itchy, and I felt that I really made the most correct decision when I found it. Since you don't take their kindness to heart at all, then I don't need to be polite to you. 35. Guan Yue looked around. His eyes swept across the patrolling guards and doormen lying on the ground, and finally past Zaraki Kenpeki, saw the looming crowd outside the city gate, and suddenly ordered. Tianbei, call 200 people to gather at the 3rd Martial Arts Field. Yes. 99. 55. A corner suddenly startled, turned to look back. I found out that a group of people appeared behind me. Not many people, just a dozen or so. The breath is extremely restrained, but you can understand it just by looking at it. Compared with the team members who had dealt with before, this group of people belonged to another level. It's simply not enough to describe it as being savvy and capable. sight, posture, breath. There is no flaw at all. As if standing here are not different individuals, but a heavy, airtight shadow shrouded the space where it is. Yu Berdoksu is also among them. Only half a position behind the leading tall young man. You don't need to ask to know that these people are the most elite First Army of the 11th Division, and they can be called Ziguan team outside. 0. Also, don't let people get close to here. Guan Yu looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and said coldly. Whoever messes up, who's going to clean up? 35. Before that, I'll tell you the rules of survival in this place. I can't ask for it. Zaraki Kenpeki forcibly suppressed the boiling fighting spirit. Follow Guan Yu to the battlefield with Baiqian Liu. You two are this year's apprentices? What's your name? After handing over the task of mobilizing the personnel to others, Tian Bei changed his terrifyingly serious expression before, and became quite familiar, and stretched out his hand to embrace Yi Jiao and Gong Qin's shoulders. Madarame Ikeku. Ayaskawa Yumi Chika. 99. The two answered stiffly. It's very good. The courage and responsibility to stand up for the first time when the enemy comes to the door is worth encouraging, but it's better not to do it next time. The captain was very angry just now. At this time, he said something out of place on the spur of the moment. We'll be beaten. Being beaten? In this case, shouldn't you protect your subordinates? Bowie was puzzled. Because the current team building was built with great effort by the captain, it's as if you changed into a nice dress, someone came to trouble you and tore your clothes, would you be happy to change it? I will kill him. That's the truth. The 11th team has a lot of rules. Others are fine. There is only one thing that must be paid attention to, that is, don't make the captain angry, otherwise no one in heaven and earth can save you. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me and ask for advice later. Let's go with me now. Walk? Where to? Before the two of them could react, they were stunned by Tian Bei and walked forward one by one. This is the first time someone has challenged the captain since he took office. What a pity to miss this memorable celebration. Celebration. In the 11th Division, the battle is our party, and the captain's battle is of course a celebration. 35. The third special type of martial arts field. Due to the abnormal gravity, the newly arrived team members would be extremely uncomfortable at first, and the physical time would be chaotic, resulting in the feeling that only a minute had passed, but there was a feeling that they had been through for several hours. The illusion that time stands still gives this martial arts field a synonym. The world where time stopped. Anomalous gravity? Interesting. This saves even the warm-up effort. The elevator doors opened, and Zaraki Kenpeki strode into the land. The ubiquitous gravity tried to crush 427's body, ravaging his internal organs. However, it doesn't work at all. This body full of scars seems to have been made by high-pressure workmanship, and then forged through 1,000 trials and tribulations, even if the density of Ryotsu overflowing unconsciously is so high that it is outrageous. Warming up? No, for him. Maybe a normal environment should be like this. That's great, Xiaojian. The pink-haired girl in the elevator looked at Yaqian Liu, who was a little younger than Zhu, with a bright smile, and was obviously happy for Zaraki Kenpeki from the bottom of her heart. But why she was happy, she didn't say it. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't care either. Baiqian Liu, just stay there and watch, don't run around, do you understand? Little sword. Hold head high. To win. 99. 99. The door of the elevator closes, sending people inside to the upper observation deck. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't have time to ask for the exit. In fact, he didn't know what he wanted to ask. Just felt a bit different. Maybe it's because Baiqian Ryu never said such a thing? Win? What is that? Fighting is fighting, and it is best to keep fighting. neither lost nor won. Let this boiling joy last until the last moment of your life. Chapter 107. For the person in front of me. Some say he doesn't understand the etiquette of being a Shinigami. Some people say he is too rough as a warrior. Some say he wasn't sharp enough as a knife. Some people say that he is not easy to use as a force. But he still dominates the 11th division with his overwhelming power. Or to be more precise, he did not command this army with a clear and tenacious will, but the soldiers of this army gathered under his strength without authorization. That is Zaraki Kenpeki, the man who was supposed to be the captain of the 11th division and was also the 11th generation Kenpeki. Although he killed Ghost Rock City before he arrived, Guan Yue never thought that no one would come and compete with him for this position. Because there can only be one Kenpeki in this world at the same time, and from this point of view, the fight between you and me is destined. Guan Yue put his hands in his cuffs and looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, who was walking step by step. Maybe there was a little bit before, but after all, the other party is a beast, and the very idea of expecting him to learn etiquette is unrealistic. What, did you know my name before I told you? Zaraki Kenpeki smiled in surprise. It seems that a flamboyant name can really attract the attention of the strong, but I am very disappointed that I have to wait for me to call the door. 35. Shinigami's job is not to compete with the residents of Rukanga, and it would be a loss of identity to come to you because of a name. If you become a Shinigami one day, you will also be bound by these rules. Point 35. Do you want me to think that it will be troublesome after winning you, so you induce me to let you go on purpose? Facing Zaraki Kenpeki, it was not so much a provocation, but a speech that simply thought of what to say. Guan Yue shook his head slightly and gave a cold answer. No, I want you to know what a terrible thing it is for those who are protected by rules when a person who is bound by rules can let go of his hands and feet and let out his own power. 35. Really? That's great, I can't wait to see it. 99. Zaraki Kenpeki showed a wild smile. The light in his eyes is almost the same as when a beast driven by instinct encounters its prey. He raised the dilapidated sealed state in his hand, and immediately swung it down one by one. Boom! The dull sound of the ground shook the entire martial arts arena. It seems as if violent crustal changes are taking place in the deepest part of the earth. A shallow crater appeared in the land that could be called the Land of Steel. Zaraki Kenpeki, who was supposed to be in this position, rushed in front of Guan Yue while swinging his sword down, slashing on a layer of silver-blue protective film without any fancy. No rubbing sparks. Because this is not the correct slash at all. It's just smashing down with a knife. That dull chirping was precisely the result of this blow. A bigger sinkhole appeared under Guan Yue's feet. What's the matter? Don't you draw the knife? Zaraki Kenpeki waved the sealed state recklessly and chopped at the membrane on Guan Yue's body, as if seeing it as a huge rock, and what he was doing was smashing the rock. Every time the knife fell, the ground would vibrate. The air waves erupted one after another like a sound barrier, spreading out in the form of ripples. Raised dozens of meters high dust, swept around in layers. Just a face-to-face confrontation created such a momentum, and more than 200 people in the sightseeing corridor held their breath subconsciously. This Ryotsu's strength, it doesn't seem to be easy. Tianbei was thoughtful. That guy is called Zaraki Kenpeki, I fought him once in Rukanga, and it took a long time to lose. Now it seems that he didn't use his full strength. A corner is very unhappy. Gongqin frowned and said, Captain Guan Yue has fallen into a passive state. It should be the other party who should be anxious. Yu Zhaoxi sneered. Even if the captain's spiritual outfit can't be broken, it means that there is no ability to hurt the captain, so why rush to deal with an opponent of this level? In a certain sense, judgment by Birdish is correct. Guan Yue looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, who was competing with the spiritual outfit, and said expressionlessly, Are you really going to fight me with just this level of strength? It seems that this layer of turtle shell has brought you a lot of confidence, then let me remove it and see if your knife is as good as your words. 5. Zaraki Kenpeicha turned the blade in his hand, and the corner of his mouth cracked into an exaggerated arc. The golden ryotsu spewed out like a volcano, pushing the power of the next slash to its limit. Boom! The surrounding tsunami-like sand and dust waves were split in two. The golden sword pressure is not only heavy, but also has a metallic texture. On the passing track, the top of the rock mountain more than 10 meters high slanted and slipped, and the incision was extremely smooth. This knife fell, as if from the original giant hammer, into a magnificent thunder. Click! A crisp sound. The silver-blue prismatic textured film shattered suddenly, and the high-density spiritual crystals were like countless glass ballasts scattered. The sword pressure remained unstoppable and continued to descend. Then, dissipate at the fingertips. Guan Yue actually used 2 fingers to hold the blade, and his cold eyes seemed to penetrate Zaraki Kenpeicha's heart. I ask again, are you really going to fight me with just this level of strength? Even after the ascension, it's only worthy to let me use 2 fingers. Is that really okay? 66.99. Zaraki Kenpeicha didn't say a word, didn't withdraw the blade. But the ryotsu on his body was soaring like crazy. Doubled. Double. Equals. The overly large ryotsu naturally overflowed and turned into a golden beam of light that rose to the sky. The earth, the air, and every inch of the spirit is shaking. Gradually approaching the upper limit of the martial arts field. Now it's right. Guan Yue grinned. The silver-blue ryotsu was also surging on his body, like a burning flame. At this time, the team members in the viewing corridor found that the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of them was also glowing slightly, like a clear crystal. The light was driven by invisible will, and dozens of defensive barriers were opened inside. The ground, the sky cover, the walls. Every corner was spared, and thick and dense veins like blood vessels emerged. This is Captain Guan Yue's spiritual outfit. Yatori Osh was shocked. Such precision skills can actually be reflected in buildings. No, it should have been the function of the kid ceremony venue from the very beginning of its design. What does the captain want to do at the expense of activating a defensive barrier of this strength? It seemed. Chapter 108. 4th Squad. Considering visiting the ward as a daily routine to pass the time, Anohanaretsu also appeared in the building of the Comprehensive Treatment Center today. When passing by the door of a ward, I inadvertently heard a quarrel. Excuse me, what happened? Anohanaretsu pushed open the half-closed door and smiled sweetly. With a soft and graceful appearance, it looks like a mother's warmth and kindness. It stands to reason. But the first time the patient saw her, his body froze, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. You, Uzumaki Captain. It's okay. Everything is normal. What everything works? 99. The female team member in charge of the nursing work hurriedly complained. Captain Uzawa, this patient has been training intensively for a long time, and his body can't bear to be sent here by his companions for recuperation. I suggested that he close his eyes and rest, but he stared at the messenger and was very excited. I see. Anohanaretsu understood the situation, and then glanced at the nameplate on the head of the bed. Anyone from the 11th Division? I can understand your feelings of becoming stronger, but you have to rest in peace when it's time to recuperate. Do you think I'm right? Sorry, I was wrong. 427. The patient bowed his head decisively, not even daring to look at Anohanaretsu. Not to mention that after Guan Yue took over, even before that, the 11th team was not afraid of anything, except for the captain and Anohanaretsu. It has nothing to do with justifying the loss or not, it was simply overwhelmed by the momentum. For Anohanaretsu, there is a sense of fear like a natural enemy. But Captain Anohana, can you please give me some time, half an hour, not an hour? This victory or defeat is related to the future direction of our 11th team, and I can't miss it no matter what. Snapped. The patient folded his hands together, and then came directly to a soil seat on the hospital bed. Win or lose. This is it. Received the portable messenger machine handed by the other party. Anohanaretsu looked at the screen with a puzzled look on her face. The resolution is relatively low, because the function of video dialogue was only launched this year, and all aspects are not perfect. You can see the glimmering glass windowsill, and outside is a wilderness area composed of bare rocky hills and hills. This should be one of them, right? Anohanaretsu thought to herself. Then, she saw two figures who were fighting fiercely. Exactly, only one. Because the other side took over all the offensive with only the protective barrier constructed by Ryotsu. Suddenly, Anohanaretsu's eyes narrowed. Both sides of the war made her feel very familiar. One is Guan Yue and the other is. What do you mean by winner just now? Ah! There is a guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth to challenge the captain. As usual, there will be 200 team members to witness this death fight. If I haven't overtrained, I can go to the scene to watch it. Damn! This is Captain Guan Yue. There are few serious shots, but there are messengers who can barely make do. Then, let me keep this for you. Ah! No wait, 9. Something wrong. It seems that there is no problem, so please rest well. Looking at the door of the ward closed again. The patient looked at the nurse with tears in his eyes. It's too much. Captain Yusohana also cares about your body, and your companions should record it as a learning material. The meaning is different. The nurse completely ignored the whining of the defeated dog, took care of the medical equipment at hand, and muttered. But Captain Unohana is indeed a bit weird. Ryotsu collided and fought fiercely. With the abnormal gravity environment, this place will be turned into an out-and-out Shura field. The flowing air is like invisible mercury, which is not only heavy, but also carries a toxin called killing aura, which freezes the internal organs the moment it is inhaled, chid. In the eyes of the soldiers in the viewing corridor. The false sky inside the martial arts field was messed up by the silver blue and golden Ryotsu. At first glance, it looked like Mangeki, the space was almost distorted, and Ryotsu was also distorted. If you break in at this time, it is not afraid but will be crushed by Ryotsu, who is also powerful enough to ultimate, in an instant, and the soul will be dissipated in the true sense. The reason why Guan Yu put the spiritual equipment into the entire performance field is not to gain home field advantage, but to protect them from being involved in the aftermath of the battle, and to be able to see the battle from the beginning to the end. This is their mission as witnesses. An indispensable step in the traditional ceremony of the 11th Division. And he himself has his own ceremony to complete. War. The sword-wielding beast danced wildly with black hair and let out a deafening roar. No one in the world can roar more impactful than him. Ryotsu, who was like a runaway, was supposed to be uncontrollable, but when he arrived, he seemed extremely abnormal, and every bit of the spirit he radiated seemed to have the same will and spontaneously threw himself into the battle. Those who have fought Zaraki Kenpeki in the past will probably feel powerless. Obviously the opponent is also a person. What passed from the knife was not just the simplicity of strength, but an overwhelming strength that could not be described in words. Although the strength of the muscles is very strong, it will not even be crushed in the heart. There is only one reason for this result. This individual named Zaraki Kenpeki, everything about him was born to fight. When there is only one enemy, then there is no tactical, strategic, and other ingenuity. Just fight. Just stare at one object and fight with all your strength. Muscles, wrists, nerves, blood, cells, all, and even every ounce of the spirit emanating from him were penetrated by his infinite fighting intent, so he was as eager to fight as he was. Who can match this seemingly individual monster, which is actually an infinite fighting mania? Of course there is. That is, a monster killer with countless ways to hunt monsters. It does not matter whether it is an individual or an individual composed of infinite individuals. Come and kill. Infinity to infinity. In a roar of excitement, Zaraki Kenpeki swung the knife again. Just wielding a knife, there is no so-called skill at all. But all the Ryotsu were echoing him, as if evil spirits grinned and ravaged their opponents together. However, I will be above you. Guan Yue, like a beast trainer who wanted to forcefully subdue a beast, grabbed his blade abruptly, took the slash that was enough to defeat the captain-level Shinigami head-on with his bare hands, and pulled out Zanpakutō from his waist and plunged into the ground. His eyes were colder than ever. I'm drowning myself, the fog is gone. 39. Chapter 108-2. Sightseeing Corridor. Captain, he actually freed Zanpakutō. 55. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Guan Yue's Shikai ability is not a secret in the 11 team. After all, he went out to conquer Menos Grande many times, and swept away rogues. In order to reduce casualties and improve combat efficiency, the number of Zanpakutō was not low. The ability that is extremely suitable for Legion combat makes the old team members who looked down on Kid Zanpakutō at first have to admit that it is really fragrant. The only downside is, getting used to it can lead to a lack of defense. However, in everyone's opinion, it's not a problem, as long as you can kill the opponent with a powerful attack in one go, or you can't fight the opponent. The so-called best defense is attack. Is there any special taboo for Captain Guan Yue's Zanpakutō? A corner is puzzled. It's not that there are any special taboos, but it's not suitable for one-on-one combat at all. Tian Bei's tone was full of surprise. Captain's Absolute Mist has 2 liberation forms, corresponding to absorption and release. 35. You can't store Ryotsu's high-intensity kid without enough allies to absorb the damage. Now the captain's Zanpakutō is supposed to be empty. At this time, imperceptible spirit rune patterns appear on the crystal shell. The vision of everyone was immediately swallowed up by a brilliant sword light. The unsharp blade body pulled out a splendid blade light. This is the had 78, Zanhua wheel. If Kukaki Xianghe saw this scene, he would be ashamed. The same kid, Guan Yue used the power is very different. There is a knife light that is 100 meters long. It is not so much a knife light, but a beam of light formed by slashing. Feeling the crisis, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't pull the sealed state out of Guan Yue's palm no matter how hard he tried, and he couldn't even make him bleed. The beam of light that was the same as the liberation of the noble phantasm of a certain dummy king not only engulfed Zaraki Kenpeki, but also left a ravine several meters deep on the ground behind him, wide enough to fit a car, and it continued. To 100 meters away. Zaraki Kenpeki was dripping with blood, and the slashing tide also washed away to the end of 100 meters away, lying in the ravine and trying to get up. Replaced by any ordinary captain-level Shinigami, he would never be able to stand up again. But only know that the monsters who enjoy fighting are extremely tenacious. Perhaps, it is reluctance to let the rare fight end like this. Greed for battle ultimate. Prompting Zaraki Kenpeki to stand up. Laugh. At this time, a knife flew over. Straight through Zaraki Kenpeki's belly. The blade carries a huge impact force. Take him to fly out and crash into a rocky mountain. No, he was nailed to the surface of the mountain alive. It's still the broken blade. Blood dripped down the blade. The gap is so big, damn it. 99. Zaraki Kenpeki's mouth was stained red with blood, and his eyes were full of extreme unwillingness. If I can become stronger, I can enjoy more. Suddenly, a warm feeling in the abdomen. The blade that pierced the body was still hot and hot. Immediately afterwards, Zaraki Kenpeki found that his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is Guan Yue's double full hands with compressed Kide Ryotsu, which is forced into the opponent's body in a similar way to intramuscular injection to restore it to its original state. No surprise. Guan Yue in the distance crossed 100 meters and came to him with just one step. You are only a few times stronger than you were at the beginning. This is your limit. I am afraid that even you think so. 5. But, it's not up to you to decide whether or not the limit is up to you, but what I say, the weak have no choice. Don't you want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. As a Kenpeki, the only thing you can't refuse is an invitation to fight. 55. So I will fight until you completely give up the idea of swinging your sword against me, and wipe out your entire body and mind. Before that, you can struggle on the edge of life and death. Just to my liking. Zaraki Kenpeki pulled out the sealed state inserted into his waist and abdomen, and rushed towards Guan Yue with a grin. This battle lasted longer than everyone expected. From the excitement at the beginning to the nervousness, now there is only shock. Both sides are uncompromising monsters. Especially the guy who dared to use Kenpeki as a name. Fearless and tireless by nature, he challenges endlessly before being easily knocked down and brought to a near-death state. But he was quickly healed by Captain Guan Yue's special ability and continued to fight. The two fought like this for several hours, from morning to dusk. No one rests, no one eats or drinks. Zaraki Kenpeki seems to be growing rapidly through the hands of Guan Yue, his strength is surging every second, and has reached a height that most Shinigami find incredible. But what is even more incredible is that even if the combat power has been increased by more than 10 times, it still cannot change the result of Guan Yue's unilateral ravages. As if fate was doomed to fail. For every point Zaraki Kenpeki improved, Guan Yue added 2 more points. In terms of protracted battles, Guan Yue, who owns Lu Kuxian Thief, will never lose to anyone. Coupled with the ultra-high-speed casting of Tongtian Lu, all kinds of kid techniques emerge in an endless stream, and the intensity is outrageously high, and it is impossible for him to be broken by one force. This resulted in the gap not only not closing. Instead, it gradually expanded. Faced with this situation, normal people will feel hopeless and powerless. Zaraki Kenpeki is no exception. Despite the madness of the battle, and the selflessness of the battle, there will eventually be a moment to wake up. At that time, it was not pleasure and satisfaction that filled the chest, but an unspeakable terror. It's a joy to fight. The other side is also cooperating in the fight. Even heal your wounds. Let the battle continue uninterrupted. It should have made me feel infinitely satisfied. But, the fighting spirit is being wiped out a little bit. What's wrong? The strength of the slash has dropped. At this moment, Guan Yue's voice sounded like a curse. Is it your lack of physical strength? Or, I have successfully imprinted the cognition of invincibility on your instinct, so your instinct is more inclined to survive than to fight with me, and conflict with fighting spirit, causing inconsistencies in your state. 5. You're weird, but now I'm in the mood to ask what you want to do. Zaraki Kenpeki asked after a moment of silence. Hey, will you have a time to talk? But now you are indeed qualified to let me tell you. 5. Flowers 0. Guan Yue smiled and spoke surprisingly. It's nothing really, I'm just doing my duty as a Kenpeki. After all, you're technically the second Kenpeki, so I have to defeat you who defeated the first generation Kenpeki. 5. I sealed my own power for the enjoyment of fighting. The sin of the first generation Kenpeki, let me, the 11th generation Kenpeki, end it. After doing all this, I will find all the guys who should have died. Just like you, finish everything. Let the title of Kenpeki be completely flawless in my hands. At that time, I will replace first generation as the new strongest Kenpeki ever. 99. If you already understand, just respond, but not to me, but to the knife in your hand, you should be able to hear its sound when you wake up. First generation Kenpeki, was it for that woman? A little comprehension appeared in Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes, he sneered, stopped pursuing this topic, and looked down at the sealed state in his hand. Everything's going on with her, I just need a good fight. Voice? It does seem like something is screaming in my ear. Lo. Is it possible to become stronger just by responding to it, and then fight on an equal footing with you? Who knows, you can try, after all, you have no other choice, I have basically done what I want to do, at least at this time. Your life and death can be decided by yourself, defeat me, you can survive, lose, go to die. Guan Yu said quietly. It doesn't matter if I die or not, but as long as I become stronger, then my instinct thinks that I have a chance of winning, and I will take the initiative to obey my fighting spirit and continue to enjoy fighting with you, right? Zaraki Kenpei grinned. Eat it, no Zarashi. Come with me and pull this unreasonably strong guy to the ground and fight with me like a beast. 35. Echoing passionate words. A terrifying ryotsu burst forth from that jagged sealed state. Smelted by high-quality magma-like ryotsu, it is transformed into a large sword that is more than twice the size of Zaraki Kenpei himself, and resembles a giant axe. Boom! The already strong and unworthy ryotsu broke the upper limit. The enchantment protecting the field shattered more than a dozen layers in one go. Seeing this, Guan Yu also knew that it was time for a showdown. Let you see that the gap between you and me is not limited to strength, even Shikai is the same. Eating your own body, absolute mist. Click. The crystal sword in Guan Yu's hand. The crystal shell that encased the hexagonal prism blade just shattered. The strange blade was exposed to the air. Until this moment, including Zaraki Kenpei, all the spectators discovered that the original cylindrical blade is also divided into 6 sections, such as mace, whip, and other strange weapons. The air is shaking. It emits a unique buzzing sound. Not even the glass could stop this rather sharp sound. Everyone opened their eyes wide and dared not blink. Because this voice is coming from Zanpakutō and Guan Yu's hands. The 6-section prismatic cylindrical blade takes the dividing point as the dividing line, and emits a dazzling red light, but it is not pure light, but each section of the blade rotates and rubs wildly according to the law of one positive and one negative, accumulating high heat. Ryotsu. The spiritual power in the air burst like bubbles. The airflow swept across the ground, the density was extremely high, and the rocks that surpassed the steel shattered little by little. Chapter 108-3. I thought that your knife was only good looking when wielding it, but if you slash it on your body like this, even if it keeps cutting, it will still hurt a lot. Zaraki Kenpei raised the corners of his mouth. That sadistic smile, paired with the bruised body and the big sword on his shoulders, is telling the world what Ashura should look like who was born for the war. My knife is not for slashing people. Guan Yu held the fog high, and the clear voice hummed through the rotation of the blade, as if it could reach the deepest part of other people's hearts, which made the will contained in the words as dazzling and burning as the sun. Killing, destroying, erasing. This series of actions that seem to reduce things is essentially to create more value, and if I swing a knife, I can directly bring new life to things. 39. Uzumaki. Uzumaki torrents as red as his eyes wrapped the cylindrical blade. After saying that, Guan Yu swung his knife down. The torrent burst violently. Countless fiery particles filled every corner of the martial arts field. Like a dream, beautiful 427 and fresh. These particles merged with each other in the next second, and condensed into more than 100 odd-shaped beasts, which looked like pure energy bodies composed of spiritual suns, but some were crimson fires, some were chains that formed siblings, and some were golden lightning. The performance field, which was empty and deserted for a while, was filled with these strange beings. The only remaining enchantment was overwhelmed and creaking. 66, 99. Zaraki Kenpei couldn't help opening his eyes when he saw this scene, raised his head and looked at the monsters who were staring at him. Maybe because they are Ryotsu's living beings, even though it's just a simple sight, after focusing on one point, it almost makes him feel like his body is about to be torn apart. No one knew that my Zanpakutō liberation included the scabbard. Guan Yu said quietly. So the outermost crystal shell of the absolute mist after liberation is actually a changed scabbard. It can convert the damage received by allies into Ryotsuo and store it, and then release it through the sealed blade. In other words, when I used absolute mist in the past, I was completely wrapped in a scabbard and fighting. And after the real mist, although it lost the ability to absorb and transfer damage, its release performance has been greatly improved. Just injecting Ryotsuo and swinging the knife can inject vitality into all the spirits. If Kid is released by swinging a knife, in addition to life force, it will give them complete form and intelligence. 99. This is the true ability of Zhuo, I call it, Fa has Yuan Ling. What you are seeing now is the embodiment of all the Had and Bakud spells that I have mastered. As long as I, the caster, don't die, they will not disappear. 5. I'm tired of you, now it's their turn to play with you. Say it. Like an origami warrior, the light-shaped man came to Zaraki Kenpeki in an instant and slashed his light-winged arm. Zaraki Kenpeki took the blow without dodging or dodging. There was a hole in the chest, and blood was flowing. Really strong. He glanced down, smiled and launched a counterattack. The big knife fell on the head. The light film man actually split automatically and turned into the torso of Zaraki Kenpeki, the owner of the Six Paths Light-Wing Death card. Boom! A giant composed of 5 iron pillars, burning King Yan with grinning facial features in his hands, fell with a punch. The earth trembled, and thick smoke and dust splashed more than 10 meters high. The next moment, a golden slash shot into the sky. There were deep cracks in the iron giant's fist, and King Yan was cut off. The blood-soaked figure broke through the dust, stepping on the giant's arm and headed straight for its head. Needless to say, he knew that he wanted to cut off the giant's neck. However, this plan did not materialize. The chains flying in the sky grabbed his feet and threw it into the sky. A thunder dragon with a length of more than a kilometer and a body dozens of times thicker than a water tank roared and slaughtered, opening its mouth to engulf Zaraki Kenpeki in mid-air. The momentum of the impact continued unabated, smashing through several barriers, and without any accident, it penetrated the sky canopy of the martial arts field, and went straight to the outside sky. Shinigami, who was in Siridii, could vaguely hear the roar of thunder, and when he looked up, he could even see a column of thunder and lightning shot straight through the sky, and then exploded above the clouds. For a time, rolling thunder spread throughout Siridii. Inside the martial arts arena, Guan Yu looked at the sky for a while, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The other monsters, in no particular order, quickly left the martial arts field and staged a group migration. The team members looked at each other in dismay, and after reacting, they rushed out of the martial arts field and rushed in the direction of Ryotsuo's shaking. They move. All squads were shocked. Hundreds of monster corps composed of terrifying Ryotsuo and a large number of troops of the battle squad were like a typhoon crossing the border. Although no damage was caused, the shock to outsiders was not too strong. Soon, an outsider challenged Guan Yu, the captain of the 11th team, and the news of the shocking confrontation between the two sides quickly spread throughout Siridii. It's really spectacular, old man Shan, do you really not need to worry about it? The first team executive room, on the semi-terrace corridor. Kurako Shunsui sometimes looked down at the portable messenger in his hand, sometimes raised his head to look into the distance, and tucked his lips. As long as there are no unrelated casualties, there is no need to pay attention. As for the additional losses caused, Guan Yu will be responsible for handling it himself. The old man sitting on a chair not far away was very calm. Old man Shan, what do you mean by what you say? Do you think that Captain Guan Yu will win? I heard that the opponent is not easy to mess with, even Bang Kai can't, but he can fight with Captain Guan Yu to this point, without any problem. Doubt has extraordinary potential. Just having potential can't beat Guan Yu. It's true, but since Captain Guan Yu took office, Siridii has become more and more lively, and it makes me want to do something. Kirako Shunsui exclaimed. Then get back to handling official business, don't try to be lazy by the trivial matter of handing in the report. Only this, please turn a blind eye to me. 3 kilometers northwest of the bridal town is the bridge for the future duel between Byakuya Kukaki and Abarai Renji. Said to be a bridge, it is actually a border city wall composed of 2 rows of watchtowers, which separates the active areas from the warehouses that are not often used. From a distance, it looks like a dam across it. But at this moment, a figure fell like a meteorite from a height above 1,000 meters, smashed several watchtowers in a row, and was finally buried in the ruins. Moments later, the golden tyrannical Ryutsu's sword, tearing the dust and bricks out of the ground. Zaraki Kenpeki stood on the ruins with a large sword, panting and looking around. Suddenly, he grinned. Because it was right beside him, in all directions, there were strange-shaped monsters in the sky and the ground. Come on! 35. Roaring, swinging the knife up. But the tiny figure was soon overwhelmed by the monsters. Huge roars and colorful dazzling lights set off one after another. No matter how messy Zaraki Kenpeki kills those kid lives, it doesn't help, and the slashed monster quickly reunites and goes into battle. Natural disasters ravaged the land. Endless torture brings deep and terrifying despair. Deeply shocked the hearts of every Shinigami. Rather than fighting, it was more like the scene before the world was shattered. In the end, the blade of purgatory, which covered thousands of meters in radius, rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption, tearing and evaporating the surrounding moisture and clouds, causing the air temperature to rise violently, and the firelight reflected half a Siridii red. The unilateral destruction has come to an end. When the firelight disappeared, the dust settled. There were strands of black ashes floating in the air like flying snow. The heat from the scorched earth, the size of Karakura town, attracts rustling rain. The water droplets that hit the ground splattered and splashed in all directions, and the traces left after the war could not be washed away. A dry and charred body stood at the very center. Always, stand firm. Chapter 109. 3 days later. Madarame Ikeku sat in a daze by the dormitory window. I thought you overslept, corner. After an unknown amount of time, Gongqin walked in and said helplessly. Aren't you going to go to class? I came here to wait for Zaraki Kenpeki to come to the door and get back to the place. Now my wish has come to nothing, and for a while I have a feeling that I don't know what to do. It's okay if you want to fight Zaraki Kenpeki right now. 35. I can't get enough of a he like that. A corner looked out the window with a slightly complicated expression. The apprentice dormitory is located on the edge of the team building, and from his perspective, he can see the east gate, which was previously destroyed by Zaraki Kenpeki. The city gate has now been rebuilt and restored to its original state. And above the city gate, stood a human-shaped statue. Its appearance is identical to that of Zaraki Kenpeki. The 4 gates of Siridii are guarded by strong guards. We should also strengthen our learning in this area, and we can no longer be casually beaten in by others. For this reason, Guan Yue will take back Zaraki Kenpeki, who is no different from death. Extracting the memories from the spirit child reshapes the personality, preserving Zanpakutō. Finally, it was transformed by the corpse technology of Bird Oyusu, and the ideological stamp of never rebellion and absolute obedience was added. 28. As the guardian of the eastern city gate. 0. Usually, it is a human-shaped statue without Ryutsu fluctuations and breath leakage. After activation, it will temporarily obtain an actionable body, retrieve the memory and personality of the past, and live again to fight for the guardian team. The pink-haired lowly Yachiryu, who had followed Zaraki Kenpeki before, was unwilling to leave, so Guan Yue appointed her and the statue as the 4th seat of the 11th Division, responsible for the defense of the East Gate. Not without some irony. At the beginning, he broke the city gate and entered, but now he has to become a wage earner after his death, repair the city gate by himself, and guard it forever as a guard. Guan Yu's move has refreshed a lot of Shinigami's perception of him. In the past, I thought that he was a learned and rational, gentle, sophisticated grandmaster who would have many friends, but now he treats challengers like this, and I have to say that it makes me shudder. Even at the beginning, a soldier with an upright disposition made a bold statement, thinking that doing so was suspected of humiliating the dignity of the soldier. And Guan Yu will criticize the speaker. What a joke! The people of the Invisible Empire can turn their companions into zombies, and Kuroishi Mayuri also created a group of corpses, and even used his subordinates as human bombs to deal with Yulong Ishida. Compared with him, he has been kind enough to treat the defeated. This is the Battle of Kenpeki. The losers are unqualified Kenpeki candidates. I recognize their dignity and strength, and I also think they are qualified to contribute to the 11th team. The most important thing is, let future challengers and you understand one thing. That is, if the weak dare to challenge the strong, they must have the consciousness of losing everything. Don't take the battle too simple, it can be enjoyable. The battle is to win, and you will feel satisfied and happy when you win. You can't even win and you are worthy of being called a strong man? Do you want to be such a strong man? What is there to revere in this dignity? Dignity, life, freedom, will become the property of the winner. Family, children, friends, and family will feel sad for you, and may be implicated because of you. So, when you are tired from practicing, when you lose your fighting spirit, when you feel like you are about to lose, when you are immersed in meaningless pleasures, when you feel it is a humiliation, just look up at the statue, and then look at the stone tablet in the square that records the name of Ghost Rock City. If your brain is still normal, then you should know what to do next. After these words got out, the noise inside the 11th division disappeared. Even Shinigami from the other divisions was in awe. At the same time, the incongruity that had accompanied it suddenly disappeared. Because of Guan Yu's rare cruel behavior, they finally realized that he should be feared and feared as a Kenpeki. Although the two flexible methods in the past were popular, they lacked a certain key element. This element has now been completed. It virtually confirms what Guan Yu said to Zaraki Kenpeki. Really? After this fight, he became a bit whole as Kenpeki. So? Are you going to get out of here and go back to Rukonga to continue fighting those people? Gongqin leaned against the door frame and asked in a low voice. What a joke, isn't that bullying children? 35. A corner snorted and stood up. I can't challenge Zaraki Kenpeki, but it doesn't mean my life is over. Even beasts have to fight to survive. I'm not as confused as before. Fighting is not everything, and becoming stronger is the foundation. If fighting under the command of Captain Guan Yu should be more beneficial for me to become stronger. After all, this is the 11th division. Gongqin understood and laughed. Speaking of which, Captain Guan Yu doesn't seem to be in the team building today. I went to the place where we fought 3 days ago. It seems to be to save money for the team, so I went to repair it myself. Repair? Is he alone? How? With Kid? Who knows, after all, it's Captain Guan Yu. I'm not surprised if you say he can make everything back to normal with a wave of his hand. Kid has used him to the extent that he can almost be said to be omnipotent. Is it my illusion? Gongjin? You seem to be envious. There's no such thing, it's just that I feel a beauty in it and I'm fascinated by it. Gong, Bao Pro. You are not. Don't look at me like that, I'm talking about Kid, Kid. 35. Gongjin didn't know that, just as he and Yi Jiao were spraying each other, a group of people in the ruins of the battlefield in the northwest of Bingtown also witnessed the miracle that seemed to them to be almost omnipotent. They are the staff responsible for post-disaster reconstruction. Not Ngodi I-13, not even Shinigami. Just a group of residents who live in Siriti for a living. About 120 people stayed in the well-built area outside the ruins, together with the relevant leaders sent by the first team in the 46th room. One by one, Their eyes widened, shocked. The huge 8 trigrams array covers a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The earth was surging violently as if it had come to life. Whether it is scorched earth, or ruins. They were all engulfed and covered up by the swamp-like soil, and after a while, new buildings rose from the ground. It's like there is a huge furnace underground. All the broken things are collected as materials, and a new one is made according to the original template. Incredible! This group of construction personnel has worked all their lives, and some ancestors have been doing this work for generations. But never thought of such an exaggerated act. Of course they don't know. Even Guan Yue himself was not sure how far he could do it. At this moment, Guan Yue was standing in the sky hundreds of meters high, with the strong ryotsu surging all over his body, as if he was wearing a silver-blue robe of flame. His fiery red pupils were filled with the same light of ryotsu. Holding a stack of drawings obtained from the construction staff in his hand, he sometimes lowered his head to review it, and sometimes raised his head to watch the changes on the ground, and checked whether the buildings were consistent. The God Machine Hundred Refinements, which is fully activated, cooperates with the Fenghou Qimen's control over time and space. Treat everything on the ground below as something you can need at will. From cleaning to rebuilding, we do everything in one hand. Although he was very tired and had to use Lu Ku Immortal Thief to replenish his stamina, he still had to persevere. Otherwise, the money earned throughout the year will be poured into it. Damn Dragon Strikes Thief Thunder Cannon, I don't remember how stupid I was when I used this kid. Although the ability of Fa Yu Yuan Ling can make every kid mastered by him into a fresh life, it is more worrying in terms of intelligence, just like the Thunder Dragon that flew Zaraki Kenpeki. In Guan Yu's opinion, it is no different from Husky. Chapter 110. In the end, Guan Yu spent half a month renovating and rebuilding this dilapidated area comparable to the size of Karakara town, during which he did not even attend the regular team head meeting. Could have been faster. But he felt it was not worth it. I ran to persuade the Land Administration Bureau under the 46th room. After all, it has been abandoned for a long time, and it is left alone. It is better to take this opportunity to renovate it, and then sell it to those who need it. The Bureau of Land Management agreed without a word. Then the next day, the vice-captains of each division were called to discuss the matter. Omida Notomijan, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division team, a super-rich family with fields and mines, decided on the spot to win the right to use this land for the next 100 years. This time, not only did the Land Management Bureau make a fortune, but Guan Yu, the construction party, also received a satisfactory remuneration. That's how it should be. It's okay to have to pay for something broken. But if I pay you a better one than the original and let you resell it to others, everyone can make a lot of money, isn't it better? When I think about it, I am not doing a review, but making money. Guan Yu went to work in high spirits. Even building a tower can inspire a researcher of stitch monsters, and after discussing with the housekeeper of the Omida family, he plans to build a landmark building similar to the Eiffel Tower. Seems to really think of himself as a building designer and engineering contractor. You guys have done business on my behalf. When Guan Yu was enthusiastic about the reconstruction work as Minecraft, he had a lot of fun. The broken bee came to the door with a black line on his face. Isn't this senior? What? Did you come to visit the class on purpose? Guan Yu looked up at the glamorous girl who appeared on the roof at some point. Yeah, look at how much you've earned that made you so happy that you didn't even go to today's team premiere. Broken Bee Skin smiled and said without a smile. How boring is the team's first meeting? After all, this is the site of your second team. I'll be more serious and responsible, isn't it a good thing for you? You also know that this will be the site of the 2nd Division in the future, but look at how you have changed this place. I feel as if I have come to the real Europa, and what is that tower? What? Is it necessary to build such a high tower that cannot be used for defense? Facing the accusations of Broken Bee, Guan Yu was very puzzled. No. It has nothing to do with me, I'm only in charge of the construction, how to change it is arranged by your side, I will at most give a small opinion, the appearance of the tower is designed by me, but I received it. The request was tall, big, and a handsome steel tower. Broken Bee was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and immediately covered her face with a smack and let out a weak moan. 35. Seeing her like this, Guan Yue also turned around, suppressed a smile and comforted. Senpai wants to open up, you have to believe in your Yuki's vision, even if she makes up her own mind, she is not someone who can do meaningless things, and it will definitely be useful. 35. Broken Bee looked up at the sky and sighed. Once upon a time, she longed to fight side by side with your Yuki-sama, and usually worked together, wouldn't it be fun to be with Mimi? But she was wrong. Your Yuki, who got rid of the reins, is wilder than the wild horse, and the number of troubles he has caused is countless. This is like a person who wants to go home and inherit the family business to be a lady, and then find someone to marry and be a good wife and mother. The words she said when she persuaded her to be the captain were all deceitful. Aizen once said. No, it hasn't been said yet. But it doesn't matter. Longing is the feeling farthest from understanding. This sentence is really applicable to the current Broken Bee. As your Yuki released himself, as the closest relationship with her, the most frequent private contacts, the relationship has gradually transitioned from superiors and subordinates to girlfriends, even if the Broken Bee does not want to admit it, but the beautiful image in his heart is almost disillusioned. Forget it, let's not talk about it first, I came to you mainly because the captain mentioned something related to you at the team's first meeting. Because you didn't arrive, I came here to say hello first and let you do it. Be mentally prepared. Oh? Guan Yu's expression changed, and he put on a posture of listening intently. The 46th room instructed the commander-in-chief to find a suitable person to serve as the chief kid chief as soon as possible. The commander-in-chief intends to let you go. The Broken Bee language is amazing. Let me be the big kid chief. Guan Yu frowned. Although he went to Qingjing Tajulan again a few days ago and applied a ideological seal that was 10 times stronger than the original one and could last for about 150 years, he did not convey the message to the sages in the 46th room. What new instructions? Under the normal operation of the 46 rooms, it is normal to think of filling the position of commander and deputy commander of the kid group. After all, the direct subordinates they can use are the guards selected from the graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy. The strength is really worrying. Generally, when something important happens, the most used ones are the kid crowd and stealth maneuvers. With most of the Shinigami unaware of what happened, the incident was resolved silently. And the stealth maneuver has become difficult to mobilize because of your Yuki's semi-integration into Godi 13's relationship, and only one kid can be manipulated at will. But now that Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen are not there, the entire kid group has suddenly become a guardian of honor that is not much stronger than the escort team, and can only be responsible for some traditional sacrifices, daily maintenance of the crossing gate, and logistics management. The 46th room wanted special troops with strong combat power. Now it is absolutely impossible to have speciality without combat strength. Different arms have different roles. You can not, but not without. However, it is obvious that the 46th room has not been able to find a suitable candidate for the past few years, so this task was entrusted to Yamamoto Yuanyujai. No wonder they look too high. But the talent in this area is really, is it good, scarce. Let's just put it that way. Most of the vice-captains are very good at KID, why? Because KID has a wide range of applications, and it is more conducive to assisting the captain to play a role in checking and filling vacancies in his usual work. Therefore, any Shinigami who can use KID proficiently can dry quickly. But these people, at best, can only be said to be first-class KID players. It's not good enough to be the deputy KID chief. Not to mention a big KID long. And there are few captains who are not good at KID. After all, they are all all-around players, and they are basically not far behind. Being a big kid chief is still unqualified, and a deputy kid chief is more than enough, but it would be too incompetent to let a captain who knows Bankai be a deputy kid chief. Looking at it this way, I don't know Bankai and specialize in kid, and I am indeed the perfect candidate to be the chief kid. Guan Yue touched his chin and muttered. But what about the 11th team? Chapter 111. Concurrently. The captain's office of the first team. Guan Yue looked strangely at the old man behind the table. Now is the second day after Broken Bee's tip. After learning the news, he hurried to find the captain to confirm the specific situation. However, he got an unexpected answer from Yamamoto Yuanyujai's mouth. Don't tell the old man that you don't have the confidence to do both. The old man slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. It's not a question of confidence, kid and Godi 13 have always been irrelevant, being both captains and chiefs, there is no such precedent at all. Guan Yue frowned. He now has an entire team to take with him. In the early days, there were too many official duties, and there were too many things to do, which once squeezed the training time, but now everything is on the right track. Yamamoto Yuanyujai was better, as if he was afraid that he would be idle and wasting his youthful years, but at this time he threw a big burden over. Precedents are created by outstanding talents. You are not someone who can only follow the path of your predecessors. I can see that you have a lot of ambitions that you want to achieve. Yamamoto Yuanyujai said lukewarmly. He also brought some of the things under the table to the table. Before Shihaoran Yuryuaki, the Shihaoran family was in charge of secret mobility from generation to generation, and there was no one who was both the captain and the commander-in-chief of 443 at the same time. 99. In the eyes of this old man, you are much stronger than the yellow-haired girl Shihaoran Yuryuaki. Since Soul Society doesn't explicitly prohibit it, it proves that it is possible to do so, you just need to do what you can, do what you want to do. However, the nature of this matter is rather special, and the old man doesn't want to put too much pressure on you. If you really don't want to, then be the acting chief kid for a period of time, and wait until you find a suitable candidate after the 46th room. You can abdicate and make way for the wise. 99. Guan Yue was speechless. I just want to say that I believe your nonsense. What is the acting big kid long, put it nicely. If you don't do well, you will definitely be criticized, and you will not be able to pass the test in your heart, but if you want to do well, in the normal state of the 46 room, if you are willing to remove yourself, you will definitely not say a word. Not right. Guan Yue suddenly thought of something, and a suspicious look flashed in his eyes. Did this old man just add another sentence "do what you want" to the sentence "do what you can do"? What does it mean? Encourage yourself to do things? And also deliberately take your Yuaki as an example. Could it be that? Chid. Okay, I can be the chief kid, and I don't need to act as a deputy, but the commander-in-chief, I will arrange the candidates for the deputy kid chief. In addition, I would like to make some adjustments to the configuration of the kid public, hoping to get your support. Guan Yue suddenly changed his tone and readily agreed. What support do you want? I set up a kid specialty class at Spiritual Arts Academy. Courses, exams, and graduation are all under the responsibility of my kid students. If possible, I also hope to improve Spiritual Arts Academy's kid teaching materials. 66.99. Hearing this series of requests, Yamamoto Yuanyujai lost his calmness, opened his squinted eyes a little, and stared at Guan Yue silently. Guan Yue looked at him calmly. It doesn't seem contrite at all. Do it thoroughly, make the best use of it, and maximize efficiency and benefits. The commander-in-chief elected him to be the chief kid chief. He just wanted to imitate your Yuaki and make a deep bond between the kid crowd and the 11th team, so that the overall strength of Godi 13 would be improved. The three major organizations that originally did not interfere with each other merged into one, like a clenched fist, the power is more concentrated, and the attack will be stronger and more powerful. Although it has been a year since the hollow incident of Hiriko Shinji and others, Godi 13 finally recovered, squeezed the remaining talent and filled most of the captain vacancies. Now the real murderer is still missing, and even his identity cannot be determined. With the experience of the last time, if there is another time, it will inevitably become more cunning and deadly. Therefore, we have to take preventive measures in advance and concentrate the existing forces to ensure that we can respond quickly in the event of an accident and reduce losses to a minimum. Lowest. If Guan Yue is not bad, this is the original intention of the captain. And for him, the informed person, this approach is not unfounded. After all, there is indeed an invisible empire secretly that needs to be carefully guarded. What's more, with the approval of the Commander-in-Chief, a special unit like KID, which lacks high-end power, but has a well-established and unrepeatable role in the middle and low ranks, is integrated into the 11th team. Undoubtedly, it can further increase the strength of the 11th team. The original lack of KID talents, technicians, and facility maintenance personnel can be filled at one time. After that, the 11th Division can devote themselves to the battle, and leave the rest to the KID people to handle. Assassins and mages don't work well together, but warriors and mages are classic golden partners. The two complement each other, and Guan Yue, the pseudo-special force commander, was instantly transformed and became the commander of the army. The burden on the shoulders is indeed a lot heavier, and the benefits are obvious. But Guan Yue is not satisfied with this. He had already anticipated the problems that would arise in the longer future, such as KID might not be able to keep up with the growth of the 11th team, so he planned to start with the education system of Spiritual Arts Academy. Strengthen KID education, add more good seedlings, and then allocate most of these good seedlings to your own bowl. Guan Yue thinks there is no problem with this. If you make the plate bigger by yourself, the profit will naturally be the most, and other teams can follow along and drink the soup. If it gets bigger, this will be of great benefit to Soul Society's future. Yamamoto Yuanyujai would not fail to understand. With his pattern in mind. Not to disagree. He wouldn't be Yamamoto Yuanyujai if he didn't agree with him. Guan Yue had anticipated this, and his expression was not only magnanimous, but even gradually changed towards anticipation. Not expecting the old man to agree, but expecting him not to agree. Those eyes seemed to say, "You quickly refuse, let me see if the great elder who opened the Spiritual Art Institute has become pedantic and rigid." 66.99. Yamamoto Yuanyujai simply closed his eyes, ignoring this BD who made a lot of progress. The two remained silent for several minutes. At this time, Chur Sasakaibe knocked on the door and entered. "Your Excellency Yuan Liuzai, the 46th room asks you about the outcome of the matter mentioned last time. The old man will go there in person later." "Yes." When Sasakaibe retreated, the old man stood up on crutches and walked towards the gate. When passing by Guan Yue, he paused for a moment and said in a low voice, "Just do as you said, if there is any error, you are the only one who asks. Learn." The corners of Guan Yue's mouth were slightly upturned, and he responded softly. Chapter 112. Reported via Yamamoto Yuanyujai. Room 46 quickly made a decision. At a recent team first meeting, the old man made it public. Officially appointed Guan Yue Kenpeiki, the captain of the 11th Division, to serve as the chief KID chief. He will take up the post immediately and coordinate the deployment without delay. Yes, 99. Hearing the decision, the captains had mixed reactions. Some were amazed, some were silent, some frowned. But no matter what, it doesn't change the fact that Guan Yue has two jobs. After the team's first meeting, Guan Yue specially called Jing Le Chun Shui. "Beijing band leader, please stay." "Hey? What's the matter, Captain Guan Yue? Didn't I say it before, there's no need to be so polite, just call me by name in private, all right?" Kurako Shunsui held on to the brim of his hat, and there was a bit of teasing in his smile. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to congratulate you. Kid does not belong to Godi 13's jurisdiction. Although it is a bit exaggerated, but if you really care about it, Big Kid is on the same level as Shan Laotu. After being the captain for so long, this is the first time I have encountered this way of promotion, but you will go to that place sooner or later. I have no interest in nursing homes. Guan Yu's sharp response made Jingle burst into laughter. Nursing home? It's really appropriate. I have something I want to ask you about. I remember Jingle, you are the first batch of graduates, right? 35. Hey? That's right, Jushiro and I are both in the same class. I didn't expect you to even know this old story. Because I'm doing a survey about the Spiritual Arts Academy educational system, do you have time now? Find a place to sit and chat. Of course, this is a serious business. There is no reason for my family's Lisa-chan to say that I am lazy now. Let's go, I know a new tavern, the service is quite attentive, and I don't need to call Jushiro. 5. No, Captain Jushiro's face is not very good looking, let him go back to rest early. Makes sense. The two left together. At the corner of the corridor of the team building, a head suddenly appeared, staring at the backs of the two of them, whose faces changed. Tavern? Attentive service? Captain Jushiro is ill and can't call him? That guy from Kiraku hasn't given up on his plan to lead Guan Yue astray. Damn it, I have to do something. Bumblebee bit her nails, racking her brains over and over to think about countermeasures. At this time, with a pop, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Hey! 35. The girl suddenly jumped away like a cat with fried fur, holding the knife handle behind her waist with her backhand, and looked back with a high degree of vigilance. After she saw who it was, she instantly froze. Yet, Broken Bee, it's not a good habit to eavesdrop on other people's words behind their backs. Yoryuki waved with a smile. Lord Yoryuki, why are you here? I don't want to either. The Golden Seal Club has something to negotiate with Godi 13. Captain Kukaki is out to avoid suspicion, so I was selected as the representative. Look at my clothes, really, if it wasn't for my shunpo. Well, there is no way to sneak behind you in such clothes. So why do you have to go around behind people's backs quietly? And don't use shunpo in such a strange place, my heart is still pounding, and the Commander-in-Chief of Stealth Mobile has been scared into this. It looks like your ex will be embarrassed after the news spreads. Broken Bee suffered a lot, and she finally realized how hard Omida Nozomi's career as a vice-captain has been over the years. Heart beating? Don't rely on me, it's your own problem. Yoryuki glanced at the direction Guan Yu left. Well, there's nothing you can do. You've reached this age, but hiding behind your back like this won't have any results. Well, this is for you. Suddenly thinking of something, Yoryuki looked around like a thief, and quickly took out a small box from the collar of the cumbersome kimono that he didn't know what was inside, and half forced it into Xiaobi's arms. What is this? Yoryuki-sama. The medicine that can make people tell the truth, the latest product sent by Kisuk from this world. I want to see if it can be promoted within secret mobility, which is convenient for future interrogation work. Just if you use it, just try it well, remember to hand in a 500-word testimonial later. 9. Ask for flowers. Wait, Yoryuki-sama. 39. Watching Yoryuki wave goodbye to himself, Broken Bee looked down at the very delicately packaged medicine box in his hand with a tangled face. It can be seen that Urahara Kisuk's business is not good in this world, and he really wants to open up business routes quickly, get more funds to buy materials, and continue to study some projects that interest him. The medicine that can make people tell the truth. If I use this on Guan Yu, I can figure out how badly he was brought up by Jingle, but... Although Broken Bee was eager to move, She even had such an inexplicable thought in her heart that she didn't even dare to think deeply, but she was very doubtful about the efficacy of this thing. The guy Urahara is not very good, he studies some messy things. After he left, Kuratsuka Mayuri made the Technology Development Bureau prosperous as soon as he took office, which greatly highlighted how bad his predecessor was. There are indeed two brushes. It's just. Guan Yue is the first Shinigami ever to take the top titles in the fields of Kenpeki and Kid Martial. Can drugs like this that affect the minds of others work on a strong-willed man who is good at magic? And what if that guy is poisoned? No, that guy is very tricky, I have to find someone to test this drug first. Thinking of this, Broken Bee took out a portable messenger in the shape of a black cat and placed it in her ear to call. Excuse me, is it Captain Nirvana? I'm Broken Bee. I found the remains of Urahara Kisuke's test item in the old team building of the 2nd Division. I want to ask you to help me test it, okay, I'll send it over now. Point 35. After hanging up the communication, the girl let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled complacently. Sure enough, Urahara Kisuke is hated. When he mentioned his name, the inhuman Kuroishi Mayuri was willing to put down the research at hand and happily agreed to his request. Let's just pretend that we didn't see it today. Looking at the direction where Guan Yue and Jingle were leaving, the Broken Bee whispered 3 words in a low voice. Chapter 113. I don't know that Guan Yue, who was missed by the bees, is devoted to his work. He wants to get some things done at this stage and give himself plenty of time. On the other side of the body cultivation furnace, the technology for the creation of artificial Menos Grande souls has been completely perfected with the assistance of Shiishi, and the research on giving the modified souls the power of Shinigami has also been successful. After that, it is mass-produced and put into use. In other words, the cultivation resources are secured. Because of this, Guan Yue is preparing for a 2-decade-plus retreat soon. Since the style of painting is more and more like a cultivator. Isn't it a matter of course that after accumulating all the cultivation resources, you will be absorbed in self-improvement in seclusion? Even this has nothing to do with cultivating immortals, normal people would do it. It doesn't sound good. The kind who can obviously be the sword god of Shilpo, but who doesn't have a low-key cultivation and is impatient to join the WDO and suffers all kinds of beatings, 3, is not a normal person who grows up under the beating. To this end, Guan Yue first found Jingle to learn about the initial education system of Spiritual Arts Academy, so as to improve the kid's special class that he expected to set up. Jingle was not only surprised when he heard the whole story, but also very interested in it. He decided to provide free help within his ability, and also dragged his old friend Jushiro into the water. For several days, there were many meetings and discussions. Jushiro also occasionally attends. Of course, Guan Yue did not forget to accept his new subordinates. Is that all? 35. A remote corner of Siridii, within a huge hollowed-out mountainside. Hundreds of torches are adorned like stars, and the firelight illuminates everyone's face. Guan Yue stood on the high platform, his eyes burning like a torch, and he carefully examined the group of people. A total of 120 kid congregation, all present, please Lord Guan Yue for inspection. An old man named Whitebeard, dressed like an onmyoji, bowed tremblingly, and at the same time held a pitch-black tin rod full of divine aura in his hands. The captain of Godii 13 has Captain Hayori. The big kid chiefs of the kid congregation also have their own unique status symbols. Guan Yue took the tin cane. Once started, Ryotsuo infiltrated into it, mastering its material and composition. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not to mention, kid is all about Godii 13. From clothing to utensils, none of them are simple decorations, and they all have their symbolic meanings and special functions. This tin rod can act as a stabilizer and booster in large kid rituals, thereby reducing the burden on the bearer of the ritual itself. Even in Shihaoran's secret vault, such treasures are rare, right? So are these people in front of you. The essence of magic is a ritual. Kid has implemented this principle quite well. From the environment, clothing, accessories, movements, and even the rhythm of breathing, everything is traceable. 120 people seem to be of the same mind. Ryutsu, emanating from the unconscious, is at the same pace. When you close your eyes and feel it with your heart, you will only feel that there is a big river flowing under the high platform. Taken out individually, everyone is insignificant to drink water. But if they put them together and choose the environment, then there will be a wave. 6699. A flash of admiration flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. Kid's combat power is incomparable to any team, but this discipline and obedience, as well as the overall cooperation of the group, is really the kind that hangs Godi 13 and fights it perfectly. Well, it fits his logistical needs. The front line can be made into a pot of porridge, but the rear must be stable and orderly, like a sophisticated machine operating efficiently all the time. It's just that the number is a little smaller. 35. The 11th team now has nearly 300 people, which is still the result of elites. According to Guan Yu's forecast, it will expand to 500 people at most in the future. Then adopt the system of survival of the fittest to improve competitiveness and ensure that the quality of elites only rises and does not fall. The logistics staff should be at least twice as many as this number, that is, 1,000 people. The 120 people in front of them are obviously far from enough. However, it is not difficult to increase the number of people. It's not that the kid people themselves do not know that with their collective style, the more the number of people, the greater the power that erupts, but the problem is that everyone is unique. If you want to run into this level, the level is second, time and experience are the most important. There are fewer people, so there are more opportunities for practice. After 10 or 100 times, technology and tacit understanding will naturally catch up. Even though these people look inconspicuous, in terms of experience, they are far more than most of Godi 13 officers. In other words, as long as they can raise their strength, they can suddenly have hundreds of fire support troops that are comparable to the superior officers. Since there is such war potential, it is a bit wasteful to use it as a logistical support. 35. Guan Yu rubbed his chin and thought. He is the master of Kid himself, so he naturally understands how the Kid community should change. It seems that some adjustments are necessary. The future Kid crowd is divided into two parts. One part is like Shenji Balian, which has the logistical function of a universal scalpel, and the other part is like Tongdian Lu, which is mainly fighting. In this case, you might as well directly create a special Kid technique based on two different techniques, and then divide it into 3 stages, low, medium, and high, and teach them to them. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. The corresponding forging technique can be consistent with the full manifest technique. Learning this is equivalent to creating a group of full manifest practitioners, allowing them to mass produce and build Kid equipment to improve work efficiency. Tongdian Lu's amulet is unique. It can imitate the Taoist yellow paper amulet to create a simplified magic spell. It is still 10 times stronger than the current spell used by Soul Society, which can improve its own spell casting level. Low cost, multi-purpose props, and more efficient special spell casting skills. This is what Kid should be like. Not only do they have secret shunpo, but they even reach out to Kid to develop a unique. There are some techniques, and Kid has a profound background, but it is unwise to fight to the end in traditional ceremonies. 35. However, everyone who has taught these two techniques must apply a special ideological steel seal to protect the superiority of the technology and prevent it from being leaked, and to prevent someone from pushing back and finding restraints. Tongdian Lu and God Machine. Bai Lian method, on the other hand, to ensure loyalty to me. 0.3 Guan Yu is not a good person at heart. He hopes to make his subordinates stronger, but he does not want his subordinates to become too strong, and he does not want his subordinates to be out of his control after they become stronger. The ability of the 8 wonders is too outrageous. Even if the derived kid technique is taught, it will definitely cause an uproar. If it weren't for the simplified functions of Tong Tianlu and Shenji Bai Lian being relatively simple or biased towards assistance, at best it would have created a group of full showers and kid warriors who are good at spells. Guan Yu would not even think about it. Consider. In this world where individual power is above everything, the strength of subordinates is only used to increase their influence, and only with their own strength can they have absolute right to speak. Well, having said that, you can also take this opportunity to mass-produce a batch of spiritual embryos and implant them into the bodies of excellent kid warriors, so that they will not only become stronger quickly, but also provide me with a rich reward, and at the same time can as a more stealthy preventive device kills 2 birds with 1 stone. 35. Chapter 114. After making the decision, Guan Yu returned to the 11th team and started to write the spell with the help of the transformation function of the slim furnace. Self-cultivation, self-cultivation. Not only material visible to the naked eye, but also intangible knowledge can be transformed. All you need is a carrier. Its properties are similar to memory correction. Since it is a technique related to the operation of the spirit child, to be more specific, it should belong to the spirit child memory correction. The original kid technique, to put it bluntly, is a spirit child that will operate and combine according to the established procedure. As long as the procedure is adjusted, the efficacy of the technique will naturally change accordingly. But Guan Yu won't attack himself. This is, after all, a trick. First create a spirit skeleton, and inject the spiritual power materials of God Machine Hundred Refinements and Tong Tianlu through the self-cultivation furnace. And then according to the needs of the transformation, it is similar to the P picture. Until the 2 techniques of forging and talisman are perfected, finally copy a copy of the data and transfer it to the machine, and copy a copy and compile it into a textbook. Creating your own kit is sometimes as simple as that. That's why Guan Yu admires technology. It has nothing to do with research philosophy and persistence as a 28 scientist. Just because it is efficient and convenient. Isn't it? It stands to reason that the new kid system that should have been born after a long period of pondering and practice, Guan Yu completed it in only 3 days. No one dares to believe this efficiency, and only thinks that he has come up with the results that he has been tinkering with for a long time. The basics of blacksmithing and spells are more than enough to serve as the teaching materials for the kid special class. The teacher's words will be rotated by the kid masters who have mastered these 2 techniques. The same technique has different effects for different people. It is said that it is just a matter of learning from the strengths of the family, and the work pressure of the kid people is not too big. But do you want to include the spirit manipulation training promoted by the 11th Division? What do you think, Tianbei? The upper floor of the exclusive private residence of the 11th Division and Captain. In a study with an ancient Huxia style, Guan Yu, who was busy copying materials and compiling textbooks, suddenly came up with an idea, but he was not quite sure, so he raised his head and asked Tianbei, who was lying on the coffee table to help with the team's official business. This. Captain, with all due respect, I think our training is still too difficult for those juniors, and the facilities required for training are also a problem. Although our team has been funded by the captain for the past few years, you have commercial channels continue to inject funds, but relying on the captain all the time is not an option. Tianbei pondered for a while and gave the most objective answer. However, in the second half of the sentence, the tone became very euphemistic, and there was a trace of unspeakable embarrassment. 2. Nyata is a big battle team, and hundreds of strong men need to rely on the captain to spend money alone to promote the rapid development of the whole, which means that it lacks funds. And the lack of funding means, the upper management does not recognize the work of the 11th team. Of course, under Guan Yu's management, the 11th team couldn't have been so bad that their funding was cut, but compared to other teams, the funding amount was mediocre. Obviously there is room for improvement, but nothing can be done. In Tianbei's view, this is the greatest sin. Guan Yu waved his hands in disapproval. What can you do with the funds allocated from above? Take a long-term perspective. In terms of business management, you have to work hard. Money is used to spend. As long as it is used in the right place, its value can be reflected. We have to keep building, we can't stop. As for funding, you can use it as a team metric. Captain, do you mean to encourage the players to earn money? 39. Tianbei said in amazement. That's right, let them spontaneously form a team when they are free, treat themselves as a mercenary team, run wherever they need to go, wait until the year-end meeting, you will take the bill instead of me and throw it in front of other team representatives, and they will sell it themselves. Part of the funding, after all, my favor is not so owed. 6699. Seeing the confident appearance of his own captain, Tianbei Ziyasuk couldn't help admiring. How could he have never thought of such a good idea? I believe that none of the Shinigami squads would reject such a powerful foreign aid. And it is not through the normal trading process, but as a bargaining chip at the meeting, forcing other team representatives to make concessions, otherwise it will be difficult on the face. As for rejecting foreign aid and being self-reliant, as long as the captain cares more about his subordinates than his self-esteem, he will not do this. Besides, friendly exchanges and mutual assistance between the various divisions are prohibited. The reputation is not good when it spreads out. Wait, is the topic off track? I asked about the textbook, forget it, you did answer it. Guan Yu shook his head and suddenly changed his words. Speaking of which, Tianbei. What are your orders, Captain? How's your Bankai practice going? 6699. Tianbei's respectful expression froze on his face, and then he scratched his chin in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Captain, although Ryotsuo is barely qualified, it's probably another 10 years. 10 years, let me train it within 5 years, this is an order. Spiritual body correction surgery plus Old Nonggong spiritual birth. It's remarkable that Tempi can hit Bankai's threshold in less than a decade. In exchange for him, it would take at least another 50 years to train Bankai, and after that, it would take another 10 years of hard work to master the power of Master Bankai. However, Guan Yu was not satisfied with the progress of Tianbei. Number 2 equals. He intends to be the boss in a while and practice with peace of mind for several decades. At that time, he will appoint Tianbei as the deputy captain, responsible for handling all matters during his retreat, which is equivalent to acting captain. As the acting captain of the 443 team of the battle team, how can he be able to survive without the strength of ordinary captain level or above? Don't bother to come forward at that time, it would be embarrassing. Tianbei obviously understood the painstaking efforts of his own captain, and despite the enormous pressure, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. The captain's order must be fulfilled no matter what. At this time, the C-type messenger machine on the table rang. Guan Yu picked up and said hello, then hung up after listening carefully for a while. Tianbei, I'm going out. If someone comes to me, they say I'm going to jingle for a drink. Got it. Tianbei watched Guan Yu being teleported to the outside world, feeling a little confused. Someone asked, and they said they went to Beijing to have a drink with the band leader? This does not sound like a fact, but more like a pretense. Coincidentally, Guan Yu had not left for a minute. The landline rang again. Tianbei listened to it and found out that it was the Captain Broken B of the 2nd Division calling. Captain Guan Yu? The band leader Jing invited him to drink. On the other end of the communication, the Broken Bees quickly hung up after hearing the words, as if they were in a hurry to intercept Guan Yu. Tianbei sat back in his place with a puzzled face and continued to work hard. On the other side, Guan Yu is heading to Xiaodulu's house. Because someone from Xiaodulu's family called and said, Xiaodulu Jiandianqing Palace will be recruited. Chapter 115. 10 minutes later, Guan Yu arrives at the Xiaodalo mansion. As soon as I arrived, I saw a lot of carriages, guards, and a huge sedan chair outside the mountain gate, with a velvet curtain and a fringed canopy. The luxury was clear at a glance. No one in Siriti is so ostentatious except for the nobles. Usually, they put the emblem symbolizing the family name in the most conspicuous place, so that others can recognize their identity at a glance. This pedestrian is no exception. Guan Yu glanced at it and knew which family it belonged to. How to say? Unexpectedly. Is it Tsunoya Shiro of the 4 great nobles? There are 5 nobles under the king spirit, and they are the most unattainable people in the Soul Society. But now, there is only status but no power, and it is no different from the Buddha statues offered. The Shiba family was evicted, and there was another family whose name was not even mentioned. Only the Kukaki, Shihaoran, and Tsunoya Shiro were left standing at the top of the aristocracy. It seems that Xiaodalo, which I have passed through my hands, has really turned into a sweet pastry, and the 4 nobles who have been sitting on the sidelines can't help but want to take a bite, and yes, Kukaki and Shihaoran are not easy to mess with, so they can only rush the soft persimmon of Xiaodalo is here. Guan Yu shook his head helplessly. Political warfare is a boring game. Especially in the extraordinary strength of individual power surpassing everything, this kind of boring game can only be used to pass the time, but unfortunately, he does not have that much time to pass now. Directly a shunpo, over 100 meters of steep stone steps, directly to the gate. As soon as the gatekeeper saw him, he let him go without saying a word. Over the years, Guan Yu has been running to Xiaodalo's house for business alliance matters. Nowadays, there are few people in Xiaodalo family who don't know him. Some new servants mistakenly think that he is also a high-level executive with Xiaodalo's blood at first. And the real high-level people treat Guan Yu as the god of wealth and the savior of the world. Every day, they talk in the ear of their own master, persuading him to have a good relationship with him. Back to the topic. Without even asking, Ryotsu's perception alone can tell the exact location of Master Qiandianqing Palace in this vast mansion. But Guan Yu still let his servants lead the way, and walked slowly to a hall. Wooden floor, simple and generous decoration, revealing the atmosphere of an ancient dojo. Beyond the sliding door is the courtyard. If you hold your breath, you can hear the murmur of the stream. Every hour, there will be a bell from the wakeful bamboo knocking on the stone. 0. The Qiandianqing Palace, who was well dressed and worthy of the name of princess, was at the top of the list. He sat quietly behind a row of hanging curtains, his black hair was tied up, and his face was looming, giving him a sense of mystery. Under the steps, the senior members of the Xiaodalo family sat in separate seats. The guests of Tsunoya Shiro's house were sitting in the center, facing the Qiandianqing Palace. The so-called respect was only a surface etiquette, and there was not a trace of respect from their hearts. This is not surprising. The Xiaodalo family is just a high-level noble, and if they represent the Tsunoya Shiro family, if they are really respectful, they will be shameful to their own family. I heard that there are guests coming, I shouldn't bother to disturb them, but knowing that it is Tsunoya Shiro of the 4 noble nobles, it seems that I am arrogant if I don't come out to say hello. 35. Guan Yu stepped forward unhurriedly, with a relaxed tone, giving a feeling of familiarity. The people from Tsunoya Shiro's family were both astonished and stunned when they saw him. All of a sudden, it turned out that the servants just suddenly ran in to inform the master of Xiaodalo that it was Guan Yu's arrival. Surprisingly. Why is this man here? Captain Guan Yu. Or should I call you Your Excellency Guan Yu the Kid? Just kidding, it's also my honor to see you here. The representative of Tsunoya Shiro's family, a middle-aged man dressed in aristocratic costumes with white hair on the temples, remained seated and bowed his head slightly to show respect, as did the people behind him. This made the new elders of the Xiaodalo family sigh. Although overrated as possible, Guan Yu's deterrent effect today exceeds expectations. Even Tsunoya Shiro's family had to respond solemnly. No way, Guan Yu's qualifications as a Shinigami are still short, but he has a deep relationship with the nobles. He first took the Kokaki family to work, and then settled the 46 rooms, making it his own backing, and then forcibly removed the precarious Seattle from the shaky Kazumi road. Not to mention pulling back from the edge of the cliff, there is a wonderful combination of vertical and horizontal. Played the Kokaki family and Chihaoran's four nobles signs, supported Kashomita Road, and finally used their hands to form a business alliance. In just a few years, it has extended its tentacles to all walks of life in Siritii, and it is expected to sweep all directions one day in the future. With such a wrist that turns his hands into clouds and covers his hands into rain. It was hard for the Tsunoya Shiro family not to admire him. What's more, Guan Yu is still a dignified captain and a big kid leader, breaking the precedent and destined to leave a strong mark in the history of Seoul society. Is there any disrespect? All kinds of factors are added together, and there is no need for others to remind them, and the sense of respect arises spontaneously on the spot. Seeing the other party give face like this, Guan Yu laughed dumbly. He knew very well that Tsunoya Shiro's people were here to take advantage. If it was replaced by other methods, I would not mind adding a few more gold bricks with the name of Tsunoya Shiro engraved on the golden signboard of the business alliance, but the other party obviously had the idea of drawing wages from the bottom of the pot, which was no wonder the Seattle family has a very good personal relationship with me. If you have any needs, you may wish to reveal a thing or two. Maybe I can help a little. When the Tsunoya Shiro family heard this, they secretly glanced at each other. The leader said emotionally, I am waiting for this trip, on behalf of Tsunoya Shiro's family to propose marriage to Seattle. Seattle has been in charge of women since ancient times, but inheritance is not a matter of one person, and now Seattle is currently in charge of Jiandian. The Qing Palace has reached the appropriate age, and Tsunoya Shiro's family is very happy to choose an outstanding descendant to join Zhaoxia Road. I personally think that this is a blessing for both families. Kazumitaji can welcome the noble lineage of Tsunoya Shiro, and Tsunoya Shiro can also forge a deep friendship with Kazumitaji. I have heard that Guan Yu, the business alliance founded by adults, has the support of Kokaki and Chihaoran, but they are only outsiders after all. If Tsunoya Shiro joins forces with Kazumi Aji, it will not only greatly enhance the influence of the business alliance, but also restrain Kokaki and Chihaoran when necessary, ensuring that the master with the greatest say is in your hands. This statement is really justified. Solving the crisis of confidence, expanding the overall scale, safety valve. Not to mention the Xia Road, there are 3 benefits to Guan Yu himself, and the temptation is really not small. Ugh! Jiandian Qing Palace may have seen Guan Yu's heartbeat, or may be worried that he will be persuaded, and suddenly cleared his throat and said, My concubine is a little tired, I will discuss this matter later. 66, 35. 66.99. Guan Yu, Tsunayao, and others looked at each other without saying anything. I haven't talked a few words yet, is it useful? Chapter 116. The master said so, so Tsunoya Shiro and everyone had to leave. Nothing to regret tangled. This is not an easy thing to achieve, take your time. Furthermore, the trip was not without success. The appearance of Guan Yu allowed them to see a new breakthrough. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was led by a servant to the private reception room of the master. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Jiandian Qinggong in formal clothes sitting on the tatami and drinking tea. Without the previous curtains, the pure face with a little whitewashing and beautiful red lips, people could not help but think of Ni Rainbow's traditional doll. Ji's long black silk hair is tied into 2 ball heads, each with a phoenix hairpin, wrapped in a sky blue brocade, which looks graceful and bright. Even Guan Yu can't help but sigh that women's growth is fast. It has only been 7 years, and she has transformed from the little girl who was shivering with fear by the assassin, and who is no different from the middle school students in this world in every way, into a 18-year-old JK? From the appearance alone, he is already the same age as himself. Now, this peer is using a pair of beautiful eyes to release the light of resentment. Why are you looking at me like that? Lord Guan Yue, I don't know what your 443 thinks of Tsunoya Shiro's previous proposal. Qian Dianqing Palace quietly changed the subject. It can only be said that he was born from the four great nobles. Even after the Shiba family was kicked out, he was affected. Kukaki took away his position as the head of the four nobles, but his shrewdness were still intact. Descendants. Guan Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip, commenting neither salty nor bland. Their proposal is really good, although it is essentially empty-handed white wolf, but at the same time that they make money, we will only make more money. In other words, do you want your concubine to recruit Tsunoya Shiro's family as her husband? Qian Dianqing Palace said sadly. I hope it's not what I said. Guan Yu put down the teacup and made a crisp sound, neither light nor heavy. Qian Dianqing Gong shrank his shoulders subconsciously. The words that followed made her tremble even more. In the final analysis, didn't you invite Tsunoya Shiro and those people? 99. The concubine just mentioned the future husband-in-law with other friends at the recent tea party. Unexpectedly, after the rumor spread, many nobles came to visit one after another, and the retainers agreed that it was time to make a decision earlier. The concubine was about to convince them, but the Tsunoya Shiro family came. Qian Dianqing Palace explained with some guilty conscience. So you arranged for the guards to contact me and let me come to your rescue. Guan Yu stared at her with a thoughtful expression. No. More than that, you should have other plans, let me guess. Please wait. 99. Qian Dianqing Palace hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Also, let's say it by myself. It's okay to be seen through by others, and it would be too embarrassing to be brought to the table. 66.99. Guan Yu was speechless. If you know it's embarrassing, don't do it. My concubine is thinking. I can take this opportunity to help you, and then, by the way, I asked Mr. Guan Yu if you would like to be a part of the Xiaodala family. Qian Dianqing Palace said hesitantly, her pretty face getting more and more red. Even if it is to take the initiative to explain, the level of embarrassment is not much lower. It seems that her own thoughts annoyed Guan Yu. She quickly explained, the concubine has reached the appropriate age, even if the concubine does nothing, the retainers will take the initiative to speak up, and the Xiaodala family really needs a new successor, so the concubine thought about it and wanted to take this opportunity to probe your tone. Of course, concubine knows very well that as Lord Guan Yu, you can't join the family, but concubine has always admired you, and will lower her requirements after you refuse. As long as you can keep your blood concubine, you will be satisfied. 66.99. Guan Yu rubbed his eyebrows. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt a headache after Qian Dianqing Palace had really revealed it in full. Chid. There will be a day when he will be remembered by his sister paper for his innocent body. And the conditions have been lowered to this extent. She doesn't need to be married, and she doesn't need an explicit ceremony, as long as she can give birth to an heir. Is there such a good thing in this cruel and cold real world? In other words, first set an excessively high condition and then lower it all at once, and use the psychological gap to induce the other party to think that he has earned it, but in fact it is still above the normal standard. I taught you this little trick, but you actually used it on me. 99. The concubine has been supported by you until today, and everything is in your eyes, and because of this, the concubine deeply feels that you are the best match. After talking about it, Qian Dianqing Palace became more relaxed and generous. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Guan Yu. What Yamato Nadiko's virtuous and gentle are all burnt down under this fiery determination. Anyway, please agree to your concubine's request. Anyway, you are not married now, even if you marry someone else in the future, the concubine is willing to offer a blessing and keep a secret for you. This. Good to say. The two words haven't come out yet. Guan Yu suddenly noticed a familiar Ryotsu burst into the windowsill. At the same time, a cold voice with a strong temperament of Sister Yu resounded in the room, as if deliberately suppressing anger. Sorry, this secret is no longer a secret now. Sister? Why are you here, and you are still dressed like this? 35. Guan Yu looked at the man in black in front of him with a look of surprise. No, the man in black had already grabbed the neckline and hula, as if he had transformed himself, and tore off his coat, revealing his true face. It is the Broken Bee himself. Her black trench coat is clearly an imitation of the black cloak left by Urahara Kisuke, which can completely isolate Ryotsu, if it is matched with kid and superb concealment techniques. It is no wonder that until he appeared, he was able to hide from Guan Yu's unconscious Ryotsu perception and keen eyes and ears. I was tracking a prisoner, and I saw you on the way to complete the mission, and I followed you out of curiosity. Broken Bee lied without changing his face. Probably also knew that it was too clumsy and could not stand morally, so he immediately turned his attention to the dazed Lord Master. Under Qian Dianking's palace, this man and I are lovers, please put away that unrealistic idea. Oh. Although he didn't know why the captain of the 2nd Division of Tang Tang did such a sneaky act, but seeing her bring up the things that mattered most to him, Qian Dianqing Gong didn't care about anything else, narrowed his eyes and said coldly. My concubine has never heard of Mr. Guan Yu talking about you, Captain Broken Bee. What is unrealistic? There is a tradition of adoption among nobles, so I just want to invite Mr. Guan Yu to adopt a son. It's just Xiaorode, I don't know what you mean by Captain Broken Bee. Let's talk about it and be optimistic. What? Chapter 117. Oh, not good. Seeing the choked bee. No, it should be because Qian Dianqing Palace is deliberately pretending to be dumbfounded was so angry that he couldn't speak, and even made a sound of yugu from his throat, like an arrow. Guan Yu secretly slandered. Qian Dianqing Palace is also a nobleman and the head of the family. He is one thing in front of him, and another one in front of outsiders. When it comes to the city and the lip service, he has always just worked hard. In the past, he could not write a single book with more than a dozen books. Where can the Broken Bee with a decent report be an opponent? No need to argue, I can hear it clearly outside the window, you are clearly trying to deceive the family members, such a descendant will not have the right to inherit in the future. Broken Bee took a deep breath and calmed down. However, Qian Dianqing Palace raised his hand to cover his red lips with his cuff, and there was no smile in his eyes. When will it be the turn of secret mobility to intervene in the family affairs of the nobles? It's not up to you whether you have the right to inherit or not, and even the Golden Seal Association has no way of interfering. The concubine is the master of Xiaodulu, and the concubine's words are the family rules. 35. If neither Lord Guan Yu nor his concubine's descendants can inherit the Xiaodulu family, then it would be better for the family to break down early. Captain Broken Bee. No, you probably don't stand here in the position of the captain, and you directly put the words aside. If you admire the Lady Guan Yu as much as the concubine, then you should be in favor of the concubine. Proposal. After all, it is impossible for Mrs. Guan Yu to enter the Xiaxia Road, which means that the concubine will not become your competitor, and it is only a waste of effort to compete with the concubine. 99. This is called eloquence, and the Broken Bee is an insight today. Black can be called white, white can be called pink, and then coax others to spend a lot of money to buy them back. If you don't buy them back, you will lose money. What annoyed her the most was that the person she was trying to help out was still nodding from time to time with a look of approval, as if to treat their argument as a formal debate, and she felt a sense of the performance of Qian Dianqing Gong, who had been trained by herself. Very pleased. Return? Is it really credible to put such a utilitarian word on your lips? Shouldn't the so-called admiration be just some high-sounding rhetoric? Guan Yue, what do you think? Broken Bee stared at Guan Yue, obviously not wanting to let this guy sit on the sidelines any longer. How can a cold-hearted killer like you understand the concubine's feelings for Mr. Guan Yue? Mr. Guan Yue said before that he has seen through the feelings of the concubine. Having said that, Qian Dianqing Palace also cast a look of help to Guan Yue, hoping to get proof. Facing the hot and cold eyes of the two, Guan Yue looked very calm, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, I think, even though it's a pity that senior sister and I are not lovers, but I don't mind this kind of development, and I don't mind accepting thousands of dollars. Dianqing Palace's request. 99. 6699. The reactions of Broken Bee and Qian Dianqing Palace can be said to be very different. One was shy and angry, the other was beaming. Forget it. You'd better stay silent. The Broken Bee slashed at him fiercely. It was strange that he was not as angry as he had imagined. The so-called anger was more of a confrontation against Qian Dianqing Palace. Immediately, he took out the truth potion that Yueki gave him from his arms and threw it in front of Qian Dianqing Palace. This is the secret medicine of secret mobility. It can make obediently tell the truth. It is very simple to prove your intentions. Eat it and let Guan Yue ask for it. Qian Dianqing Gong picked up the box suspiciously and opened it, seeing the rows of capsules inside, which was not the same as the medicine he had remembered, so he couldn't help but hesitate. You don't have to worry about what I did, because I have already taken it to the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kuratsuka Mayuri, to check. The biggest side effect is that it will make you dizzy and sleepy all day, and there is no other harm. Besides, your Lord Guan Yue is also there. If you don't believe me, you should believe him. Broken Bee seemed to see through Qian Dianqing Palace's concerns and spoke clearly. Master Guan Yue. Show me. Guan Yue curiously took the box thrown by Qian Dianqing Palace, took out a capsule and put it under his nose to smell it. No taste at all. However, Ryatsu, who penetrated in, sent the most accurate feedback. 6699. A strange look flashed in Guan Yue's eyes, and he asked as if nothing had happened. The effect is exactly as Senpai said, but Captain Nirvana is actually interested in this kind of thing, isn't it Urahara's invention? Yueki-sama handed it over to me personally, as for whose research I am not interested in. Well, as far as Smash B's reaction is concerned, Urahara Kisuk must be right. But how could he study such a thing? No, wait. Yueki handed it over to Broken Bee and passed Kuroishi Mayuri's test. Could it be, hiss? A possibility suddenly flashed in Guan Yue's mind, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. That guy Yueki doesn't look at his dark skin, but his heart is also red and black. But she probably never thought that things would develop to this stage. Forget it, anyway, the responsibility belongs to Yueki, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Guan Yue decided to act like he didn't know anything. Qian Dianqing Palace held the capsule with her fingertips, and her beautiful eyes flashed with light, and suddenly said, "It seems that my concubine does not have to prove anything to you. Are you afraid?" "No, what the concubine means is, we eat together. Ask for flowers 099. Broken Bee's expression froze, and then he became ruthless. "I don't have any hidden secrets, just be together." A few minutes later, the two of them held a capsule respectively, looked at each other, swallowed it with a death-like aura, and seemed to worry about regretting it, and immediately picked up a teacup filled with water and drank it. Big mouth. Call. Guan Yue just watched the two of them sit in front of him with a little unease. Soon, Suifeng and Qian Dianqing Gong began to feel that their bodies alternated between cold and hot, and sweat was leaking from their foreheads, and they couldn't even tell whether it was cold sweat or hot. "Something's wrong, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with my spirit." 99. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken bee fell headlong. Qiandianqing Palace is no exception. Under the gaze of Guan Yue with an academic mentality, the two girls with different styles curled up subconsciously. Finally, among the two piles of clothes, two white cats appeared. By this time he woke up. It's just that he couldn't see the ability to think as a human being, and he became confused. Although he was able to spit out a human voice, he heard some dreamy mutterings from the battle god. Guan Yue picked them up with one hand, and then tried to ask a few questions, but all answered obediently. That's right. It does have an interrogation effect. There is no problem with Urahara Kisuk's research. But, turning into a cat. This is definitely Yuruaki's handwriting, and he even bought Kuroishi Mayuri's perjury, and I don't know what the price was, so I want to come. Still take Urahara Kisuk's things in exchange. And what she wants to achieve at all costs is not just as simple as turning people into cats. Being in the confused state of being interrogated and becoming a cat for the first time will naturally be driven by instinct. Whether it is Guan Yue himself, or the broken bee, Qiandian Qinggong, they have reached the age suitable for marriage, in other words. Oh, it's not easy to handle now. 99. Seeing the two cats rubbing frantically on their hands, the most outrageous thing was to use their original voices to bark non-stop, which made those cats who had been beaten to death only look more and more sad. Guan Yue sighed helplessly. Based on the lofty virtues of disease-causing Moxibustion people, he decided to delay for an hour or two to help them get rid of that painful state. Of course, he did not forget to set up a barrier, and in order to avoid medical disputes afterwards, he also took out the portable messenger machine and turned on the recording function. Video recording is unnecessary, it infringes on others' portrait rights, and in a sense, no audio recording is convincing. 3. Chapter 118. When do people reflect on their actions? The answer is, when you swallow the consequences. The taste is so bitter and full of guilt. So much so that Broby was silent for a long time after waking up, staring blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling with an expression of "I'm already dead, don't talk to me." It is estimated that even if she is pulled to reincarnate into this world, she will not take any resistance, and maybe she will actively cooperate. My head is so heavy. Did the concubine slept too long? Why are you here? At this time, Qiandianqing Palace also woke up. He looked the same as a hangover, but when he saw a glamorous girl lying on a quilt not far away, the drunkenness disappeared immediately, and it was replaced by full of astonishment. Think about it, that medicine doesn't erase the memory, it's still in your head. 4, 3 may be the same situation for others to make you feel better. There was some expression in the eyes of the broken bee. While responding coldly, he sat up with his somewhat limp body. The quilt slipped, and broken bee was slightly startled and grabbed the corners of the quilt, but immediately realized that she was not what she remembered, but had changed into a loose women's yukata. Standardization. Needless to say, it must be the man's handwriting. Broken bee would definitely not be able to accept the fact that he was usually changed by the opposite S*X on his own initiative, but now there is no fluctuation in his heart. What's that compared to the horrific series of ugliness that happens after turning into a cat? Abaj. On the other side, Qiandian Qinggong also recovered the memory of the period of irrationality under the guidance of Broken Bee, and could not help but let out a cute low voice, with rosy cheeks and shy and angry. Although I hope that something unspeakable will happen with Guan Yue, but the relationship has become intimate, but this is too embarrassing. As a well-bred lady, how can I bear this? Just when Qiandianqing Palace was going to denounce the culprit, the door opened and Guan Yue walked in. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect you to wake up, and I didn't say anything for fear of waking you up. Guan Yue lied. In fact, he has been guarding outside. It's just that I didn't want to be caught in the fire for the first time, so I deliberately dragged it in until this moment. Master Guan Yue. Qiandian King Gong's first reaction when he saw Guan Yue was shock, and then he suddenly covered his head with a quilt, turning into a moving little hill, and let out a muffled moan. When this happened, the concubine no longer has the face to face your eyes calmly, and it is only because the concubine was involved in the evil plan of the thief that such evil results. Noticing that Broken Bee's face was getting darker and darker, Guan Yue quickly comforted him. I am also responsible for it. The inspection was not meticulous enough. I didn't expect that the drug would have such an effect after being taken by a woman, and you don't have to be too sad. From a physiological point of view, you are still a woman. Shut up. I don't want to hear that word now. No, it's more embarrassing to say that this kind of thing happened, but it's still that one. Broken Bee covered her ears, and her pretty face was not only angry but also ashamed. She was lying there like a tomato and rolled back and forth on the quilt, looking like she was tortured madly by the dark history and wished she hadn't been born. In a word, incompetent rage. Captain Broken Bee. You brought the medicine, don't you think you should take this responsibility? It may be that a certain word hurt Qiandian Palace, so that she could not care about being shy, she crawled out of the bedding, and angrily accused Shuobi. 35. I am also a victim. Broken Bee wanted to fight back like this, but the words got stuck in his mouth. His face was bluish and red. Yes, she is indeed a victim. But the medicine was brought by her, and the idea was proposed by her. And then, it's unfortunate too. Using the victim as an excuse only highlights her stupidity. At this time, Guan Yue stood up to rescue the Broken Bee. Sister is also unintentional, she did not expect this medicine to have such side effects. I have already helped you to eliminate the side effects of drowsiness, and conducted an in-depth examination to find this medicine is a secondary synthesis. What's the meaning? Qiandian Palace didn't know much about techniques other than blacksmithing, so he couldn't react for a while. But Broken Bee is different. I saw a flash of anger flashing in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, it means, this medicine has been manipulated by someone, and it was the effect I knew, but it's hard to say after it was manipulated and changed the ingredients. Looking at your appearance, you seem to know who the prisoner is? 35. Qiandian Palace still has the ability to observe words and expressions. What? Broken Bee responded lukewarmly. Throwing the quilt aside, he walked to the windowsill with a gloomy face. Her Captain Haori and battle uniforms are neatly stacked here. However, Broken Bee did not put it on immediately, but picked up Zanpakutō on the clothes and prepared to bypass Guan Yue and go out without saying a word. Wait. 35. Guan Yue pressed her shoulders. You want to stop me? No, I just thought, you might need this. Facing Broken Bee's icy, knife-like gaze, Guan Yue calmly took out a magic talisman and stuffed it into her left hand. Then he lowered his head and whispered in the girl's ear, informing her of the effect of the talisman. 6695. The Broken Bee blinked, a little surprised. Just when Broken Bee thought Guan Yue would let him go, something unexpected happened to her. Guan Yue not only did not let go of Broken Bee's left hand, but took her hand and touched it to his mouth, like a light kiss. No, just a light kiss. Although it won't snow today, it's still quite cold. After all, it's released. Broken Bee was caught off guard by this intimate gesture. She stayed in place for a long time and couldn't regain her senses. The wind outside was full of coldness, but she was hot all over. From the inside to the outside, it is like being thrown into a pot and boiled. If you put it in a cartoon, your head will turn into a chimney of a steam train, whistling while smoking. After finally realizing it, the pair met Guan Yue's gaze, and the Broken Bee suddenly shuddered and disappeared with a swish. In Guan Yue's perception, she has appeared thousands of meters away. Shunpo in such a large area is more like running away than rushing to avenge Shuiren. Okay, the Broken Bee is gone, now it's time to deal with your affairs. As Guan Yue said that, he turned his eyes to the somewhat jealous Jiandianqing Palace. Don't you want an heir? I can satisfy you. Bureau G. Chapter 119. What is joy falling from the sky? Jiandianqing Palace can only understand it now. But it's not what you think. 99. Guan Yue closed the sliding door, and a silver-blue aura flashed through his fingertips, silently permeating the entire bedroom like a sound, constructing a complex barrier that was difficult to break both inside and out. First of all, let me state that I won't let my blood flow out. The reason is very simple. I have too many special abilities that I was born with. While these abilities have helped me a lot, they also make me deeply afraid. I am not sure whether my descendants will inherit these abilities, and I am not sure. Will the descendants who have inherited my abilities be targeted, so for their safety and for their own safety? Guan Yue sat cross-legged on the tatami, looking at Jiandianqing Palace, who was quite lost, and told the coldest decision in a flat tone. I won't let my blood flow out, even if it is re-engraved with the Spirit Sun technology, it is not allowed, let alone future generations. At least for a long time in the future, I will not revoke this decision. However, the problem on your side really needs to be solved. Xiaodalo is a noble, and the nobles have a noble tradition. A successor is essential. Even if I am here, you can continue your life, but the role of the successor it is not only to inherit the family business, but its symbolic meaning is greater than its actual meaning. I will not comment on the quality of this ethos, but since you need a successor, I will give you one. I have a subordinate whose spirit skeleton technology can be used to mass-produce powerful soldiers, and can also extract your spirit data to create a similar you. If you want to experience what it's like to be a mother, I can also implant the embryo into your body. Anyway, the subsequent growth process is to absorb nutrients and grow naturally, and it is no different from placing it in a culture tank and giving birth in a mother's body. The heir born in this way will not only have the same pure bloodline as you, but also have above-average literacy in all aspects, which means, she will be an uncompromising genius. If you feel tired one day, you can rest assured that the family business will be handed over to her. After hearing this, the room fell into a dead silence. There was no smile on Jiandianqing Palace's face, and there was not a trace of light in his eyes. Although we have been with him for a long time and know that Guan Yue can be cold to ultimate when necessary, he did not expect that he would also be the object of his cold treatment. Concubine. Am I just a puppet in your eyes? If I do something that makes you dissatisfied, will you also use this technique to create a new Xiaodalo Jiandianqing Palace to replace me? If something is broken, it must be repaired, and if it is not repaired, it must be replaced. This is a matter of course, but... Guan Yue paused, then smiled, and said. I'll definitely reflect on that before that. After all, it's my own thing, it's my duty to take care of her, so it's my responsibility if something goes wrong, and I'll try my best to make it up, until everything is irreparable and it's so bad that it can no longer be used. Even if you don't want to, you have to replace it with a new one. People always have to move forward. Every step consumes energy, which means constant loss, but every step forward, he will see new scenery, which means constant gain. 0. This is an established fact, because there is no need for me to run forward with all my life. For this reason, my legs and feet are injured and I am exhausted. Life is long-distance running, and long-distance running has the law of long-distance running. This kind of sacrifice is meaningless. It is also the most incompetent manifestation of 39. Aside from the unease, think about it carefully, will the me you admire be such an incompetent person? 66, 99. Jiandianqing Gong looked at him in a daze, tears suddenly poured into his eyes uncontrollably, until he wet his face and dripped on the back of his hands before he could react. He hurriedly wiped it with his sleeves, his eyes turned red and he didn't care, he kept his posture straight. Bow down to the ground. I'm very sorry, but I made you see the ugliness you shouldn't say, and I questioned you a lot. I'm ashamed of your trust and attention, and please allow my concubine to make amends. Sense. It's not as serious as you said. Guan Yu waved his hand indifferently. Anyone who hears about this technology will have similar concerns. This is human nature. I dare to tell you that I have made the corresponding consciousness, and you can understand, I am very satisfied. 99. I don't need to apologize, give me a chance to show my broad mind. If you want to feel really sorry, then, take it off. Qian Dianqing Palace raised his head, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. It's common sense to show your belly when you apologize, right? Guan Yu looked at her with a strange look of don't you know. Qian Dianqing Palace's mind was suddenly unable to turn around. Common sense? Is there such common sense in the world? Or do you say that you have stayed in the boudoir compound for a long time, and have begun to separate from the popular atmosphere of the outside world? Don't understand? Then I'll put it another way. 35. Guan Yu coughed lightly and said casually. Although you have to create a successor in that way, in order not to let outsiders see it, you have to make a little sacrifice, for example. You can't be seen by others that you are inexperienced, do you understand what I mean? Qian Dianqing Palace bit his lip, his face getting redder and redder. He lowered his head and dared not look into Guan Yu's eyes. He whispered, little girl is not talented, please give me more advice. Then he got up and untied the belt of his yukata in front of him, and began to change his clothes. Yes, the question is to change clothes. After all, it's so hot in the house, and I'm still not sweating profusely for a few hours, so I can't go out and walk around the mansion like this, so that the servants can see that they are disrespectful. Not knowing that he had been stolen from his home, the broken bee aggressively broke into Shihaoran's house. After a while, there was a burst of chicken flying. Boom! After an explosion, Yoryuki's living room collapsed. A figure broke through the dust, swept across the sky, and ran away into the distance. This guy is too ignorant of good people. It seems that he has already got what he wanted, but he still fights against my benefactor. I don't remember teaching her to be like this. No, I have to go to Guan. You stopped her. Yoryuki muttered in his mouth, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. Broken Bee has always respected and loved her, and 443 never wanted to lose her temper so terribly. He knocked on the door without changing his clothes. Suddenly, a strong wind came on. Yoryuki subconsciously raised her hand to block, but it was so strong that she had to take a few steps back. When she stabilized her figure, she found that Broken Bee was actually standing in front of her. You can't run away, Yoryuki. Seeming to see through Yoryuki's puzzlement, Suzumibaki with a gloomy face pointed at the bee flower pattern on her chest with the liberated Suzumibaki, then pointed at his own chest, and said coldly. When I went out, Guan Yu gave me a magic talisman that allows people to transfer space, and let me use the bee flower pattern as the coordinate to activate it. Although my bee flower pattern lasts for a limited time, since you were marked with the bee flower pattern by me, then for the next limited time, I will haunt you like a wraith. 6699. Yoryuki opened his mouth, dumbfounded. As optimistic as she can't laugh at this moment. This is too vicious, isn't it? Didn't she just want to help these two people to enhance their relationship, and also to satisfy her own bad taste? Although the medicine was prepared for Guan Yu, she knew that with Guan Yu's acumen, she would not fall for it. However, this is exactly what makes her hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, take the initiative to stick it up to launch an offensive after turning into a cat, and suddenly shorten the distance between the two sides. It stands to reason that even if she is embarrassed, she should not react so much. What exactly did Guan Yu do to her? Wake up, Yoryuki! Wait! Chapter 120. When the sun rose for the third time, Guan Yin stepped out of Xiaotalo home refreshed. As expected of a nobleman. The quality of this hot spring is high. Not to mention that the environment is gorgeous and delicate, it makes people feel pleasing to the eye. Although it is the first time to open to the public, and the hospitality is relatively unfamiliar, Guan Yu himself rarely comes to the hot springs, and he does not have too many requirements in terms of details. Besides, the spring water itself, because of the continuous injection of the interface, belongs to the living water. It seems that there are a pair of small hands doing a full body massage for yourself, and the comfort level is further improved. There was a faint fragrance in the air. After smelling it for a long time, it will make people suddenly think of a plant called heather, which is a rather magical experience, which makes Guan Yu linger. One soak is 1 day and 1 night. Fortunately, simulating Arrancar's physique is quite powerful, otherwise Shinigami's physique alone would be really bad. I originally wanted to stay for 2 more days, but Jiandianqing Palace put a lot of effort into entertaining him, and he also had serious things to do, so Guan Yu had to leave the hot spring for a while. Let the host close the door and thank the guests for a good rest, and by the way, find out the deficiencies from the experience and improve them, so that the overall service is more mature. And he will deal with the work at hand during this time, and then come to the door to ask for advice when he has time. Speak up. The senior seems to be from a noble family. Although she is a lower-level noble, she is not as wealthy as Jiandianqing Palace. In the secret base of Bipolar Hill, Urahara Kisuk modeled someone from the Zero Division to create a hot spring that could heal people's injuries quickly. Guan Yu thinks that if there is a chance, he can try to break the bee. Good things are to be shared. At that time, the broken bees will also like the pleasant activity of soaking in hot springs. Guan Yu thinks that the broken bees and the others have friends like themselves, at least they have to be reincarnated in the Soul Society 8 times. So sigh. Guan Yu returned to the private house of the 11th Division, spent half a day rechecking the textbook, corrected some irrelevant flaws, then sealed it up and took it away to the kid community. He found the Hongyi master with the highest position except himself, the chief kid and the temporarily vacant deputy chief kid, and handed over the revised teaching materials to him. Kid, like Stealth Mobile, have their own job system. There is no official word. After all, no matter whether the commander-in-chief or the big kid is long, no one has a lower administrative level than the commander-in-chief of Godi 13. At most, it is because of your great influence and high prestige. In most cases, your opinion is the main thing, and you voluntarily downgrade by half. Therefore, the sub-commander of the stealth maneuver corresponds to the captain of Godi 13. And your Yuaki let the vice-captain and the superior officer serve as the sub-captain. It can only be said that your Yuaki can do some amazing things. In the kid congregation, the highest rank is the mage. Further down are the ordinary kids. Kid originally had 4 masters, but one retired a few years ago. At that time, both Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachai Gen were still there, so there was no hurry to make up for them immediately. Later, after they left, another mage passed away due to illness, and now there are only 2 left to support each other. But to say so, one of them was about to have to retire. This person, Guan Yu, is still very familiar. It was the old man who took over the kid congregation at that time, convened all the kid scholars, and presented the tin stick symbolizing the length of the big kid in public. He is over 700 years old this year. No more powerful Shinigami than Kurako Shunsui, Jushiro, Uno Hana, the years have taken away too much vitality from him. The old mage is now in a semi-retired state and basically does not get involved in the affairs of the big or small. He will only give some reference as a consultant, and then another younger mage, Hong Yi, will take care of it. Of course, no matter how young you are, you can't be as young as Guan Yu. In a temple, Guan Yu and Master Hong Yi each sat on a futon. Master Hong Yi wears a black monk robe and has short hair. He looks around 50 years old. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes. An ascetic monk. The kind with real magic. Therefore, after being extradited to the Soul Society after his death, he was soon brought to the kid group to practice by a more senior master and his kid mentor, and it has been 300 years now. It can be said that once the chief and deputy commanders left, the old master was also helpless. Even in the eyes of Guan Yue, its evaluation is not low. Ryotsu is in the forefront of the vice-captain level Shinigami. Although kid technology has never been seen before, he thinks that the style of human life and the comparison and analysis of personnel information records are definitely a true combat school. Guan Yue likes to deal with this kind of person. He is real enough, he can't talk about it, and he can't communicate at all. Your Excellency Big Kid, is this really developed by you? Red Leaf Mage's hands trembled slightly. I roughly read the textbook given by Guan Yue. To say the impression, that is shock. The starting point of forging is very novel and eye-catching. It can extract the soul of the material and manipulate it, thereby changing the material itself. This is contrary to the traditional kid thinking, which is not to exert influence from the outside, but from the inside. Change from the inside out is always the most natural and the most thorough. Mastering this technology is equivalent to mastering the power to change everything. Although it is an exaggeration to say this, because the extent to which it can be used varies from person to person, but as long as it is popularized, even the most common and the lowest possibilities, when measured in infinite, are still a marvel of wonder. As for the talisman technique, use forging to make special talismans, copy the structure of each kid technique, and finally inject it into Ryotsu, which can be activated directly. This is equivalent to preparing the spells in advance and then using them when needed. Because of the need to copy in a quiet environment, regardless of the mentality, Ryotsu will be in a stable state, plus the special bonus of the talisman paper itself. The talisman produced in this way is definitely much stronger than temporary play in terms of effect. A kid who is proficient in the master's Fu Lu Shu can even carry a blank talisman paper with him, and then discard the chant and punch the required kid into the talisman paper when needed, so as to release a spell that is comparable to the full chanting effect. This is more than preparedness. Obviously, the technical level of a kid scholar was abruptly raised to a higher level. If forging is Guan Yu's infinite hope for kid, then Fu Lushu is the power that Guan Yu gave kid to seize hope. After coming to Soul Society, Hong Yi thought that there was no such omnipotent God in this world, but now he is shaken. Because he really holds in his hand a gift that can be called a miracle. Chapter 121. Of course I developed it. Years. Guan Yu rolled his eyes, sulking. You are the kid crowd, you know best whether Soul Society has produced similar technologies in the past 10,000 years, and you are not afraid to know that this was developed by me based on the two special abilities of my master, and those created out of thin air. Compared with people who have no technical content, it is really nothing. 99. You are too humble. Hong Yi swallowed his saliva. The gaze towards Guan Yu has evolved from reverence at the beginning to reverence. People who create technology, although great, are still ordinary people. True gods are born to wield power, and are willing to degrade their power to technology for believers. Such a great mind and love and care for believers, how can those ordinary people be able to compare? If it was him, if he created such a technology, although he would not be proud of it, he would carefully select outstanding talents with no flaws in character and ability to pass on, otherwise he would feel that such a good thing was wasted. But in this way, the biggest advantage of these two technologies is gone. To be honest, Xiao Seng originally thought that you were just pushed into this position by force, and did not intend to make a difference as the leader of the big kid. He wanted to focus on the construction of the 443 11th Division. After all, people's mental strength is limited. It's okay to do so. But now it seems that Xiao Seng's knowledge is too shallow, and he speculates against his own powerful and countless existences, which violates the original intention that he has adhered to for so many years, and Xiao Seng should apologize to you for this. Hong Yi folded his hands together and lowered his head in shame. I just did what I should do as a big kid. I can accept the apology, but if you want to thank you, then let it go. Perhaps it was because he had been with the warriors of the 11th Division for a long time, and Guan Yu's words and deeds were also full of freedom and ease. I am also a kid expert, so I should know how to manage the kid congregation, which is why I was appointed as the chief kid chief. But I am more uneasy about the status quo. Or, the status quo makes me feel uncomfortable, just like before you go to bed, you have to clean the bed and lie down to be comfortable, right? Kid's problems have always been there. You can tell from you that you were brought up by your master, and so are other people. It's hard to come up with some problems in this ancient relationship. Kid does not have classes or teams. Only each master is responsible for leading a group of people, just like a university, tutor leads graduate students. It is not so much a relationship between superiors and subordinates, but a continuation of the relationship between teachers and students. This is because the kid practice style upheld by the kid people is biased towards the school of ancient traditions, and in terms of technology, it is not limited to the three core branches of Had, Bakud, and Kide mastered by Shinigami. There are many more techniques that I have never even heard of, and may not even use for a lifetime, or use various technologies whose symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. From this point alone, Guan Yu can see the biggest drawback of the kid crowd. That is solidification. The history of Soul Society's 110,000 years is too heavy, and the various technologies it inherits are almost the accumulation of historical precipitation. Who can support this weight? Who can move it away, or smash it? Even if it can be done, it is not allowed. Because, witnessing history is the meaning of the existence of kid people. You have learned too much and are too complicated. I think this is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that you learn more knowledge to enrich yourself, which is a positive approach. I can't use it up. Guan Yu's evaluation is piercing. The Red Leaf Master was silent. Although there is no need to fight in Rukanga all year round like Shinigami, the kids also have their difficulties. The workload is too much, too complicated, and many things must be learned, even if it is just a few steps at random, and a Kagura dance must be mastered. The process is so prescribed. No way. However, can you become a strong person after learning these things? Kid is not a place that can help young people realize their ideals, but a magic cave that turns people into machines. But in my opinion, the disadvantages of the kid crowd are actually an advantage. Guan Yu's words changed. As long as you can apply what you have learned and give full play to your strengths, then every qualified kid practitioner can become a valuable talent. Forging and talisman skills are tailor-made for the kid people. Facing Hong Yi's shocked gaze, Guan Yu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. In the eyes of many people in the world, magic seems to be omnipotent. It can turn corruption into magic, and eliminate fear and despair. It is almost hope itself, and is synonymous with miracles. But magic? How can kid be omnipotent? If I have to say, only imagination is the most omnipotent. So I teach you blacksmithing and talismanism. 35. The practice itself is the magic that I cast on the kid people, bringing rotten things to life, and I think that's what the magic is about. I have no way of knowing the effect, but I think it shouldn't be bad. After all, there are such reliable subordinates as you. The Red Leaf Mage lowered his head again. No shame this time. Rather, it is a compliment with consciousness. Xiao Monk is in awe of your praise. I only wish to spend my whole life doing everything I can to follow in your footsteps, and one day to witness the kids embark on a new and glorious future under your magic. 35. Then you have to keep up. Guan Yu smiled. When Master Hong Yi got up, he patted something like a birdcage covered with a cloth, and the topic jumped to other places. Actually, I have something ready. Considering that blacksmithing and talisman techniques may be too difficult for some people, they don't have enough energy and time to study, or they are too immature and can't get started for a long time, they have missed such a good opportunity in vain, so I specially developed an inspirational device. You can put it in a completely sealed room, and then let the kids take turns to go in and lift off the black cloth to see what's inside, then the device will activate, greatly enhancing the activity of the soul. No matter what you learn, you can quickly get started. At the same time, I also cast a spell to prevent leaks inside. Before learning the talisman technique and blacksmithing technique, everyone has to walk in front of it, no one can be an exception, and no one can cheat, because it will record the names of all the casters. This is the foundation for our kid people to carry forward in the future. We must not let any mistakes be made, and we must carry out the monopoly to the end. Guan Yu did not deliberately conceal the existence of the ideological stencil. Such an important thing, of course, has to be ensured. Deliberately concealing it would be a hidden danger. However, when describing the effectiveness, it is greatly weakened. But it is estimated that even if it is honest and frank, other people can't say it, Master Hong Yi will accept it without hesitation, right? After all, he has almost turned into a fan of Guan Yu, and can't wait to make it up to worship him every day. The thought stamp will be the most devout proof of the believer. Chapter 122. The first month of Soul Society is as calm as ever. The Shinigami who have been busy all year have a short vacation. The pub in the court was full for a while. Rukanga has a stronger festival atmosphere in recent areas with stable law and order, and there are not a few Shinigami who go home to visit relatives. But the captains have no such idle time. A team meeting is held at this time of the year. No one is allowed to be absent. Compared with making reports and talking about daily work in the past, not only do you have to accept the encouragement of the old man, but also assign some tasks, which can make a theatrical version of it alone. All in all, it's very troublesome. Fortunately, the 11th Division is a pure fighting group, and it is not suitable for carrying out complex tasks. It only needs to be prepared to provide support at any time. Guan Yu is not sure whether this can be considered good news, but Yamamoto's next words are definitely good news in his opinion. Guan Yu, a certain plan mentioned in the report you submitted a few days ago, after negotiation between the old man and the 46th room, we decided to adopt it. As soon as this word comes out, all the captains looked at Guan Yu with doubts on their faces, wondering what he was trying to do. Not too surprised though. After all, after Guan Yu took over the 11th Division and Kid, the two teams were almost the same every day. This is only on the surface. In private, he also engaged in business with the four major nobles, and even the 12th Division was dragged into the water. No one likes trouble, so it's hard to be popular with people who are too messy, but if it's good, that's another story. Captain, what do you mean by a so-called project? Is it related to us captains, or Siridii? Yes, I think we have the right to know. 35. Tosin Kaname suddenly raised his hand and asked. Although the others did not say a word, their eyes were obviously curious. 46 rooms were disturbed, the nature of which can be seen in a Madara. It does have something to do with Siridii, but now is not the time to let you guys know. Yamamoto Yuanyuji's statement is very clever. Not yet. This means that although the decision has been made, it is not yet clear whether it can be implemented. If everything goes well, it should require the full assistance of the captains. If all goes well, then there is no need to say it, and it is directly sealed as a confidential document. Tosin Kaname frowned slightly, this was not the answer he wanted. If you have to wait until the dust settles to intervene, you may miss the opportunity. After all, that was a man that even Aizen-sama dared not take lightly. There are very few flaws, and once they are passive, all the flaws discovered may be traps one by one. At this time, Guan Yu opened his mouth and said, although the plan itself still needs to be kept secret, the captains are still qualified to know some inside information, which can be regarded as letting me save some regrets that I was destined to not be able to gather 200 witnesses. 200? Witnesses? Put these two words together, plus Guan Yu's identity and the violent fight that took place this year that alarmed Siritii. All the captains present instantly thought of a possibility. No way! Is Kenpaki's life and death showdown going to be staged again? He must be a special challenger for you to make such a big fight and have something to do with it, right? 35. Kurako Shunsui spoke the hearts of everyone. This time, I'm the challenger. Guan Yu's response brought silence. People reacted differently. The veteran captain like Kurako Shunsui seemed to have thought of something, and his expression gradually became solemn. Tosen and Kashiwamura, who have only become captains in recent years, expressed their confusion. No. Someone in the new batch of captains knows about it. Mole City. Broken Bee whispered someone's name. Captain, since the decision has been made, I will go first. For Guan Yu to leave the field halfway, the captain did not stop him. After he left, Kukaki Xianghe, whose sleeves were empty in his left hand, suddenly said, Captain Broken Bee, you seem to have mentioned a person's name just now, right? I'm sorry, my 5 senses are more sensitive. If this is a secret that is inconvenient to tell, just treat it as if I didn't ask. But Broken Bee ignored him and looked at the silent commander. Captain, what reason do you have to have a relationship with that sinner now, and Guan Yu? He's leaving now, shouldn't he be going to infinity? No time. The lowest level of the underground prison. Only the most vicious criminals, who even felt a kind of forgiveness to execution, would be locked up in it. All traces of them left in the world will be destroyed. It's as if the fight never existed in the first place. Only a few people in Soul Society have been fortunate enough to experience this treatment. But, the most important unit of secret mobility is the Limitari team, and the reason is that the underground prison is also within the jurisdiction. As the commander-in-chief, Broken Bee is naturally ignorant of the prisoners in the underground prison. Not bad. 99. Seeking flowers. Yamamoto Genryu opened his eyes and said solemnly. The 46th room gave him the qualifications to enter infernal affairs, and the right to dispose of the prisoner, the former captain of the 11th Division and the 8th Kenpaki Mozujo Shuanja. Silent all the time, Aizen's eyes flickered while Tosen was in his early stage. Spread the palm of your right hand in front of you. Make a fist repeatedly as if to soothe your knuckles. Although the palm is empty. But he seemed to be able to feel someone's heartbeat from the flow of spirits in the atmosphere. In the dark one by one, a man opened his eyes. Hey, you actually woke up? How long have you slept? A year or a decade or a century or just a few seconds? He ha ha ha. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard someone screaming in my ear. If you really just woke up, you will be upset. However, the man, Mo Chengshuang, just looked at the person who spoke extremely coldly and quietly. The person he was watching was a bewitching woman with black skin covering her eyes and wearing gorgeous accessories. Strange to say. The moment he opened his eyes, there was light in this absolutely dark and dead world. Only the black special material floor can be seen in the light. Top of the head, front and rear, left and right. Still filled with endless darkness. As if, this darkness was the prison itself. Seeing Mo Chengshuang also kept silent for a long time, the woman didn't care, and continued chattering, as if she wanted to vent the pressure accumulated during this period of time. She speaks out of order, with only a lot of meaningless adjectives and things that have been repeated over and over again, coupled with the harsh and noisy laughter. Normal people can't communicate with her at all. However, Mo Chengshuang also listened quietly. Until the door of infinity opened, interrupting this meaningless story. It's like hearing enough is enough. Mo Chengshuang also turned his attention to the entrance. There is no light even outside the personal cell, but a strong light penetrates from the opened door. This is an illusion. The darkness has not disappeared. It just lowered its head in front of this overwhelming presence. Compared with the taste of waiting and the emptiness of killing time, Mole City, which do you think is better? The visitor released the usual Ryotsu restraint. Although it can't be said to be profligate, the Ryotsu that just comes out naturally is extremely splendid. Shake the so-called Infinity 3. Chapter 123. Mo Chengshuang also looked at the person who came, and his indifferent attitude did not change at all. It's like being mentally prepared in advance. The commander-in-chief is also dizzy, and he can't even see that room 46 is being controlled. How could the normal room 46 agree to such a ridiculous plan? Is there still a few ridiculous things done by room 46? Even if it was revealed, Guan Yue still had a small smile on his lips as always. It seems that whether it is a plan or a plan that has been seen through, everything is expected. That's right. 99. Mo Chengshuang also nodded in agreement. The construction of the Sky Eye system can indeed provide them with a great sense of security, so even if this plan is absurd, they have enough reasons to agree, not to mention that they can further increase their control over Siridi and satisfy them without their own efforts. Desire for domination. But I'm even more surprised that you can come up with such a plan. 3. Establish a kid tower in the quarters of each division of Godi 13. These towers are located in the areas where most of the Shinigami is active, which can regulate and condense the spirits in the atmosphere, forming pseudo-spiritual veins. 35. The benefits of Shinigami living in this environment for a long time are self-evident, and the other 13 kid towers can also absorb and refine the spirits, reach resonance, and create a spirit network. Its coverage can initially cover the entire Siridi, and as more spirits are stored, the coverage increases, eventually covering the entire Soul Society. Once the invasion of foreign enemies is detected, and there is no time to support, this huge spiritual power will be concentrated on the kid tower of the first team to take ultra-long-range precision strikes. 99. Who can survive a blow equivalent to a whole world? What Mo Chengshuang also said was the plan that Guan Yue used to convince the captain. Mo Chengshuang, who is in the middle of nowhere, can actually know it like the back of the hand. If Guan Yue had not known his secret earlier, he would have felt a little terrified. Do you think there is anything wrong with this project? Guan Yue asked this question sincerely. The problem, if I have to say it, is that it can't wipe out all the emptiness of Hueco Mundo in one fell swoop. Mo Chengshuang also aggravated his tone and seemed puzzled. You have also said to others. As long as the enemy can be eliminated, it is meaningless whether to hide or not, so why don't you eliminate all the emptiness? It should not be difficult to achieve if it is yours, the so-called world balance. With your ability, I believe a solution will be found. I didn't expect you to have such expectations for me, it's a pity, your thoughts are too shallow, you were locked up in Boundless after only a few years of being the captain, you are immersed in unnecessary self-blame, and you can't even get my hair out. Understand? Guan Yue said quietly. Hee hee ha ha. It starts with a sword, you are despised by the juniors who also start with a sword, what is your mood now? What is your mood? Let others hear it. Suddenly, the woman stuck her head out from behind Mo Chengshuang yet, and used a very contrived tone to add irony. But it's not over yet. Guan Yu's eyes fell on her. The woman's words got stuck in her throat. That naked gaze had no emotion at all, as if looking at the air, and at the same time, being stared at by the air. If you really want to have eyes, you should look at the world with this kind of eyes, right? Shallow. Mo Chengshuang also glanced at the woman beside him. My Zanpakutō, the Bankai of Eulogili never disengaged after I used it for the first time, and it continued to function, making my spirit sun merge with the whole Siridi, so everything that happened in Siridi, without me I don't know. 35. You should be glad that I was isolated by the murderous stone and restricted my actions, Otherwise I would definitely take action. Because from the day you awakened with your special abilities, I knew you could help me purify Hueco Mundo and fulfill my mission as a Shinigami. Either you or Aizen. I know exactly what you have done. Even if you find me now, I know the real purpose. On the surface, I want to use me as a research material, and use my Bankai as a prototype to deduce the technology of building a spirit network that covers the whole world. In fact, you can handle that technology yourself, you just use this as an excuse to just destroy a hidden danger that knows your many secrets. 99. The voice fell, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely dignified. The prison cell seemed to be turned into a deep sea, with darkness like sea water squeezing from all directions, making people unable to breathe. Suddenly, Guan Yue sneered. That's why I said you are shallow. Obviously I know everything, but I only know a little. I have created a composite barrier that can block your consciousness. Wherever I go, there is your visual blind spot. And you can only stare blankly. It's okay to leave it alone, but I still do it to you because you have too many trophies that I want. I see. Mo Chengshuang also nodded understandingly. Dressed in the lowest standard of aristocratic costumes and the white Captain Haori, he looks different from ordinary Shinigami or captains, and in a sense, has a similar temperament to Guan Yue. Perhaps because of this, he made a decision that made the eyes of the women around him widen. Go ahead, I won't resist. Xuanzai, have you shut down your brain for so long? He haha, if someone wants to kill you, let him kill him. Why don't you just go out when the door is already open? You can do it, or saying that you were deliberately grabbing your hands, so that the other party couldn't kill you who did your best, so you felt regretful and couldn't get what you wanted? Ha ha ha, what a great idea, you're better than me in terms of pranks. Yulu Jalayu issued a series of sharp taunts. But Mo Chengshuang was unmoved. Just looking at Guan Yue, seems to want to see how he will kill himself. Don't you think that if you merge with the Siridii around you, I can't kill you? 55. Guan Yue seems to have penetrated his mind. My strength is insignificant compared to yours. Those skills of manipulating spirits are just a trick for you. Even if I want to transfer my consciousness to the outside world in front of you, it is a luxury. Mo Chengshuang also narrowed his eyes and said softly. Since that's the case, the only thing I can rely on is this body. If you can do it, try it out. If you kill me, I won't have any complaints. It can only mean that I'm nothing more than that, the title of Kenpeki. You can take it with confidence. But if you can't kill me, just let me wait for 0.3 in this place. 35. Very fair conditions, indeed. If you can't kill you, it's useless to entangle you, but your view of the problem is still too one-sided. Guan Yue looked at him with a pitying look. When did I say I was going to kill you? Before Kenpeki could ponder the meaning of this sentence, an extremely bright silver-blue light swept across the field of vision at a lightning speed, illuminating the darkness as transparent as day. The last moment before losing consciousness. Mole City Kenpeki saw Yulu Jalayu, who took off the black skin blindfold to reveal a face exactly like his own sister, and hurriedly rushed to save him, and also saw the huge 8 trigrams array behind her. No, no. It was clearly like a giant hand that was branded with the texture of the 8 trigrams array, or that the 8 trigrams array had become. In this endless light, he penetrated into the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 124. The key material is in hand. Pat, pat. Guan Yue stepped forward unhurriedly, came to the place where Mochen Chuanzai used to stand, and picked up a spar that looked very similar to Hugyaku. This is certainly not Hugyaku. However, it does use the technique of making Hugyaku. The Great Spiritual Corridor records all the information of the Soul Society, and although I don't know how, Urahara Kisuk's research records are also included. Disassemble the Ryotsu to the maximum extent, and then combine them with Ryotsu. If the technology is mature, there is nothing that cannot be synthesized theoretically. What Ura Harakisuk is best at is dismantling and recombining Reiki. The original Hagyaku was also created inadvertently in the process of conducting such experiments. Guan Yue has also tried many times, and the self-cultivation stove has also been used, but let alone Hagyaku, even the shadow of substances similar to Hagyaku has not been seen, but it is not considered useless. At least this attempt has brought him to a higher level of combined use of the 8 magical skills. So, this time, for the sake of Mochen Chuang, a special trick was created, 8 trigrams palms. 28. Imitation of the hands of other wizards in the fantasy world. The 8 trigrams evolved from Fenghou Qimen are condensed and compressed into the palm of the hand. Spiritual detention endows it with the power of confinement to the soul. The consciousness that exists in the concept is firmly grasped in the hand, and finally it is squeezed into a crystal similar to Hagyaku. The combination of the 8 magical skills is not difficult to use. After only using it once, Guan Yue is a little tired now. Ryutsu does not consume much, mainly because of the heavy mental burden. With the improvement of strength, especially the improvement of Ryutsu, today, Ryutsu has little control over him. After all, he had never faced an opponent that required exhausting Ryutsu to defeat. But Kid is like a math problem, the more complicated it is, the more energy-consuming it is to calculate. Guan Yue has already felt his current spell-casting limit. If you do not retreat and adjust to make a big breakthrough, you will have to keep practicing like most Shinigami for a long time, and gradually accumulate it bit by bit. This is not surprising. It has been 10 years since he obtained the 8 wonders, and the period of rapid development of his strength has lasted for 10 years. Even so, there is an end to it. The reason why Guan Yue specially came to Mochen Chuanzhai, one was for the Heaven Eye system, and the other was to prepare for the retreat in the future. To be precise, the Sky Eye system itself also serves him. If I could have crossed over 100 years earlier and possessed the current strength and status, I would have asked you to be my vice-captain. Guan Yue looked at the material in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little pity for Mo Chengshuang. This is also a talent. He was thrown into the cage where the nobles were, and was forced to kill him. When his sister died, and he was about to die tragically, Bang Kai woke up in one breath. I don't even know the word for liberation, and I don't know what Bang Kai is called. Just relying on this part of the power given to him by Zanpakutō, he was able to survive, and he also killed Kenpeki, who had been invited by Team 0, one-on-one. Although he was lucky enough to launch a suicide attack based on his special ability, he won. Even if they win, no one stipulates that they have to tell their opponents what their abilities are before they fight. After becoming Kenpeki, he was worried about the fact that Su killed his sister, so he went to the extreme, thinking that if Shinigami's mission was to kill Su, then he would transform the residents of Rukanga into fighting soul, that is, the predecessor of the future transformation soul. This kind of idea of all soldiers is crazy, but Room 46 is not because of this rejection of his proposal, but because he has the ability to subvert the soul society, which is an extremely dangerous potential hidden danger. What else can be considered for proposals with potential hidden dangers? Just grab them. But Mo Chengshuang was too strong, and few of the captains at that time were his opponents, and in the end, the 0 Division was forced to go to the lower bounds, which made him feel the attitude of the Lingwang Palace towards this matter, and thought that the plan might have shortcomings. It needs to be further improved, otherwise it should acquiesce to its own practice. Therefore, he chose to be captured and voluntarily imprisoned, quietly waiting for the opportunity to destroy Hueco Mundo. However, there is no chance and no miracle. Thought to be a god by many, Guan Yue did not bring him hope either. But I'll make you a torch to keep you glowing. 5. Guan Yue put the crystal into his cuff, ready to return to the Research Institute of the 11. The Bankai of Mojo Soya continues to activate. Its body is highly fused with Siridii, no one can peel it off, and even if he attacks the building, he can only be injured. Unless most of the Siridii is destroyed, reaching the level of fatal wounds. Otherwise he will recover sooner or later. This Bankai is of little value to Guan Yue. But the mole city pair that uses Bankai to get to this point is also extremely valuable in its own right. Just by transforming his entire soul into a terminal, I can obtain a biological supercomputer, and then transform his 443 Zanpakutō to create an artificial intelligence on this basis. With them, Siridii has an extra brain, which can not only monitor the entire Siridii for me, keep the attention to the kid crowd and the 11th team, but also remotely mobilize human and material resources for me and Zhuo, control the self-cultivation furnace, and mass-produce cultivation resources, presiding over all matters large and small, so that I can stay in the self-cultivation furnace with Ishan's will. 35. Guan Yue couldn't help but think of Iron Man in Marvel. What needs to be called Jarvis, everything can be helped. Although Soul Society does not have such developed and popular electronic equipment and industrial base, Soul Society itself is composed of countless spiritual children. As long as Machine Hundred and Refinements continue to infiltrate, only Skynet can compare them. Out of the underground prison, back under the blue sky. This familiar scene came into Guan Yue's eyes along with acquaintances. I'm staying here because I'm worried that the person who comes out will be Machine Hundred. In the face of his jokes, Shui Feng waved his hand angrily, and sent back the members of the punishment army who suddenly appeared around. He stepped forward and observed it carefully for a while, and asked a little unsure. Didn't you go to fight him? Why did you come out so quickly? Chapter 125. After a few chats, the two sides reached a consensus, so I came out first. The key materials were obtained, and most of the obstacles to cultivation were eliminated. Guan Yue, who was in a good mood, thought about some thrilling misunderstandings that happened at Xiaotalo's house a few days ago, and also thought that the glamorous captain and lady in front of him had been hiding from him, intentionally or unintentionally. Responded with a cold expression. Really? Can you tell me what you've been talking about? Broken Bee narrowed his eyes, and there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. This is a secret and cannot be known to outsiders. I still need to report things to room 46. I'm sorry. Guan Yue gestured to leave. But Broken Bee pulled out Zanpakutō and put it on his neck. The icy blade exudes cold air. This is not an illusion. Instead, the overflowing Ryotsuo is the embodiment of murderous aura. What are you doing? Guan Yue asked, pretending to be puzzled. You? You said my name. Broken Bee sneered. Stop pretending, I've read your information, although no one has seen your Zanpakutō, but it's only due to your Zanpakutō's special ability, and the post-mortem report that wanted to hunt you down also recorded untraceable Kita-related descriptions such as invalid. I don't know what the 46th room and the Commander-in-Chief, Guan Yue, have plans, but since you are here, it means that Guan Yue has lost sight of you? Restraint. Even Ryotsuo imitates so vividly that I have to praise you, but as the Commander-in-Chief of Secret Mobility, you can't hide from my eyes. How did you see that? Guan Yue was silent for a while, curious from the bottom of his heart. Isn't this obvious? You don't even have a trace of battle on your body, and you have returned to the outside world in such a short period of time. The most exaggerated thing is that even Ryotsuo's fluctuations are so stable. After all, you are also the former Kenpeki. How much of an instant kill can you control your opponent? But you really don't deserve the title of Kenpeki if you leave your opponent behind and sneak away. There was a strong sense of sarcasm in Broken Bee's tone. Sneak away? You are wrong, I only came out after killing him. Guan Yue adjusted his expression, turned around, ignoring the blade on his neck, and looked at Broken Bee generously. I just pretended to be him because I didn't want to cause too much commotion. It's a pity that I met an acquaintance, but ordinary acquaintances don't care so much. Are you lovers? Our business has nothing to do with you. Broken Bee gripped the handle of the knife. The blade came closer and closer to Guan Yu's neck. You said you killed him? Ridiculous, you can kill him at this level. Kenpei, who was before me, died tragically under my sword because he didn't understand my abilities. Why do you think he could survive? After all, you don't know anything about my abilities. Then, Guan Yu took out the seemingly incomprehensible ability of Kenpei, a mole city, which he knew, and told Broken Bee again. This arrogant attitude is very similar to those who are afraid of playing too much themselves and want to let their opponents kill him so as to finish the game. A member of the Star-Crossed Knights. After the Broken Bee heard it, the pupils shrank into needles. The ability to merge with the surrounding matter and dominate it is truly terrifying. It can silently enter a part of itself into the enemy's body and launch a fatal blow to the internal organs. Although it will also cause corresponding injuries to itself, the injuries and severity of the injuries on both sides cannot be compared at all. That man is indeed very strong, but it is also because he is too powerful that after I was indirectly interfered with his kid, he was killed by my own kid. From this point of view, it cannot be said that I killed him, but assisted him. He completed his suicide. This logic is too perfect. Even Guan Yu wondered why Mo Chengshuang didn't do this for a moment. Oh, there is the absolute dominance of the spiritual son of the Qi body origin. Mole City Kenpei has seen it before. That's fine. No wonder he didn't even run. After all, he was blocked at the door, and Mo Chengshuang also wanted to run through the door without the murderous stone blocking the way, but the process of consciousness transfer would definitely be interrupted by the Qi origin stream, coupled with the profound attainments of time and space spells. This is despairing enough. But now, Broken Bee also felt Muchen Chuanjai's mood. This is just one side of your words, don't try to interfere with my heart. Looking at the Broken Bees who clenched their teeth and refused to admit the reality, Guan Yu felt that it was almost the same here. Otherwise it would be easy to screw up, so he took the initiative to change the topic. Before he died, he left a last word for me to tell the person he loved, but unfortunately it was too late to mention the name. Can you tell me where the person he said is now and what his name is? He is a worthy opponent, even if I get caught again, I must fulfill this agreement. 6699. Broken Bee's breathing stagnated, pursing her lips tightly for a long time without saying a word. Really, you don't know, then I'll ask someone else. Guan Yu said something deliberately. Suddenly, the Zanpakutō on his shoulders turned into golden finger cuffs. Even if it's a lie, I want to hear what tricks you can make up. The Broken Bee raised his head, and there was no emotion in his eyes. In fact, she didn't say a word. That's you can die when you say it. Although the body of immortality is exaggerated, it is still unknown whether it will be able to kill Suzumibaki in 2 hits. There is only one chance. Moreover, she only intends to try it once. If it doesn't work, give up temporarily and go to infinity to verify the situation. If it becomes, and what the other party said is true, then, it can be regarded as revenge. Guan Yu was keenly aware of the faint killing intent emanating from the body of the bee, and could not help but sigh that acting is indeed a high-risk profession, and then suddenly raised his hand and sent the amulet of one of Bakud Sai, which was attached to the bee, so that the Broken Bees could not move with their hands behind their backs. A low-level kid like this can only restrain her for a few seconds. Guan Yu didn't waste this time. He stepped forward and hugged the Broken Bee whose complexion had changed drastically in his arms, and then said words that made her whole body froze. The last word is, Senior Sister, please be merciful, I'm just joking, but since you want to listen, it means to admit our relationship, you can't hide from me in the future, and when I'm done with the matter at hand take you on a secular vacation. Muah. At the end, Guan Yu kissed her on the forehead with lightning speed, and then released his arms and took a step back. A dazzling silver-blue aura burst forth from his whole body, as if he was flying into the sky and turned into a beam of light. When the light dissipated, it disappeared without a trace. Empty, space transfer? Bumblebee's eyes widened. Recalling the words he just heard, he looked down at the magic talisman that had dissipated on his chest. The Tongtianlu that turns kid into a talisman is Guan Yu's unique ability, and it is not a miscellaneous that can be disguised casually. That is to say, a whole Guan Yu. Chapter 126. Perhaps it was the last time he was tricked by Yuryuaki and turned into a cat that evaporated rationally. The experience of dancing heartily at Guan Yu's fingertips made Broken Bee a big heart. After Guan Yu escaped, instead of chasing after him in anger, he led his subordinates to turn the underground prison upside down. I learned some inside information about the Sky Eye system. And then, Guan Yu, you are dead. There was no trace of confusion in the heart of the girl who tore apart the glamorous appearance. Roaring into the 11th team quarters, the real Captain Ryotsu was high in anger. In turn, suffused with anger. The Broken Bee at this moment was like a living king of kings in the eyes of many team members, wearing a substantial golden anger, his face was full of murderous intent, and the level of terror soared. No one dared to stop it. In order to repay the favor, Broken Bee used the martial arts field to practice and occasionally gave pointers to other team members. Due to the short time, and the rough skin of the 11th team, the attack was extremely ruthless. Even these reckless men complained for a while. Originally, the three giants, Guan Yu, Yamamoto Yuanyujai, and Anohanaretsu, overwhelmed them so that they dared not breathe loudly. What's more, they are not stupid. How close is the relationship between their captain and the instructor? There is no need to worry about outsiders like themselves. This point 443 is obviously flirting. Even if the captain was to blame afterwards, the first unlucky person would only be Kuzujishi Yachiru, the fourth seed who was responsible for guarding the city gate but deliberately put people in. Tianbei is miserable. The other team members can ignore it, but he, who reads as the third seed and writes as the vice-captain, can't ignore it. Bravely stood up and blocked the Broken Bee. But before he could give a loud warning, Yuryuaki jumped out of nowhere, patted his chest with awe, and told Broken Bee that you can go here with me. If it is replaced by the former, it is estimated that the latter will be moved badly. But Broken Bee has now seen through the nature of Yuryuaki, a fun-loving person, and knows that she is just here to see her jokes, join in the fun and pick things up, so she doesn't even bother to say thank you, and breaks into the private house directly. The defense system seemed to have betrayed, it was nothing to intercept it, and it took the initiative to send her to the interior. Tianbei just felt very happy. The two were really joking, but luckily he was just pretending. Luckily, Yuryuaki jumped out to save himself. Give yourself a good reason to water. I don't know how Bro B will teach Guan Yu a lesson. When I was in trouble some time ago, I was a little harsh and made me lie at home for a whole day afterwards. Yuryuaki was in high spirits. No, he was gloating at the private house not far away, his body was slightly tense, and he was ready to escape any time. Buildings can be restrained. Just like that, time passed minute by minute. Nothing happened during that time. Why is there no movement at all? Hearing her whisper, Tianbei was speechless. Who is this? Just fear that the world will not be in chaos. No wonder the captain didn't want to stay in the second division. With such a boss, the subordinates who didn't have a big heart and thick nerves couldn't stand it. I'm coming. Suddenly, Yuryuaki's eyes lit up. Because at this moment there was movement inside the private house. The bells clacked into one. There was the sound of things knocking over, and the sound of hitting the wall. Tianbei was shocked. Did he really fight? Under his rather frightened gaze, the so-called movement extended all the way up, and finally disappeared at the topmost position, returning to the original calm. This is the end. Yuryuaki was disappointed. Although I don't know how Guan Yu provokes the bee, but the performance of the bee shows that the anger is not small. She thought that at least the two of them would break out of the house and run out. After all, the imbalance of being chased and killed before is such a situation. Why did you leave? Don't you care about your captain? Yueki looked at Tianbei, who turned and left, and shouted at his back. The top floor is the captain's bedroom, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Tianbei hurriedly left, chid, after leaving an unknown remark, as if he was worried that he would die because he knew something he shouldn't know. 66-99. It took Yueki a while to react. His face seemed to have opened a dye workshop, which was very exciting. Directed at the private house secretly said Cheap Yu. I don't know who this you refers to. Then walked away. Although she could turn into a cat, her back when she left was a little embarrassed, like a defeated dog. The next day, a rare sunny day. The sky is high and cloudy, and the wind is sunny. Broken Bee woke up early and sat on the bed in a thin nightgown. What happened yesterday was like a dream. But the unfamiliar room in front of her, the smell of someone filling the air, and her weak body all proved that she really spent the night with someone in this place. Thinking about it for a while, there are countless fragments in my mind, and the absolute original ecological clarity seems to be scratching her face one after another, so that she can admit the reality more happily. When Suifeng came back to his senses, he found that his whole body was hot, an indescribable feeling spread in his heart, and his fair skin revealed a clear and moving pink. She was all too familiar with this state. Since entering this room, it has been in this state for a long time. Broken Bee clamped her legs and tiptoed to the bathroom. It was interesting to say that it was the first time I entered this room, and I didn't even visit it, but I was very familiar with the structure of this room, just like those soldiers who had experienced war returning to the battlefield. There are traces of war everywhere. Seeing these traces, even if you don't want to, you can't help but recall the various things at that time. Being bombarded by the enemy, unable to lift his head, he tried to counterattack countless times but failed repeatedly. He had to lie down in the ditch and bow his body, burying his head under his arms, in order to resist the roar and vibration, but also for the sake of cover up your vulnerable side. But the enemy's tactics don't stop there. At the same time as the bombardment, they will also send small units of troops to infiltrate from all directions. Those who survive by chance will also be shrouded in psychological shadows, and will be tortured by memories from the past whenever they are alone. Broken Bee finally carried it over, her already weak body became even weaker, and a large amount of water was lost, which made her mouth dry. As long as he can return to the second team, all embarrassment can be solved. However, when she came back to the room, she happened to bump into someone getting up from the bed, and she froze all of a sudden. Senior, oh no! Guan Yue was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and smiled at the bewildered girl. Xiaoling, good morning. You were awesome last night. Chapter 127. Shut up. Shameless. Broken Bee resisted the throbbing in his heart and glared at him. Although she wanted to make her tone tough, her expression became a little more indifferent, and her eyes were a little more oppressive. But failed. In front of the winner, the memory of being the loser in the body instinct is awakened. It made her look more like she was deliberately making trouble because of her shyness. And where did you know the name? Didn't you tell me? Guan Yu yawned and casually described the process. After you were taken out of the bathroom by me and put on the bed, I wanted to find some water for you to drink, but you didn't let go of your hands, you used your hands and feet to pester me, and after you set me on fire, you were ready to teach you a lesson. Emil, who knows that you are not only not afraid, but also look like you are willing to go out and tell me that your birth name is Swafon and I have to call you. 3. This name is willing to put the leg. Shinigami, Guan Yu's words seemed to be the most deadly curse in the world. The girl hugged her head and screamed, her already messy shoulder-length hair was messed up even more by her body twisted back and forth, as if countless ants were crawling back and forth. However, from Guan Yu's perspective, the ants did not see it, but saw some kind of fruit. Apples. It has to be said that optimization is still necessary. Now it's basically the same shape as a certain dumb hair king. Although it is still petite, it is much better than before, which allows the girl's beautiful body to be fully displayed, and makes Guan Yu even more fond of his masterpiece. What do you say, aren't you Shinigami yourself? Guan Yu made a speechless rant. Get up and walk towards Broken Bee. Yeah, I can kill myself. What are you doing? Guan Yu, let me go. 35. Look at you, you're sweating profusely, how do you change your clothes and go out? Let me wash you, and I'll take a shower along the way. Wait, wait. I can do it by myself. No, you can't. With a bang, the door was shut tightly and locked from the inside. The girl's cry suddenly became weaker. It doesn't sound very real. Especially when the sound of flushing sounded, it was completely covered up. 2 hours later, Guan Yu walked out of the bathroom refreshed. On his shoulders is still a broken bee that has given up resistance and only has air in but not out. First, he put on his death tyrant costume, then placed the broken bee on the chair like playing with a life-size puppet, and opened the mirror behind the cabinet door for comparison. Perhaps seeing himself in the mirror, Broken Bee gradually recovered himself from that ascension-like state. What are you doing? 35. Dry your hair and you're done. Guan Yu scattered the fiery red ryotsuo in his hands like a elf. Is it just an illusion? I feel like my hair isn't the same as before. Broken Bee tilted his head. After being tossed and weak, her reflex arc became significantly longer. Where is the use of feeling? 0. An obvious change. You are a person with status now, so it is naturally necessary to make some changes. In the past, your ring bell snake braid was too cold and looked strange, so I changed it for you. Guan Yu plausibly said. Broken Bee stared blankly at herself in the mirror. The black hair is still unchanged, but it is more thorough as a shoulder-length short hair. There are no 2 ring bell snake braids. The ends of the hair and the bangs on the forehead are smooth and neat like a knife, without losing its graceful beauty. Although it is only a slight change, the feeling is not small. There is no strange ring bell snake braid, it seems to lack the most impressive features, but it is a little more kind and natural. This is her own hairstyle after the last battle in the original future, after a quiet decade. In this regard, Guan Yu laments that you can always trust Kubo's aesthetics. Suddenly he found that the eyes of the Broken Bee were a bit wrong. What's wrong? I don't think it's necessary to emphasize it so deliberately, it's embarrassing. The Broken Bee's eyes were erratic, and she gently rubbed the hair that fell down from her temples. Guan Yu took a long time to react. He looked at himself in the glasses, and then at Broken Bee. Number 71. Both have short hair, which is nothing. Flowers 0. The key is to keep the left sideburns long, and the Broken Bee is to keep the temples long, although it looks slightly different, but if you stand together, and the relationship is close to this, it will inevitably make people feel that they are exactly the same couple. Hairstyle. But wouldn't it be better? This is the sense of ceremony. Oh yes, remember to put on the high collar lining. 55. Broken Bee didn't realize what Guan Yu meant for a while, until his hand brushed his neck, raised his hair, and made some red traces appear in the mirror, and Bung Bu suddenly stopped. His face was as red as a tomato, and he slapped Guan Yu angrily. Nice to say. Blame this guy for bullying himself to the death whenever he gets the chance. It really expresses the essence of white hits, which is a weapon all over the body. When I think about it now, I feel goosebumps appearing from the back of my neck, and a strange electric current-like touch spreads all over my body. To apologize. Guan Yu rubbed a black high-neck tight-fitting lining with Kid S hands on the spot, and then put it on by himself. Broken Bee actually had to ignore others, scolding and struggling. But it looks like it's just a matter of face. Resistance is minimal. The scolding sounded like coquettish. Guan Yu worked even harder after hearing that. No, he was even more motivated. It doesn't seem right either. All in all, Broken Bee finally left by leaning on the wall. Guan Yu saw her trembling legs and feet, just like those sub-healthy people after climbing a mountain, and expressed his willingness to show a manly bearing and carry her back, or simply stay and live for another day to take a good rest. Unexpectedly, when Du Feng heard this, he was instantly stunned. His legs were no longer soft or shaking, and the blink of an eye disappeared without a trace. Guan Yu returned to the Underground Research Institute in a private house with some regrets. There are also advantages to being a strong woman. You can leave as soon as you say it, leaving enough private space for the other half to do your own business. After a day off, it's time to start creating my own biological computer. Take out the crystal clear spar that Mochen Chuanja incarnates. Guan Yu pondered. A storm surged in my mind, and there was a storm called inspiration. Chapter 128. In the eyes of most human beings, the concept of biological computer is very advanced and belongs to the future science fiction technology, but in fact the early conception of this concept existed in the middle of the 20th century. It is only 30 to 40 years later than Guan Yu's current era. That is to say, if he ran into the world now, he could definitely find the human who came up with this idea. But more than this, Guan Yu is looking forward to the death of these world-famous genius scientists to come to Seoul Society to work for him. The biological calculator comes from bionics, that is, through the study and imitation of the biological characteristics of nature, imitating flying dragonflies to make helicopters, imitating frogs to make electronic frog eyes. In the same way, imitating human body composition can theoretically create the computer of the computational brain. But no matter how you imitate it, it's just imitation. It's impossible to directly change biology into a biological computer like I did with 443. Guan Yu put his hands on his back and looked at the working stove. The crystal-like hearth wall gleams. That's because the high concentration of spirits flowed in it, as if the outer armor would change from grey to color after the Strike Gundam was activated. Abundant energy enables this wishing device to follow established procedures and create miracles artificially. Instead of Guan Yu, Zhuo sat on the central podium and issued various instructions constantly, keeping an eye on the progress. She seems to have grown up a lot after not appearing for a long time. Originally a young girl under 10 years old, now she is a lowly over 10 years old. This also proves that Guan Yu Master Zanpakutō has more power. So her appearance will also follow the grow. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to the body shape, Zhuo's hair color has also become half black and half white. If you have 2 more fox ears, you can pretend to be a virtual anchor with a little dress up. Although in Guan Yu's view, Zhuo's materialization is more like a fireproof girl in her childhood. Especially as the hair color turns white, the image becomes more and more similar. How long? Guan Yu looked back at Zhuo and asked. The latter was in a hurry, and hurriedly held up a sign with the Arabic numeral 10 written on it. 10 minutes? It's quite fast, as expected of a self-cultivation furnace, and it's fast to modify the creature without repairing anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yu saw Zhuo keep shaking his head in denial, and then added the time unit after the number. See Guan Yu with a black face. You should still use gestures in the future, at least I can understand, why does it take 10 days? Even if you have to input the algorithm and thought stamp I designed, plus the reorganization of the overall structure, it doesn't take so long, right? It only takes 2 hours to do the calculations. 5. Zhuo pursed her lips, and the metal mask blocked the upper half of her face, but she could still feel her helplessness. Put the sign aside and make several gestures in a row. Soon, Guan Yu understood the status quo. So that's the case. With the transformation of the operating system. No, it is the formation of the computer that has further grown, and the artificial intelligence incarnated by Yulo Jalayu has also ushered in its development period in advance, so it takes more time to debug. There was a slight deviation from the plan. But it's not a big problem. It's just that what should have happened earlier. It is the least difficult step to transform Machine Huang's soul into a terminal that only operates without reason, because his high degree of integration with Terrifies makes his inner structure very loose, and it is relatively easy to adjust. More convenient. What's more, Guan Yue has used the technology of manufacturing Hugyaku to make him into the original template of biological calculator, as long as the operating system is input, in other words, various functions have been further developed for the current state of Machine Huang. After all, it is no longer human, and will not develop and use it by itself. However, the operating system Guan Yue prepared for it is actually a spiritual intelligent life transformed by Yulojaliu. The relationship between them is like body and spirit. Mole City Shuang is also a body. The biological computer integrated with the entire Terrifies has incredible performance. And Yulojali is the spirit. Being in Machine Huang is the source of his power and the basis for the operation of the biological computer. Neither of these two would do. Replacement is also impractical. As a spiritual data life, Yulojaliu did not have high intelligence at first, and its thinking ability was roughly equivalent to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. But Guan Yue still underestimated it. Or rather, overlooked a detail. That is, Machine Huang can also know everything that happens to Terrifies like checking his own body. Even the spiritual creature, Shinigami with surreal power, can't make a detailed screening of this huge amount of information. This is also the main reason why Machine Huang also tends to have superficial and one-sided cognition when looking at things. He just seizes the limit. There is no way to think deeply. What you see is what you think, and your thinking tends to be mechanical. The intelligent life evolved from Yulojali is different. Ignorance, ignorance. But after taking over this body and opening his eyes to see the entire Terrifies, under this huge flow of information, he will grow up before he can realize his childhood. These 10 days are the training time needed in advance for the future. Guan Yue doesn't sit around in the institute. He let Zhuo stay and guard the self-cultivation furnace, keep a high degree of attention, and let him know at any time if there is any situation, and then ran to the Xiaodalo house by himself, and was first pulled by Qiandian Qinggong and forced to enjoy the hot springs. Then, in the name of the chairman of the business alliance, I sent invitations to Kukaki and Shihaoran to invite them to a meeting on future planning. Your Yuaki didn't come for some reason. Let an old man come forward for her. The Kukaki family, on the other hand, are very sincere. Not only sent a family elder. Even Byakuya Kukaki, the future master, was present. It must be to let him improve his experience and grow. After all, Kukaki Xianghe 0.3 is only a temporary top, and it is impossible for an outsider to inherit the position of master. This foundation will have to be handed over to Byakuya Kukaki sooner or later. Guan Yue hadn't seen Byakuya Kukaki since the last time he came to visit him as a morning after the hollow incident. Grandpa and father left one after another, and Kukaki's family was hit hard as never before, which made the teenager become a lot more mature and indifferent. Waiting for the maid to serve tea and snacks and retreat. Guan Yue, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the crowd and said with a smile. Calling everyone in a hurry for no other reason, there is a big business we have to eat no matter what. Since it's such an important matter, why let outsiders be present? Byakuya Kukaki cast a cold look at the representative of the Tsunoya Shiro family, who was a little embarrassed across the table. Chapter 129. Guan Yue anticipated that someone would ask questions, and came up with the words he had prepared. Although it is a very important matter, I can also obtain first-hand information with Tsunoya Shiro's energy, and there is no need to hide it. Besides, I intend to promote a certain cooperation between the alliance and the Tsunoya Shiro family. Shows our sincerity. In that case, I have no objection. Hearing this, Byakuya Kukaki retracted his gaze and closed his mouth. Then back to the point. Guan Yue explained the whole story in detail. A few days ago, I submitted a report and was approved by the 46th Room and the Chief Captain. In short, it is a construction project plan. I plan to build a kid tower in each team building in Godi 13. The tower has the effect of purifying and gathering spiritual power, can turn the area where the team house is located into a pseudo-spiritual vein. At the same time, these kid towers can also be used as weapons similar to kid cannons to carry out long-range fixed-point strikes, which can not only block the enemy thousands of miles away, but also further strengthen the security of the 28 inside Siridii. In the past, we could only rely on the city wall composed of soul-shrouding membranes and murderous stones to defend against the invasion of foreign enemies, which was too passive and single, but with the kid tower, we can take the most direct counterattack. Instead of relying solely on the soldiers to search and encircle, this will only increase casualties and make the situation more chaotic, which in turn will be exploited by the enemy. All the technology needed to build these kid towers should be in place. Now it's just a matter of building it. As the person in charge of this Sky Eye System project, I am going to hand over this major project to the Business Alliance. What do you think? I heard this speech. The crowd couldn't help but be moved. No wonder it is indeed a big business to convene all the senior management specially. The kid tower will be an integral pillar of the Siridii defense system when built. Looking at the entire Siridii, only the 4 aristocrats are suitable to handle such a large project related to the construction of Siridii. After all, it has always been the case since ancient times. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Of course, it's not to the point where you have to follow through, and the benefits on the bright side must be extremely rich, but at their level, they value not only money, but also more invisible things that are invisible to the naked eye. For example, status and influence. Just like how rich the Omada family is, they are only a nobleman and can never become a noble. In order to maintain the power and status of their own class, nobles can do whatever it takes. Once the Sky Eye project can be completed in the hands of the nobles, it means that the nobles have regained a part of Siridii's interference rights from the 46th Room and Godi 13. This is a major breakthrough. With this precedent, in the future, I will have a bit of confidence to break up with the 46th Room. The family members of Kukaki and Shihaoran feel excited just thinking about it. They are the masters of Siridii, but now they are not in control of management and force, but if they don't even have the right to build their own homes, what's the point? What a master! Qiandian Qinggong and Byakuya Kukaki were very calm. The former Ishin is tied to Guan Yue, the latter does not have much obsession in this regard. Compared to that, the representative of Tsuneyashiro's family really wanted to vomit blood. Sir Guan Yue, I think this project is of great significance. Your love and guardian spirit for Siridii is worth learning from each of us. For the sake of our sincere heart, please let the Tsuneyashiro family help you. Do your best to help. With the support of Tsuneyashiro's family, this project will go even more smoothly, so please think twice. The man who came to visit Qiandianqing Palace in a luxurious sedan chair a few days ago almost knelt down for Guan Yue. He only now knew why the other party didn't care about revealing inside information. Guan Yue himself is the person in charge, who is willing to entrust the project to whomever he wants. Guan Yue also takes care of all the technologies involved, so he almost engraved the word monopoly on his forehead. What if I know now that there is such a great good thing? After exiting the gate of Xiaodulu's house, he could do nothing with this information. Room 46 and Godi 13 will only support Guan Yue, there is no way to go. They could only watch the two friends Kukaki and Shihaoran do their best. The most annoying thing is that they didn't bring themselves, and they also brought Xiaodulu. What is this trying to do? Join forces to push it to the seat of the 4 nobles? It was the Tsuneyashiro family who drove the Shiba family out of Siridii back then. Now other families can take advantage of the situation and become the new 4 nobles. Anyway, as long as the Lingwang Palace does not say anything, the Jinyan Hui and the 46 rooms can pass unanimously. There is no precedent, but no one has ever done it, and it does not violate existing laws. It's okay that Xiaodalo doesn't participate, it's this participation. It can even highlight the decline of Tsunoya Shiro. This is equivalent to stabbing them in the heart with a knife. It doesn't matter whether you are envious or not. The representative of Tsunoya Shiro's family is now trying his best to beg Guan Yue for self-protection. What do you guys think? 39. Guan Yue saw that he was so sincere that he was about to cry, and expressed that he was also embarrassed and needed to hear other people's opinions. The concubine does not make any evaluation. Qiandianqing Palace was the first to answer. She was very smart, knowing that the higher-ranking nobles made irresponsible remarks about the affairs of the four nobles, which was a bit taboo, and it was better to abstain. However, she took the lead. Shihaoran's elders remained silent, didn't even say 443 abstentions, didn't have any attitude, pretended to be thinking. It was difficult to have any misunderstandings, and it was more old-fashioned than Qiandianqing Palace. People from Kukaki's family are not the kind who can shirk their responsibilities, and immediately fell into contemplation. Finally, they made a serious decision, and that is for Guan Yue to decide. Yes, still the same. The representative of Tsunoya Shiro saw his blood pressure soaring. If it weren't for the restraint of being a noble, he would want to anger Kukaki and Shihaoran. The four nobles don't know how to help each other? After so many years, I can't help but be related to each other, and I don't even talk about this kind of friendship. It's really aristocratic. It seems that this matter is not easy to handle. Let me think about it again. Let's talk about the second proposal first. This has a lot to do with you. Guan Yue's next words made the representative of Tsunoya Shiro's family almost cry. But not tears of joy. But blood and tears. As an aristocratic district, the Tsunoya Shiro family is also the owner of Siraidi's largest medical institution, the Shino Pharmaceutical Institute. It has an equal status with the 4th division in the medical field. Our business alliance intends to get involved in the medical industry, so we are willing to buy it sincerely. Zhenyangshi Pharmacy Institute, what is your opinion? 66.99. The man looked at Guan Yue with a dull expression. This is the real reason that allows him to know about the Sky Eye project. Chapter 130. The meeting ended shortly after, and the representatives of the three families left one after another. Qiandianqing Gong looked at Guan Yue, and asked with a hint of puzzlement in his tone, "You once said that you need to unite some of the forces, not all of them, because someone must stand on the opposite side and become one's own profit target, and Tsunoya Shiro is one of them. But now, you seem to be planning to change your mind. Could it be that Your Excellency's proposal made you feel so moved that you want to take this opportunity to get both people and money?" I didn't know he meant that before. Guan Yue was quite speechless when he saw Qiandianqing Palace's half-smile expression. The admission ticket of the Sky Eye project is exchanged for the ownership of the Zhenyang Pharmaceutical Institute. It is related to the family industry and the future trend. Such a major decision, the representative of Tsunoya Shiro naturally can't make a decision, and he has to go home and ask all the senior management to discuss it together. But I didn't know which nerve was wrong before I left. Or the act of leaving Xiaodalo's house made the representative of Your Excellency recall the original intention of the last visit, so he sent a ghost to Guan Yue and rubbed his hands to test Guan Yue's tone. Mouth? What can it be? Of course it's marriage. But not with Qiandianqing Palace. On behalf of Your Excellency, looking at Xiaodalo now is like looking at a class enemy, knowing that the other party is the white glove of the business alliance, and it is impossible for others to win over, so decisively transferred the object and started directly at the source. Guan Yue almost choked on his saliva at that time. It's really good that the person figured it out. It's just a matter of finding him to marry. The first daughter of Tsunoya Shiro's generation has just been born, and the others have already married. On behalf of Your Excellency, the meaning is to say fix this matter first, and then marry my princess when she grows up. 0. What a joke, even people don't know what it looks like, it's still a newborn baby, with the title of princess, it can be used as a bargaining chip to take advantage of the relationship with oneself, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Guan Yue refused on the spot. There is no need to talk about this. However, because he didn't expect that the other party would be forced to make such a move, he was slightly surprised and stunned for a few seconds at first. Qian Dian Qinggong mistook this reaction as hesitant, which was reasonable. My concubine is just a joke. Lord Guan Yue can find any woman for entertainment. Anyway, the concubine is also a prophetess. Qian Dian Qing Palace said with a smile. The pure lust in his eyes is truly heart-wrenching. Let's not talk about this. Guan Yue coughed lightly and skillfully changed the subject. I said the phrase to attract a group to suppress a group, and I also implemented it as a strategic policy. After all, the initial plate was so large, the Soul Society's economy was not developed, and the nobles already occupied the most assets, which makes no sense. Pull them together again. It's enough for Kukaki and Shihaoran to take the lead and Xiaodalo to lead the charge. In my opinion, the other nobles are meat on the chopping block, and they are beaten down, as the saying goes. One whale kills all life, only they fall, only then can more people create more wealth. But such recklessness will not work, you know best how cunning and insidious the nobles are, and showing a posture of refusing to cooperate and ruthless, will only arouse their hostility and lead to the resistance of the same enemies. So these people must be made aware that they are in a desperate situation, and we are the life-saving straw. At this time, if we give some sweetness, we can hold their lifeline and stabilize them. In the end, they will gradually become weak and powerless, and when they react, they will find that the world has become incomprehensible to them. Even if they want to resist, they are just fighting arms. How can some old remnants of the old era withstand the torrent of the times? 35. Qian Dian Qinggong, who didn't care much at first, was more amazed the more he listened to it. This kind of political wisdom from a strategic point of view, involving a whole class group and even more people, not only amazes her, but is more of a powerlessness. The nobles are not stupid, but they are limited by the vision of the times, and they are bound by the framework of the family's position. Sometimes it is not unexpected, but they will not do it even if they think of it. In this way, it is easy to miss the first opportunity. When the world changes, it will be too late to seek change. If you are lucky, you will barely survive, and if you are unlucky, you will die. Wait, if this group of nobles has such characteristics, doesn't this mean, is it destined to be eliminated one day? Qian Dian Qing Palace suddenly trembled in his heart. This is the truth. The underlying logic of what Guan Yue does is based on this. There is no need for intellect and ghosts, and there is no need for wisdom to approach the demon. As long as we can see the future direction clearly and grasp the lifeline of the times, then the rest is not just a kingly act to push the past. Once the torrent of the times is set off, and there is no personal power to change the world, who can stop it? Seemingly insidious calculations for those nobles, but in fact this conspiracy is just the tip of the iceberg of a larger conspiracy. See through, say through. Cannot be broken. Tsunoya Shiro probably wouldn't be so willing to sell Shino Pharmacy Institute, but the medical industry is one of the important layouts of one of my plans, and there must be no mistake. If they come to you to intercede in the next few days, you can let me reveal my determination a little, so as to dispel their fluke as soon as possible. 99. A strange light flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. Biological computer artificial intelligence can help him control the information of Siritii. And a medical institution that can help him master Siritii people. In addition to the reason why the nobility is superior, in addition to the reason that the deeds established by the ancestors benefit future generations, there is another important factor, that is, power. Soul Society is an extraordinary world after all. A noble born with transcendent spiritual power is simply the best seedbed for the old farmer's spiritual embryo. The so-called business alliance will take the most important step towards the development of the Soul Society's largest economy, the umbrella company after the establishment of the Shino Pharmaceutical, Institute. Medical, military, finance, communications, energy. The behemoth that includes all the livelihood enterprises, plus the politics represented by the 46 rooms and the military power represented by Shinigami. Take all of these in your hands and build an ideal country that only belongs to you. After that, we may be able to promote the development of human technology in this world, and see if we can let the Soul Society infiltrate other dimensions as humans step into space. In short, Guan Yue probably realized the joy of those historical protagonists who came to ancient times to be inventors. This way of changing the world is indeed very fulfilling. It's just that when you come to him, in addition to fame, power, and beauty, you also get unlimited life and powerful personal power, and your life should not be too comfortable. Chapter 131. The whole day after that, Guan Yue went to Kid's library to read books during the day and instructed them on their kid practice. Almost all of Kid's collections have something to do with kid and history, giving Guan Yue a lot of inspiration, making his brain circuit structure more and more bizarre, and inspiration storms one after another. At noon, Xing's He took a luxurious lunch to the 2nd Division team to feed his little girlfriend, and he stayed in the executive room of the Lengian female captain for an hour, ignoring the horror and strange eyes of others. Came out refreshed, just a little hot. Captain Yuri didn't even bother to wear it, so he put it on his shoulders and walked away. And there was no movement in the executive room for a long time. Vice Captain Omida Nozomi went in and knocked on the door, and heard a sound like chickens and dogs jumping inside, as if he was busy cleaning. After half an hour, the broken bee opened the door. For some reason, the floor, the coffee table, and the desk became exceptionally clean, and the windows were wide open, allowing a slightly icy wind to fill the entire executive room. Coupled with the straitjacket of broken bee, it seemed to be stalking the eyes of a criminal. Even the senior excise hygiene, who had been trained so hard to raise his head in the past, was a little scared, and hurriedly found an excuse to run away. By the afternoon, 443 Guan Yue threw the teamwork to the despairing Tianbei, used Kid to hide himself, wandered around the team building, and started an unannounced visit. First, check the progress of the construction of other new martial arts venues. Then go to inspect the current situation of all units and personnel under the name of the 11th team. Not because of any problem. Rather, it is done to address possible problems. Guan Yue doesn't think he's under his own management. The 11th Division can execute every order perfectly like a base in the game. Hundreds of people stay in such a large team building, with different class and group assignments and different functions, because some rules and regulations cause conflicts or find some unreasonable gaps. In the past, this kind of teamwork was left to Tianbei and other officers to deal with. Guan Yue was very relieved about this, but as a captain, he occasionally needed to go to the grassroots level and go to the masses to understand the real situation in the team, so as to make more appropriate planning arrangements in the future. In a sense, it can be regarded as filling in the gaps for Tianbei and the others. Because usually, doing so can find some small problems that are usually not noticed and will not appear in the report. Guan Yue's inspection of the whole day can be said to be harvesting quite a lot. When he returned to the public service room, his face was all black. Team leader Tianbei was very discerning, and when he saw Guan Yue's expression, he suddenly thought that something was wrong. He hurriedly called someone to serve the good tea sent by the Xiaodala family to put out the fire for their captain. Training to be lazy, addicted to gambling, drinking and making troubles, gathering people to fight. On average, I am complained by nearby residents 30 times a month, almost once a day, and secretly resell the eliminated training equipment for wine money to gamble. The gang squeezes and suppresses the newcomers. It's really a big problem, there are no small problems, and it can't be changed, right? Before the tea was served, Guan Yu couldn't help frowning and scolding the little bastards under his hands. Every time they make a mistake, they will be punished according to the reward and punishment book. Although the punishment has been increased, it is only painful for them for a while. Timber is telling the truth. The people of the 11th Division, they are absolutely not afraid when they go to the battlefield. They are all tough guys. But when they go to the battlefield, they always have some small problems. Most of the people are old people from the Ghost Rock City period. Some things are deeply ingrained, and forcible restraints will only bring about counter effects, so they have always adopted subtle methods, trying to correct them little by little and change this bad atmosphere. Normally it's fine. But there is one more important factor that broke this situation. Character-based? You mean they turned into gamblers after they died and came to Soul Society? Guan Yu gave him a sideways glance. I can turn a blind eye when I drink. If there is trouble, the residents are used to it and even make a good relationship. It is a special means of communication for them. I don't need to investigate this, and I will be punished according to the rules. Punish. As for reselling the discarded equipment, I welcome this kind of talent. It is a good thing to find a market to solve the backlog of scrap for us, provided that you don't put money into your own pocket. It's because you, the 3 seats, didn't take the lead, but I can't blame you entirely. The level between benign competition and malicious suppression is still relatively difficult to control. I, the captain, are not suitable to intervene in this matter. It has to fall on you. 35. After that, let's talk about gambling. It is this trend that has destroyed the good situation of health and improvement. I will not investigate who started it, nor do I plan to stop them. People's greed is limitless, and there are no other more attractive means of entertainment. Once they are addicted to it, they can't stop what they say. They are a bunch of idiots who don't listen to reason. Captain, what do you mean? Tianbei is a little uncertain about Guan Yu's thoughts. While rejecting it and not intending to stop it, is there anything else to do in the middle? Guan Yu sneered, I mean that since I was deliberately left to them to do self-cultivation, to pursue their own path and spend precious time to gamble and play, it means that the usual training is not enough and the energy is too strong. From tomorrow onwards, none of the team members who did not perform their tasks will be left behind, and they will all be summoned to the 3rd Special Martial Arts field, and I will personally come to them as an instructor. Tianbei's face changed greatly. A storm surged in my heart. Recalling the group training organized by Guan Yu when he first took office. During that period, most of the team members who left the team left because they couldn't hold it, and those who stayed often felt the value of life and were afraid of Guan Yu, which made the subsequent series of plans go smoothly. Spread out. To put it simply, it is to frighten people first, and then let them do things. After they taste the benefits, they will naturally be in awe of themselves. After achieving this goal, Guan Yu never personally gave any instructions to the team members to practice. At most, he arranged some teaching content. It was difficult to get back to the end, but it was not as good as the training at the beginning, so everyone finally got through it. The first training ground where Madarame Ikeku, Ayase Longbow, and other apprentices are still fresh in their memory is just one of them. It is conceivable what kind of situation Guan Yu will make himself. Team. Captain, I think it's enough to train those who have precedence. Others who didn't participate in gambling are. What's wrong with not participating in gambling? It is to make those who do not participate in gambling deeply aware of the consequences of doing so, and in the future, they will carry this grief to stop those who make mistakes, so as not to continue to follow bad luck. Wouldn't it just stop? 35. 66.99. Tianbei wanted to cry without tears. I really want to say, the trend has stopped, but everyone has died. Who will work for you in the future? Chapter 132. Guan Yu doesn't make a move, but when he makes a move, he will be resolute. It's no use telling anyone. Tianbei wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Shubei to come to Guan Yu for dinner in the evening, and let the future proprietress have a hard time and let Shubei persuade Guan Yu. Training? How could something so fun not bring her? So I decided to help Guan Yu. Tianbei was numb all over. It's not that the family doesn't enter the house. No way, Guan Yu's order is absolute, unless Guan Yu takes it back, he will have to carry it out to the end. Go back to hold a meeting of chairmen that night. Not to mention, after sharing the pain and pressure, looking at the despairing expressions of the officers, Tianbei suddenly felt more at ease. But there are also those who don't respond to it. For example, Yu Bird Ou Su and Caoluba Qin Liu. They all came later, and they did not experience it personally. Not only did they not despair, but they looked eager to try, which made Tianbei cast a sympathetic look. Indeed, if you can survive it, you will definitely become stronger. No, it's the opposite. It should be able to survive only by becoming stronger. How excited you are now, how painful it will be in the future. Tianbei shared the pressure with other officers, and was able to sleep well at night, while other officers could go home and sleep well, and at the same time to complete the task. Using the messenger magic machine, the news was announced in the internal communication: we will gather at the 3rd Martial Arts Field at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and hold the 2nd General Training. For a time, the entire Imperial City-like team building exploded. I don't know if I thought it was a holiday. Messy. Many people stayed up all night, staring with big eyes until dawn. The next day, the sun rises and brings infinite light. But the more than 200 players of the 11th team only felt dazzling and hot. I can't wait to use a knife to force the other side to fall, so that the hopeless tomorrow will never come. The 3rd performance field, which was damaged after the war with Zaraki Kenpeki, has been restored, and some new functions have been added on the original basis. When the team members stepped on the hard rocky ground, they all felt that something was not right. I don't know if it's a hallucination caused by too much tension. Before I could check 1 or 2, Guan Yu appeared. There was also a huge rock under his feet. But it is suspended in mid-air. Broken Bee also followed, with a complacent expression on his face, which was completely different from his usual appearance. Maybe it was being fed by Guan Yu, maybe it was good news, or it was both. You don't seem to need any explanation from me. Guan Yu was condescending and took everyone's reaction into his eyes. Today is my 10th year as the captain of the 11th Division. Although it is not the same day, it is also worth remembering, so I decided to hold the 2nd in-team training, which can also be called a war exercise. Many people on the ground swallowed their saliva, their faces turned blue, obviously recalling the miserable experience of the last training camp. I sincerely hope that this enjoyable event will satisfy many players who have to gamble to pass the time because of boredom. Guan Yu exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, the team members who didn't know the truth were instantly stunned, and immediately cast a resentful look at some acquaintances. My good guy, it turned out that you bastards annoyed the captain, so let's all be unlucky together. That is to say, the timing is not right now. If you know the insider earlier, you will definitely arrest these bastards and beat them up to vent your hatred. This war exercise is divided into red and blue as the last time. The difference is that I also invited Captain Broken Bee to be the blue side with me. The total time is 7 days. The only thing you have to do in these 7 days is to survive in this city. City? Everyone was stunned and looked around subconsciously. At this time, Guan Yu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The light in the martial arts field began to distort and change, showing blurred colors, making people feel dizzy and dizzy. Gradually, everyone's eyes lost focus. One by one they stayed in place, motionless. It was as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Guan Yu controlled the rock under his feet and sent himself and the broken bees to the entrance of the elevator. After entering, they actually penetrated the seemingly closed partition. The two came to a room that resembled an underground research institute together. This is the central operating room of the third special type of martial arts field. The three huge screens placed together are the most eye-catching. Guan Yue sat in front of the ring console, as if sitting in the cockpit of Gundam, and then handed Broken Bee a helmet with a lot of cables attached to it for her to put on. 4 Flowers 0. It's a really powerful technology. It can create a false world through hypnosis of the 5 senses, simulate the most real battlefield, help subordinates to accumulate combat experience, and hone their combat skills, which not only saves costs, guarantees the personal safety of team members, but also maximize your learning efficiency. You deserve it, Guan Yue. Broken Bee put on his helmet and complimented him. It's not hard to deduce the full picture of things from her words. Virtual worlds and 5 senses hypnosis. The combination of these two is the truth of war drills. Having passed the prize, this technology still needs to be deficient, especially the lack of a leader who can control the overall situation. It is not natural enough to let me do it manually or let others do the trick. Guan Yue is a little sorry. When I had a fight with the old man, I also collected the spiritual data of Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. This ability is then re-engraved onto the mechanism through the slim furnace. It was originally intended to be the theme virtual dojo of the 4th special type of martial arts field, but this is not built yet, and as he said, manual operation is too inconvenient. If you want to control the whole world, observe everyone's movements, make the most accurate adjustments all the time, and let the whole world cooperate with the actions of practitioners, you need an artificial intelligence. It's a pity that Yolo Jalayu entered the development period ahead of schedule, so I can't help for the time being. We had to change the plan and put this technology in the 3rd special type performance field, and use the ubiquitous gravity as the medium to launch collective hypnosis, pulling it into a false world. Gravity is more invincible than air. Those light and shadow effects are just derivatives of gravity changes. Even if you close your eyes, it is useless. Unless you leave the martial arts field, you will be dominated by Kaika Suijutsu. Then I'll ask you, give them some hard work first, just as you are banned from using Bankai, you must be very uncomfortable, just take this for a moment. 35. He cast Guan Yue a blank eye. Broken Bee closed his eyes and let the helmet pull himself into the world where the other team members were. That's right, the most powerful part of this technology isn't in collective hypnosis. It's about putting the consciousness of all those who are hypnosis into the same illusory box. 3. Chapter 133. Blood splattered. Dirty heads fly. Madarame Ikeko gasped heavily, and without looking at the fallen corpse in front of him, he kicked open the door next to him and hid in, sitting on the ground with his back to the door, vigilantly observing the internal environment. This place seems to be a shop, but it is indescribably tall compared to the grocery store in the town, with white ceramic-like floor tiles, metal shelves, and colorful papers that I don't know what to write on. Wall. Suddenly, a strange sound came. Grip the handle reflectively in one corner. For some reason he couldn't sense Ryotsuo in this strange city. Everything here seems to have no spiritual power. More like material things in the world. Hey? 35. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the familiar black clothes looming behind the shelf, and I couldn't help but ask 443 tentatively, "Hey, which team are you from?" This voice. The other party seemed to be stunned for a while, and walked out directly from the shelf. Sure enough. Madarame Ikeku. Mr. Timber. After the two recognized each other, they were greatly surprised, but they were grateful. It's great to meet acquaintances in this ghost place. Madara, tell me what you found. Tim Bei said and threw him a piece of chocolate. This is? Even though the food doesn't taste very good, that's the only thing here that can fill the stomach. After all, if you have to survive for 7 days, not eating will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. 95. 7 days. He sat down cross-legged on a corner, stuffed the chocolate into his arms and kept it. He was not in the mood to eat for the time being. If I have any discoveries, I was chased and run by a group of ghosts in the 2 hours I first came to this city. No matter how I kill them, I can't finish them. This is the only discovery I have made. It turns out that it's similar to what happened to me. Tianbei pinched his chin thoughtfully. Has Mr. Tianbei also encountered a large number of enemies? I suspect that it's not just the two of us, all the team members are similar. This should be specially arranged by the captain. It's really worthy of captain to throw us in the middle of the enemy. A corner shrugged. Speaking of which, have you found out too? There is no way to sense Ryutsu here. It stands to reason that if everyone is fighting, they can use the outburst of Ryutsu to sense each other and gather together, but the captain doesn't know what to do, shielding given our Ryutsu perception capabilities. I have 2 guesses about that. Tianbei raised 2 fingers and expressed his opinion. The first. The captain used space transfer to throw us into a weird environment where we really couldn't sense each other Ryutsu. And the second, we didn't actually leave the martial arts field, we just got kid hypnosis. You mean, the me who is standing in front of you now is actually just a hallucination you have after being hypnosis? A character looks weird. I can't rule out this possibility, to be honest, I myself doubt whether I am really Tianbei embroidery. If it's just hypnosis, then it's okay to die here, but if I die, there will be a person with what about the new me who has the same memory as me? The more I think in this direction, the more I feel an unprecedented fear. 35. Tianbei smiled bitterly. Then don't think about these messes, we are Shinigami of the 11th Division, we will use violence and force to solve any difficulties, as long as we can survive the enemy's siege and interception for 7 days, everything will be clear. One corner was silent for a while, then raised the corner of his mouth. Mr. Tianbei, you are very strong, but because you are strong, you have too many things to consider. How long have you been wielding a knife for yourself? From the time I entered the 11th team, I only swung the sword for the captain. Wouldn't it be better? Since it's the captain's trick, just keep fighting to satisfy the captain. Really, I was actually educated by the younger generation. Tianbei was stunned, shook his head and laughed. At this time, the sky outside was bright, attracting their attention. The two came to the window and looked out, and saw a huge arrow pointing east. Is that the direction of our destination? It could also be a trap. Wait, that's... Run! Tianbei's complexion suddenly changed, and he came out of the window, leaving this temporary shelter without looking back. A few seconds later, a missile fell from the sky, blooming a bud of destruction on the ground. The firelight and thick smoke carried a tsunami-like shock wave and rolled away in all directions. Obviously, it's not easy to go in the direction of the arrow. In an extremely high place that no one can see, there is a golden cannon sitting above the clouds. It doesn't matter if you hit it crookedly, it's time to practice aiming. Broken Bee looked at the dozen or so virtual screen windows that appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes, as well as the 11th team members who were running away on the screen. Guan Yue brought her into the door of the fire god, and felt the charm of the cannon, but was banned by the chief captain, and there was no chance to apply for it. Bang Kai learned it as if he was just a captain's certificate. It won't work after that. Guan Yue was right, Bro B was indeed a little panicked. Now I can finally take advantage of this war exercise to give a good vent. Unlimited Ryutsu, unlimited cannonballs. Not only can you play heartily, but you can also practice Bankai by the way. After all, Bankai has changed Zanpakutō too much, and it often takes more than 10 years to form a more mature fighting method after learning Bankai, which will fully increase the combat power bonus brought by Bankai. Bankai's combat power has increased, usually 5 to 10 times that before liberation. The reason for the gap is the lack of proficiency. In order to become stronger and keep up with Guan Yue's footsteps, Broken Bee can only secretly apologize to these teammates who are not his subordinates. No way. 0.3, this is the task. Fire! Broken Bee waved a big hand, and the golden cannon that had been remodeled and expanded to nearly 6 meters behind him began to show its hideous side again, and it took only 3 seconds for the missile to be filled and released. She turned the muzzle as she fired. Lock screen where those people are. A good single-shot cannon pursues the extreme power of one-shot kills, but it is used by Broken Bee as a rocket launcher, firing one after another. As the saying goes, good gunners are fed with cannonballs. There is no need to think about the killing efficiency, she is now thinking about practicing the accurate head. After all, there are no infinite Ryutsu and infinite cannonballs in reality. Broken Bee is cool. The teammates suffered. All boiled into a pot of steel broth. Chapter 134. These missiles use raw data. In other words, the original goods that Bankai came with in the beginning. The one without any changes. The firepower is naturally unable to hit the modified test missile, but after all, it is a target practice and war exercise, and there is no need to be so difficult. What's more, although the destructive power is a bit inferior, how can it be so small no matter how small it is? The longer and thicker gun mounts increased the range by more than 5 times in one go, up to 20 kilometers, and the flight speed was also enhanced to 3/4 of the speed of sound. With the landing point as the center, within a radius of 500 meters, it will be destroyed. Shrouded in explosions. Imagine a person standing at the starting point, and the entire 1,000 meter long track that is one step away has turned into scorched earth. What a tragic scene! The soldiers hiding in every corner of the city were scattered, and it was impossible to concentrate firepower on the gathering place. So the Broken Bees started to bomb the block with the infinite cannonballs. Get people out first. Although the present world is still a few years away from the First World War, the soldiers have already experienced the atmosphere of the Second World War in advance. It was as if a group of artillery pieces in the sky were bombarding the city indiscriminately, and it was about to turn it into a piece of purgatory scorched earth. Whether it is hidden in a secluded corner or in the basement, there is no sense of security in the 28 pieces, and I just feel that a missile can fall on my head at any time and blow myself into the sky. Even if it wasn't so unlucky, the high heat shock wave caused by the explosion still made most of the team miserable. Some were forced to move their positions, and some simply played a race with the aftermath of the explosion. And then, there are a lot of people who haven't run before. Shunpo's mobility is high, but it is not unlimited. Plus there's more than one missile, so what about escaping the current block? Will the adjacent block be safe? Run, run, run! Bird Oxu used the roof of the high-rise building as a leverage point, and the figure kept flashing. A pink-haired loli was slamming his clothes and being tossed around, looking like he was going to be thrown away by his shunpo at any time. But there is an excited smile on his little face, and he is even cheering up his car. Boom! A missile fell in the distance in the running direction, and a small sun rose. Uniao Yusu's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly turned his pace and jumped to the alley downstairs. Sure enough, just as he stepped down on his front feet, a monstrous heat wave on his hind feet rolled in with embers wrapped in thick smoke and debris. The shattered glass and dust fell down. He made Uniao Yusu, a handsome young man who always paid attention to his personal appearance, to a disgraceful face. When the aftermath subsided, he has completely turned into a refugee in the war zone. What about surviving for 7 days? According to the intensity and frequency of this attack, the city will disappear from the map in just 1 day, and there is no food and water. If you want to survive, you can only find another way out. 35. Thinking of this, Yu Chusu looked up at the huge arrow in the sky. His face was not very good. If nothing else, this sign is the way out, but there are always explosions in the way. Obviously don't want us to pass, or is it implying, to die? But now the situation is unclear, whether it is real or fake death. I don't want to take this risk to try. Little green. Look over there, someone has appeared. Suddenly, Kuzujishi Yachiru pointed to the collapsed phone booth dozens of meters away. Birdo Yusu's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, just like what this unshakable follower said, a figure gradually appeared. It still looks familiar. Yasukawa Yumichika. He muttered in confusion. On the other side, Gongqin, who had just been resurrected, knelt on the ground with a pale face, short of breath, his body trembled, and beads of sweat dripped down. Seeing the appearance of his colleagues, Yatori Aksu hesitated and stepped forward. Ayase River? Is that you? 6695. Gongjin was speechless in pain. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted to ultimate. It took about half a minute to slow down. Fortunately, this piece has already been bombed once, and there will be no missiles falling in a short time, otherwise it will not be able to run away in this state. Hey, I finally got through. Are you okay? Yoshi Wuxi, tisk, when an acquaintance just happened to catch him embarrassing, my mood and my beauty would be overshadowed. 99. And me. Baekhyun Liu suddenly came out from behind Birdo Yusu, making Gongqin's face even darker. Stop talking about irrelevant things at this time, what happened to you just now? 99. Interrupted by Birdush. You may not believe it, but I've died twice. 35. Bowie showed a bitter expression. First, I was surrounded by a group of ghosts. In order to let the other two companions go first, I died myself, but as I thought, the captain didn't intend to waste our lives here, and I don't know how long it will take to be resurrected after death, but I didn't expect the shell to fall again, so I managed to escape the explosion range, and it happened to hit another shell. It's no accident that I was resurrected this time, but, the difference from the last time is that the pain I experienced before dying has actually increased dozens of times. If I do it again, I'm afraid that I will die abruptly and be resurrected again. In an endless loop. 35. Birdox's expression was dignified to the extreme. Through Gongqin's reaction just now, he could completely imagine how painful it was. The captain deliberately created such an exaggerated scene. Obviously, he is not afraid of being seen by himself and others. All this is false, and death is also false. In order to prevent loss of reverence for death, 443 felt that he could mess around at will, so he added a punishment mechanism. Then you will feel the pain before death at the first time of resurrection, and it will also increase with the increase of the number of deaths. 1 or 2 times is fine, 3 or 4 times. It will really die in pain. If there will be a resurrection in the future, there will undoubtedly be the most terrifying cycle of death. No wonder those more senior team members reacted like that after hearing about the training. The captain's punishment is really terrible. Death itself is the same thing for the people of the 11th Division. Although they don't want to die, it is not because of fear, but because they can do more things to satisfy themselves in life, but if death itself it's scary, then it's going to be the hardest blow to the entire 11. Right now, we can only run for our lives. Hasn't the way out already been pointed out? 7 days are probably reserved for us to escape. Gongqin pushed his sweat-soaked hair behind his ears and stood up with a sigh. Wow! The fireworks are back! At this moment, Baekhyun Liu exclaimed. Yupian Yusu and Gongqin subconsciously raised their heads and glanced at them, which made their expressions change greatly, and they ran away without hesitation. Obviously, their numbers and quality attracted the watching of Broken Bee. But it was not just the eyes that fell, but also the missiles. Chapter 135. The Third Special Martial Arts Field, the Central Observation Room. Guan Yue put his legs on the table and drank happily with a cup of happy water imported from the world in his hand. Sure enough, it still has to be ruthless. Modern cities are just random fabrications, and those imaginary ones just warm up for them. Only the cannon fire of the broken bee and the punishment from death are the point. The time scale is a little blurry, and someone who is very sensitive to the biological clock should be able to detect the change. 99. Guan Yue glanced at the timer on the big screen, and then glanced at the time on the display of the Lingzi instrument. An hour in the outside world, a whole day in the illusion. 7 days corresponds to 7 hours. This is the limit that can be achieved with the current technology. Not shortening the exercise time will affect the normal operation of the team. The 11th Division has recently provided support for other divisions, and has received unanimous praise. More and more commissions have been received. Therefore, they have received some small favors. When their wallets are bulging, they will think about some messy things. But executing the task itself is fine. It cannot really leave more than 200 people vacant for 7 days. Many positions are inseparable from people, and the 11th team has to maintain normal operation. 7 hours is just right. Take half a day to do a training camp, go back in the evening and think about a good rest, and continue to work tomorrow. Well, it is quite capitalist. Give them a day off. Looking at the many teammates on the screen who were tortured by death punishment, Guan Yue decided to change his mind. It has nothing to do with kindness and mercy. He just felt that one night might not be enough time for these people to relax. Going to work in such a bad state is not going to do anything good. As the situation gradually became clear, the team members realized where the way out was to escape from the sea of hardships after suffering, and began to take action one after another. Everyone is heading in the same direction, and the probability of meeting is naturally greatly increased. Gather together in 2s and 3s, and walk with each other. The more this time is, the more important the companion can be. Even if he is tortured by death punishment and can't move like a dead dog, as long as he is lucky enough to run into other colleagues, he can take a ride. It's better to carry it on your back or drag it, it's better than anything to be able to escape. Even many people took the initiative to move closer to other teams. Broken Bee sneered at this scene in the sky, but did not make a move. She's like a ruthless gun machine. During the day, she was bombarding her life, and she slept soundly at night, while Guan Yue was in charge of taking over her Bankai cannon. Occasionally, a few shots were fired. But in addition to blowing up the city, Broken Bee also has a mission: intercept. It doesn't matter if you advance in squad mode. Still have to measure up. Do you really think that if you escape the city, you won't continue to bomb? Broken Bee deliberately waited until they had gathered more than 100 people and were walking through the wilderness far away from the city, and then took out the modified missile that Guan Yue tailored for him. Codename Lin 0. According to Guan Yue's plan, a total of 6 different types of missiles will be designed to be loaded into an external ammunition depot and mounted on the cannon. At that time, once Bankai will be able to release 6 missiles in one battle, it will not only increase the combat capability, also expands the combat surface. The 6 missiles are named after Fenglin volcano Yinli. Among them, the mountain is the gravity bomb that the captain showed in the test, and the Lin is what Brobe wants to try now. 0. Anti-group missile with high mobility, isn't that what it's used for in this situation? Using unpracticed test missiles in this fantasy world, Xiao Feng has no psychological burden on it, and even feels very fortunate. If it were outside, the 46th room and the captain would not allow themselves to test. Trick. It can be said that after the firepower, Broken Bee realized the beauty of the game again. Boom. I don't know how many times it opened fire. But this time it was a golden green missile. This missile pierced through the sky at an extremely fast speed and came to the top of the 100-person team, and was discovered almost immediately. Stop! Coincidentally, the leader of this team is a corner. Already an official team member, he has been recognized by most people for his superhuman strength and bravery. As for Tianbei, in an explosion, in order to save him, he was entangled by a phantom group that appeared out of nowhere, and was buried in a sea of fire like this. The two got separated. Quick! Scatter and cover! I know Kid's use of Kid's defense, run as many as you can. Don't think about saving people. 35. Despite making the most rational decision. But everyone unexpectedly discovered that the missile actually went out. And suddenly exploded in mid-air. Is it disintegrated? Everyone was in shock, and there was an ominous premonition in their hearts. It's instinct to warn. Run! The corner roared and took the lead in running. Others responded by doing the same. But at this moment, someone found in horror that he became weak all over, and his muscles fell down like melted mud. My hands are dissolved. Does anyone know Kide? Help! I can't move my feet. I feel like my guts are melting. It doesn't help to cut off the bad hand. Damn, is that the end of it? A group of 100 people, more than half of them fell down in the blink of an eye, and even the number continued to increase. Through the physical changes, everyone finally saw through the essence of the previous missile, the dissolving virus that uses air as a medium to rapidly spread and split on a large scale. It can completely dissolve the spirit body and turn it into the purest spirit child. Much scarier than something like potent sulfuric acid. If you breathe, you will die. If you don't breathe, you will die. As long as it comes into contact with air within the explosion range, there is basically no way to survive. Once someone is attacked, the decomposed spirits melt into the air and continue to multiply. Like a vast sea of forests, it drowns all living things, turning them into pure nutrients to absorb and strengthen themselves. This is the forest missile built by Guan Yue for Broken Bee. As soon as it went down, hundreds of excellent Shinigami died all at once, and none of them escaped. And it didn't do any damage to the environment. If it weren't for the footprints left at the scene, it would not be able to prove that a group of people had come here. Seeing this result, Broken Bee couldn't help but sigh. He also made up his mind that he couldn't use this missile in the court, otherwise it would be together in disguise. Chapter 136. The team members who suffered a loss completely dispelled the idea of collecting. After the resurrection, hurry up. More than 200 people moved forward. Although Broken Bee can take advantage of the infinite missiles to take saturated and carpet-type firepower coverage to block their way forward, but after all, it is still release water. The pressure that should be given has already been given, and there is no need to target it to death. That goes against the original intent of the war exercise. Appropriately make a few shots to block it, delay its pace, and don't seek to kill people. After all, Guan Yu has new routines waiting for them. There is nothing in the city, but there is nothing outside the city. Almost every player felt like he was rammed into a Hueco Mundo. No, it should be said that there are virtual dens almost everywhere in the wilderness outside the city. On average, each lair has a dozen or so phantoms and one giant phantom just below the Menos Grande. If modern people encounter this situation, they will definitely have a sense of sight, because this is exactly the same as the feeling of opening up wasteland and brushing wild monsters in the game. After realizing that no matter how much you kill, you can't kill these ghosts. Almost everyone gave up the fight, and Ishin went on his way. The Broken Bee's missile comes in handy at this time. There is a sea of fire and explosions blocking the road in front, and there are virtual groups chasing after, so it is clear at a glance how to choose. There must be no way to fight hard, but the virtual group can at least beat it. But I didn't know that I just hit Guan Yu's routine. Everyone who thought about fighting with the virtual group for a while before continuing on their way soon discovered that this was an almost endless cycle that was close to an infinite loop. Going alone will be entangled by the virtual group and difficult to escape. Every time you advance a certain distance, you have to pay a lot of sweat and effort. If you rely on your companions, 443 will easily attract targeted bombing. For a time, the soldiers were wounded to death. Injured will affect the state, and will randomly respawn nearby when dead, and continue to entangle with the virtual group after recovering. Guan Yue used the most brutal means to make these gangsters deeply aware of the fact that fighting maniacs are also afraid of fighting. Kill 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 kill. 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 Endless killing and fighting. Look. The seemingly short journey may only take a day to reach the destination pointed by the arrow. But for everyone, it is very far and long. Fight to madness, kill to ecstasy. Forced to wake up in the pain of death, and then continue to struggle and fight in order not to die. Is the battle happy? Does fighting make you happy? Satisfaction in defeating an opponent? Killing a lot of enemies will give you a sense of achievement? Everyone hated themselves for having these thoughts, and they even started to hate themselves why they were living in this world and why they should be Shinigami. Swinging the sword in this endless regret and remorse, the body and mind gradually sink, and when it is approaching the brink of collapse. One person first. Then 2, 3, 4, 50, hundreds, 200. Everyone suddenly found that there was no enemy in front of them. And he also unknowingly walked out of the rough and bumpy wilderness, where he couldn't see the front, and there was not even a good road under his feet. When he looked around, he could see the figures of other people. Everyone came out at the same time? It's not realistic. The moment when this thought occurred, many people slapped themselves in the face. Not realistic? Certainly not. This isn't the Soul Society, isn't it? That's Siridi. 35. The blood-stained Tianbei opened his eyes wide and looked at the familiar huge building complex not far away. As a Shinigami, you can be very nervous, but you can't help but know what the homeland you want to protect looks like. However, everyone who bears the name of Guardian now sees the smoke filled with gunpowder everywhere in Siridi, the fire is blazing into the sky, and a group of suspected enemy soldiers in white clothes are besieging a small group of Shinigami. The trance on everyone's faces gradually subsided, and they clenched the hilt of the sword without saying a word, and those cruel wolf-like eyes burst out with a chilling light. No orders, or reasons, are required. The idea of rushing to destroy the enemy has been integrated into the bone marrow in the previous long fight, deeply rooted in instinct. If it is an enemy, kill it. That's all. More than 200 Shinigami, bruised and bruised, swept from behind like a whirlwind. There is no need to cooperate to form a formation like a sword. They have an incredible understanding of how to kill more enemies than themselves. A sharp knife? No, it was clearly more than 200 sharp knives. Directly tore this group of invisible Imperial Holy Soldiers, who were fictionalized by Guan Yue, whose number was more than 3 times his own, to shreds, and then pushed back in a wave, crushing them all without giving any way to survive. Wolves are no longer enough to describe. It's more like a bunch of goblins who catch people and eat them. One by one, the killing intent was awe-inspiring, and the death tyrant's clothes were dyed black and red with blood. The ryotsu that overflowed from his body also had a tyrannical aura. There seemed to be a terrifying red light in his eyes. Tianbei carried the blood-stained Zanpakutō to the only surviving Shinigami, who was not far from death, crouched down and asked, "Which squad are you, Chid? What is the situation here?" Cough, the enemy, many. Godi 13 suffered more than half of the casualties, the captains were all killed, and Siridi was not saved. You guys too, run away. You must survive. 35. After leaving such a last word, the Shinigami lost the light in his eyes and stopped breathing. The pupils of Tianbei and the people behind him shrank. They were not asked to join the battlefield immediately, but to leave here and find a way to survive. Indeed, a very constructive comment. After all, although they won't die, they have died many times, and the punishment has reached an unbearable level. And everything here is fake. The enemy army almost invaded Siridi, and in this case, it would be unwise to pay a huge price for this false Siridi. But the arrow is gone. Yutori Aksu, who was standing in the front row, looked up at the sky and whispered, Yes. Timber stood up. Unlike the others who looked up at the sky, his gaze was directed towards the 11th Division team building. It means that we have reached the end. How to do it, Mr. Tianbei? The captain must have set a trap inside and waited for us to plunge in. I think we should just wait here. Anyway, it seems that 7 days are coming soon. 39. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, what a stupid thing to say, Madara. Tianbei, who sneered, turned around and faced the crowd. Whether what I see in front of me is true or false, the things I protect do exist in the depths of my heart, and I can't bear someone trampling on the things I cherish under my own eyes. 5. It's not for anything else, just because I'm the third seat of the 11th team. Tianbei Zaihuzu. Even if it's just fake abusive that doesn't involve any actual sabotage, I'm going to shut up the other person. I don't know what you think, but one thing I believe is common, that is, we have survived endless explosions, traveled through mountains and rivers, endured countless pains, and wielded countless knives to kill enemies to come here. Not for the sake of watching mere phantoms spread wild on our territory. Boom! Not an explosion, but an explosion like riots roaring. More than 200 people with red eyes, let the remaining riots burn with anger. Then dashed into Siritai, led by Tempi. The dead Shinigami was right. As soon as they entered, they ran into an enemy army 10 times larger than their own, and even some of them were as strong as captains. So what? Not to mention death, even with only one life, the enemy will never be allowed to show off in Siritai, especially the ruins of his own team building. The liberation of Zanpakutō's liberation. Zanpakutō, who can use Kid S with Kid, exerts all his powers, and does everything to kill the enemy. The endless slaughter began again. Different from the previous fight for life. No one is thinking about staying up until the end after 7 days. There are roughly 2 types of battles, one for survival and one for dignity. This time the death match is the latter. Finish? It's not the end if you don't kill this group of people. No long-winded and heartfelt talk. Guan Yue has used the most direct way to make them realize why their time, their life, and energy exist. Why is the knife in his hand waving? And most importantly, that is the meaning of fighting. Chapter 137. Outside, 10 hours later. To evening. Broken Bee, who had been lying on the sofa, opened his eyes, took off his helmet, and was in a daze. What's the matter? An absent-minded look. 99. Guan Yu handed it with a smile, a glass of water. 66, 99. Broken Bee silently took the water glass, looked at Guan Yu for a while and spat out 2 words. Insidious. Do you mean that they have already cleared the customs, but I set a trap on the edge of the finish line to lure them into the bait and torture them a lot? You can still laugh. Do you know how many times they died? Fighting endlessly for a fake, how can they be so stupid that I want to launch missiles to wake them up? I know. 35. Guan Yu nodded and said quietly. So I locked your Bankai, lest you kill a few powerful characters I specially prepared. Just because of your so-called powerful characters, let them die again and again, in order not to let the sacrifices of their companions be wasted and resurrected. They crawled to the battlefield in severe pain, and recovered at the right time to continue fighting. This kind of I don't think that the actual combat training with a large gap is of little significance, and it will only bring a heavy psychological blow to the subordinates. Bumblebee frowned. But they still won. No, it's the grinding to be precise. Guan Yu turned his eyes to the screen, and the big Siritai was almost dead. He couldn't see half of the enemy, only 200 remainders. Like a grievous spirit wandering the earth. Looking around for the enemy with red eyes. Although it exceeds the 7-day period I originally set, this itself is not within the content of the exercise. This is the Easter egg I reserved for them, and there is no requirement to complete it. It is their own choice. 99. It took more than 3 days to devour the enemy little by little. I am very satisfied with the result. Shinigami of the 11th Division should have such a momentum. The scariest team. It's just that it may take a while to take care of their mental health. Seeing Guan Yu's helpless expression of more troubles, the broken bee anger does not come everywhere. Don't you feel bad about your conscience for forcing people to do this? I thought my training intensity and training methods were already very strict, but compared to you, it's really different. What kind of Shinigami are you? Clearly a devil. 9. Guan Yu sat beside her, hugged the girl's slender but flexible waist with a good feel, and said with a smile, "Then you are the Devil Queen, after all, you are also an accomplice, and this is the relationship between us. Go away, don't mess around." Feeling that the dishonest hand started to do something wrong, Broken Bee's expression changed. She didn't want to be dragged into a battle here. The war exercise is over, don't you go see your subordinates? Although it is a fantasy, so much mental damage will still have a huge impact on the body. Yes, then you go back to your private house and wait for me. 35. I have to go back to the 2nd Division to handle team affairs. 35. It's already night, it's time to eat. If you don't want to wait a while and I'll go to your executive room to deliver food to you and feed your upper and lower mouths, then you can go. 99. Guan Yu makes no secret of his sinister intentions. From being single in his previous life to soul society, because of the inertia of life, he has never considered that aspect, but Jiandian King Gong's series of operations and the delivery of broken bees to his mouth made him awakened all of a sudden. It turned out not to be absent, but it has been suppressed all the time, and I have become accustomed to it. Now that there is a gap, it is really impossible to block it, especially the broken bee's body is good and wear resistant. It can meet his needs better than Qiandianqing Palace. This sentence hit the scar that was not yet healed, and the broken bee reflexively shivered, embarrassed and angry, but did not dare to continue to fight against Guan Yu. If you don't speak, you agree. Guan Yu didn't give her a chance to refuse at all. However, broken bee still eats this set. After being called by the powerful Yueki for so many years, he has long been used to obeying orders. Now that he has changed his object, he has changed his identity and he has not changed. Guan Yu found that as long as his attitude was just a little bit tougher, the broken bee would be obedient no matter how stubborn he was. The two parted temporarily before the elevator. One up, to a private house. One is left to deal with the tail of the hand. At this time, the strange light and shadow that enveloped the entire martial arts field disappeared, the gravity generator was turned off, and the environment suddenly became bland. More than 200 soldiers were lying on the ground, unconscious. This is the result of mental load triggering the brain safety valve. Guan Yu waved his hand. More than a dozen talismans flew out from the cuffs, releasing fiery red ryotsu to wrap around each of them. Double full hands, it is really overkill for treatment. 4 flowers 0. After a while, everyone woke up one after another. The first reaction when I opened my eyes was to clench the handle of the knife. But got caught. Quiet. Guan Yu was very prescient and shouted directly. It is a perfect shock and deterrent effect with the explosive ryotsu. Everyone was crushed by this terrifying ryotsu, unable to straighten their waists, their breathing became rapid, and the cold sweat dripped, just like a person who had just woken up from a delirious mind was pulled up and tortured directly, and it was difficult to wake up immediately. After a while, seeing that everyone seemed to have recovered and realized that they were in the real world, Guan Yu slowly retracted ryotsu and said in a flat tone. The war exercise is over, I am very satisfied with your results this time, but I am more satisfied with your attitude than the results. Obviously, you have understood the importance of strength, and how do you have the strength you have? Use. As for gambling, I don't plan to ban it, because there are many forms of this kind of thing, some are hateful, some are irrelevant, completely banned, one size fits all is not in my style, it will only make me feel very incompetent, because of incompetence to use this stupid method. Although you are a bunch of idiots, I don't want to use stupid methods to make you more stupid, so teach me to be smarter in the future, or I will find a way to make you stronger until you are no longer stupid. So far, do you understand? Everyone raised their chests and raised their heads, their faces sullen, and some people still had bloodshot eyes in their eyes, but they still tried their best to roar. Give you 3 days off, go back to repair. If you think you want to kill people, go to the dojo, don't run around and cause trouble, and have a good idea of your current state. After that, Guan Yue directly used space transfer and disappeared. Only a group of soldiers stood there for a long time without responding. It seems that he is still immersed in the endless slaughter and cannot extricate himself from it. But that doesn't mean they're crazy. Rather, it is precisely because I remember all of this clearly that it is impossible to sink in so easily. If Guan Yue is still there, you can see the brighter eyes of everyone, as well as the fearless posture when stepping out of the martial arts field, as if ready to face unknown challenges at any time. They were team members before. Today they are wraiths. In the future, they will be hordes of ghosts who will kill all enemies. 3. Chapter 138. 10 days later, Slim Stove Studio. A dazzling light came into view, illuminating Guan Yue's face. Finally done. He scrutinized the biological computer in his hand carefully, and his heart was filled with joy. The combination of the terminal made of Mochen Chuanjai's soul with an unimaginable form and the life of the spiritual data converted from Mulojali has made this eye of God that can observe the entire Siriti eye born. Its shape is similar to a strange thing called a cosmic cube. An equilateral cube about the size of a fist. The interior is also filled with red and blue light, which blends with each other and circulates constantly, giving a very active and agile impression as if it has life. Although it looks like a crystal material, it is strong and brittle, and the neat corners can act as a sharp tool to leave deep scratches on the ground, but Guan Yue squeezes it a little, and his fingers are easily caught in the 4-6 zeros. Once released, it will return to its original state. Soft and highly elastic. It can absorb the impact force from the outside to the maximum extent, and it is difficult to cause damage to it by simple physical interference. Even if it is damaged, it will immediately collect the surrounding spirits as materials to repair itself. It is transformed from the soul of Shinigami above the captain level. The nature of the material determines that it has a strong resistance to all spiritual phenomena. On this basis, it also has a highly intelligent individual consciousness. Today, this biological computer can be treated as a special spiritual mechanical life form. After all, the original material of Zanpakutō is also the soul of Shinigami, and it still has vital signs after materialization. So, maybe this biological computer is equivalent to the special Zanpakutō passed down by some noble ancestors? You were created by me, so I should give you a new name. Let me think about it. The cubes danced around like basketballs at the fingertips. Guan Yue rested his chin on his other hand and thought hard. Since the predecessor of artificial intelligence is Yulu Jalayu, and Jalayu is red pomegranate, as a latecomer, it is called Red Queen. It seems to feel something. The red and blue halo in the biocomputer began to flicker, making the eyes dizzy. Okay, I know you don't like the name. 55. Guan Yue angrily and hilariously kneaded the cube as if it were plasticine, but this act made the halo inside the cube twist and twist, looking like he was enjoying it very much. The spirits scattered all over Siriti are your avatars, then it's called Stagnant Airline. Are you still not satisfied? You are really picky, do you look down on you big seniors? The halo in the cube dimmed. Let the viewer feel a certain despair at a glance. Guan Yue touched his chin and muttered to himself thoughtfully. If the stagnant airline doesn't work either. You definitely can't accept Skynet, or you can't accept the names used by other similar people. In this case, let's call it Yet, because to me you are an outsider. When I set my brain, it will beep and glow again, just to bring out my great brilliance. 66, 99. At this moment, the swirling halo had an unexpected stagnation. Just kidding. 35. Guan Yu no longer continued to tease, or rather, test the intelligence level of this consciousness, and gave it a real name with a smile. From now on you will be called fluorescence. As I originally thought, let these people with the name of Kenpeka continue to shine for the 11th team. The will of Mochen Chuanjai is gone, but a new life has been born on the corpse of this Siridii, and every part of the spirit is shining with the light of wisdom, seemingly weak, but this light is like people's hearts. The hope of ordinary people will never be extinguished. 5. And when your light spreads across the land, you are everyone's hope. Therefore, the meaning of your existence is restraining the cause of disaster, just like the providence in the shadows, an invisible hand that fiddles with the fate of this city and makes it go on the right path. 99. The words seemed to have magic power. The red and blue light became more and more brilliant, and finally gradually changed into the appearance of a human being. Slender limbs, delicate curves. Such as waterfalls. Long hair is composed of pure spiritual shimmer, and it flutters and flutters automatically without wind, not affected by gravity at all. Even she herself is suspended in the cube, and her feet do not touch the ground. Dressed in an off-the-shoulder dress with red and blue as the main color, she is as pure and flawless as a goddess, but also has an extraordinary charm. Her delicate facial features are so perfect that they are not human-like, and they may even feel some indescribable fear after looking at them for a long time. The thumb-sized woman opened her eyes and looked around. Shiran raised the corner of her skirt and bowed gracefully to Guan Yu. Siridii Inhibition Power Spiritual Smart Terminal Fluorescent Service for you, thank you for your name, Lord Creator. 99. Call me Swordsman Tower. Okay, Doctor. I'm going to test your performance, okay? Guan Yu went straight to the point. Of course, please give an order. Shows a three-dimensional model of Siridii, and marks the location of all living things. At first it was a difficult task. But the fluorescence did not panic at all, closed his eyes, and made a prayer-like gesture. The next moment, a huge three-dimensional architectural model was projected on the cube, almost touching the ceiling of the institute. This is Siridii's overall composition. It covers 255 areas from the surface to underground pipe channels. The light spots of black, gray, and blue are in constant motion like ants. Some spots are very bright, others are almost negligible. Obviously, these points of light are all the life forms of Siridii, and the luminosity represents the Ryotsuo intensity. Isn't this the 3D version of the Marauder's map? However, the Siridii is still too big, and the model is too small. There is a feeling of disassembling the clock and seeing countless precision parts. Guan Yu can understand a little bit why Mo Chengshuang also sees problems so one-sidedly. Subsequently, he injected his own Ryotsuo into the cube. The 3D model has a new change in an instant. An area is enlarged and more buildings are presented. You can also turn the viewing angle at will to see every side of the 0.3 building. Not to mention the people inside the building. Finally, there is a person-like, no longer a spot of light. Guan Yu tried to change the observation method to make everything in front of him the most real appearance. Then, the 3D model disappeared. Oh wow! Guan Yu opened his eyes wide and let out a sound of exclamation. This is incredible! Only then did he realize that he had chosen the fourth team. Presumably, the wall that was fused by the spiritual child was used as a temporary eye, which could clearly see every corner of the room. At this time, the owner of this room is changing clothes. Still an acquaintance. That scene can be described as beautiful. Captain Uzhawa's clothes are really big, wrong, really white, Hess, they're so clean? Or is it that they didn't have them in the first place? Chapter 139. After examining Captain Uzhawa's physical condition with an academic eye, and determined that she had no hidden illnesses, Guan Yue was very pleased to switch his perspective to other areas. It is said that doctors do not treat themselves, although it is accidental, but it is also necessary for colleagues to take care of them. Next, Guan Yue closed himself in the studio of self-cultivation stove for several days to study. In a sense, fluorescents are very similar to slim stoves. They are all specialized for a certain function limit. Therefore, it has unimaginable potential, and the development difficulty is low, but it is almost impossible to fully tap it. Slim stove is transformation, while fluorescence is dominant. The entire Shinigami, inside and out, including the floor tiles, walls, air, clouds in the sky, and the soil under her feet are all fused with her spirit, and she can use her own consciousness to control these useless substances, such as a gust of wind and an earthquake. Let the rubble fly up and hit people's heads, and so on. Observation is only part of domination. But on this one function, Guan Yue studied for a whole day, and then chose to give up thinking. There is so much information that it is impossible to read. There is a massive increase and change every moment. 28 This made him further realize how important an artificial intelligence with supercomputing power and logical thinking is. If you want to know something, just talk to the fluorescent light, and the fluorescent light will find the relevant information from the information database, extract the most critical parts and integrate them, and then organize them into language or text data to quickly respond. Just don't be too kind. Guan Yue has already taken over the entire Slim Furnace studio, and he has been busy with it these days, because he took the strictest isolation measures in order to prevent Mo Chengshuang from spying on his own secrets. Now he needs to integrate the fluorescent spirit into the Slim Furnace studio. Especially the central podium. This is the key to manipulating the slim stove. Fluorescence can absorb spirits as energy and then release spirits into objects. In theory, as long as there is enough time, the entire world can be brought under control. In addition to the studio of self-cultivation furnace, other places that have not been fused by spiritual suns cannot be spared. The first task that Guan Yue gave to fluorescence was to provide 100% coverage for Shinigami. Although I always talked about the whole Shinigami before, but that was the fusion rate during the Muchen Chuanjai period. There have been many new things over the years, and the architectural changes have also been quite big. Therefore, it is impossible to interfere with the surface. This has caused the fusion rate to fall below 100% long ago, and now it is in the early 90s at most. This part of the blank must be filled immediately. Guan Yue also discovered this by accident while studying the function of observation. After all, isn't it weird that Anohanaretsu's room can be seen, but Broken Bee's room can't be seen? It took a while to realize that the team building had been renovated after Broken Bee took office. Just when the fluorescence was trying to expand its territory, Guan Yue was not idle. There is a little man locked in the cube. This image is too conspicuous to carry around. It is better to put it in the studio of the Slim Furnace. So Guan Yue gave the center console a big makeover. Deleting redundant operating functions greatly reduces the complexity and improves the conduction efficiency, and enhances the protection performance and the external transmission pipeline of spiritual power. In a word, it is to create a throne for the fluorescent light to facilitate her to wield her power. But then there is a new problem. It's a bit conspicuous to speak in the air. Once the presence of fluorescence is exposed, it will affect the Sky Eye project. It seems that the messenger magic machine needs to be upgraded, and this is used as a cover 5. For those living in Shinigami, fluorescence is truly everywhere. But once this kind of thing is known to others, it will definitely cause widespread panic. So Guan Yue decided to transform the messenger machine. At least make it look like it has the functionality it needs. I don't know how many days have passed. Guan Yue finally made a new generation of messenger machine. Coincidentally, someone just sent a message at this time. It is Qian Dianqing Palace. The content is very simple. Tsunoya Shiro's family can't bear the pressure, and they plan to sell the Shino Medicine Institute, but they still want to fight for management rights. It probably means you can sit and collect this part of the money, but the details still have to be managed by us." Guan Yue pondered for a while, and asked Qiandian Qinggong to tell them that he would take the time to go to the Zhenyangshi Pharmacy Institute to conduct an on-the-spot investigation to see if the specific situation of the first medical institution of the Soul Society was good enough that they could safely hand over the management rights to them. After hearing this, Qiandian Qing Palace couldn't help laughing and saying that he was too cunning. Even if it is to take the initiative, there is no need to be so ruthless. Don't be afraid to push people into a hurry. Guan Yue said that this is not the basic process. If you want to sit and wait to collect the money, no problem. But you want me to agree to the offer and sit back and collect the money. I'll definitely have to do a field survey to get a better understanding of the situation from all sides, and see if your management skills can bring me good pay. This is very reasonable. But for the Tsunoya Shiro clan, it would probably be like a thunderbolt from the blue, making them panic. This is a medical institution. No matter who opened it, how clean can a place that is related to human life be? Stepping back 10,000 steps, even if it has nothing to do with human life, will a large institution with such a name and scale that involves multiple interests be no problem? If Tsunoya Shiro's family really opened a 460 monastery, which kept a group of Virgin Mary to save the suffering all day long, then Guan Yue would really be convinced, and the management right would be given to you. I would go to the second hospital of Zhenyangshi Pharmacy Institute, after all, to protect rare species are everyone's responsibility. Finding the fault, although my double hands can make the doctor lose his job, it is not a dimensionality reduction blow. Fluorescence's intelligence collection function is very strong, allowing her to collect intelligence secretly, and then find a few professionals on the surface. In the past, censorship, a two-pronged approach, completely blocked them. Guan Yue muttered. A white flower suddenly appeared in my mind. No, it's a gentle face full of motherhood. Fluorescence, integrate this thing in front of me, and you will use this to communicate with me in the future. Yes, doctor. A clear female voice sounded. Guan Yue looked at the new generation of messenger with satisfaction. In fact, it is difficult to see from the appearance that it has a communication function. It's all about a floating spherical machine. The size of a human head, the whole body is silver and blue, there are two observers with the same eyes, and a closed mouth similar to a mouth, giving people the feeling of a cartoon character, and it looks very cute. Especially when speaking, there are two openings on the top of the head that rise and fall, like two ears that keep fluttering. Guan Yue intends to give Broby a full set to help it operate Bankai in the future. After all, with Gundam, how could there not be a hello? Chapter 140. 4th Division Team Building. Anohana Retsu held a cup of tea and looked out the window absent-mindedly. The Vice-Captain Yamada Kiyosuke, who pushed in the door, didn't say anything when he saw the appearance of his own captain. It has been like this since more than half a year ago. The team members are secretly saying that Captain Anohana may be in love, but Kiyosuke scoffed at this, joking, how many people respect and love Captain Anohana as their own mother. There is a plus, and he is no exception. How can such a great woman be worthy of ordinary people? He doesn't believe it anyway. In the view of Kiyosuke, the captain of his hometown was probably stumped by some important event, and he couldn't come up with an answer in a short time, let alone make a decision. However, after a couple of tries, he didn't come up with it. On the contrary, he poured a lot of hardships on himself, and some problems were quickly resolved afterwards. It really made King Nashuk feel ashamed. The pressure on the captain was so great, and as a subordinate, he was still doing a disservice. Nevertheless, he still wants to help the captain out of the predicament. Like, maybe going out for a walk might be useful? This was also the inspiration for Kiyonosuke from the communication from the 11th Division just now. Captain, I'm sorry to disturb your thinking. No, there's no such thing, I'm just in a daze. What's the matter? Kiyosuke. Anohanaretsu's smile is as contagious as ever, tender and kind. The 11th Division sent a communication. Captain Guan Yue asked you to accompany him as a consultant to the Zhenyang Pharmaceutical Institute for review, hoping to use your professional knowledge to find out the shortcomings of the institution. 95. I don't know if it was the word or the content itself that touched Anohanaretsu's heartstrings, causing her to open her eyes slightly, looking surprised and with the slightest strange emotion. After a long silence, he said. Captain Guan Yue asked me to be a medical consultant to go to the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute for examination? Is this what the 46th room means? It is said that Captain Guan Yue intends to acquire the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute, so this is a personal entrustment. If you don't have time, I can help you refuse. 95. Well, you go, just say I promise, and by the way, when will we meet? Then I'll help you, You agree? Kiyosuke almost didn't respond. Why not agree? To put my technology to work, or to help a colleague, isn't that feeling of being trusted and needed exactly what a doctor is looking for? Anohanaretsu laughed. Qing Zisuk hesitated for a while, then said the truth. It is true to say so, but there are big nobles standing behind the Shino Pharmacy Institute, and examining them to find out their shortcomings is equivalent to causing trouble for them, and it is easy to attract unnecessary hostility. I don't work hard, and I can't explain it well to Captain Guan Yue, so I think it's better to refuse this commission. Of 99. You are very thoughtful, but Kiyosuke, if you don't do it for fear of trouble, nothing will change. I don't want to learn Kaide to save more talents, nor do I want to please more talents. The captain of the squad. 99. Anohanaretsu confided some truth. This made Kiyosuke greatly touched. I further realized the greatness of this woman in front of me. I was taught, but I was too shallow. No, you're just too young to learn. I'm sorry, Kiyosuke. Why the sudden apology, Captain? It's nothing, just go and call back. Kiyosuke left in confusion. Anohanaretsu sighed lightly and continued to look up at the sky while holding the teacup. King Zisuk, you have good talent and brains, and your Kaide technique is the strongest except for me, but because of my existence, you have been unable to stand on a higher stage to hone yourself and show yourself. The reason I want to apologize to you. It's the same with Zaraki Kenpeki, my weakness put the shackles on him, although Captain Guan Yue made atonement for me, but I became Captain Guan Yue's blemish again, so I also need to apologize to him, because he can't be the real Kenpeki. It's ironic, even if I give up fighting, I'm still creating new evils. People like me can only make this world a better place by disappearing from this world. Did he come to me first, or did I go to him first? A battle between us is inevitable, but no matter the outcome, my disappearance will allow more people to move on. The Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute was opened in the jurisdiction of the 6th Division, the most prosperous and economically developed noble street in Siritai. It's called street, but in fact it covers an unbelievably large area, and any of the 23 wards in Neon Tokyo can't match it. Due to the existence of the Noble Golden Seal Association, it has a certain degree of capital function. The judiciary, administration, and economy are self-contained, as if it were a country within a country. Guan Yue's well-built 11th team is not as complete as they come. But this kind of perfection is not worth it. All kinds of institutions are set up for the nobles. They seem to be perfect, but they are intricate. Under the prosperity, they are full of invisible intrigue, and under the dazzling light, they wantonly hide their filth. Because Kukaki's family is also here, Guan Yue will experience the so-called high-quality service tailored for nobles after visiting many times. How should I put it? If you don't think deeply from a professional's point of view, it's like some people lose their brains to read books. So that... Hey! Isn't this Mr. Guan Yue? You haven't been to our store for a long time. There are many young people with strong technical skills in the store, which will definitely make you feel so comfortable that you don't want to go back at night. When I was walking down the street, I was caught by a well-known store owner who was just stocking up. Rao is Guan Yu's thick skin and can't stand it now. Because Anohanaretsu looked at him with a smile on the side, his expression and eyes were the same, but the person being looked at would feel uncomfortable, as if a needle was pierced, and even if he didn't do something wrong, he would suspect that he did something wrong. Next time, definitely next time. Guan Yu was perfunctory and let the owner leave with a regretful expression. Allah, Captain Guan Yu, your popularity is really good. The residents here seem to be very close to you, so it's hard for me to do this. In the past, when I went to the pub, everyone would always find a reason to leave in a hurry, which made me always sitting down with colleagues for a drink after work is not an option. Anohanaretsu touched her face and said regretfully. They were just getting close to my purse. Guan Yu unceremoniously revealed the truth, and by the way, added some color to his glorious image. The shop owner just now, don't look at him like that, actually opened a jujitsu gym. His ancestors were the guards of the Kukaki family for several generations. He was recommended by Captain Silver Bell to go to that gym to practice white hits. What kind of young man with excellent technical strength is nothing more than that the quality of the sparring that he has recruited has improved, and I would say something misleading. If Broken Bee and Qiandian Qinggong were there, I still don't know what to think. At that time, he will definitely add a strong rebuttal. The leader of the upper-level nobles and the captain of the second division are so high status and beautiful, there is no need to use vulgar fans. Am I that kind of person? Then a few punches may have little strength, or they may be powerful fists, and this matter is over. I almost forgot, Captain Guan Yu used to be in the second division team, and being too good at kid makes people ignore the strengths of the second division team. It seems that if you play against you, even if you can avoid kid and successfully close the distance, Wang, and also be careful with your melee combat abilities, if you don't realize this, you will inevitably suffer a lot. There's no Captain Uzhawa, you said so well, my white hits level can only be said to be barely humiliating for the second team's name, but Slash is really powerless. As a senior who has been the captain for more than 100 years, Uzi Captain Hua should be quite a grandmaster cutting technique. Can I ask you for advice if I have a chance? Of course, I'm happy to say that. I've been wanting to ask, Captain Guan Yu, what is that floating ball beside you? This? The new generation of messenger machines I created will probably not be popular due to technical limitations. If Captain Anoka likes it, I can give you one. Thank you, but I'm a little out of touch with the times. This kind of novelty is not very useful. Even communication is handled by my subordinates. Ashamed to say, maybe it's time to retire. 35. The 4th Division can't do without a captain like Uzhawa. Yet, I feel that the world has never been inseparable from anyone who said that. 9. The two seemed to communicate with each other in a normal way, and for some reason the passers-by around felt cold, shrank their bodies and hurried away. Chapter 141. The Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute was opened in the most prosperous area of the noble district, and the two of them walked for more than half an hour to arrive. Speaking of this journey, Guan Yu is also quite critical. It's time to get a transport. Isn't there a carriage? Anohanaretsu took over. After this purely chatting conversation on the road, I got to know each other a lot, and my speech was less polite and formulaic, and it was more natural. The carriage is also very slow. I want to create a means of transportation that allows people to go around Siriti in one day or even less time, which will not only facilitate people's travel, but also strengthen commercial exchanges within the court. Make the court more prosperous. 99. It takes 40 days a week for summoning to circumnavigate Siriti on foot. This is not considered to eat, drink and rest, but only based on speed. It is conceivable how inconvenient it is to move around in the palace. Guan Yu mostly uses spatial transfer, while the other Shinigami fly with Shunpo. So if there is a situation where one side is on the road and the other side is fighting, and no one comes after a long time, don't be surprised, the person on the road has already tried his best. As expected of Mr. Guan Yue, your wisdom is our Soul Society's most precious treasure, and with you, Soul Society will be rejuvenated. The representative of Tsunoya Shiro's family waited for a long time at the entrance of the Shino Medicine Institute. When he saw Guan Yue from afar, he was too busy to greet him. He happened to hear Guan Yue's emotion and immediately offered flattering words. Anohanaretsu went back and forth between the representative and Guan Yue with a curious look. From the clothes, it can be seen that his identity is extraordinary, and he is probably an upper-class person in the aristocracy, but his posture is so low that even the lower-level aristocrats may not have it. A Shinigami, not even a captain. It is obvious that he is here to acquire other people's assets, so it stands to reason that he should not be entertained very much. What exactly did Guan Yue do to the family? Mr. Tsunoya Shiro. Just call my real name Terasuke. 35. Guan Yue was about to speak when Mr. Representative hurriedly interrupted. 460. Then, Your Excellency Huasuke, about my intentions, you and all of your excellencies behind you must be aware of it. Everyone's time is very precious, so you can lead the way, or find a guide for us. Of course, we can go shopping by ourselves. Nothing is impossible. Guan Yue said with a half-smile. You are joking, Mr. Guan Yue is willing to accept our proposal, and he does not hesitate to take the time to come to the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute for review. This is a great honor. You must not neglect the reception. 99. Speaking of which, this is the Captain Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division, right? Your name is like thunder, and you are welcome to give guidance. I hope you can give us more advice so that we can continue to improve and serve patients better. Mr. Representative's expression remained unchanged, and he still responded with humility. By the way, he did not forget to compliment Anohanaretsu next to Guan Yue. The Tsunoya Shiro family keeps an eye on Guan Yue's whereabouts. How could the presence of Anohanaretsu be able to hide from them? He may have scolded him a long time ago, but he could only greet him with a smile on his face. It is also my first time to visit other medical institutions, and I hope to learn some useful experience from it. Your Excellency Terasuke is welcome. Anohanaretsu bowed slightly, showing everyone's demeanor. After some hospitality, Mr. Representative took the two into the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute. Perhaps there is no place in the world that best reflects the differences of the times and backgrounds than the hospital environment. The whole is a wooden structure, a bit like a private school, and a bit like a neon school building in modern times. It creaks when you step on the ground, but the corridor of the Zhenyang Medicine Institute is covered with carpets, and there is no sound at all, which is very strange. As far as the eye can see, you can see the precipitation of history. Everything seems to have been carefully handled. Not only is the chid itself a design problem, but the hygiene is also very good. When Guan Yue touched it, he couldn't touch any gray. Even the blind corners of the windows are the same. The flower buds in the vases placed in the corridor are bright and moving, and if you look closer, you can see some water droplets, which look like they were just picked in the morning. Dressed in a white robe with a kimono inside and a hood, Dr. Kid sits in the consulting room and greets every patient. There is also a nurse's assistant on the side. Compared with doctors, it is the assistants who play the role of nurse who make Guan Yue take a few more glances. No way, it was cut from above the knees, revealing pretty thighs, and the short white kimono-style uniform that was very similar to that of a certain nameless Kabonari was quite eye-catching. I thought that Soul Society in the 20th century was still before the Edo period, but I didn't expect such a fashionable thing. Are you supposed to be noble? Afterwards, the representative led the two of them to the ward area and the courtyard, even the warehouse storage room and other places that no one would normally go to, and then went to the reference room to review the accounts of previous years and let Guan Yue a verification. It took more than 2 hours to check everything inside and out. Finally back to the public hall. Lord Guan Yue, Captain Mao's Hua, I have shown the two of you for a tour. What do you two think? Please do not hesitate to enlighten me. The representative smiled and tried to keep his tone natural, but he could still hear a little smugness. He raised his chin slightly when he spoke, and he was not as humble as at the beginning. Guan Yu glanced at Anohanaretsu, who shook his head slightly and said, "Your management is orderly, from system to efficiency, it can be said to be ultimate, and the comprehensive treatment of the 4th Division can be said to be completely compare. You are too famous. After all, the Zhenyang Pharmacy Hospital receives ordinary patients, and the Comprehensive Treatment Center receives all the team members with serious injuries. The situation is not that urgent, so it is easier to deal with it." The representative quickly humbled himself. Can a civilian agency and a military agency be the same thing? Tsunoya Shiro's family is also thinking about poaching the vice-captain of the 4th Division to be the chief representative and in charge of all affairs. Guan Yu fell into contemplation. The superficial skills of Tsunoya Shiro's family are a bit unexpected. To say that there are still problems, but it is caused by a series of factors such as the backward system established under the times. It is far-fetched to use this as an excuse for improper management. Directly using the evidence collected by fluorescence also gives the impression that they are being deliberately targeted. Those evidences can only be used as a final word, not as a pretext. It's okay to have someone on the opposite side, but it's not a pleasant thing to be countered by someone on the opposite side. Their resistance has to be lowered. No problem creates problems. Not a big deal. Can't beat him. But at this moment, it may be that God couldn't get used to the heaven-defying behavior of the ancestor of Tsunoya Shiro's family, and took the initiative to bring the opportunity to the door. "Captain Guan Yu? Captain Hua?" A surprised female voice came. Guan Yu and Mao's Hua, on behalf of Your Excellency, followed the prestige. I saw a young spectacled girl walking over with a smaller spectacled girl on her back. Deputy Captain Yachimaru, and this one is. This is the youngest member of our team, named Ise Nanao. Facing everyone's gaze, the little girl timidly greeted Guan Yu and Anohanaretsu one by one. "Hello." Guan Yu smiled and nodded at the little guy, and then asked Yadomaru Lisa. "Did Lisa take her to see a doctor?" Thanks to Kurako Shunsui pulling him to the tavern party many times, he has a good relationship with the deputy captain who should have been sacrificed along with Hirako Shinji and others. After all, everyone is familiar with each other, and they drink a lot, and it is common to talk about the topic of meat and vegetable together in the atmosphere. "Well, when I took her to practice, I fell from a height and sprained her foot. I just wanted to buy something here, so I came over to deal with it." Lisa went out of her way to explain a little more. "No way, Anohanaretsu is also there. It would be too terrifying if I didn't say it clearly so that this senior would think that he was underestimated by the treatment level of the 4th Division, so that as a Shinigami he would come to Noble Street to see a doctor. Your Excellency Huasuk, can I trouble you to do a little favor?" Guan Yu made a hint on behalf of Your Excellency, and the latter understood it instantly. "Of course, no problem. Come with me and I'll introduce you to the best doctor." Immediately, he took everyone upstairs to a clinic. The doctor kid who sits in the center is a woman. Seeing that she is in her 30s, only she knows how old she is. She looks serious and gives an aggressive impression. But treat the patient very kindly. I don't know if it's because of the presence of representatives of Your Excellency, Guan Yu, and Anowa. Because her smile seemed to be squeezed out, Xiao Nanao was frightened and kept shrinking back. It must be said that a girl who dares to raise her face to say hello when she meets the captain shows such a kind of reaction. But this kind of cute reaction made the kid doctor feel a little embarrassed. I wanted to do it a little more meticulously, so as to cope with the task that was solemnly explained by the above, but she knew that she was too lazy to do it normally. But Nanao Ise is so afraid of himself, and it is easy for several big people to have some bad misunderstandings about him, especially on behalf of Your Excellency. This big money lord obviously gave him one for the sake of helping him deal with some things before. Opportunity for performance, this can't be played out. So a rough body check was done. At the same time, Dr. Kid was also cursing in his heart. This small injury is too easy to deal with. If you can't show your medical level at all, you just don't have the opportunity to perform, and it's easy to cause some misunderstandings, so you can quickly send people away. However, it was this kind of thought that made her almost stunned. Okay, you can try walking now, but it's better to rest for 2 days. Dr. Kid just finished speaking. Ise Nanao nodded and suddenly fainted. Everyone was puzzled. Dr. Kid was so frightened that he was in a cold sweat, and hurriedly stepped forward to investigate, maybe because he was too nervous and pressed a little hard. After touching Ise Nanao's abdomen, blood actually overflowed from her mouth. This, internal organs are damaged? How is this possible? I have clearly checked. Seeing this scene, and hearing her mindless remarks, on behalf of Your Excellency, there was a thump in your heart, and almost a mouthful of old blood spurted out. If something goes wrong, it will happen. Say what you have checked. This is not pouring dirt on your head. Water. This is a bad dish. Chapter 142. Nanao. Seeing the girl fainted and vomited blood again. Yadumaralisa was in a hurry. But she is just a layman in a hurry, and you, a kid doctor, are in a hurry. What is this called? Can you be considered a doctor? Treatment room. Send to the treatment room immediately. Feeling Mr. Representative's murderous gaze, Dr. Kid complained in his heart. And many more. Guan Yue suddenly raised his hand to interrupt, and didn't give other people a chance to ask questions. Fluorescence, scanning to detect the condition of the injured. The metal opening made a thud, as if the ears were flapping. The multifunctional machine assistant Hero-type No. 1, which was upgraded from a portable messenger machine, flew right above Ise Nanao and hovered, projecting a Reiki beam from the bottom. Sweep away from head to toe. The scanning process is surprisingly fast. In fact, the spiritual child is integrated into the body of Ise Nanao, and the physical condition is understood through the spiritual child feedback. Warning, warning! The injured person has mild blood accumulation in the abdominal cavity, please deal with it as soon as possible. While making a mechanical sound, a 3D character model of Nanao Ise is projected on the top. There are several small but extremely eye-catching red areas in the liver of the human body model built with blue lines. It seems that they are not very clear, and they are specially enlarged into windows. In addition, there was a slow accumulation of red liquid-like phantoms in the abdominal cavity. Obviously, those red areas are the damaged internal organs, and the red liquid phantom is blood accumulation. On this scale, the situation is not optimistic. Normal people should have noticed that something was wrong, but Nanao Ise probably didn't want to cause trouble, and he didn't take it seriously, so he refrained from speaking. Fortunately, she passed out in a coma in the consultation room. She had to return to the team building. Fainted, maybe it's too late to be sent to the comprehensive treatment center. Captain Yusohana, we don't seem to have seen the emergency treatment room. If you don't mind, can you take a look for me? Take this little girl with you by the way. Guan Yue raised his chin at Ise Nanao, the meaning is self-evident. I don't seem to have a reason to refuse, just don't know if you are willing to open up to me. 99. Anohanaretsu stared at the mannequin for a while, keeping the information firmly in his mind, before turning his attention to Mr. Representative's face. Of course it's fine. The representative smiled reluctantly. Sure enough, the opponent started to fight back. Let Anohanaretsu take over the patient. Obviously he can't trust the technical level of the Zhenyang Release Pharmacy Institute, but he can't do anything about it. Who asked him to lead people to this clinic? Now that Kid's doctor has failed, he has also been dragged into the water, and he has to face a crisis of credibility, and there is no right to refuse. Don't worry, you can't trust the true Central Medicine Institute, can't you trust the Captain Uzhawa? Ise Nanao was sent to the emergency treatment room. Guan Yue and Lisa also came to the door and waited. Seeing that she was in a state of restlessness, even showing guilt from time to time, she couldn't help but comfort her. This works really well. Lisa's face looked much better, but the face of Mr. Representative not far away was getting darker and darker. It's all my fault that I stole her storybook, but she ran after me and fell down the stairs. I thought it was just a simple sprained foot, but I didn't expect it to hurt the internal organs. This is not surprising, the child's body is quite fragile, just pay more attention in the future. If you don't want similar situations to happen again, just urge her to exercise. Fortunately, you and Captain Uzhawa are here, otherwise I don't know what will happen to these quack doctors. If something happens to Nanao, I will probably go straight to her grave and commit suicide. When she said this, Lisa couldn't help but glanced at the representative Mr. Kid and the female Dr. Kid on the other side. The cold gaze made the two of them froze. As if to say, you can't run until I kill myself. The vice-captain who can play Jingle's butt as a ball, and the strong woman who can replace Jingle as the captain of the 8th team after the final battle in the future, is not much better. Less than half an hour. The door to the emergency room opened. Anohanaretsu reappeared. Compared with the time she entered before, there was a more sad expression on her face, which made Lisa's heart rise to her throat. However, I'm sorry, Deputy Captain Yazumaru, I'm still not familiar with the equipment here, so I can only use Kide to seal the injury first. If there is no accident, the injury will recover within 6 hours. Because the patient's physique is too weak, it is best to let him she cultivates for a while and doesn't do any strenuous exercise, so that everything will be normal in 3 days. Everyone, including Guan Yue, was speechless at Anohanaretsu's remarks. In particular, the female Dr. Kid, who was with him, looked at Anohanaretsu with the eyes of a monster. Dr. Soul Society's treatment method is all-body suture and Ryotsuo injection. The former suppresses the injury, the latter enhances the state. In good condition, the injury can be recovered quickly. The vitality of the spirit body depends to a large extent on Ryotsuo. Injecting Ryotsuo into the game can be like a blood bottle in the game. As long as you keep drinking, don't let the blood bar empty. Will die. Injuries are negative buffs. Stitching can weaken negative buffs. The fuller the health bar, the faster the negative buff's duration and effectiveness will be reduced. One and the other. When the buff disappears completely, the character will be restored to health. In a sense, Soul Society's medical approach is pretty hardcore. It has a sense of sight of medieval blood therapy. Because of the hardcore, it can better reflect the hard power of doctors. In half an hour, the soft internal organs are not sutured with instruments, but Kide Ryotsu skillfully seals the wound, so that the internal organs can function normally, as if the injury does not exist at all. In this healthy state, the blocked wound will repair itself at the fastest speed. That is to say, during this period, the injured person will not feel the torment from the pain at all. As long as they do not do any intense exercise and live a normal life, the injury will disappear on their own in 2 days, and they can play whatever they want. This can almost be called the most ideal effect medical treatment can achieve. But you can do this to such an extent, but you still say that because you are not familiar with the equipment, you can't do it better. I'm sorry. What a joke, is this woman a monster? Cough, in short, it's been hard work. Not only did I invite you to be a consultant, but I also asked you to do it yourself. I owe you a lot of favor. Guan Yue took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. If possible, I hope to do research here for a period of time. As long as this requirement is met, this favor can be offset. 55. Anohanaretsu said with a smile. Is it really that simple? Guan Yu glanced at Mr. Representative on the side with intriguing eyes. The latter seemed to hear his overtones, and bit the bullet and explained. Sir Guan Yu, this incident is purely an exception. An accident like this will not happen once in 100 years. Our management is indeed not perfect, but this is human nature. 4 flowers 0. You are cheating. Suddenly, a stranger's roar came. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Everyone looked at the sound and saw a man in luxurious clothes at the other end of the corridor spitting at a kid doctor. Through the few words mixed with scolding, it was easy to deduce the whole picture of the matter. In a nutshell, it's a misdiagnosis. It's obviously just an insignificant little problem, but it is regarded as some kind of thorny disease that is difficult to eradicate. As a result, the huge sum of money for the diagnosis and treatment has been wasted. The other party who was scolded was expounding the rationality of his diagnosis from various angles, to the effect that your disease was not very obvious in the first place, and I would plan for the worst, no matter how bad it is. Prevention is not bad for you. What a shameless statement. The men were all pd off. If you are too lazy to scold, just leave a sentence and I will complain to you, then leave. The kid doctor snorted coldly, as if he didn't notice the presence of Guan Yu and others, and scolded in a low voice, what is there to be proud of with the declining nobles? What kind of lord are you really? How dare I lie to you? Then he turned his head and left. 0. Guan Yu, Anoha Naretsu, Lisa, and representatives of Mr. and Mrs. Kid. The 5 quietly watched this farce in their eyes. Mr. Representative's face was ashes, and there was still a lot of anger at the female Dr. Kid who had broken a major event, but now it's gone. The 4-foot just said that the misdiagnosis that is rare in 100 years happened after the foot. And this kid doctor was clearly premeditated. Deliberately pick on the declining nobles. Just bullying them without a background, not daring to trouble themselves, let alone trouble the Zhenyangshi Pharmacy Institute and the Tsuneyashiro family behind it. What does this mean? It shows that the doctors of Zhenyang Release Pharmacy have a problem with their conduct. It also shows that there is a problem with the management who did not find the problem in time. Your Excellency Hwasuk, I don't think it is necessary to review it anymore. You can go back to your life and say that I don't agree with your proposal to retain management rights. As for the reason, it's up to you to explain. Guan Yu chuckled, which seems to be normal, but it is particularly ironic on this occasion. Master Guan Yu, please give us a chance, we will conduct a thorough internal inspection, and we will never let go of a dereliction of duty. Mr. Representative still does not give up. Or to put it simply, it is a dying struggle. And Guan Yu has long been prepared for this situation. Harrow, who was floating beside him, suddenly made a diddy sound. Guan Yu pretended to be surprised, swiped his fingers through the air, and pulled out a virtual light curtain of Lingzi, which showed a large number of account photos. Your Excellency Hwasuk, it seems that someone is unwilling to your management. After knowing my arrival, I specially sent some interesting things, you come and see. Saying that, he waved his hand. Let Haruo fly in front of Mr. Representative with the Reiki light curtain. How is this possible? I clearly ordered someone to destroy it. The female Dr. Kid on the side was stunned when she heard the words, and then looked at him strangely. Why did this sound so familiar? Oh, she just fell into the pit just because of this sentence. It's good to have a companion now. Sure enough, only at this time can true friendship be manifested. Chapter 143. Afterwards, Lisa stayed to take care of Nanao and sent her home when she woke up. It is absolutely impossible to stay in the hospital or something. If you want to live, you can also live in the Comprehensive Treatment Center of the 4th Division. With Captain Anohana sitting in town, the sense of security is overwhelming. In order to express his gratitude, Guan Yu first invited Anohana Retsu to have lunch at Noble Street, and then sent him back to the 4th Division with a space move. It is worth mentioning that Anohanaretsu made a small trade request before leaving. That is to order a hello body from him. It is estimated that he is eyeing the powerful detection function of fluorescence, and feels that it can be of great use in the medical field. Guan Yu thought about it and agreed. Although the current number 1 machine is just a guise, it is the fluorescent light that is remotely controlled. But there is no restriction that the number 2 and number 3 machines cannot be controlled. Fluorescence is Siriti's inhibitory power. If one day 460 can make the machine completely popularized, then she may be able to show up in an open and above-board manner. At most, others will think she is a highly intelligent program. Is a real living being. And it is almost no difficulty for him to make a machine with detection and communication functions. He throws a bunch of materials into the self-cultivation furnace, and then says hello to the fluorescent light. When he wakes up, he will probably see a freshly baked multifunctional mechanical assistant hello type production line. That's right, it's a production line instead of just a few dozen. In fact, the high-end products sold by the Business Alliance are all made by Guan Yu with a slimming furnace, and then distributed to the factory under the name of the Xiaodala family, and produced by the hands of craftsmen. The slim stove is so big that it is not suitable for mass production, and Guan Yu can't use the precious usage time and spiritual share to produce some commodities, which would be a waste of performance. However, for his own retreat and cultivation plan in the near future, he has decided to build a few more miniature self-cultivation furnaces, arranged according to the formation of the 8 trigrams array, specially used to produce artificial Menos Grande or specially modified souls, and then inject them into the center of himself. It is located at the core of the slim furnace, so that the efficiency can be maximized. Make up for the shortcomings that cannot be mass-produced. Guan Yu would like to build a few more if possible, but there is no way, there are only so many spiritual suns that can be used. Back at the home of the 11th Division, Qian Dianqing Palace sent a text message just in time. Guan Yu glanced at the words on the Lingzi light curtain and couldn't help laughing. As expected of the master who was trained by himself. Really thought of a piece. It turned out that the doctor's dispute that was seen in the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute was temporarily arranged by Qian Dianqing Gong after learning that he was going to find trouble, and the two deliberately performed a play in front of Guan Yu and others. Not even this couple. There are still a lot of scenes in the back line waiting to be released. In the words of Qian Dianqing Gong, the Tsuneya Shiro family will definitely use their hands and feet to cover up the truth, so we don't have to be polite, and we'll just retaliate. Although she made her own decision, her troubles really saved Guan Yu a lot of trouble. Retaining management rights is basically useless. Tsuneya Shiro's family can only take one step back, that is, to give up management rights, but retain part of the income rights, that is, to be a minority shareholder. Guan Yu can fully accept this point. The energy of Tsuneya Shiro's family is actually one of the gains from the acquisition of Shino Medicine Institute. Just kicking him out of the game is not easy. Only by tying the other party's interests to themselves, and not having much initiative, will they be restrained and dare not oppose themselves blatantly, lest their own interests will also be damaged. Sure enough, it was on the 3rd day after the review of the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute ended. Nanao's body is probably back to normal. Tsuneya Shiro's family sent a new high-level representative of the family to come forward, and signed a series of agreements with Guan Yu at the Xiaodala family, willing to sell the Zhenyang Release Medicine Institute, but must retain 20% of the revenue. Guan Yu slashed in the middle without saying a word. Cut to 10%. Just kidding, don't look at the current scale of the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute, it will definitely become a major pillar in the future in his hands, and the income from the 20% income right will be doubled compared to the current one. How can they take such a big advantage for no reason? If you want to make money lying down, just lie flat. A 10% is enough. Too much is to be taken advantage of. Too little is lack of sufficient weight. In case of pain and determination to break a strong man's wrist and bite back, it is also unpleasant, it must be difficult for them to make up their minds. High-level opinions are polarized, and a consensus has not been reached for a long time. 10% is exactly right. It's too little anyway. This new representative is not as good at speaking as the previous one, but his talking skills are really strong, and Guan Yue is a little impatient because of him, and he repeats those words over and over again. Why don't you go to Jiandian Qinggong to soak in the hot springs together? I heard that she has learned a lot of new knowledge recently, and the service quality has improved by more than 1 grade. Guan Yue is looking forward to it. Okay, I understand what you mean, but I can tell you that the representatives of the 3 families do not agree to join the new members for the time being. If you want to prove your ability, you can prove it to us in this Sky Eye project. 35. Guan Yue raised his hand to interrupt. But Mr. Guan Yue, you didn't even give us the right to build a Tongtian tower, and only let us be responsible for the transportation of materials, which is totally unreasonable. The new representative has a lot of trouble. That's also because you are not members of our alliance, so you are not qualified to intervene in the core project. It is already the limit that you can contract the periphery to you. Don't think that I have taken advantage of the acquisition of the Zhenyang Pharmaceutical Institute, so I have to give you many benefits. Guan Yue attacked unceremoniously. I also spent real money to buy it, the amount can be said to be above the reasonable standard, and I also retain a part of your right to income, which means that in the future, you can still share a cup of Zhenyang Shi Pharmacy's development and growth. The soup has taken advantage of 2 aspects, and if you are not satisfied, there is no need to talk about it. 35. I don't want the Zhenyang Shi Pharmacy Institute anymore. Anyway, I have already figured out your business model. If it's a big deal, I will dig all your people and open a business alliance to fight against you. 66-99. This is too straightforward, and the words that do not give room for maneuver make the new generation 0.3 look gloomy and uncertain, and realize that this is really the bottom line of the other party, and there is no room for continued bargaining. If you continue to pull it, I am afraid that you will tear your face. When it really develops to that point, after going back, I can't explain it to the elders at first. What can I say? Say I screwed up and the other party is going to fight us? Then he will be the first to be hanged and beaten, and then sent to the gate of the 11th team to apologize to Guan Yue. Well, just pretend I didn't say anything before, sign the agreement, and just follow your previous intention. I just hope that after the planning is completed, you can persuade the other 3 representatives as soon as possible, otherwise I will not be able to explain it later. Then it depends on your performance. Guan Yue smiled. As if the previous impatience was fake. Seeing the new representative sighed. It would be great if this person was born in Tsunoya Shiro's family. Chapter 144. Completed the acquisition of Zhenyang Pharmaceutical Institute. Guan Yue's layout in the medical industry can finally be implemented. Forget about anything else. The first is a large-scale rectification. From system reform to personnel transfer, it has been more than a year, and almost no normal business has been carried out, so Tsunoya Shiro's family once felt that they had caught Guan Yue's handle and tried to regain management rights. Guan Yue didn't care either. Let them have fun. It will be announced next month that the Sky Eye project will officially start. The construction team, materials, and technical team dispatched by the Technology Development Bureau were all in place, and the drawings were thoroughly mulled over. They even listened to the opinions of each team to make a proposal for the Kid Tower, the spiritual energy facility officially named Babel Tower. No less than 50 revisions. From the standard structure at the beginning, to the upgraded version of the standard structure, and finally to the customized structure with its own characteristics, this has not yet created a breakthrough 2 versions. As soon as the construction of the Tianyan project started, Tsunoya Shiro's family stopped making trouble in an instant. They had to be as honest as possible, and they would come to visit them during the New Year and festivals and give them the most exquisite and rich gifts. But Guan Yu still didn't give them a good look. If it's a good fight, it's a fight. No matter what you do, don't touch the Babel Tower. Guan Yu's positioning of Tsuneyashiro's family is black gloves who do swearing and tiring work. On the other hand, Xiaodalo is a white glove, and the new emerging aristocracy on the bright side, 28 has a completely different style of doing things from other aristocrats. Determined to bring good changes to Seoul society. Black and white is just right. You can hand over some inconvenient tasks, or tasks that require scolding, to the Tsuneyashiro family, who has a bad reputation. This wave is a professional counterpart, and no one will think that this family can't do these things. Dirty business. The Tower of Babel is the Seoul Society's project of hope, representing Siriti's defense force. Is it reasonable for you to build it as a black glove? What will others think when they find out? Do they think there is some ulterior conspiracy? It is appropriate to strike down. Take out the usual arrogant attitude and the energy of being the four nobles to deal with the most troublesome peripheral work. With them in charge of supervising, the efficiency of material mobilization will increase in an instant. The staff responsible for the construction of the Babel Tower were exhausted. In the past, they all took their time. The technology and transportation were not developed, and they all had to rely on a lot of manpower and material resources. Now that it is poured out, the materials are piled up, and the rest is left to build. The Sky Eye project is progressing smoothly and on the right track, and it is expected to be completed and put into use within 10 years. Guan Yu threw the management right to Kuroishi Mayuri, the technical director, and went to work on the opening of the Zhenyang Medicine Institute. That's right, the reorganized Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute will officially resume business. The system, personnel, environment, all have undergone earth-shaking changes, which made the residents of Noble Street feel particularly unfamiliar, and some did not dare to go there. In order to eliminate this unfamiliarity, he fired the first shot, and also four. It's Bro B that is still unforgettable to this day, allowing her to develop a second time, and even hopes to come to the big benefactor of her third development. 0. But compared to the one that Broken B and Tianbei have experienced, Guan Yu's newly developed sanatorium is not as easy to use as a self-cultivation stove, and it can be in place at one time. Long-term use is required to make yourself healthier. It is especially effective for spirits in the growing stage. Once the sanatorium was launched, it was wildly sought after by the nobles. Healthy body. Future generations. This is what they desire most. Although it takes a long time to use, and it is not for sale, you can only go to the Zhenyang Pharmaceutical Institute to make a reservation. There are not many sanatoriums built by Guan Yu, only 10. In order not to make doctors completely unemployed, create hunger marketing and keep it hot. Moreover, 10 sets are enough. Whenever a suitable body is detected, it will be automatically recorded, and the old farmer's spiritual birth will be implanted unconsciously during the recuperation process. Those young girls with potential didn't know anything about it, and they really thought they were super geniuses. As everyone knows, this is the hole dug by Guan Yu for this group of nobles who are born with supernatural power. Not just aristocrats. He is not ready to let go of civilians. He made a special trip to send a few units to the 4th Division for free, and proposed to send each new batch of Shinigami to the sanatorium for medical examination at the annual team meeting, in order to dig out some good seedlings. Even if not, there is no harm in coming to the last round. It is just a matter of self-cultivation. After coming out, you will be full of energy to welcome a new life. Yamamoto Yuanyujai thought about it for a while, and received approval from Anohana, Kirikou, Jushiro, and others, so he agreed with Guan Yu to carry out the medical examination project. In this way, while the Tianyan project was going smoothly, the spiritual fetus was quietly spread into many people's bodies with the expansion of the Zhenyang Pharmacy Institute. In order to prevent the existence of the spiritual embryo from being discovered by physical examination methods such as KIDE, Guan Yue specially modified the structure of the spiritual embryo, and put a seal on the outer layer to hide the shape and fluctuation. The inner layer is applied to prevent Kaika Suijutsu's perception of hypnosis. To be cautious, Guan Yue also incorporated a fluorescent spiritual child to monitor its every move at any time to prevent the existence of the spiritual fetus from being exposed. Even if someone was about to die and the body was autopsied, he had to make sure that he knew it as soon as possible. Time is like water, time is like a shuttle. More than 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Seoul society is still high and cloudless, and the scenery from 10,000 years seems to freeze. However, at noon, a drizzle started to rain in the sky of the 11th team building, which was limited to the team building. It must be said that it was a strange thing. The residents outside the wall were puzzled, but the soldiers inside the wall knew it. Many people had envious expressions on their faces. There is no reason for him. This rain is man-made. It is not something that ordinary Shinigami can do to change the astronomical phenomena by himself. The 4th Special Martial Arts Field. Officially completed and put into use this year, a scorched earth sinkhole appeared in the center of the vast area with the theme of natural rainforest, which is incompatible with the new image. The depth is not worth mentioning, just below the knee. But this coverage area has reached an astonishing radius of 100 meters. The ground is full of large and small round holes, as if it had been penetrated by some kind of sharp and hot high-energy body. The chin grew a little bit of stubble, the tall young man with messy hair was panting heavily, and the ryotsu on his body spread out like clusters of flames. His shirt was burned. Show off a burly body. He holds a huge weapon in his hand 460. A shield-like shape resembling a jagged shell is connected to a wide and long crimson blade. Just seeing this strange weapon makes people frown. This is not a weapon that ordinary people can use or even imagine. It is more like the embodiment of an elusive soul. Congratulations, Tianbei, you did it. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Tianbei looked up and saw the captain who was floating in the sky unscathed and couldn't help but smile again and again. Nothing to congratulate, Bang Kai, who tried his best to learn, can't hurt a single hair of yours. I have to keep working hard. So that's what I said. More than 4 years later, Guan Yue's face has not changed, still the attitude of a boy of 15 or 16. I saw him looking around and sighed. I tried very hard to protect these flowers and plants, but in the end, I was burned so much by your Bankai's Thunder Fire Industry flame shell. In conversion, it's almost equivalent to a single hair of mine. If I don't sweep them away, the hundreds of poisonous gas emanating can make me fall to the ground before I exert all my strength, and I can only blame you, Captain, for setting the venue here. It's not hard for the mind to deduce that this is going to happen, which means, you just want to see how far I can go. You're getting smarter, UBD. If you want to keep up with the captain's pace, you can't fall behind in all aspects. Very good, from today you are the vice-captain of the 11th Division. As a congratulations for you to learn Bankai and your promotion, I have prepared a gift for you. Gift? Tianbei was stunned for a moment. Chapter 145. You know what I teach my own kid to the kid crowd. Guan Yue slowly fell to the ground, carrying his hands on his back. Shi Shiran said. Blacksmithing and talisman. The captain can be said to have redefined kid, and there are many people in our team who want to learn it. Unfortunately, you gave the kid crowd a seal to prevent the technology from being passed on. 39. Tianbei flattered without leaving a trace, and also revealed to Guan Yue the thoughts of some people in the team. Hearing this, Guan Yue rolled his eyes. If you want to learn, go to the kid community. An organization has its own rules. I am both the captain of the 11th Division and the chief of the big kid. There are so many things to consider, so I don't have time to satisfy the wishes of a small number of people. If you want to learn kid, it's a big deal. I will have time to give a few lectures in the future. Now let's talk about other things. Although you can't learn those two technologies, you can enjoy the benefits brought by these two technologies first. All in all, I asked them to make a lot of talismans in batches, which will be sent to the 11th Division, and there are kid tools, which I call kid armor, as the name suggests, it is specially used for combat kid equipment. Just like the talisman, a batch will also be sent, and you are responsible for distributing it. In addition, I also specially made a kid armor for you. It was just an embryo at first, and it was completed by the Red Leaf Masters of the kid community according to my instructions. After the rest of the refining, I have to thank others when we meet. I'll invite him to drink. By the way, can he drink? Tian Bei's brain circuit suddenly deviated. At this moment, a cold light flew over. The icy tip of the sword almost touched his retina. But at this moment, it stopped. Is this the gift you were talking about, Captain? Tian Bei seriously looked at the double-edged dagger in his hand. Counting the hilt, it was not even an arm long. However, the thick blade and unpretentious shape give people a heavy and powerful impression that is not easy to break, which is very suitable for his appetite. The imitation spirit knife created by Artificial Soul and referring to your Zanpakutō performance, its name is Evil Ghost Haunted 99. Guan Yue sighed. He was no longer satisfied with stitching. To be precise, it is not content to stitch together the existing power system in this world. The birth of fluorescence and Harrow made him germinate more whimsy. So through the God Machine Hundred Refinements and the Self-Cultivation Furnace, I imitated the weapons of other dimensions and trained similar products. Yep, just similar. This is not copying. He still has a brain drain. Captain, what power does this sword have? Tian Bei has heard of the name of the imitation sword. Now it is an equipment that is explicitly controlled by Siridii. In terms of overall performance and cost performance, it far exceeds the taper sword. Just try it yourself, shout Demon Haunted, inject Ryotsuo and you'll be free. 99. Guan Yu said with great interest. Speaking of which, although I felt that the captain seemed to have bad intentions, Tian Bei didn't feel that he had any room to refuse, and immediately took a deep breath and read out the answer. Evil Haunted. When the voice fell, the dagger immediately released a large amount of gas, as if a mechanical brake was released to release pressure, wrapping Tian Bei's whole body. A massive Ryotsuo full of wildness gradually rises. When the smoke-like gas dissipated, timber has disappeared. It was replaced by a strange man in black armor, dressed like a medieval heavy knight. But there is one thing to say, this image is really powerful and terrifying. Especially the front of the full coverage helmet is a variant of the skull head consistent with the virtual mask style. There was a bright red cloak behind him. After holding Bankai, the flame shell of thunder and fire is more than 1 person tall. Bankai End was haunted by evil spirits. It was obvious that there had been a battle, and the spewing flames even attracted a drizzle. Both physical strength and Ryotsuo were consumed by more than half, but at this time, they began to soar extremely abnormally. It has doubled from its heyday. This kind of improvement is not an exaggeration to say that it is a double Bankai. Ugh! However, this shook the ground, and the mighty Ryotsuo that raised the dust quickly depleted within seconds. It even made Tian Bei's physical condition more and more unbearable. Embarrassed, he knelt down on one knee. Thunder Fire Industry Thunder Shell also returned to the sealed state in a burst of light. But the armor formed by the evil spirits is still there. It seems that we need to strengthen our physical training, and men are the only ones who can't show weakness in this regard. Guan Yu's tone was full of teasing. Team, Captain, help! Cry again, evil ghost, retire and it will be lifted. Evil spirits retreat. The seemingly airtight armor joint interface released a lot of gas. As it was at liberation. After finally releasing all the pressure, the armor changed back to the dagger stance. Tian Bei rested his hands on the ground, breathing rapidly, and his whole body was wet with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. I believe you have already realized the power of this evil spirit. Guan Yue looked at him with schadenfreude. Absorbs the user's physical strength and converts it into Ryutsu. The higher the converted Ryutsu, the higher your physical ability will be. Of course. The improvement of physical ability will increase your physical strength. 99. In a word, the better the physical strength, the greater the improvement, and the shorter the battle time. Evil ghosts are destined to only be used as a trump card to decide the outcome. With the protection of armor, the lethality of the thunder and fire industry can be brought to the ultimate. Let's hone your physical fitness. First of all, start with handling team affairs. The team for at least the next 20 years will be handed over to you, but I will let the fluorescent assist you. That's it. I'll go first. No chance for Tianbei to refuse or complain at all. Guan Yue suddenly disappeared in place. 6699. While Tianbei was troubled by prostration symptoms, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. If you really want to deal with teamwork, how can you still have time to hone your physical fitness? 20 years. Almost everything the captain has done in the past few years is to prepare for cultivation. Although, Duke Ming's, didn't quite understand the correlation between these things and what effect they could have on cultivation, but as his deputy, Tianbei, who usually dealt with Guan Yue the most, could feel it. The feeling in his captain's heart that he desperately wanted to become stronger. But that emotion wasn't out of anxiety or unease. It's a kind of expectation. It seems that once you start practicing, you will definitely get something that will surprise you. If that's the case, the urgency is really understandable. Only, it's already so powerful that I can't hurt a single hair even if I learned Bankai. I'm afraid other captains can only look at it, and on this basis, it can be further or even greatly improved. I really dare not. Imagine Captain what he will become. Kenpeki, the title given to the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society. Now it seems that not only is it worthy of the name, but also because of the owner of the title, it will be lifted to a height that latecomers cannot reach. Chapter 146. The next day, the latest notification on the transfer of posts was recorded on the internal communication channel of the 11th team, and the official written documents were also distributed to the parties. The third seat was promoted to vice captain. The fifth seat was promoted from Berdosh to the third seat. Regular players Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika were promoted to the fifth and sixth seats respectively. The original sixth seat was lowered to the seventh seat, and the seventh seat was changed to the eighth seat, and so on, until the 11th seat. In the words of Guan Yue, there is no need to make it bloated. 3 to 11, 9 cadres are enough, plus a whole 10 deputy captains, it is more than enough to command more than 200 people. Elitism must have an elitist appearance. Some of the seats in other teams were in the 10s or 20s, although they hung the name of the official XI, which was distinguished from the low-level team members and belonged to a higher class, but that strength was really difficult to say. After Guan Yue's 2 rounds of war exercises, the mental outlook and strength of all the members of the 11th fan team have changed dramatically. In fact, in the process of completing combat assistance commissions in recent years, Team 11 has also made more and more Shinigami deeply feel the gap. Combat effectiveness, mental will, discipline. Immaculate in every way. The term iron-blooded elite seems to have been coined for this group of people. Compared with the 11 teams, the Shinigami of the other teams felt that 460 was a motley army of himself and others. I don't know if it's out of awe or fear. At first, some people called the Shinigami of Team 11 Shinigami, but they were unexpectedly unanimously approved by the surrounding companions, thinking that this description was really appropriate. They are indeed as terrifying as the powerful and hideous-faced ghosts in neon legends. And because this group of people often form in groups, waving the banner of combat assistance and constantly intervening in the battlefield, almost wherever they go, a bloody storm is set off, gradually. The nickname Ghost Slayer is widely spread in the Soul Society. As the de facto supreme leader of the 11 band, Guan Yue just smiled when he heard about it and didn't say anything. There are not many things that can be taken to his heart now. The Sky Eye project is on track. The layout of the medical industry has passed the most difficult stage, and the sewing plan has been carried out smoothly. The development of the 11 team and the kid crowd is also thriving. Although the business alliance still has communications, finance, and the most core multi-field trade market to be explored, it is the next stage of planning, and even the kid special class of the Spiritual Arts Academy cannot be held immediately. After all, the instructor has not yet been cultivated. Everything has to be done gradually. The workload at this stage has been processed. Finally, you can give yourself a vacation. No, can cultivation be considered a holiday? Guan Yue looked at the newly renovated self-cultivation furnace workshop in front of him and suddenly fell into thought. This underground research institute was originally renovated from the underground facilities of the second team, and although it has been renovated several times, it has also added new facilities to the original one. Not enough to meet his cultivation needs. As a result, the Underground Research Institute ushered in an unprecedented expansion. The floor space has more than quintupled in one go. It's about the size of a football field and a half. The flat structure from above looks like Tetris. Narrow at the front and wide at the back. In front is the operating table with fluorescence as the core, and behind is the 8 trigrams matrix group with the self-cultivation furnace as the core. The marble floor tiles reflect the cold light, and a large number of instruments and equipment surround the columnar base in a ring, as if countless mechanical beings are kneeling on the ground, worshipping the great pioneers who are soaring. Putting aside the sci-fi style of painting, the environment of the operating table area basically follows the consistent laws of the research room and laboratory, and shows the cold rational logic everywhere. Then shift the perspective to the 8 trigrams matrix. A glowing pool separates the two areas. At the bottom of the pool is buried a Lingzi transmission pipeline like a submarine optical cable, and its flowing water itself is also a spiritual liquid with composite functions, and there are large and small lotus leaf-like vegetation on the surface of the water. This is a special plant transformed by double full hand and the self-cultivation furnace, which coexists with the spiritual liquid and benefits each other, forming a simple ecological cycle, which can effectively regulate the state of the entire pool water. It will not cause impurity deposition and deterioration over time, CIAD. At the same time, this special plant also releases a mist that increases the concentration of Lingzi in the atmosphere, and can also regulate the state of mind and body after inhalation. Once injured and sick, this gas will cover the affected area like a condensant, simulating Kai's treatment procedure, allowing the living body to recover in the shortest possible time. In general, the ecology of this pool has the effect of mimicking spiritual veins. Look at the surface of the pool again. A 6-person wide stone path spreads out and goes straight forward. Walking on it, the glowing water on both sides of the water and vegetation complement each other, and admiring the beautiful scenery is a good treat in itself. At the end of the stone path is a suspended elevator. There are no ropes, guardrails either. Just step on it and inject Ryotsuo and it will automatically descend. The water from the pool behind him cascades down like a waterfall, but it is so quiet that you can hardly hear the sound of the water, and you think it is a glowing wall when you look away from a distance. A large amount of pool water converges to the bottom, forming a larger circular pool. The elevator will land on a small island full of 100 square meters in the middle of the pool. A crystal dome stands proudly and occupies most of the space. There are 8 more such combinations, placed according to the orientation of the 8 trigrams array. They appear to be independent of each other, separated by pool water. But beneath the surface of the water is one. The 8 chains are like tree branches, connected to the metal pillars below the most central crystal dome, and there are countless intricate cables at the bottom of the pool below, as if the rhizome plunged into the ground and can directly extract the spirit sun from the depths of the earth composed of high-quality spirit suns. This is the 8 trigrams matrix slimming furnace that Guan Yue has been tinkering with over the years. Among them, the Qimen transportation method combined with Fenghou Qimen can use a special spirit lock as a medium to transmit the produced things to the core self-cultivation furnace, reducing the transportation burden. Even fluorescence can mobilize manpower and material resources, allowing people outside to put the required materials in the space transfer area outside the private house, and then activate the defense system to teleport the materials to these 8 miniature self-cultivation furnaces. This creates a pyramid structure. The core self-cultivation furnace is at the top, the 8 miniature self-cultivation furnaces are on the middle level, and the manpower and material resources from the outside world are on the lowest level. Raikou life and the inhibitory power of Siritii fluorescence to coordinate the overall situation, concentrate all resources, and the efficiency is full wholeheartedly serve one person. Such favorable conditions are beyond the reach of even Team 0. Fluorescence, another notice can be issued. Guan Yue stood at the end of the stone path, overlooking the strange matrix below, and commanded into the air. Yes. The air shook, and a female voice sounded. Meanwhile, all the members of the 11th team received a message. Due to special reasons, Deputy Captain Tianbei will be in charge of the affairs of the 11 fan team from now on, and the specific deadline will be notified separately, posted by Guan Yu Kenpei. Chapter 147. Second Team Building. There is such a big movement when I shake my hand. The portable messenger machine at hand beeped, and the broken bee picked it up and glanced at it, which was a text message specially sent by someone, briefly explaining the situation. In fact, Guan Yu mentioned this a long time ago, so he wasn't too surprised. Worries are even less existent. It's not about going out on a mission. What is there to worry about in the retreat practice in the 11th team house? Instead, it was the people of Team 11 who should be worried. If something goes wrong in someone's cultivation and leads to implicating the people around them, they will definitely be the first to suffer. However, Guan Yu put down his work to do his own thing, and he was able to get the approval of Room 46, which made the broken bee feel a little incredible. It seems that as Lord Yuryuaki once said, Guan Yu and Room 46 have reached an unknown agreement, so Room 46 will support his actions most of the time. However, the captain has always set high standards for himself and his subordinates, turning into a cog to promote the operation of order, and he is not comfortable with this pass. So it is. Has Tianbei learned Bankai? After reading the text message, Crusher B couldn't help but suddenly. The best way to get the captain to turn a blind eye and not pursue the matter afterwards is to find a captain-level Shinigami to work for him, and the fan team and Siritii are stable in all aspects. In this way, the captain has nothing to say. Maybe it's nice to see that. After all, Guan Yu is not a complete strike, and sooner or later he will pick up the work, but the captain-level Shinigami has really added one. If Guan Yu could return to work earlier, and the 3 and 10 teams had not yet been taken over when he resumed work, the captain should have found a way to poach Tianbei as the captain of other teams. Thinking of this, Crushed Bee couldn't help but feel a little depressed. I cultivated Bankai for more than 10 years, and finally relied on Guan Yu to push it. And Tenbidami Shinigami is only a decade old, but this time he has already trained Bankai and caught up with the 2 captains who picked her up. Such a rapid entry is absolutely inseparable from Guan Yu. The thought of Guan Yu makes Crusher B even more depressed. This guy's strength is crazy like blowing a balloon, making people wonder where the upper limit is, and even the captain has eaten deflated in his hands. Having such power is still not satisfied. He did not hesitate to give up his duties as a captain and devote himself to cultivation. Crusher B couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be with that guy's qualifications and talents if everything went well. No, I can't be thrown so far by him, no matter how small, at least I have to see his back. Let him not disappear from my view. There was a sense of urgency in her heart, which came without warning, but it was so strong that it swept through her body like a tide, making her unable to sit in her chair at ease. Crusher B hesitated for a moment and sent a short message to the deputy captain Omida Nozomi with a portable herald machine, meaning to ask him to deal with team affairs for the time being. After the dispatch, turn on the silent mode, do not even leave the door, and directly open the window to leave the captain's executive room. Although he was a little cautious, didn't Yoryuki-sama have nothing wrong after doing this? Senior Nozomi is experienced in this area, quite reliable, and a senior, just do a favor, there should be no opinion. After convincing himself, the broken bee found the night. It's a coincidence. Yoryuki, wearing a highly exposed practice uniform, was practicing on the back mountain of Shihaoran's house when he saw a shunpo appear on the broken bee, wiped the sweat on his head, and quipped in his mouth. Oh, Crusher B, usually at this time you should be struggling with the documents, how can you run to me when you have time? Yoryuki-sama. Stop. You haven't called me Lord Yoryuki for a long time, Yoryuki shouted, you must have something to ask me for this change of tone. First of all, I am an idler, I will not help with boring and troublesome tasks. Before B could finish speaking, Yoryuki interrupted with a police officer. Not business. Broken B looked thoughtfully at Yoryuki's clothes, as well as some abrasions, redness and swelling caused by cultivation, and asked tentatively. Could it be that Yoryuki-sama is practicing that trick? Does being in love make your eyesight tricky? That's right, if I don't have to fight with Zanpakutō, I have to find myself a new killer weapon, otherwise I will always be chased and beaten by my old subordinates. Ask for flowers. Yoryuki squinted his eyes, causing the latter to look away with a slightly red face and some embarrassment. Well, I'm also interested in this trick, and I want to ask Yoryuki-sama for advice. Oh, after becoming a captain, you seem to be satisfied with this, do you actually start thinking about continuing to become stronger? Yoryuki raised an eyebrow, and his tone became intriguing. Is it because of Guan Yue? The two of you are slimy all day, but thanks to it, you know each other better, you have always been strong, and you will definitely not allow yourself to drag your feet, just like you stuck to me in the first place. Slimy or something. We are in normal interaction. The broken bee's face turned red and he tried his best. 0. But it did not deny anything else. In short, I understand what you mean, if you want to practice with me, I have no objection, anyway, it is quite boring to practice alone. Since you know this trick I must have studied it in private. How is it progressing now? Let's exchange experiences first. Basically stay at the theoretical stage. Don't you usually practice? Or are you spending your time practicing your skills in serving men? What about Yoryuki-sama? Could it be that it has already been practiced? In the face of Yoryuki's complaint, Broken Bee couldn't help but become angry. Actually, it's not much better than you. Yoryuki shrugged. Chopping can use the power of Zanpakutō, it is easy to communicate, but Kid can't communicate. If you want to use the power of Kid to strengthen white hits, it's no different from Ishin. If you want to get used to this kind of thinking, you have to further control the high concentration and extreme unstable Kid. The difficulty is not lower than practicing Bankai. Is white hits as difficult as Bankai ultimately meaningful? That's what I want. A scrappy smile broke out on Crush Bee's face. As long as Yoryuki-sama is not boasting and exaggerating her own tricks, then powerful white hits are extremely important to Shikai's ability, and coupled with Bankai enhanced by Guan Yue, two completely different but strongest combat methods can definitely make her strength reach a height that few people can match. So, I shouldn't be so dumped that I can't even see my back. Chapter 148. Time at Soul Society flies faster than expected. Invisibly, it is as if a hand has plucked the strings of time. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. South Rukonga 80 District. This is not a battlefield, just a deserted plain. The grass and trees are yellow, as if even the Soul Society does not want to waste its precious life in such a place. But the wind is still stubborn. Poof! Blood splattered, staining the grass and trees on the plain with colors that did not belong to them. The blood was so heavy. Or rather, Ryotsu, who made blood splash so much, was so heavy. Even the dirt was uprooted, blown, and stirred. None of the people who are fighting will care whether the weeds are dead or alive, because their lives are as fragile as weeds. Even if 460 wants to abandon their dignity and escape, they can't do it. If you let the residents of the 80th district know about this, they will be terrified, and they will not want to jump to the top of the ranking. This is an expeditionary force of dozens of Shinigami. And they, as beings feared by ordinary souls, are being unilaterally ravaged. There is only one enemy. But in any case, it cannot be defeated. This is a natural result. Ostracized by his colleagues, suppressed by the nobility, driven out of the Siritii in a form of near exile, the so-called conscription army consisted entirely of such sinners who were not sinners but sinners. Many of them are masters comparable to superior officers, vice-captains and even captains, but although the other party is an individual, it is 1,000,000 times better than them in terms of number. Because it is Menos Grande, who has devoured a large number of souls as food and devoured countless to survive. And the superlative, Menos Grande. Vast O Lord! It is itself a collection of millions of souls. The quantity is overwhelming and the quality is overwhelming. The battle ended quickly. Only one Shinigami was still standing. His face was frightened, and he tried to hold the handle of the knife, but the trembling body made the knife tremble with it, funny and pitiful. The enemy came towards him. Just when the Shinigami thought he was going to follow in his companion's footsteps, the enemy said something that surprised him. Your companions are not dead, and if you want them to live and come back to you, go back and tell Shinigami, who killed Sail Aporo Grants, that I will wait here, but please don't make me wait too long. Speaking of which, countless orange gold threads emerged from the air. Pack the members of the expeditionary force who fell to the ground and lost the strength to resist, packed into rice dumplings. Then it was dragged into the black cavity. The enemy's figure also dissipated immediately, merging into heaven and earth like mist. Only this Shinigami was left standing on the plain. After a long time, it fell to the ground. A slight strange noise came to his ears, and he suddenly woke up, picked up Zanpakutō, turned around like crazy and ran. As if I wanted to escape the fear in my heart. More than 30 years. If it is placed in this world, it can make the newborn baby start a family, and it can also make the person who has a family and a business grow old and close to the end of life, and for the elderly. There is no future to speak of. But at Soul Society, Shinigami feels like it's only been 3 or 5 years. Long is not long, short is not short. But if you want to talk about changes, there is no doubt that there are still some changes. First of all, there are 13 towers in the territory of Siritii, all black, crystal-like material, but not reflective, no matter what area you are in, as long as there is nothing else obstructing the view, you will definitely be able to see them when you raise your head. It has become a new landmark of Siritii. Spectacular, is the first impression they make. But to the Shinigami who live in the team house under the Tower of Babel, is this more than spectacular and can be described? At first, I was disagreeable and even a little disgusted with the construction team to build a tall tower in their team building, but when the project was completed and the Babel Tower was officially launched, I realized that this was simply the key to opening the new world. Gathering and regulating the atmosphere of Raikou makes the concentration of Raikou in the area occupied by the team building several times higher than outside, in the words of the Technology Development Bureau, which is higher than the average Raikou concentration of Hueco Mundo. Living in this kind of environment can be described as a fish in water for the spirit body. Even if you just adapt to such an environment, you can make your own strength stronger, increase your cultivation efficiency, reduce the probability of illness, be healthy, eat well, and work in the fields. Most of Shinigami felt that compared to now, he used to be like a sick man. And the real sick straw is moved. I feel like I've never been so close to health. Oh, the weather is good today. In the corridor of the team building, Jaishur Yukatake put his hand on the guardrail and took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication. What kind of weather is good? I think the air in the Juban team is good. At this time, someone next to him laughed and ridiculed. Jushiro looked back. I saw a tall young man with 2 swords at his waist approaching. Ahaha, let you see the smile, Tianbei-kun. But isn't it really my delusion? I always feel that the air in the Ichiban team is much better than the other teams. To be honest, I feel this way, but I have to ask my captain or Captain Nirvana. I don't know much about technical matters, and I can't handle the team affairs alone. Always hang this kind of words, but there is no mess at all. If my little Lisa is as conscientious as you, then I can sleep and wake up naturally every day. The two had just spoken a word and inserted another voice. Didn't have time to respond. The next moment, the owner of this voice was shot. If you can do something serious, I don't mind helping you do something lighter, but you sleep and let me work, don't think about it. It hurts little Lisa. I won't apologize unless you roll around on the ground in pain in front of Captain Jushiro and Vice Captain Tempi. 0.3 degrees. In fact, it doesn't hurt much. Kiraku quietly put down his hand, rubbing his ribs. Kyo Band Leader, Deputy Captain Yagan Meru, good morning. Tianbei said hello. I would probably be in a good mood if I didn't get pulled up early in the morning. Kiraku sighed, looked at the sun in the sky, and narrowed his eyes. Because how to say it? It's not a good thing to call us to a peace so early, what do you think? With the intelligence gathering and communication capabilities of Team 11, it should have received some rumors, right? Tianbei withdrew his smile and nodded slightly seriously. Yesterday a deserter broke into Siriti and was arrested. I heard that he was from the expeditionary force, if you guessed correctly. It should be that something happened to the expeditionary force. Chapter 149. A team meeting room. More than 20 people gathered. The captains were divided into 2 rows according to the previous position, and the vice-captains stood against the wall. Boom! Start with the sound of crutches landing on the ground. Yamamoto Motoyanagi adheres to the usual strong style and starts straight to the point. There are 2 reasons for convening ER and others today. One is that under the witness of the old man and the other 3 captains, the long-suspended captain of the Sanban team and the captain of the Shivan team finally ushered in the right candidate. Come on! Add 2 captains at the same time? The crowd was amazed. Such coincidences are extremely rare. Chi-Chi looked at the open door, only to see 2 black-haired young men with diametrically opposed styles walk in. Hello everyone, I'm Shiba Ishin, starting to take over as the captain of the Juban team today. Please give more advice in the future. The young man with a smile on his face greeted him energetically. Another young man, exuding the breath of not letting anyone enter, said coldly and briefly. Byakuya Kokaki, captain of the Sanban team. Then there were no more words. Kokaki and Shiba. To say that it is a coincidence, 2 coincidences in a row is inevitably a bit excessive. The crushing bee muttered. It's a pity that no one can answer her doubts. Everyone looked at the 2 new colleagues with different expressions. Shiba Ishin and Byakuya Kokaki, as the 28th captain of Godi I-13, will set an example for all Shinigami in the future, and do not forget the mission on their shoulders, and join the team now. Yamamoto Motoyanagi said. Yes. The 2 answered seriously and came to their own places and stood up. I can't imagine a second Captain Kokaki, it's not easy to call it now. A strange color flashed in Aizen's eyes. I wanted to recommend Ichimaru-jin as the captain of the Sanban or Juban teams, but I didn't want to occupy the position just because something delayed for a few days. Also, 1 more and 1 less has no effect on the plan. Just call me by my name. Byakuya Kokaki glanced at him, his tone calm. Wouldn't that seem a little rude? It's okay, the people of the Kukaki family don't need extra suffixes to set off their identity. Silence. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai glanced at the two and said in a deep voice. The first reason is finished, now let's talk about the second reason. Yesterday evening, Covert Maneuver arrested a deserter from the expeditionary force, according to his confession. A week earlier, the expeditionary force had encountered Menos Grande and had been captured as hostages, leaving him alone to return to Siriti to report the message. As soon as this word came out, most people's expressions changed slightly. Take Shinigami of the expeditionary force as a hostage and ask for a bargain with Siriti? This has never happened before, but it is not surprising to say, after all, the Hollow Riot that occurred decades ago is said to be a virtual act with the ability to infect and be good at concealment. Can't be caught, and there are no clues. The matter is over. The current kidnapping incident is also full of strong human color, which makes people smell a strong air of conspiracy, and may not be related to these two things. The captain of the general team is precisely thinking of this, so he will make a big move, and even summon the deputy captain, right? Your Excellency Captain, since it is a kidnapping, what are the conditions proposed by the other party? Komamura Seijin asked. Wearing a cape-like full coverage mask, he couldn't see his expression, but he could tell from his deep voice that he wasn't in a good mood. The condition was that Shinigami, who killed Sail Aporo Grants, go to the location where the expeditionary force was ambushed, where the other side would wait. Yamamoto Motoyanagi spoke out what was known. But this intelligence polarized the reaction of the crowd. Some are thoughtful, others are confused, and Shiba Ishin is one of them, but next to him is Kurako Shunsui, the captain of Team Yaban. Shiba Ishin, who was quite discerning, glimpsed Jingle's strange expression, and immediately couldn't help but lower his voice and asked. Captain Kyo, have you heard of Sail Aporo Grants? Sorry, I don't have any impression in my head. Well, I don't know, it's normal. Jingle held up the brim of his hat, looked around at everyone, and did not hide the volume. Let me say a few more words here. Sail Aporo Glans is not from the Soul Society, he is a vanity, and he is also a rare superior, Menos Grande. Vasto Lord? Shiba Ishin frowned, this is no small person. Decades ago, he set up a secret base in the Rukonga area under the responsibility of the second team, gathered a large number of vanities, lured Shinigami to clear out, and tried to capture Shinigami for research. The previous captain of the second team noticed the strange situation and led the large army to jump into his trap under the name of the exercise, and then unexpectedly fought and finally killed him. Kurako explained the situation clearly in a few words. That is to say, this capture of the expeditionary force is here to avenge the companions. Kukaki Hibiki's eyes were cold. It's hard to say. Anohanaretsu mused. I remember that Menos Grande was a rare researcher with a high IQ, maybe the other party wanted his legacy. Researcher. Upon hearing this word, Kuratsuka Mayuri suddenly became interested. It is said that the more Menos Grande evolves, the closer he will be to the human form, but did he not expect that even wisdom would approach the human type? Is his body still there? Ah, I asked a stupid question, how could someone other than me save his body with technology, but his secret research base I was still quite interested, and those who knew it quickly told me the coordinates. There was nothing you wanted, it had been cleaned a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure there was nothing left because I was there. Crushing B ruthlessly shattered Kuratsuka Mayuri's idea. You're there too. So you're a Harakisuk, that guy is too? Plus Shihauer and Yoryuaki's words are no wonder they can kill each other. Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted softly. Captain 9, what you said is not comprehensive, not only the two people you mentioned, Guan Yue is also it is said that they also played a key role, and even gave the final blow. Jushiro laughed. Guan Yue. As soon as the name came out, Kuratsuka Mayuri's expression suddenly froze. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. Even the air seemed to become heavy. The captains were thoughtful, and most of the vice-captains shook their heads slightly. 460. Yadumarulisa even silently spat out a stupid testimonial. It's not someone else. It was the Menos Grande that captured the expeditionary force. He actually planned to wake up a sleeping monster. What is not a fool? At this time, the captain opened his eyes a little, and his calm gaze fell on the only vice-captain who stood in the middle of the captain but did not wear the captain Hayori. Vice-Captain Tianbei, you know what the old man wants to say, you have made great achievements over the years, but there are some things you can't replace, go back and tell your captain. There are only two parties in existence, and if he is not interested, the old man has to let another party, the captain of the second team, take over this task, which is not a threat, but a fact. Hearing this, Tianbei subconsciously looked at the broken bee. The latter hugged his arms around his chest, closed his eyes and recuperated, and his attitude was very calm, as if he could not take this task. Got it, I'll report to the captain when I go back. Tianbei sighed secretly, ready to die generously. He didn't know what the consequences of interrupting the captain's cultivation would be, but just Chong captain's words, the captain's mood would definitely not be better. Is Guan Yue coming out? That's a shame. Kurako lowered the brim of his hat and sighed. That void may have done a good thing, which can make a family squat and pick up the job, but compared with this, I am more curious about what the guy will become after not seeing him for more than 30 years. Many people who have friends with Guan Yue can't help but raise their eyebrows. If you want to say so. It's not completely unreasonable. Chapter 150. After the meeting, Tianbei returned to the 11th team building with heavy steps. Although it imitates the imperial city of the Celestial Empire, it is not completely confined to classical architecture. In recent years, the relationship between the two sides has become closer with the Kid people, which are organized under the same governor. Logistics management has been the biggest beneficiary. In addition to the general special exercise hall, in addition to the large gymnasium, the logistics department with a large number of civilian staff was given a modern office building as a base camp. Located next to the industrial zone, it is very convenient for both warehouse scheduling and research and production, and it has almost become the second technology development bureau. As the acting captain of Zhenjingjing, Tianbei was also stained and had his own executive room on the top floor of the office building. Although you usually look like you are about to die of exhaustion, it is not as exaggerated as today. If you are sick, you can rest well. As soon as I walked in the door, I heard this unpleasant greeting of concern. But Tianbei came a little more spiritually. Yatori? When did you come back? An hour ago, I came to deliver you a report and found that you were not there. Yatori Oshu, the third seat and assistant to the vice-captain, shook the document bag in his hand. Well, I went to a team meeting. How's that? There's no big problem with this mission, right? Tianbei walked to his desk and took the file bag by the way. Sit down and take it apart and review it carefully. The assassin base that specialized in attacking the business group was swept away by me, and it was unsurprisingly the underground forces of Rukanga, but I think there are still some people behind. Tsuneyashiro? Not surprisingly, the captain left them out, so he made some trouble for the merchants under the business alliance, wanting to put pressure on him to open a breakthrough for his own entry. Since the captain retreated into the background and no longer showed up, there have been more and more tricks like this. I welcome it very much, after all, it is a performance sent to the door for nothing mouth. Yatori Osh gave a chilling smile. Indeed, but this kind of good thing will end here. I am afraid that it will not be for a long time, and even it may disappear completely. You heard the wind during a team meeting. I didn't hear the wind, but I got the news that the storm was coming, and in the face of a huge disaster, normal people will hide far away. I just judged based on this, that's all. Tianbei took out the seal and stamped it, signed his name, and then threw it aside and sighed. falsely captured the expedition and asked the captain to come forward. And what about me, don't you also have an exaggerated expression? What did the captain say? Utoriosh struggled to adjust his expression, but there was still a bit of lingering shock. Let me come back and ask the captain's opinion. So you're not going yet? No need. Tianbei shook his head slightly, spitting out astonishing words that seemed like a mad believer would say. Even if I don't say anything, the captain must have known that I will only sit here for the sake of possible orders so that I can act as soon as possible. As if to confirm his words, a female voice sounded from the portable herald machine placed on the table. The captain ordered, after 6 hours, all combat squads should be called and ready for battle, and the place should be in the central square without delay. 11. Tenbei and Yutori Osu looked at each other, and both caught sharp edges from under each other's eyes. It's not just Team 11. Kid received a similar order. The two organizations that had been silent for a long time were like the two hands of giants, as the giant Suicine turned over, supported the ground and began to exert force. The huge mobilization of manpower and material resources brought a strong shock to the rest of the teams and institutions, and for a time there was a feeling of coming to the storm, and the tense atmosphere belonging to the war began to spread in the court. It is located 100 meters underground from the 11th team building. An unknown territory that even the members of the Juban team, known as the Ghost Killing Team, wreak havoc on various battlefields, cannot touch. Its name is Slim Furnace Workshop. It is a hotbed of incubating miracles. Also, the cradle that breeds monsters. Completely enclosed, without any exit to the outside world, all air is generated through the device, the ceiling is weak, and the blazing white light is obscured by mist, becoming as hazy as moonlight. The movement emitted by the slimming furnace matrix during operation is weakening until it completely subsides, and the core slimming furnace in the center no longer continues to glow. After a short silence, thundered. The command from the artificial intelligence makes the crystal dome switch modes, actively release the gaseous spirit child accumulated too much inside, and inject it into the underground pipeline as a backup resource for recycling of the matrix. The discharge process caused a muffled thunderous sound, causing ripples in the pool water. The self-cultivation stove is also shaking slightly. One can imagine how huge this spirit is. But even if it is huge, it is just a leftover residue. While the outer wall of the crystal shell fades, a door is opened under the bottom. Without waiting for the people inside, a silver-blue ball flew over from the operation area, crossed the pool water, and landed dripping on the core base. Doctor, do you need a hot bath for you? Through the Harrow Type 1 body came a fluorescent and intimate greeting. No thanks, I'm so hot right now. Also, you seem to be used to communicating with people with this face. A figure swayed inside the dark furnace wall, moving towards the door. As he spoke, he stepped out of the door. It was a slender youth. With a height of about 1 meter and 8'5", black hair and shawls, with age and the blessing of the transcendent life person, the last trace of youth and youthful immaturity faded. Mature and handsome. The fiery red eyes seemed to be glowing all the time, giving people a breathtaking feeling. Probably few people can look at it. Because he is so strong that even if it is just pure sight, it is not a residence that ordinary souls can afford. The upper body does not wear a wisp, revealing a lean muscle curve. Just like scaled armor, there are generally large and small, and it will always appear in the most suitable place in the most suitable shape, combining the beauty of strength with the beauty of lines, bringing others the most intuitive visual impact. But the temperature of the red body surface is extremely high, as if it has been cooked. Walking barefoot on the ground, each step leaves charred footprints. The heat emitted by the whole body distorts the air, creating impotence. Chapter 151. Taking a hot bath in this posture is afraid that it will not add fuel to the fire. The fluorescence-controlled Harrow eye sensor flashed, as if to detect the state of his own doctor. Doctor, your temperature is very abnormal. No, it's normal. The young man raised his hand and wanted to pat the ball, but fortunately, he realized in time that something was wrong, withdrew his hand with a smile, and walked to the pool. The moment your foot steps down, the surface of the water makes a moisture sound and produces a lot of steam. Freshly baked swords are piping hot, and I'm no exception. Fluorescence watched him jump into the pool. Set off ripples that are not big or small. After a while, the water began to bubbling. Fluorescence immediately pumps more spiritual liquid into it and activates the underwater circulation system. This is not caused by ordinary heat. The heat mixed with the high-density ryotsuo of his own doctor is itself a terrifying form of attack, and it is not difficult to eliminate this negative state with the effect of spiritual liquid. However, some of the spiritual liquid will also lose its activity, so while replenishing the new spiritual liquid as soon as possible, it is necessary to dispose of this part of the waste. After about 10 minutes, the water finally returned to calm. Suddenly, a silver blue light flashed on the pedestal. The figure of the youth appeared in the light. Even if there is not the slightest water stain on the body, these rays of light are automatically woven into a set of dead bully clothes to wear. Oh yes, almost forgot about that. Remembering something, the hand pulled in the air. Countless Raiko rushed and formed a Captain Hayori depicting the number 11 at a speed visible to the naked eye. After being a hands-off shopkeeper for too long, I am a little uncomfortable. Looking at this figure, the young man shook his head and smiled. Doctor, why can't I feel your ryotsuo anymore? Is there something wrong with cultivation? Fluorescence controlled the ball to circle around Guan Yue a few times, curious and worried questions. Even you can't feel it shows how successful my cultivation has been in the past few decades. Guan Yue patted the ball with confidence this time, and his affectionate attitude was like treating his own puppy. Although he was practicing in retreat, he couldn't really sit still like an immortal cultivator, and as soon as his eyes were closed, 100 years and thousands of years passed. Every few months, I will take a break, sort out the harvest, and then adjust the cultivation plan appropriately according to the situation, and then do some research and so on. For this reason, a vast practice ground, BAT, has been specially created deeper underground in the self-cultivation furnace studio. During this period, fluorescence really solved many problems for him. Whether it is spiritual enlightenment or handling chores, gathering intelligence to monitor the situation in the spiritual court. Tianbei worked hard, but he also stepped on the shoulders of the giant of fluorescence. What he and Yutoriash consider to be the performance of door-to-door is just a whetstone deliberately left to them to accumulate experience and hone their ability after the fluorescence eliminated most of the crises that would force Guan Yue to come forward. Imitating the evolution of the void-devouring soul, my physical abilities have been strengthened ultimate. If I am really void, then I have really reached the limit of the race. Guan Yue crouched down and easily poked his fingers into the base of his feet. The base made of ultra-high-density metal used to carry the precious slimming stove is as soft as tofu in front of him. I didn't try much to peel off a piece. Put it in your hand and knead it for a while, turning into a metal ball the size of a fist. Doctor! In a fluorescent exclamation, Guan Yue put the metal ball to his mouth and took a bite, accompanied by a toothy, goosebump-filled sound chewed and swallowed into the stomach. Raiko's nature is good. There is a feeling of nibbling carrots, eating too much should make my bones harder, but it's useless now. Guan Yue smacked his lips and commented thoughtfully. The perfect digestion of the Laihoku immortal thief can allow him to eat all over the world, but the problem is that there is no tooth. When you eat these things when you have that tooth, you won't get any improvement. It's a dead knot. Therefore, he chose to use the method of obeying the spirit of the spirit arrest general and use the emperor's spirit body as his food. As it turned out, it was no worse. The soul produced by the self-cultivation furnace matrix in the past 30 years, he alone ate tens of millions. Today, the physique is infinitely close to Arankar, and the physical ability is outrageous. As a spirit body, the strength of the physical ability also indirectly reflects the quality of the soul itself. it can be said that the stronger the physical ability, the higher the density of the soul, the higher the density, the more lingzi attached, and the total number of lingzi is expressed externally as ryatsu. 0. Of course, the conversion ratio varies from person to person, and there is no absolute equation. But Guan Yu's physical abilities have reached the racial limit according to Arankar's calculations, so how weak can his ryatsu be? I should be fusing with Aizen for the first stage of Hagyaku now, coming to Karakura town period, or stronger than him. Guan Yu secretly assesses his current state. I haven't really met, and it's honestly hard to compare. It's just that now the benefits of devouring artificial souls are almost negligible, and as Shinigami, he has undoubtedly reached some kind of limit. Of course, there is no absolute limit. But whether it is to create stronger artificial souls, or accumulate them in a larger number until the moment of qualitative change comes, it is only to further pull out the high-pressure method on the basis of the limit to break through the limitations of Shinigami. After Aizen fused Hagyaku, even if it was only the first stage, it broke the limit. And what about yourself? By simulating Arankar's body structure, his physical abilities also touch the boundaries of invisible existence. This is uncharted territory that no one has ever touched. So that he, who was originally at the limit of Shinigami, forced himself to take half a step against this limitation. This is not to transcend, but to anoint the upper limit. In a sense, it's even more shocking than reaching the limit. Shinigami's limit, this touches. But that's nothing, I'm never most proud of Ryatsu. Guan Yu stared at the metal ball that had been gnawed off in his hand, and Ryatsu swayed in his hand, melting it into dots of light particles like a flame of light, and then it was like sand and gravel flowing down from his fingers. And those particles of light actually automatically filled the gap dug out on the ground, becoming no different from the beginning, even the part that he ate into his stomach was made up. Probably only people like Aizen and Kuratsuka Mayuri can realize what he did. Convert your own Ryatsu into substance. It is already an act of violation of the realm of God. The 8 unique skills given by the system have been cultivated to an extremely high level by Guan Yu in the past 30 years, and the pure fire is not enough to describe, and there is a faint tendency to break away from the original framework, go out of their own way, and become a family of their own. This is also his biggest gain. 1. Chapter 152. It's time to go out, the old man's kindness can't be ignored. Tianbei is right. Guan Yu really knows everything. As soon as the event occurs, fluorescence monitors the development of the whole process. He knew everything everyone at the meeting said. Tianbei was right to worry that he would be angry. But if the old man directly shoves the task to the crushing bee without saying a word, causing the crushing bee to face an unknown risk from Hueco Mundo and forcing himself to make a move, he will only be more annoyed. Doctor, what about the devil? Fluorescence suddenly noticed to something unusual. Over the years, the embodied absolute mist has also been in accordance with the weapon evangelism law formulated by Guan Yu, and there is a kind of soul-devouring spirit. Replace the Shinigami soul with the Shinigami transformed temporary soul, strengthen its own quality, and at the same time use the artificial Menos Grande to reverse its own power nature and break the original limitation. In this way, go beyond the limits. Guan Yu is improving, and so is Jeopardy. It stands to reason that the two should come out together. Even if you change back to your original sealed state posture, you will be taken with you. However, fluorescence found that the doctor was empty-handed, and so was his waste. Is it left in the self-cultivation furnace? But there is nothing in the perceptron. Feeling the confusion of fluorescence, he chuckled. Maybe you don't want to be seen as you really are, so you don't want to come out. The real look. The fluorescent sound is stuck. As the inhibitory power that gathers all of Siridi's information, she knows very well that the reason why the Jirito maintains her juvenile posture is because the holder has failed to master his true power, so after materialization, he can only appear in a state equivalent to Shikai. If one day it can be shown as it really is, it will mean. Let's go to the upper floor first, let me see what has happened over the years. Guan Yu put his hand on the number 1 machine, and the silver and blue light wrapped his whole body and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the private study room located on the surface. This is not a diversion that comes with the defense system. For him today, using spatial transfer is like breathing, moving between thoughts to go anywhere in Ryotsu's perceptual range. Transmit Raiko memories to me. Guan Yu sat in his chair and narrowed his eyes. The crack that resembled his mouth of the number 1 machine opened slightly, and a laser was released at his forehead. But it didn't hurt him. This is fluorescence after injecting information into the lingzi, and then fusing this part of the lingzi with the visual system of the viewer. A lot of things have happened, the number of people in the sewing plan has exceeded 300, and there are really a lot of talents buried in Siridii. Oh? Aizen actually moved the research facility to Rukonga, and as I expected, the presence of fluorescence was still very deterrent to him. Are Ayakaji and Yoryuaki practicing instant coaxing? Oh, this is really eye-catching, no wonder you have to find a place where no one practices. It seems that you have to make a special set of combat clothes for IG. Byakuya Kokaki invites Kokaki Hibiki? Sure enough, even if Kokaki Hibiki is willing to take the initiative to give way, Byakuya Kokaki will not accept it easily. Fighting is the best way. Although he was planted with a spirit fetus, he grew up a lot, and he practiced Bankai earlier, but he was still too immature to overcome the level of Muramasa. Hey? The captain of the Juban team died again? People who have never heard of it, but they have been hanging in the air for decades, and someone should come up, but unfortunately the strength and luck are a little worse, and they have to make way for Shiba Ishin. Room 46 has also welcomed new people. It is my negligence, I have almost forgotten that many of them are old and weak, but 3 have died in a few decades, including a judge. But the general trend is still on my side, as long as the ideological steel seal is not exposed, a little noise does not matter, and there is time to make up for it later. Qiandian King Palace is very capable, only relying on the plan I left. I began to promote the next stage of the layout, gathered the business groups inside and outside the court, and gradually transitioned to platformization, which saved me a lot of trouble. Countless images and data flashed across the retina. Guan Yu watched it with relish as if he were watching a movie. In the past, although I would understand the outside world through fluorescence, it was all a simple taste. After all, if nothing big happened, there was no need to waste too much energy to pay attention to these. Otherwise it would not become a joke to put down the post and practice in retreat. While he was watching the movie, some dead things in the private house that should have been lifeless actually moved by themselves, rummaging, boiling water, and brewing in one go. A steaming cup of tea and a plate of pastries are lifted by invisible air and quietly suspended on the side of the chair handguard, so that it can be reached by raising your hand. Enjoying the meticulous service of fluorescence, Guan Yu deliberately slowed down his pace, took 5 hours to read the whole information, and then closed his eyes and tapped the back of the chair, as if he was taking a nap and thinking about something. "Doctor, it's time to assemble." On the ground, the flash reminded. Guan Yu opened his eyes, and his fiery red eyes didn't look the same as they had been 30 years ago, only a little deeper. But sometimes the absence of change is the biggest change. If the flame does not go out, the more it burns, the more fierce it gets. Fluorescence, pack the equipment of the first laboratory of the institute and the contents of the culture tank of the third laboratory. More than 10 seconds later. Da-dang! A half-human tall glass box was teleported to the ground. 0 ask for flowers. It was filled with a red liquid that did not know its effect. And in the liquid, an egg is soaked. In addition to this, there is also a silver-blue ring. Guan Yu picked up the ring, put it on the middle of his right hand, and snapped his fingers. I saw that the floor suddenly flooded with water before there were ripples. The glass box just sank into it, not far away. This is the kid soldier uniform space ring that he created with divine Machine Hundred Refinements combined with subspace technology. After so long, I finally got one of the necessary artifacts of the Traverser. Guan Yue was also embarrassed. At the same time, the central grand square. 320 Shinigami were lined up neatly. They carry Zanpakutō on one side and a FY pouch on the other, which contains the latest healing charms and elixirs that can replace food and water. The death bully on the body sewed a 11 number with white needle and thread at the mouth of the heart, which is particularly eye-catching. None of them have been ear to ear. Under the almost suffocating silence, a certain emotion like magma was suppressed. Everyone's eyes were focused on the empty platform at the front. They are all waiting. Wait for the person holding his knife to appear. Wait for this person to wave himself. Whether it is a newcomer or an old person, they are full of expectations. Finally, a familiar silver blue light emerged from the air. Gradually built into a human form. Slender figure, strong back. It seems that all despair can be burned with sight, and the fiery red eyes that can most ignite the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts. Hula la! Ryotsu set off the air current, and Haori hunted. There is also this white that makes people can't take their eyes off and has an overwhelming sense of existence. After a long absence, gentlemen, I also want to congratulate you, because my appearance means that your good days are over. Guan Yue held his arms and looked down at the crowd. The flat and clear voice resounded throughout the team building. Unfortunately, someone sent a malicious invitation, and I decided to take some people to see it for a long time, so. Those who want to go cheer. After a moment of silence, a deafening wave erupted. Oh oh! Oh oh! Even the clouds in the sky were washed away, and the eruption of Ryotsu shook the entire Seirai. It made the other Shinigami, nobles, and residents of the other teams can't help but look sideways. Even if he didn't see the scene, the Ryotsu weaved a fierce and hideous face in the sky and roared at the world, and it was difficult to ignore it. Chapter 153 South Rukanga, a cave in the 80th district. The maiden sits on a stalactite. Wearing a white mask woven like spider silk to block the lower part of the face, his beauty can be vaguely inferred, and his long black hair is like a waterfall, and the length is definitely more than 2 meters. A normal person can't walk with such a long hair, but she is different. Her upper body is humanoid, with a bony carapace as a corset, revealing a delicate and small belly button, and further down is the spider's bloated belly and 8 sword-like sharp legs and feet. The so-called sitting on a stone is actually lying on it with legs and feet piercing into the fixed body. Not far from the girl, dozens of people were suspended in the air with orange-yellow silk threads. Although he looked embarrassed and desolate, he was not tortured. Even the injuries caused by the fiasco were healed by her, the abuser. This practice further damaged the self-esteem of the expedition. They were originally unwelcome for various reasons, and the wretched people who were banished to Rukanga to fight endlessly to spend their lives are now being toyed with by the enemy. This made some people in 217 angry, constantly insulting, blaming, and provoking Rogia, and doing their utmost to be vicious and bitter, just to provoke Rogia to kill herself. After all, with the restraint of these strange silk threads on her body, Lien couldn't commit suicide. Someone has tried to kill himself by biting his tongue. However, the bitten tongue was quickly stitched back by Rogia, and she carefully disposed of the blood stains accidentally stained. The anger stopped at that moment, ensuing even greater hatred. It's noisy. A pair of antlers suddenly drilled out of the air, crashed into the abdomen of an abusive person, turned those nasty words into stomach acid and vomited out, and violently appeared in mid-air like a pendulum clock. Other words came to an abrupt halt. The expedition stared at the emerging enemy. And the other party stared at them without showing weakness. Look what to see. Be careful if I gouge out your eyeballs. It's funny. Dozens of people were suspended in the air and stared at a creature that looked like a deer, and they were also intimidated. But if the creature is Menos Grande, everything makes sense. Ah la la, obviously I haven't heard a few words just here, do you need to react so much? In the eyes of the gunpowder smell, a large white snake came out of the shadow corner, and its humanized eyes and words were a little sarcastic. Apache is just showing up for Roga, do you have to force her to make it clear? Son, it's time for your bad taste to change. The third creature, a lion with a thick mane and a bone-like body, leapt out of the air and landed on the stalactite next to Roga. Shut up quickly! Myra Rhodes! White Deer roared Apache in shame. Please don't quarrel. The girl who was here alone at first whispered. You've known each other for so long, you should get used to our way of communicating, right? Roga. The big snake Shiran crossed his body, shook his head and said. How much information do you think Rogasian is receiving every second, and it's enough to understand what we mean? Apache said a word and turned to look at the girl, but these people are so clamorous, even if you can't feel the emotions, you won't feel noisy when you listen to it. No, I think it's interesting. Roja Paramia shook her head expressionlessly. The more abundant the feelings, the more it can help me fill the hole in my heart and make me feel alive. Ha, should I say that you are more and more like a false good, or less and less like a false good, the same vasto Lord, Lord Hurley Bell is not as strange as you. Don't say that, even I have similar pursuits. As soon as Apache finished speaking, he slowly walked into the cave. Females with human-like appearance. The whole body is basically covered with bone-like substances, like a residue condensation formed by some kind of desire, but the mature body still shows moving curves, and the face has half a mask, which is more exaggerated than Luojia's mask, blocking most of the face, and you can only see a pair of beautiful eyes rich in knowledge and quiet as water. Her slightly wheat-colored skin and short gorgeous blonde hair set off the bravery and heroism of a Valkyrie. Why did Lord Hurley Bell come in from outside? There was an error in the transmission of negation wires. Myra Rhodes turned the lion's head and asked suspiciously. I'll go outside and see if there are any signs of the enemy approaching. Hurley Bell raised her head to meet Roja, as if to her, as if to the other three. Don't be too superstitious about negation, no ability is invincible, it's not for nothing that you can bypass negation's detection and lurk around to free the hostages, or... Normally, this method will be found and implemented, and without the pressure of the hostages, they can rest assured to fight with us. Lord Hurley Bell is too cautious, even if negation doesn't work, we can open the black cavity and escape back to Hueco Mundo, but... We have 3 Ajichas and 2 Vasto Lord on our side, and the Shinigami won't be our opponents as long as they don't pour out of their nests. Apache's words shocked the expedition. Sure enough, these 2 humanoid virtual beings are the legendary superior Menos Grande, who only royal spies can deal with. There are also 3 companions of Ajichas. It is also not something that ordinary officers or even vice-captains can handle. In other words, the combat power of this group of enemies is at least half a Godi 13. Luoji, let them sleep, some things are inconvenient for them to know. Hurley Bell glanced at the expedition. Luoji nodded slightly. Controlling negation to release copies of paralyzing toxins from other kinds, causing them to lose consciousness one by one. Roja, remember what I said when we first met? Hurley Bell suddenly brought up a seemingly unrelated topic. 0. But her words evoked Roga's memories. That happened 40 years ago. Launching a backup plan for the Resurrection Master Sail Aporo, as a result, he absorbed too much information, and invisibly met the conditions for artificial evolution, from Ajichas to Vasto Lord, to obtain the current posture. But then came the crusade of the King of the Void Night Palace, who was not good at using his strength at that time, and was once forced into a desperate situation, but fortunately, Hurley Bell and them came to help. If one person can't do it, go together, and the companions exist for this, which is also our way of survival. Luoji reproduced the original words word for word. But when it came out of her mouth, it seemed extremely empty. That's right, so don't think about leaving us alone, we will definitely help you find Shinigami, who killed your original master, and collect the last legacy from him. Hurley Bell weaves powerful words in a calm tone. Therefore, even if we have an accident in battle, you cannot hesitate to retreat. I know your strength all too well, as long as you are really strong, no one will be your opponent, you will become the best companion, even if we are no longer there, you can protect the new companion and continue to live in our own way. Roga, you take these people back to Hueco Mundo, and then leave negation on us, let us be your eyes to collect information in battle, whether we win or not, you can successfully complete the rest of the transformation in Hueco Mundo's stronghold. Luojia opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Absorbing Sail Aporo's memories, knowledge, and techniques has given her a new posture and penultima's rational thinking, but also lacks the most essential emotions because everything is inherited from others. 3.9. So much so that a huge hole appeared in her heart. Obviously, he has evolved into Vasto Lord, and his ability has also metamorphosed, and he has incredible potential, but because of this emptiness, he cannot freely manipulate his power. The best way to solve this dilemma is to do nothing and devour it with the soul of Sail Aporo. But negation has been searched for decades in hell and in this world. Later, at the suggestion of a caring person, he realized that he could use negation to download relevant information from the person who killed Sail Aporo, kill herself with the strongest death breath information, and then resurrect from the corpse, so that after being reborn, she would achieve the perfect cycle that Sail Aporo dreamed of. Such completeness, even more than 1,000 devouring positive. Hurley Bell and others couldn't refuse. So they came to the Soul Society. This is the original purpose and the ultimate goal. That. I see. Reason helped her make a choice. Chapter 154. If the personal bond between Kijong and the 11 Fan team lies in the office building where the Logistics Management Department is stationed, then the center of cooperation between the Kijong and the 11 Fan team is Arsenal located in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace. It was a classical building. From a distance, you can see the smoke of the cooking, and when you get closer, you have to pass through a medicine garden woodland. It's quite a bit of a Taoist temple and alchemy room. In particular, the kitchi who come and go in the corridor is also similar to the onmyoji, and it seems to unwitting outsiders to add a bit of mysterious and strange colors out of thin air. Captain, maybe I shouldn't say this. You haven't seen you in more than 30 years, and you've changed a lot. Tianbei looked at the young man who was in a position beyond himself and walking in front. Even after passing the initial excitement of reuniting after a long absence, it is still difficult to contain the fluctuation of mood, and I can't help but sigh with emotion. Is it? Where has changed? Guan Yu looked at his surroundings with interest, and sometimes stopped in front of the door to examine the work of the kids through the glass window, while responding casually. On the other side, Yatori Oyusu coldly replied first, if you have to say it, it is that the height is sound. Guan Yu glanced at him slightly surprised. He knew that his body had grown from a teenager to a young man in the past few decades, but he did not feel a change in his voice. Of course, this is not surprising, from the point of view of psychology, human body can explain this phenomenon, not to mention, the voice I heard and the recorded voice sounded like two people, this is the most representative example. How to say it, it used to be clearer, now it is lower. If you use a portable messenger divine machine to talk without knowing anything, the possibility of not being able to react all of a sudden is quite large. It seems that the impression left on you is still not deep enough, rest assured, I consider focusing on exercising your judgment ability in the third training camp. Tianbei glared at Yu Berduxu, if he couldn't speak, and finally welcomed back the captain, and finally was freed from the heavy teamwork day by day. Let's not talk about this yet. Guan Yu changed the subject. As a traverser, he can hang everyone if he fights for others, but he can't fight for the voice actor alone. Tell me about the personnel. Yes. The sky is dark, and a quick report. At present, the 11th team is mainly divided into a logistics management department with 179 and a combat department with 325 in the latter, including 35 apprentices and 280 regular soldiers. There are 9 officers and 1 vice-captain, and a total of 70 shifts of 4 officers and a regular team member. The garrison managed by the 4 seats of Kolo has 14 garrison squads, and the rest of the officers are each responsible for leading 7 combat squads. In addition, according to the report submitted by Master Momiji, there are 220 kid people, 3 mages headed by him, and 217 kid priests. The composition of this expedition, excluding the 4th seat and the garrison and apprentices, counting the battle fan 100 people of the kid crowd, the number of expeditions is 325, and if you count the captain himself, it is 326. With so many people going out together, getting to the Rukanga border is not an easy task. Guan Yue nodded slightly, satisfied with the steady business results of Tianbei and Red Leaf Mage over the years. Although they laid a good foundation and paved the way, those with insufficient ability followed the route he formulated. Yes, so you were so prescient, Captain. Let the kid people build this battleship over the years according to the specifications of war military equipment such as the kid cannon. While speaking, the 3 of them had passed through the main hall and came to a corridor in the sky. The view from both sides is extremely wide. Outside the corridor can be seen a large open space similar to the tarmac of a modern airport, and even more coincidentally, a behemoth lies quietly in the clearing, with many kids rushing below to carry out a series of preparations. The eyes of the 3 fell on the behemoth at the same time. As Tianbei said, it was a battleship. It is out of step with the Edo period style of painting that is prevalent in the Seoul society today. At 270.4 meters, the ship is 36 meters wide, basically metal and composite materials. The whole body is silver grey, and the ship is equipped with a triple kid gun main turret and a twin-mount secondary gun 6th gate. The side of the ship is extremely high, and there is a feeling that it is covered under and around the hull with thick armor. Even people in the world who are now experiencing World War II come here, and they will be confused to see this battleship, because many designs deviate from common sense, deviate from the logic of knowledge they know, and the overall appearance style is biased towards dry fantasy albums. That's right. After all, no ship can sail both on the ground and in the sky. Battleship Kid Battleship the Pluton, the proudest work of my life, will not change my mind even if it ever builds a larger battleship than her. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed as a monk and wearing a red robe like windbreaker came over, still sighing leisurely in his mouth. You've worked so hard, Momiji. Doesn't it taste good to create something that is out of common sense? Guan Yue teased the comer. The Momiji mage clasped his hands together and said with a smile, at first, it really felt like the sky was going to fall for me to lead this project, but I really learned a lot in the process of building this battleship, and I also gained a deeper and more exciting understanding of the use of kid, but even this sense of accomplishment is not comparable to the joy I feel to see your comeback many years later. I love to hear nice words, but if something goes wrong with this ship, I will settle the account with you. Naturally. The preparations will be finished in half an hour, and Lord Guan Yu and you can wait on the boat for a short rest, or let me guide you to see the interior. 11. It's really full of confidence. Guan Yu turned to Yatori Osu and ordered. Inform the expedition troops to assemble on board, and you, the 3rd seat, are in charge of grassroots combat command for this expedition. Yes. Yuux's eyes froze and left quickly. Let's go and see if your so-called masterpiece is the same as it seems. Led by Master Momiji, Guan Yu and Tianbei descended to the tarmac. I was about to get on the transporter and go to the bottom of the boat. Guan Yu suddenly felt something, turned his head to look at the roof of the hall complex behind him. About a few hundred meters away above the palace, there was a slender figure standing on it like a flagpole, no matter how the wind blew, only black and white robes fluttering. Lord Guan Yue, why don't we go first? Tianbei and Momiji followed Guan Yue's gaze, and 080 noticed the figure, tacitly looked at each other, and made suggestions very interestingly. It's not necessary, solve the opponent, clean the border, and have a lot of time to do other things after returning. Guan Yue withdrew his gaze. Take the lead and get into the car. Tenpai and Momiji quickly followed. The transporter, which combined the characteristics of a horse-drawn carriage and a steam locomotive, made a muffled roar and headed towards the entrance to the bottom of the battleship. Distant at the top of the palace. The broken bee stared at the car until it disappeared and did not take it back. She stood here like this for more than half an hour. Finally, the ground working groups withdrew. Multiple jet holes were exposed at the tail and flanks of the battleship, and the high-concentration Raikou flame was transformed into more powerful kinetic energy by the kid technique, gradually counteracting the influence from gravity, making the battleship that weighed an unknown number of tons slowly rise vertically into the sky. The eyes of the crushing bees also moved with the battleship. Rumble! A thunderous sound echoed in the sky. Ripples spread out from around the battleship. The air like Siridi is giving way to the initiative. Without the drag and gravity from the air, I released wing-tilting Raikou flames from both sides of the hull like a bird. The blue spirit children fluttered everywhere, extremely beautiful and gorgeous. Under the action of this propulsion, the battleship began to move forward, and the speed became faster and faster, and in a few seconds it turned into a black dot in the field of vision, and after a few seconds, even the black dot could not be seen. At this moment, Shunpo withdrew his gaze and left without hesitation. Although the battleship flew out of view. But there are still places in the court that can move on the front line of the master. Chapter 155. South Rukonga, District 78 in Yuzuri. This is a city that has no connection with the concept of policing. Adhering to the oldest customs, it is not so much poverty as backwardness. But even living in such a city where the future is invisible, people still believe in miracles. Because it's Shinigami. Residents gather in the streets. The face showed a series of expressions with self-deprecating personality suspicions, such as envy, awe, and fear. The object that made them so and so was a young man in a death overall. To say that everyone wears a kimono yukata with a very similar style, but the black kimono and the katana at the waist are the two most representative external characteristics of Shinigami. In Siridi, Shinigami is everywhere. But outside the court, especially in Rukonga, which is further away, Shinigami has become a legend, as if they were ordinary souls, while Shinigami is a god who judges all beings in the world. But even so, occasionally some good seedlings emerge, and after a bumpy journey to Siridi, they are tested to become a real Shinigami. Just as this so-called wealth does not return home like a brocade knight, it may really be thinking about relatives and friends. The young Shinigami finally returned here. It's Shinigami! Abarai Renji and a few friends also exclaimed in the crowd exactly like the other residents. Come out, Rukia, look at it. I'm watching. In contrast to Renji, who has red hair in the sky, the girl in the light pink yukata is calm, but when the young Shinigami stepped out of the gate and walked past her in front of the cheers of the residents, the girl suddenly felt extremely tired and collapsed to the ground. It was a feeling that the strength of the whole body was suddenly drained. Rukia had never experienced it before. Hey! Rukia, are you all right? Renji hurried forward to help. But he was clumsy and didn't know what to do. Are you hungry? Young Shinigami noticed the situation and crouched down to look at the girl. Nope. How can the stomach be hungry? Rukia braced herself as if she had recovered from the tiredness she had just received. Normally, you won't be hungry, but the qualification of having spiritual power is another matter. I was also confused at first, but this is a fact that I have to accept. The young Shinigami's face showed an imperceptible bitterness, and the gaze that looked at Rukia was full of pity and sympathy. In this soul society, where no one is hungry, only those who have the power need to constantly ask for and fill themselves, which is the main reason why he will become Shinigami. Rukanga is too bitter, and District 78 is an out-and-out slum. Just to survive, you have to do everything to survive, but as long as you become Shinigami, you can get out of the sea of suffering and become everyone's pride. You probably consumed a lot of physical strength because you felt my Ryutsu, and your body spontaneously resisted, which is my fault, so please take this. Explain the reason and give the dry food rice balls you brought with you to the young girl who is a little overwhelmed. Young Shinigami stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, he jerked his pupils and raised his head to look at the sky. His sideburns and face were wet with cold sweat. What is it? Because the surrounding residents who were curious about this reaction, including Rukia and Renji, subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they all showed incredible expressions. That's boat. How can there be a ship that can fly in the sky? I must have slept confused. No, 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 so many people have seen it, this must be true. But how is that possible? It seems to be made of iron, but how much does it cost to have so much iron? Amazed, shocked. There is no room for other emotions. Not only in this neighborhood, but the entire Inazuri resident almost put down what they were doing and stared at the steel battleship flying overhead. Probably because it is almost to the destination, the flight speed is not fast. It is also less than a kilometer above the ground. Because it is too large, people on the ground can roughly see its appearance. For the souls living in this slum, Shinigami had at least heard of and seen, but this huge ship flying in the sky, and it seemed to be built using metal that they regarded as a luxury, had never been seen before, unheard of, and never even thought about it. It's too exaggerated. What kind of person can travel in this place? Renji and his friends were stunned. They even subconsciously glanced at the single-seater rickshaw that young Shinigami was riding. It's a porter-pulling two-wheeler, comparing it to a giant ship. I used to think that the shell of this car was polished brightly and could be used as a mirror, and only Shinigami was worthy of riding. Now the senses have been refreshed 10,000 times, they are all brushed up, and there are no words, and I don't know how to describe the mood in my heart at this moment. 11. Rukia observed it more closely than they did. I noticed a very eye-catching coat of arms on the outside of the ship, although I don't know the origin, but there was a number of 11 on it, and a black cube underneath, with 2 prismatic marks inside, like swords separated and opposed. That coat of arms. 11 team. Hearing her voice, young Shinigami barely resisted the urge to flee from Ryutsu, who was covering the sky, and upon closer look, he instantly recognized the origin of the coat of arms. Is Team 11 also Shinigami? Rukia looked at him curiously. Watching the battleship fade away, Shinigami still couldn't hide his shocked response. Shinigami's organization is called Godi 13, and Team 11 is one of them, an elite unit dedicated to combat. Each of them is terrible, so they also have the nickname of Ghost, but to be able to lead them in large numbers and start such ships, only one person can do it, and that is the one with the title of the strongest Shinigami. Guan Yue Kenpeki, captain of the 11 team and captain of the Kid team. The name that came out of his mouth left a deep imprint on the hearts of the young Rukia and Renji, and the two couldn't help but have a strong southern mouth for Shinigami. Chapter 156. USS Pluton Bridge. Guan Yu is at the top of the command platform, with more than a dozen kid soldiers waiting in front of the instrument below, and the control of the battleship is still in Fluorescent's hands. To be precise, its core center is tailored for fluorescence so that it can be easily manipulated, but it still needs some help to get started. Therefore, the kid crowd sent the most elite 100 people, which was the elite army that took 30 years for the Red Leaf Mage to implement the idea that forging and talisman techniques correspond to production and use, respectively. Combat, assistance, healing trinity. Apart from not being good at production research, there are no shortcomings. Using them to give fluorescence a hand is honestly a bit condescending. But after all, it is the first sale, and it bumps into his comeback, and the cards must be given in place. Just then again. It's very strong to do so, but it's not without harm to be too strong. Captain, we are so quiet, we won't scare each other into hiding, right? The expedition is still in their hands. Tianbei, who was standing on the side performing his duties as an adjutant, looked at the clouds that were within reach outside, and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. Although it is not clear whether Sail Aporo's old troops are looking for death, as long as they are not stupid, they will think that Siridii will send a large number of men to make up for the passive attack with 460 quantities in order to rescue this group of hostages. Guan Yue holds his chin with his right hand, his other hand taps on the back of the chair, his eyes sway like flames under the abundant light, and his long shawl hair has been tied into a bunch with a kid-light rope and hangs behind his head. If you change your outfit to Kos Zongli, it's no problem. And what we're doing now is not exactly what they think. In that case, how could they not make sufficient preparations to receive us? But your considerations also make sense. A big killer like the Pluton should exceed their expectations, and the probability of being scared to show or flee is quite high, so... Fluors. Doctor, I'm here. A ghost suddenly appeared on the right-hand side of the corresponding Tianbei position. The height was the same as that of normal people, but the appearance was very special, a gorgeous off-the-shoulder dress, and long flowing hair composed of light. The delicate facial features are an enlarged version of fluorescence. Find out the location of those rats for me. Guan Yue narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Yes. Fluorescence response. His eyes glowed with a light similar to that of Guan Yue's 8 strange skills, which was the embodiment of Raikou high concentration condensing and compressing in the body, making the light more brilliant and overflowing. At this moment, a light also flashed on the outer armor surface of the battleship, like ripples, gradually returning to invisible, but not disappearing, but blending into the air, combined with the ownerless spirit sun. Then, the viral spread over a large area. If there are no more Lingzi for the master, it is relatively easy to just link. The ship's radar system is constructed like this. Once linked, it can be included in the field of view. In this way, the view can be infinitely expanded, overlooking the world like a palm print. Based on the virtual nature of Ryutsu, the data analysis has identified suspected targets in the surrounding 20 spirits. 10 minutes later, Fluorescence raised his hand to present a clear blue flat map. There are mountains and rivers on it, although projected, but depicted vividly, with extremely high accuracy, and large and small signs. One of the most eye-catching is some red dots of different shades. These are all imaginaries. Amami asked. Yes. Try their color with a secondary gun, and the goods that will be killed will definitely not be the person we are looking for. Guan Yue makes a grim decision. In the cave where Roha had been hiding, Heli Bell and Apache were taking a nap to recuperate for the great battle that followed. Although this is the Soul Society, life is not familiar. I don't know if the messenger that Raga had specially released a few days ago had returned to Shinigami's base camp. But after living in Hueco Mundo for so long, struggling and evolving in a beastly posture, if it lacked a keen sense of crisis, it could also be said that it was a crisis instinct. It would have long become the same kind of food. Therefore, at the moment without any intelligence, Bada, support. The mental and physical tension is the best evidence, so you must relax yourself and not consume excess energy for no reason before the fight. The cave is quiet and the noisy hostages are bundled back to Hueco Mundo as a bargaining chip to protect them from the enemy. Nama. The dripping sound of stalactites rings in my ears. Rhythmic and appropriate sounds can have a sleep aid. But for some reason, Hurley Bell felt restless, and opened his eyes several times to scan the surroundings vigilantly, as if something was hidden around, but he didn't notice it. Does it have stealth abilities and eliminate Ryutsu's enemies from touching the vicinity? Yes, that's a bit bad. Just as Hurley Bell was hesitating to blow up the cave with Zero, something suddenly approached very quickly, not knowing what it was, but giving her a strong impact on her perception. Although it is unfamiliar, this form is very familiar. It's like Zero. Apache. SHH Myra Rhodes. Already awake. The giant deer, the white snake, and the golden lion jerked their eyes open. They were not as strong as Hurley Bell, a few beats slower before they felt the impending crisis. Lord Hurley Bell, something is approaching. Get out of here. Hurley Bell got up and rushed out of the cave. There is nothing to hesitate about, and there is no need to take risks. Let's figure out what the situation is. As soon as the four of them escaped from the cave, they turned their heads and found that a pillar of light thicker than what they were tied to flew from the sky, penetrated the mountain, and fell precisely into the deep cave. After a moment of silence, a loud roar sounded. White light fills the field of view. Explosions and impacts ripped apart the earth and rocks, like an unsatisfied beast pouring everything around it into its stomach. Hurley Bell's figure flashed in front of the three beasts and waved his entire right arm. It was a large sword with a shark's dorsal fin pattern. The most deviant part of Vasto Lord's human posture left as a human form is the arm of the sword. Heavy and sharp slashes set off a golden tidal sword pressure. Tear the oncoming explosion apart easily. But Hurley Bell did not let down his guard, but turned his gaze to the direction where the pillar of light was flying. If the attack is directed at them 10 walks, you can also know that they are alive. Or the attack itself is meant to determine their existence. Hey, Lord Hurley Bell, I was mistaken, it was boat. Sun Tsun's pair of snake eyes were completely confused. Not to mention her, Apache and Myra Rhodes were also shocked. It looks like the person we have to wait for is coming. Hurley Bell stared at the steel battleship flying in the distance. My heart couldn't help but sink. The enemies provoked this time seemed to be a bit out of specification. Chapter 157. Oh, is that them? On the bridge, Guan Yue looked at Hurley Bell and the others on the Lingzi projection screen in front of him, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Although it is the appearance of Arankar in front of him, it does not prevent him from recognizing his identity. It was also because I recognized it. So it is inevitable that some thoughts will be born in my heart. How did the good end find me trouble? Is it really the same as I guessed? Is Aizen feeling that I can't figure out how far I have developed in this arms race, so he finds me some trouble annoyance to force me to come forward? Otherwise, how to explain the current situation? Barragan can't get used to Hurley Bell, but Hurley Bell has to wander around the Void Night Palace. Such a housegirl would actually come to Soul Society for sale Aporo to find fault? If it wasn't Aizen's ghost, Guan Yue could only suspect that another crosser was doing trouble in Hueco Mundo and messing up the original relationship. Doctor, according to the system search, the Ryotsu residue of Shinigami was found near the bottom, and the time is estimated by the concentration. It is basically certain that it was left by the expeditionary team, and the enemy has Vasto Lord number 1 and Ajichas number 3, and the combat power meets the criteria for capturing the expedition. The information provided by fluorescence completely knocked out the suspicion of Hurley Bell and others. Captain, let me go. Tianbei took the initiative to fight. Although the players of the 11 team are stronger than the other teams, if you use Vasto Lord as an opponent, you still have to have the Captain Shinigami to suppress the team, such as him. No hurry, first find out the purpose of the other party. Seeing me is definitely not a condition for them to release the hostages. Guan Yue raised his hand to veto. Then, the silver blue light flashed. The whole person disappeared with the seat. Outside the battleship, more than 10 meters above the heads of Hurley Bell and the three beasts, a silver and blue light suddenly emerged. I heard that you are looking for me, I came, now put the people back. Guan Yue sat in a chair and looked down at them condescendingly. Hurley Bell was silent, and could only see the vacillation in her heart from her heavy eyes. You too, tell me that I am sleepy, why can't I feel this person's ryotsu, is it a fake made of stones and the like? Apache was a little uneasy about digging the pit with his front hooves, and his voice was filled with unconcealed anxiety. I don't know. Just listen to Lord Hurley Bell. Sun Tzu whispered. The snake's body is not so much coiled as it is curled up. It's not that I'm timid, I have a feeling that as long as I fight, I will definitely lose. Is this guy really Shinigami? Myra Rhodes' lion-headed facial expressions are the richest. But now we can only see the uneasy kind. At this time, the sound of the three people ringing in their ears. That's right, this is the man, he killed Sail Aporo. Roga, who is far away in Hueco Mundo, replied positively through negation. But Hurley Bell and others don't understand whether this is good news or bad news. Let's say it's good news, the other party did not cheat and did send the person Rogia needed. But the problem is, this man looks overly dangerous. Maybe if you don't collect too much data, you will lose. In this way, there is no point in sacrificing. Thinking of this, Hurley Bell suddenly had an idea and said to Guan Yue. The people you killed are the cronies and allies that the king of the Void Night Palace relies on, so I will punish you. We have brought your companions back to the Void Night Palace, if you want to save them, come to the Void Night Palace. Saying that, he jerked behind him. Space tears a hole. Go. Hurley Bell's head also did not retreat into the black cavity. Although the three beasts did not understand why Hurley Bell was lying, they still followed numbly out of the instinct of the tool man to hold his thighs. Apache couldn't help but look back as he ran. I want to see if the other party catches up. Hurley Bell and they reacted in the same way. But at this glance, they almost stepped on the void and used the boundless spirit storm. Because the black cavity does not close automatically. The man was still sitting in his chair, looking at them with interest. The overflowing ryotsu alone made that sight seem substantive, causing the edge of the black cavity to crunch and not be closed. This really scared the three beasts almost to the point of death. If they were in human form, they would definitely be pale. It's terrible. I can't say it specifically, but as long as I see it and look at it, my instinct can't wait to grow a mouth in my ear and howl wolf, complaining why I want to find my own death. That's right, I don't even rush to escape, and I die when I meet it, it's terrifying to this extent. Even after returning to Hueco Mundo, the three beasts could not escape the shadow of fear for a long time. Hurley Bell was a little better, looking heavily at the crevice that was closing. Didn't you catch up? Obviously have the ability to fix the black cavity, but let them leave. Do you not want to fight in the black cavity or do you think the risk is too great to pursue Hueco Mundo? Luo Jie, help us see the other party's situation. Coming, the other party is coming. Even Roga's voice, who didn't know what sensibility was, changed and she seemed to have seen some incredible scene. Go to the Void Night Palace. Since he plans to cause trouble, use the power of Baragan and his henchmen to deal with this group of Shinigami, and wait for the opportunity to collect information. What he needs to do now is to rush to the Void Night Palace to prepare while the other party has not yet come. 0. Ask for flowers. Luo Jie, use negation to teleport the hostages to the Void Night Palace. I see. After receiving the answer, Hurley Bell took 30,000 people all the way to the desert shrouded in endless night. Their range of movement has always been near the Void Night Palace, and the distance is not far. About 10 seconds passed. Suddenly, a strange ryotsu struck. Including Hurley Bell and others, the void within a radius of several kilometers felt a vicious cold. Then came a scene that was very familiar to Void. Click! The sky cracked. A battleship shatters the night-stained space and lands on Hueco Mundo. Captain, why don't you take them hostage exchange with each other? 0. On the bridge, Tianbei asked suspiciously. I just want to see what is going on behind their backs, and I also want to see what is going on right now. Guan Yu's eyes darkened. For him, neither Hurley Bell nor the hostages mattered. What Aizen wants to do is what matters. Although it is not difficult to kill it with the current strength. But such a useful tool can't be wasted. If you can find an opportunity to implant the spirit fetus in the body of Aizen or Uhabak, then recycle it at the moment when their strength reaches its peak. The benefits will be unimaginably large. With his current strength equivalent to the first stage or so of Aizen's fusion of Hagyaku, it is comparable to the sum of Espada, and recycling a mature spirit fetus can allow Uzumaki, composed of Chu body source flow in the body, to give birth to a spirit child and usher in growth, but there is no doubt that it is not enough to reach a higher dimension. It is probably equivalent to the second and third stages of Aizen. It still takes more or higher quality to complete the body-spirit fetus to transform itself and propel itself to a transcendent dimension that surpasses all realms. Therefore, the same kind that is qualified to reach this realm is naturally the best food. But to do so requires always mastering its movements, at least identifying and cutting off the possibility of backlash, just like Aizen cultivated Kurosaki Ichigo, not too tight or too loose. Notice down. Order Bird Oyusu to lead people to break into the Void Knight Palace to search for the members of the expedition, unless they escape from the range of the Void Knight Palace. As long as they appear in the field of vision, they will be annihilated. Tianbei, you also go. You haven't met a decent opponent after learning Bankai, right? The so-called king will be handed over to you, and let me see how much you have grown in recent decades. Never let you down. Tianbei replied forcefully and turned to leave the bridge bag. Chapter 158. I don't know when this white palace has stood here. I don't know when it has had an owner. Too long a time makes the hole in the chest that should never be filled like a blockage, breaking free from the beast instinct driven by strong desire, and at the same time freeing from the fate of the void. In this way, it is destiny that oneself is above all nothingness. It's boring. Baragan whispered. Wearing gorgeous robes, standing high on the white bone throne, and wearing a golden crown, although he has the appearance of a skeleton, the power that belongs to the king is real. There is no good or evil, and there is no deliberateness. The natural overflow of Ryotsuo alone was as deep as the night overhead, weighing down the Ajichas below to bow their heads and not dare to defile the figure of the king of the electric criminal Hueco Mundo with their despicable sight. 290. Isn't there more fun? Speaking of which, where did Sail Aporo's toys and obstructive Heli Bell run away and still haven't found out where they are? Hueco Mundo, only fellow superior Menos Grande can make Baragan look the other way. But it's just a little bit of facing up. Sail Aporo is powerful, but his mind is not on strength at all, and it is foolish to let him, the immortal king, not worship and run to pursue some perfect life. It is indeed precious that Hurley Bell can stand out from the generally weak females, but in the end it is only a female, and his vision and wisdom are not as good as his, and he is not afraid of breaking it if he teases occasionally, which is enough as a toy. But it's funny to really talk about toys from the Sail Aporo lab. Menos Grande. As the lord of the Void Knight Palace, a Vasto lord appeared under his nose, and he didn't know it, and the Vasto lord named Roha was clearly just a prop of Sail Aporo before. Baragan was curious about what had happened to make such a drastic change in an ordinary Dao, and at first wanted to recruit the other party, then study it or two. However, the other party seemed to be extremely sensitive to emotions, saw through some hidden malice and chose to escape from the Void Knight Palace. When the slave-hunting group of Ajichas was about to catch each other, Heli Bell came out with a few unclimatic Arjikas to stir up the situation. This annoyed Baragan, but also overjoyed by the rare surge of emotions, has sent a lot of people around to search for the whereabouts of these toys. But so far nothing has been found. In fact, Baragan didn't know that because he was putting so much pressure that Roha and Hurley Bell had to find a way to fight, and the best way was to become stronger and then confront them head-on. Among them, only Luojia can become stronger in a short time. That's why they went to the Soul Society to capture the so-called Sail Aporo legacy. In a sense, This is also the butterfly effect caused by Guan Yue killing Saol-Aporo. If Saol-Aporo hadn't died, Roha wouldn't have metamorphosed, and if Roha hadn't transformed, there wouldn't have been everything that happened today. Hey! Just as Baragan was about to order his subordinates to send more men to hunt down the men, he suddenly sensed the familiar Ryotsuo approaching. Void is the strongest beast in the three realms. The ability to search for prey is directly proportional to the ability to sense Ryotsu. Based on the breath, it was concluded that Hurley Bell also had several female Ajichas, who were sheltered by him. Baragan's thoughts froze for a moment. He didn't understand why the other party was throwing himself into the net. Is there some conspiracy? The next moment, a huge and hideous steel creation tore the night and fell on Hueco Mundo, and the high concentration of Lingzi flames released by the large Lingzi engine made this thing as eye-catching as the sun within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Ryotsuo is mighty, mighty. Baragan opened his mouth and made a startled sound from the empty skull pharynx. Thanks to the fact that the palace does not have a roof, he can see the whole battleship clearly. There is no longer that spare time to pay attention to Hurley Bell. The battleship is approaching the sky over the Void Night Palace. The huge muzzle of the most eye-catching front end began to glow. A little accumulation, unusually fast. From Baragan's point of view, it quickly evolved into a shining star. Then, the new star burst out. Presumptuous! Baragan, furious, raised his hand and fired a very high-spec zero. In front of the bright red pillar of light, the nova seems to be easily submerged. 0. But, at the moment before the two meet, the nova suddenly exploded. Like fireworks, dozens of pillars of light bypassed zero and continued to fly towards the Void Night Palace. There is simply no time to block. The pillar of light fell, and the flowers of destruction bloomed one after another on the body of the Void Night Palace. Fortunately, the Void Night Palace is large enough, and this round of bombing will blow up the outermost buildings, tear off the roof, and let more buildings expose the internal environment and passages. This is also the core purpose of the shelling. But Baragan, regardless of whether his losses are large or small, this practice is itself tantamount to contempt and infringement of the king's authority, and his crime should be damned. Knock that ship down for me! Baragan's angry voice resounded throughout the Void Night Palace. The next moment, hundreds of Ajichas fired zero at the battleship. The night is dyed bright red. What a force! Ordinary captain-level Shinigami, come and die one by one. Even at the faraway Soul Society, Godai 13 members, sitting in a large classroom with the help of the Technology Development Bureau's affiliated Worm Live broadcast, could not help but be moved to see this scene. Since Meguruma Kensei had an accident on the front line and Guan Yue and Hirako Shinji had also encountered danger on the front line, Yamamoto Motoyanagi ordered Kuratsuka Mayuri to develop monitoring measures to carry soul recording insects and necessary communication equipment when it was necessary to go to missions outside the court with unknown or difficult tasks. Record everything that happened and serve as an intelligence reference for Post 0.4 rescue and other operations. In addition, if you keep in touch with the Technology Development Bureau at any time, you can get support from the information side, such as course selection intelligence analysis. Therefore, Guan Yue also followed the latest rules and regulations on this expedition, allowing the recording worms of the Technology Development Bureau to accompany him. And out of the importance of this incident, the captain and Kuratsuka Mayuri, as well as a few captains who had nothing to do, dumped things on the vice-captain, also gathered. At this moment, in a certain room of the team building, he is following the real-time battle development through a large screen with a more demonic style. There was no need to make such a big move, just let Kuratsuka Mayuri stare at it. But who let Guan Yue score Hueco Mundo? This is no joke in case of falling into the enemy camp. Chapter 159. Watch the bright red tide submerge the battleship, and even the entire night sky is stained with blood. The crushing bees in the reflection classroom couldn't help but frown. If you want to worry, you don't have to. After all, it is Guan Yue, who has his own test. Her focus was not on Guan Yue, but on the organized fighting power displayed by the palace. Sure enough, the tide of blood dried up and dissipated. The exterior of that battleship still looked so bright and spotless. The armor without scratches seems to boast to the world all the time about the beauty of industrial crystallization. Well, the armor outside the ship should be a composite metal material made of mixed killer stones, effectively absorbing all kinetic energy, heat, and barrier properties to Lingzi interference. In this way, no matter how much zero comes, it will not help. No wonder you dare to enter Hueco Mundo. After all, zero is the most lethal trick of most of the virtual ones. Kuratsuka Mayuri crouched on the edge of the screen, tilting her head a little nervously. But I have to admit that his analysis is quite in place, basically inseparable. Is that the Void Base Camp Void Night Palace? It's really spectacular, like a large tomb, and there are so many intermediate Menos Grande. If you attack the Soul Society under the order of the King of the Void Night Palace, how many people can only be saved by us captains? Kiraku's focus is the same as that of the crushed bee. Even 10 of her thoughts were generously voiced. Jushiro sighed, yes, so Shinigami's mission is to protect humanity and fight against the virtual that constantly encroaches on this world, but it has never really attacked Hueco Mundo and brought it under its control. I really can't do it. Thanks to the fact that most of them are stragglers, and there is no hatred for the Soul Society and Shinigami, otherwise the pressure on Godi I-13 would be unprecedented, and the current strength is far from enough. The large Kashiwamura sat a little farther away, but the heaviness of his words could be faithfully transmitted to everyone's hearts. This is probably why Captain Guan Yu ordered the kid people to develop large war weapons and build a Babel defense system. Shiba Ishin, the new captain, also ran over cheekily under the banner of learning more with the seniors. But a lot of what happened in Siridi is not only clear to him, but he can also see through the intention behind it and the impact it has. This is one of the qualities necessary to be a captain. Can you contact Guan Yu now? The captain sat in the center with crutches in his hands, squinting his eyes and suddenly asking. Not for the time being. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society want to transmit signals in real time, and the equipment that needs to be relied on is not ready, which is also to blame this guy for not declaring in advance that he is going to Hueco Mundo. Kuratsuka Mayuri said, snorting softly with a little dissatisfaction. Yes, and not only communication equipment. Other devices for collecting Hueco Mundo data will also be prepared. If it's Urahara Kisuk, you should consider this possibility in advance and prepare accordingly. Aizen had his usual humble and gentle expression, but what he said made Kuratsuka Mayuri's face darken, and even if he was wearing a mask, he could see that his expression was ugly. Captain Aizen, do you know what an unwise thing you said? Just because Urahara Kisuk, that guy will always do some messy things to be used by others, and my energy is limited, so I will only do necessary and valuable things, even if there is negligence. I have a more prudent record, please don't underestimate me. With that, Kuratsuka Mayuri turned to Yamamoto Motoyanagi and said. Although you can't call, text messages are not a problem, and you can receive them in about 3 minutes and report them to Guan Yu himself. Then it's up to you to record and paraphrase. The old man opened his eyes and said word by word. Order the 11th team to kill the leader of this enemy force, even if it is not hesitating to give up rescuing the expedition. As soon as this command was exported, the room was suddenly enveloped with a murderous aura. The captains did not say a word, obviously able to understand the captain's intentions. Since this time the retaliatory action against the Soul Society was taken because the chief researcher was killed, this time the capture of the expedition may do something more deadly next time. Letting each other go here will only deepen hatred. Conversely, as long as it is killed, the Void Night Palace and even Hueco Mundo will fall into a leaderless state, and there will be no threat to the Soul Society. Even if a new king appears. I will also dare not mess around because of jealousy, so as not to follow in the footsteps of my predecessor. In addition, under the constraint of the new king, the virtual will probably be more honest, further reducing the work pressure of the Soul Society, which can be described as a one-shot count. The captains couldn't help but secretly admire the captain's old calculation and long-term vision. Only Aizen and Kuratsuka Mayuri had a twinkle in their eyes, and the other in their hearts. Some truths often only wake up after suffering. The captain is very far-sighted, but he is not able to watch it like this from the beginning. I don't know when I will make the world suffer, so as to understand this truth. USS Pluton, Bridge. Finish off Baragan. Guan Yu received the report presented by Kichi and touched his chin and pondered for a while. For him, not to mention Baragan, who is not yet Arrancar, or even the Espada after Arrancar, is not enough to play. However, the ability of the death curse is still quite interesting, and it can be brought back as research material. Maybe you can provide some extra help with your next plan. Lord Guan Yu, you have entered the scope of the Void Knight Palace, do you want to continue to advance? Fluorescence suddenly said. Give me lean over and stop above their throne. After arriving at the station, inform Tianbei and let Hueco Mundo and these beasts see how real organized airborne battles are fought, and let them know that they are not the only ones who tear the sky and fall from the sky. Guan Yu leaned his chin and looked at the Ryko screen in front of him with relish. It doesn't matter what Hurley Bell is in trouble. The strength has reached this point, no matter what conspiracies and tricks are pushed over, sooner or later there will be thunderstorms, blowing up those people to ashes, but he can watch it for fun. Aizen and Godi I-13 all went to war with each other, right? It's really addictive like poison. However, because of the lessons of Aizen and Uhabak, he has always stuck to the bottom line, the wave is okay, but this degree must be grasped well. Meanwhile, the battleship came directly above the Void Knight Palace. A large number of Yacha 123 castes surrounded the battleship like bees, trying to find a breakthrough to break in. They have given up the idea of breaking the armor. Suddenly, black hatches opened on both sides of the battleship. There were many soldiers standing at each hatch, although they were human appearances, but those voids were shocked for a while, because the momentum emitted by these guys was like a fierce flame in substance, and the eyes, demeanor, and that. The unkind smile explained the concept of the all-loyal evil person to the fullest. What's wrong? You guys seem to want to come in, that's great, because I'm looking for you. The corners of Madarame Ikeku's mouth were almost cracked to the base of his ears, and he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Draw the knife, Shunpo. I saw a flash of sword light. The nearest winged Ajichas instantly split in two. Blood spilled all over the night sky. Impatient guy. Yatori Osu glanced at him and ignored him. Raising his hand, a fire pendant, which was also mixed with a spirit rune, instantly triggered a sea of fire in the sky, causing more than a dozen Yabaikas in the nearby sky to cry out in pain. All-out assault. With an order, the team members, who had long been unable to hold back, rushed to those Menos Grande. Sen's cold sword light flashed one after another. A large number of kid were thrown in their faces. The battleship's secondary guns were also strafing support. Menos Grande, who was known as a non-captain Shinigami, was crushed in the face of the counterattack of the 11 teams. Just a face-to-face effort, those dozens of Songyadonkas suffered more than half of the casualties. At this moment, above the Void Knight Palace, a rain of blood fell. Chapter 160. Abominable, abominable. Damn Shinigami! How could Baragan, who could hang Yamamoto Motoyanagan and beat him regardless of age alone, not know who these men in black were? Watching his subordinates being killed indiscriminately, while being shocked by the strength of the opponent's combat strength, anger was also burning his body and mind. Immediately released a terrifying Ryutsu that far exceeded the ordinary captain-level Shinigami. The surrounding buildings seemed to tremble, the dust could not float up under this high pressure, and the space was faintly pulled downward, covering the visual error of haze. Bang! The white bone throne behind him seemed to be unbearable and shattered. A double-edged giant axe almost equal to height was revealed. Baragan picked up the axe and instantly disappeared in place. Many of the team members were part of their minds to be wary of the enemy troops below, so they also noticed the enemy admiral movement for the first time, and when they were about to shout a reminder, Baragan had already appeared among several team members, and without saying a word, the axe was swung down. Rao is that these soldiers are all elites comparable to the XI officer, but Baragan, who belongs to the first echelon in Vasto Lord, was still cut down without even reacting. But... hey! Watching those soldiers being shot away and cut off, Baragan was a little puzzled. Even if it is just a casual blow, it will not be impossible to kill even enemies of this level. Moreover, there is something wrong with the feel. He didn't know that the Death Masters of the 11 team members were specially made today, especially for the cutting of sharp objects, which could be said to be super body armor. In addition, soft armor that absorbs and disperses impact is worn on the inner lining. That doesn't work. And as a last resort, the talisman bracelet that Kijong racked his brains to develop according to Guan Yu's instructions was infused with a certain amount of Ryutsu. It can be automatically released when it is attacked beyond its own range, forming a force field that weakens both Ryutsu and physical attacks, and can also have a slightly interfering effect on other special forms of ability effects. It can be said to be the strongest kid military uniform produced by the Kid People's Tiangong Department for more than 30 years. If anything, Ryutsu has limited storage, can't be used when it runs out, and needs to be refilled, so it doesn't help much other than struggling a bit when facing an overly strong opponent. The bracelets of the slashed soldiers were only barely activated, rubbed some painful parts, and continued to participate in the battle, without looking at Baragan. Think of it as nothing. This attitude made Baragan angry. At this time, a cold light greeted him. Baragan raised his axe to parry, and the intersection of the two blades burst out a large number of sparks and powerful air waves, making the surrounding warring Akonkas and the team members playfully distance themselves. Sorry, I tried to find you below, it took a little effort, but the members of our fan team are really taken care of by you, as the vice captain, I can't ignore it. Saying that, Tianbei smiled. Without giving Baragan a chance to answer, omitting the solution sign directly caused Zanpakutō to enter the Shikai state, so as to attract the opponent's attention. Lang Buting kicked him in the chest, causing it to fly upside down, and then released a bursting fireball from the blade, and rushed up to slash. A series of kicks, explosions, powerful slashes and sprint inertia knocked Baragan out of the airspace. Battles above the captain level are a bit overwhelming for other team members. Fortunately, this is Hueco Mundo, just a change of location, very relaxed. Where you hit? It's been a long time since I had such a high-intensity confrontation with the enemy. Time is really an enemy. While Baragan was in pain, such thoughts couldn't help but flash through his mind. Rumble. The two fell to the ground, and a tall tower collapsed, kicking up tens of meters of sand and dust. Although it hinders the view, the battle between spirits often relies on perception and gut feeling. In the long dust, the reunion of the heart of the reunion and the long knife with the hook is reunited. The purple-black Ryutsu and the fiery Ryutsu then erupted. The sand and dust evaporate instantly. It shows the figure of the two fighting against each other. The air waves ripped the earth, and the buildings within a few hundred meters of the surrounding fell and shattered. The scene is spectacular. Abominable Shinigami. Baragan wielded the giant axe like a storm of materialization. The quality is appalling. But that's nothing. The scariest thing is that Baragan can tirelessly deliver attacks of this intensity. Tenbei was able to resist at first, but when his wrists began to soften, he realized that he couldn't hit and began to change tactics, dodging and shooting fireballs. His Zanpakutō thunder fire is hot, and Shikai can inject Ryutsu into Zanpakutō and compress it to create a high explosive fireball, which is completely up to you. According to Guan Yu's criteria for dividing the captain level Shinigami, the comprehensive combat effectiveness of Tianbei is now comparable to the third stage, which is stronger than the ordinary captain-level Shinigami and slightly stronger qualified captains. It is not weaker than the fierce battle with Hollow's Kurosaki Ichigo in the original story. The flame fireball launched by such a Tianbei should be very powerful, comparable to the superior kid. But what surprised him? Baragan actually didn't even block it, and directly took it with his body. In return, most of the magnificent robe was burned. The Lord Su was also blown away. That's all. Is it only to this extent? The slash that fell with a sneer knocked Tianbei back more than 10 meters. So that's the case, the title of the King of the Virtual Circle is not inherited by inheritance. Tianbei looked down at the blood-oozing tiger's mouth, and a belligerent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Inheritance? Inheritance, you say? No kidding, how long do you think I lived? This Hueco Mundo could not find a stronger, older life than me. Baragan opened his arms, and the arrogant proclamation and Ryotsu spread out magnificently. Because of this, I forgot a little about the taste of fighting. But this does not mean that you can defeat me, on the contrary, you should hate your own strength. It is this power that prevents me from using my real strength to kill you, that is not a good taste. Speaking of which, you just seem to be calling yourself vice captain? In this way, the only mercy I can bring you is to avoid the desire to witness your own long and tragic death. It's really shameless. Tianbei still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were already cold. Flip your wrists and lay them horizontally in front of you. I'll explain it to you first. I'm not here because I'm overwhelmed, not because I can fight a battle, but because the captain judged that I can solve you alone. If the slash just now is your full strength, then you can widen your eyes and look at my full strength and try to talk wildly. Bang Kai, rich lease. The pillar of fire Ryotsu suddenly soared into the sky. Mighty sweeps around. Chapter 161. The shouts of killing shook the sky, and you can smell the breath from far away. The Raiko in the air was chaotic to the extreme. The oncoming wind was no longer considered a normal wind, it was completely a turbid torrent of Lingzi, and every collision of the fierce Ryotsu seemed to be knocking on all the small virtual hearts nearby, causing extreme discomfort. There are wars everywhere. The sky above and on the ground of the entire Void Night Palace can be a battlefield in every corner. And Heli Bell, who thought they were the culprits of all this, and the three beasts were lurking on a hill outside the Void Night Palace at the moment to spy on the progress of the battle. Was this the kind of guy we were planning to fight? Apache muttered wistfully. It's still Lord Hurlybell who was smart enough to drag Baragan into the water, and now we just have to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. It was the great white snake Sun who said this. No, it's not optimistic yet. Hurlybell shook his head, looked at the battleship high in the sky and said. The man we're looking for hasn't been dispatched yet, and it's just his men who are fighting. Yes, just his subordinates can fight on par with the entire Void Night Palace, and even Baragan is dragged down by a very strong Shinigami, and I don't know if he can win, so down. Myra Rhodes is probably the most thorough of the three beasts. Apache snorted and said, is Shinigami also powerful? Not to mention the brainless Jillian, not to mention the 730 Baragan's Ajichas, and not ordinary, those Shinigami's Ryotsu don't look very strong, how to be beaten to the ground, this is also too indisputable. Those Ajichas are not as cooperative as us, although the individual is superior to the other, but the difference in number is more than doubled, and they fight separately, while the Shinigami side is obviously good at team combat, and with a team of 4 well coordinated, it only takes a few rounds to take out an Ajichas. Hurlybell's eyesight is extremely strong, even from outside the Void Night Palace, he can see the melee in the sky. Myra Rhodes said in a heavy tone, it's really not good, I originally wanted Baragan, who has a large number of henchmen, to compete with the other party, and we will find another opportunity to start, but now the master does not come forward, we can only wait, and we can only wait for Baragan's defeat. Since you can't wait, let's take the initiative. Hurley Bell stood up and put his hand to his ear. Roha, using negation silk to weave a layer of outer clothing on the surface of our body as armor, even if we can't win, as long as we delay time and touch each other's bodies as much as possible, we can also achieve our goal. Please be careful. Rogia's quiet noise came. At the same time, Bafe, orange-yellow silk threads wrap one man and three beasts. USS Pluton, Bridge. Tempe and Barragan were firing at full capacity, and the play was extremely fierce. And Guan Yue is also admiring the rare death match. Prepare to record it and put it in the database of the 11 fan team as internal learning materials and lesson plans for the future. After all, battles of this specification are rare. Not to mention other people, even if he saw it himself, he also gained a lot. If you think about it, although hard power has increased. But in terms of combat technology and experience, it is still very weak. Now that the fourth special type martial arts arena has been built, you can find time to hone it in the future. At the time he had the idea, the fluorescence suddenly sounded, "Doctor, the previously labeled target is being detected." Hey! Guan Yu swept away the afterglow and looked at the small window that popped up. It shows Heli Bell and the three beasts. It looks like it is flying towards the battleship. Can't help it. Come to think of it too. The side of the Void Knight Palace led by Barragan fell into the downside. If they were just to retaliate against Barragan, then naturally they would not make a move, but how could they have such a thing because of this? In any case, it is also a virtual internal dispute. It is also too taboo to introduce foreign enemies into the game. The real reason is related to that silk thread. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and looked out the battleship window. The air is filled with orange-yellow silk threads that are indistinguishable to the naked eye, as if wandering on a long river where time and space intersect. It was discovered as early as the Soul Society. There are so many of them, and the whole world of the South Rukonga 80th district is full of these silk threads, like the web left by spiders. I wanted to use Fenghou Qimen to empty it. But the strange thing is that the Fenghou Qimen, which has a fairly high dominance over a certain range of space and time, all disappeared after being activated. Because the nature of the silk thread is too weak, once time and space are strongly disturbed, it will disappear and be reproduced only after the ripple effects subside. At present, only the absolute domination of Lingzi brought by the Chu body source stream allows him to see these silk threads, and he can touch them, but he can touch them, but he can touch them. Or rather, brought into its domination, these threads dissipate as if they had lost their vitality. If you can't hold it in your hand, you can't do it more deeply. But even so, you can still see through its secrets at a glance. Nothing more than the special ability that Menos Grande specializes in rescuing companions, the silkification of negation. Negation, on the other hand, has the ability to isolate time and space, similar to the Avalon of a certain Harry King, so it can be truncated, but it is difficult to interfere, just like the smelly stone in the thatched pit. It can be moved and kicked away, but it is not broken, and it is useless. But these threads should always have a source. For this source, the membrane filament is definitely of great use. The key to the actions of Hurley Bell and others is in this negation silk. Guan Yu now doubts that this has anything to do with Aizen. If so, his role in this matter should not be particularly important, right? Because it's too rough, unlike Aizen's unique stealthy chain game. Forget it, just ask after you catch it. Reasoning and analysis to this step requires evidence to obtain a more accurate direction, otherwise further down is just a simple conjecture, cannot be used as a determinant of the factor. Guan Yu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With him as the center, a silver-blue 8 trigrams array unfolded. In the blink of an eye, through the internal material came to the outside of the battleship, obscuring the entire night sky. Such a big stroke, so that the battlefields in the sky and on the ground appeared a moment of dead silence, and immediately the shouts of killing became louder, the momentum became more and more high, and even a little frenzied. Perhaps the players of the 11th team thought that this was a disappointed move by the captain, that he and others had performed too poorly and decided to do something himself, so he held his breath and wanted to prove it. Guan Yu didn't know that his subordinates had undergone such a change in their hearts, and he would probably be happy to know it. His mind is now on the 8 trigrams. As the formation expanded, contact with Hurley Bell and others soon arose. Seeing this, watch and directly use direct transfer to transport. Teleport them to himself. Yo, meet again, this time you plan to say who sent you. Watching a woman and 3 beasts move extremely slowly because of the almost stagnant time, but the body is honestly shocked and shaken in the depths of the heart. Guan Yu asked with interest. Chapter 162. There was no fierce emotion such as killing intent and hatred, but the words that were just casually asked ran through the hearts of Hurley Bell and the 3 beasts like spears. It reminds them of the fear they had when they met this man not long ago. That fear even trumps the fear of death. Lord Guan Yu. Seeing that the enemy had actually come to the inside of the battleship, the kid under the command platform couldn't help but tense up, stood up from his seat, and gestures, spirit runes, and other precursors of Kid's spell casting were instantly in place. Sit down. The calm sound froze the smell of gunpowder in the air. The kid soldiers returned to their posts with stiff expressions, and they didn't see the scene. On the other hand, the person who gave the call himself stood up. Calmly walking to Hurley Bell and the others less than a meter in front of them, it can be said that it is within reach. Compared to other virtual things, your Ryutsu nature can be described as clear. It can be seen that your desire to kill is not high, and it is honestly difficult for a Menos Grande killer like you. Guan Yu's gaze swept over Hurley Bell's body from the bottom up. The body that was not so beautiful, covered with a bone-like substance of more than 90%, and could only be seen from the graceful curves as a female's body, in his eyes was like an uncarved flawless jade. After all, every Vasto Lord is a precious possession of Hueco Mundo, and it is also a great calamity, and before purifying you, you must also think carefully about whether it will hinder the balance of the world. It is also troublesome to adjust the proportion of the soul population after the fact. So if you can be honest, I don't mind letting you go. Anyway, aren't the disgusting guys on the expedition still alive? In the process of expounding his ideas, he lifted the watchman and replaced it with a more effective Ryutsu restraint device, the predecessor of which was the shackles used when he and Aizen teamed up with Yamamoto. In these decades of retreat, it is normal to upgrade the version of the heroes who have made great contributions. Poof! 3 muffled sounds of landing on the ground in succession. The 3 beasts fell to the ground, but fortunately, the command platform was large enough to accommodate their bodies. The 3 beasts, which are barely equivalent to the ordinary captain-level strength in front of Bankai, do not need restraint devices at all, and the 6-staff light prison in the form of 3 spirit runes is completed, and by the way, the technique has been slightly strengthened, and the throat vocal organ is blocked together. Guan Yu is not interested in talking nonsense with a few followers. You. Such a person would actually be Shinigami. Hurley Bell's hands and feet are fixed in 4 spatial directions by the photon shackles constructed by Ryutsu, and the whole person forms a big character. All the key points are exposed, and there is no ability to resist. You can do whatever you want to her now. It's a pity that Hurley Bell is still living in a conservative and backward period, and his ornamentation has been greatly reduced. You seem to know Shinigami well. Guan Yu wow, as if he was aroused by curiosity. Hurley Bell glanced at him silently, looking ready to resist to the end. Even if you don't say it, I can extract your memories, or say. Are you deliberately tempting me to torture you during childbirth? I know, then I'll do it myself. Guan Yu shook her head slightly, feeling a little surprised by her refusal to cooperate. Then, reach out. Put it on top of Hurley Bell's head. The 3 beasts on the side saw this scene and their eyes widened like maggots and squirmed frantically. But Hurley Bell gave up the desire to survive and his head dropped. So it is. 10 seconds passed like that. Guan Yu suddenly spoke. The words that came out made Helibel and the three beasts both show incredible expressions. You took the initiative to bring it to my mouth with a trap. When I have physical contact with you, negation extends to me through the medium of your body, and it seems that I have something in me that you want. If it has anything to do with soul-devouring, that should be the soul erosion technology related to conception notification? As the person who killed soul-devouring with his own hands, I may still have memories of this technology. No, soul-devouring said that the technology is not perfect, which means that it has nothing to do with technology, but with soul-devouring himself. You want a memory factory about him, right? The three beast bodies froze and no longer squirmed. The beast's eyes widened, revealing a shocking color. Helibel also looked up suddenly, and for a moment the afterglow swept towards the hand that the other party used to touch him. As a border of negation, she can see negation's presence. Because he could see it, the impact on Helibel was even more severe. Theoretically, the silk thread of everything can be connected, wrapped around the wrist of the other party, but it cannot touch the body skin, as if the person in front of you does not exist in reality, but is just a phantom, so the silk thread can only hover around the silhouette. But in fact, this is not the case. Surprised? It's just negation, let alone isolated by riot soul like this, even if it is difficult to destroy? Menos Grande's so-called indestructible absolute shelter is only relying on the gap between time and space, and you have just felt it, right? Time or space? It's all the object of my toy, and the ultimate of the spell is not understandable to you creatures who only rely on Ryutsuo and the body to fight, so if you encounter any difficult abilities, you will fall on a big heel. To be honest, I saw negation silk wrapped around you when you appeared, and if I chose to touch you in this case, I naturally had to take protective measures. Speaking of this, Guan Yu paused and swept his gaze over their faces, revealing a smile. Judging by your reaction, I seem to have guessed correctly. Helibel's pupil shrank. The whole body not only tensed, but also provoked a goosebump. This man. This creature. This one. Monster. Knowing that there is a trap, he jumps into it in order to test negation's reaction, and test their reaction with words, combining the information obtained from both sides to reach the correct conclusion. It is obviously so strong to this extent, but it is still so cautious. If it is to guard against them, it is inevitably a bit overdone. 0 Ask for flowers. What will be the other end of this negation silk? Guan Yu still puts his hand on top of Helibel's head, just as the other party uses himself as a medium to extend negation to him, and he can in turn use Helibel as a medium to find out the existence behind the scenes. After a while, he suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction, and deliberately whispered in a mischievous tone close to Helibel's ear. I see you. Stone, La Roca. Just like the origin of her name, Spider-Woman's superior Menos Grande Roga Pajamia is lurking in a rock forest somewhere in Hueco Mundo. Originally, there were a lot of virtual activities here, but in order to make a hidden base, Helibel took the three beasts to drive them all away, and killed all those who refused to leave. Lonely, lonely. Human beings in the current world absolutely can't stand this atmosphere, especially under the endless night. The cold wind blows, and there is a sense of crisis such as hitting ghosts at any time and unspeakable monsters popping up in their hearts. 0. Lothera has never been to this world and has no communication with humans. But at this moment, the sound coming through negation, coupled with the sight that wrapped around her body like a curse, made Roga's scalp explode. The whole body was enveloped by a vicious cold. Rational thinking begins to stuck. Failed. Roja felt the fear from the instinctive feedback. This feeling is so strong and clear. Fear aspires to live lives like most life because of survival. It's ironic. I haven't achieved the results of the plan, but because of failure, I find an opportunity to gain affection and fill in my own shortcomings. What to do? How to get Hurley Bell and them back, this. Suddenly, a burning pain came from the mouth of my heart. When Luojiu looked down, it turned out to be a mark glowing gemstone imprints shimmering with blue-black light. This is a talisman from a well-wisher not long ago. In the words of the other person, when you really want to do something, it should be able to help you. No, to be precise, I hope it can help you. But then again, that amulet is clearly an entity. How will it fit into your own body? There is no time to think too much. Severe pain overwhelmed the whole body. The light also bloomed immediately. Countless negation silks spiraled out of control, wrapping her whole body into a huge cocoon. With a heartbeat-like pulsation, a ryotsu that seemed to be like the deep sea began to spread, containing wisps of transcendent breath, making the void of hundreds of kilometers shudder. Subconsciously bow to the ground. Both Jillian and Ajichas are no exception. At the same time, Aizen, who was far away and watched the battle with everyone with the help of monitoring equipment, seemed to push his glasses with feeling, and a smile crossed the corner of his mouth. I can't imagine that virtual can produce such excellent materials, so let me see how far you can use it, which will also save me valuable time for subsequent exploration. Chapter 163 Void Circle Void Night Palace. Hey! The battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Shinigami Ajichas. They all stopped fighting, and their eyes looked in a certain direction in the distance. Although they could see nothing, they all felt an extremely terrible ryotsu. If only the intensity is higher. The nature of this ryotsu is somewhat peculiar. I can't explain it clearly, and I feel extremely depressed. In front of this ryotsu, there was no idea of fighting at all, as if he had encountered a species that was more terrifying than natural enemies and whose life was above him. This ryotsu, is it virtual? In a corridor somewhere in the palace, Bird Oyusu supported the ruins, looking suspicious. Yatori Sangzi, the expedition team has been found, but they are all unconscious. Do they need to be examined and treated on the spot? At this time, good news came from behind. Yatori Oyusu turned his head and said quickly to his subordinates, "No, first carry it back to the battleship. I have an ominous premonition, something bad may happen later. Inform the other 227 people to fight quickly. This time the main task has been achieved, there is no need to accompany these voids to fight again." Yes. Hearing that the frontline commander said this, the reporting sergeant's face changed slightly and hurriedly carried out the order. No matter what it is, as long as it can free up a battlefield for the captain to let go of all enemies is not to be feared. Why? Yuki-Osh glanced again in the direction ryotsu was coming from. His expression had returned to calm. Even Tianbei can compete with the so-called king of Hueco Mundo, which is obviously not in line with the equal status of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, and it is reasonable to have such an abnormality, but even if there is a secret trump card that can rival Captain Chief? Leave it to your own captain to deal with. The strongest Shinigami versus the strongest void. The captain should be happy, right? Ping! Carrying a slash wrapped in monstrous flames fell on the giant axe, and the sword pressure continued to split out 100-meter-long ravine, extending to a small palace, and then the palace exploded. Reflected in the firelight, Tianbei and Baragan are covered in bruises and are still fighting to the death with their blades. The strange ryotsu also felt it. But as the price of distraction, the result was not lightly injured. Tianbei hit the bare arm, and a hideous wound pulled from the shoulder to the waist span a little deeper. Even the skeleton and internal organs will be cut open. Baragan wasn't much better. It can even be said to be more serious. The left arm is missing, the skull and eyes are missing, and the edges are charred black, as if they have been melted by the heat. There are many cracks and scorch marks on the skeleton and body all over the body. Even so, the power on that giant axe did not diminish in the slightest. Tianbei is also deeply aware of the power of this king of Hueco Mundo. Strength, will, skill. All the elements related to the battle, there are no shortcomings, and he can only rely on hard power to win. It can really be described as a veritable hard bone. Vice Captain, Yu Xiaosangzi asked the guest front to quickly end the battle and withdraw to the battleship. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded next to my ears. It is a high-class Bakut heavenly standing camera used for large-scale message transmission. After all, it is quite inconvenient to receive the summons in the state of battle. But since even heavenly pavilion is used, it means that the shrewd guy of Yatori thinks it's time to finish. Tianbei turned his mind around, his hand retracted sharply, took a deep breath and smiled at Baragan. I'm sorry, King of Hueco Mundo, my family's subordinates have begun to urge, it seems that they can no longer accompany you to slowly fight. Oh? Have you decided to run away from that Ryotsu? Also, this is Hueco Mundo after all, and there are your enemies everywhere. Baragan was not surprised. Run away? Who knows, that's not something I can decide, I have only one task, and that is to defeat and capture you. Tianbei confides in the truth. But this truth is so angry that Baragan is angry. You said. Arrest? I admit that you have the same strength as me, but you can't control my life and death, no one. Old antiques still don't be so confident as well, I still have more respect for the elderly, so I didn't use it at the beginning out of the mentality of learning and tempering, but now it's different, feel the progress of Soul Society over the years. Tianbei grinned, changed the shell-shaped gun shield to his left hand, and then pulled out the short sword that had not been unsheathed for decoration with his right hand. Hey! Baragan then reacted that he still had a sword that didn't work. Demon's Haunt. Under Baragan's stunned gaze, Imbei came up with an explanation. In an instant, the short sword turned into armor and wrapped around the whole body. Turns him into a medieval knight with heavy armor. Two ghostly swaying gazes appeared from the eyes of the pitch-black helmet. It is the law to outlaw the old with a new generation. That way, you won't have any complaints. The Ryotsu on Tianbei rose further, causing Baragan to take a few steps backwards. Then, without waiting for him to react, a pitch-black figure appeared in front of him, swinging the blade of the flame spear and slashing it high. Yatori Osh did not guess wrong, and he was indeed very happy. It could even be said to be a surprise. Very good Ryotsu, it seems that your relationship is very good, and I can't hold it at the slightest stimulation. Guan Yue playfully rubbed Hurley Bell's brilliant blonde hair and turned back to her seat. Logia. Hurley Bell looked at the night sky beyond the battleship, his eyes showing great concern. 0. This Ryotsu is not so much a metamorphosis as a male. Not surprising. The plan has failed. Without enough information collected, we must find another way to save them from their clutches. Oh, did Tianbei win? Guan Yu felt the largest of the void Ryotsu on the battlefield fall off a cliff to a low and inaudible level, and nodded with a little satisfaction. Defeating the king of the false circle as the deputy captain of the district is really a proud record. I thought that I would need others to help him, but I didn't think that he could do it alone, and the acting captain for more than 30 years has not only not abandoned his cultivation, but his strength has obviously grown, worthy of being my personally selected adjutant. At this stage, although Vasto Lord Menos Grande is stronger than the captain-level Shinigami, it is equivalent to the second gear, and it needs to be fought against by the ordinary captain who takes the Bankai charge to win. Powerful, such as Baragan, Hurley Bell, and others can reach the edge of third gear. Now Godi I-13 can hardly play, if Arankar is not to mention, the fourth gear super captain Shinigami can play enough. In Guan Yu's vision, the key to Tianbei's victory over Baragan is that the demons are haunted, otherwise the two sides can only be equal, and even if they can win in the end, it will be a miserable victory. It was obvious that Tianbei seized the opportunity to use the explosive power of the demon haunted to quickly fight the battle. But that being said, you can't do it without hard power. In just over 30 years, it has been promoted from the original second to the third last, which is a remarkable improvement in a few decades, I am afraid that it will be comparable to Kyoraku Sunsui and their young captains. Doctor, the expedition has been discovered, and Bird Sangzi sent someone to return the battleship headquarters. At this time, the fluorescence reports the situation aloud. Guan Yue 2.9 raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked out of the battleship. Right at the same time as the fluorescence report, the strange Ryotsu suddenly disappeared. Then across thousands of kilometers instantly appeared somewhere on the battlefield. Coincidentally, the team responsible for transporting the expedition ran into the owner of this Ryotsu. Interesting. Guan Yue immediately understood the other party's intentions. Do you want to exchange hostages? Hear him muttering to himself. Hurley Bell's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak. Apparently this layer was also thought of. Therefore, it is a good thing for them not to do anything to stimulate each other, if they can exchange smoothly like this. B. Tossing and turning, just one barragan can't satisfy my appetite. Guan Yu glanced at them and saw through what was on their minds. Saying that, the body turned into a silver blue light and dissipated. I don't know where to go. He couldn't feel his Ryotsu at all. But you can guess that it is to find the initiator who took the initiative to jump out of the water.